guys, selamat menonton and welcome to MPL Playoffs MYSG Season 6. And hi, my name is Fira Fendi.
And I am Nabil Akil. We are your hosts for the playoffs.
Betul tu, macam yang kita tahu, kita bermula untuk MPL-MY Season ke-6 ini dengan 10 pasukan di regular season, iaitu 6 tim daripada Malaysia dan 4 tim daripada Singapura.
Malangnya dalam setiap pertandingan akan ada pemenang dan akan juga yang ada kalah. Dan dua pasukan dari Singapura, Forsaken dan Team Divinity telah dihapuskan.
Betul tu, bermakna ia telah tersingkir. Jadi hanya 8 pasukan sahaja yang telah layak untuk berada di playoff bermula hari ini sehingga ke hari ketiga, iaitu grand final kita. Tapi Nabil, kita ada banyak ni benda baru.
Banyak. Ada patch baru.
Kita ada hero baru.
Hero baru pun ada.
Kita ada meta baru dan kita ada host baru.
Tada! Ya, saya host baru Nabil Akil menemani Fira.
Jadi kita dah cakap banyak dah apa benda yang hari ini akan berlaku semua.
Betul.
Kita ada perlawanan untuk upper bracket dan juga lower bracket. Tapi sebelum tu kita ada video permulaan pembukaan untuk korang saksikan dulu.
Yes, mari kita saksikan video pembukaan
MPL-MY
SG Season 6 Playoff.
Hello, and welcome everybody to the MPL Season 6 MYSG Playoffs. We are done with the regular season and we have moved on to what everybody has been fighting for all this time. My name is Geek Fam and this is OLE. Remember, the entire MPL Season 6 has been sponsored by our official digital telco, Udo, and not to mention our official media partner, IGN, and finally presented to you by Munto. It's been a while since I said that, sponsored by RED, like nice and good, nice and perfect.
I mean, you nailed it, man. That 2 weeks of break is definitely a really big help for us casters, but most importantly, very important for all these players as well, because this is no longer the regular season. This is the playoffs.
Exactly.
This is where our 8 teams will rise, but only one will rule. It's literally all or nothing.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not feeling so warmed up for it because it's the 2 weeks. It feels like it's too much of a break. Like, I didn't have enough MPL. Actually, I've been watching some of the other MPLs, but really, I wanted to know what it's going to be in MYSG. And today, we're going to be finding out. We've got plenty of games lined up here in the playoffs itself. Remember, there's an upper bracket, there's a lower bracket. There are so many teams going against each other. Other teams are looking good, other teams are looking bad. There's plenty of things to analyze here, and we're going to help you go through all of it.
I mean, not just that, that's why we're going to be bringing all the action and shenanigans as well, because this is going to be a really epic 3 days for us. This is the first day as well, and the best part about it, we just witnessed the end of the MPL for the Indonesia side. So, of course, Viva la RRQ, congratulations for being the champions once again. And because they just finished their run, right? A lot of players, especially all our teams from MYSG, has a lot of time to just literally brush up on any new strats or any new skills which they can actually try to steal away from the Indonesian teams.
No, you actually bring up a really good point here because with the other MPLs going on, especially in the Philippines as well as Indonesia, everybody kind of wants to get an idea or something more innovative to make it happen. But before we get deeper into that, let's show you the bracket here so you know exactly what you're going to be witnessing here today. Up in the higher bracket, the upper bracket for the quarterfinals is going to be TODAK versus RED Reborn, followed up by RSG versus EVOS in that second seed. Whew, that's a spicy upper bracket, I'm not going to lie.
No, this is... it's burning up. It's really heating up towards this upper bracket here because we have literally the 4 strongest teams going head-to-head with each other in that upper bracket to decide who's going to go to the semifinals. And now we're going to the lower bracket. We have RED Reborn Esports, Bosskurr, and then SMG versus against Geek Fam.
Oof, oh man, really spicy games as well. I mean, lower brackets definitely... Yeah, no, honestly, like if you are in the lower brackets, I can definitely feel that pressure because you drop a game, you are gone. You are out. There is no second chances for you.
I mean, that's pretty much why we were both discussing, saying during the regular season that it's so important to just try to maintain that top 4 spots in that group stage because you want to ensure solidify yourself in that upper bracket. At least in this case, you have a lifeline. You have that 1 extra life.
Yeah, that's true. You do have that extra lifeline. It is important, but you know, consistency is key. But now we've got something new to show you. We usually have this as a tradition, but now we're going to be showing you our talent predictions. Here, everybody at the studio has given the predictions on this first upcoming game, TODAK versus RED Reborn. And that one, I'm excited to see what other people have said. It's time to show it. Let's have a look.
Let's go. Let's check it out. So Ikuto and Karakuri coming down with me, Gideon Q. My partner is usually Lafayette, Fira, Nabil, and
oh, wait a sec.
Only 3 people. 3 people actually voted for RED Reborn, them being Karakuri, Lafel, and Nabil, and the rest is still opting for Team TODAK.
I'm a little sus here. I'm a little sus. Yeah, right? Because I remember Karakuri. I'm pretty sure,
TODAK,
yeah,
right?
he was voting for TODAK, so he might have changed his vote. Something changed his mind. I don't know if Ikuto, he really wanted to like show Ikuto what's up or something along those lines. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a decent majority going for favoring TODAK this time round. They ended at the first in their seed, so that's pretty good. But let's look at the audience's prediction. Oh, that has changed. Oh, yikes.
That has changed significantly as well. So RED Reborn is going to be having the short end of the stick here with 12% only, while Team TODAK, well, the audience is so rooting for Team TODAK here with 88%.
I mean, it could be due to the standings. Me personally, why I was leaning more towards TODAK was less about their overall performance, and really because of that last week after the next patch actually hit. Actually hit. I can't reiterate how much of a bad pun that is. But yeah, RED Reborn didn't look as, great. But we've also got one more new thing. The Make-A-Wish campaign.
Yeah, definitely Make-A-Wish campaign. So any of you lucky fans out there, you stand a chance to actually make a wish on our social media page to actually win of anything you can ever wish for. You can wish for all the skins, you can wish to play with Ikuto, anything that's related to MLBB, Mutu got you covered. But of course, if you win for sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're going to be selecting winners all around. Hopefully, it might just be you. 11 fans. Wow, fulfill the dreams of 11 fans out there. They're going to do it slowly, of course. But in the meantime, make sure you guys are trying to being part of this campaign because you might have an opportunity to make one of your dreams come true.
I mean, definitely sure. Everyone has a big dream, and having a big dream is very important. But same goes for these teams. And if you're a really wholesome person, you can actually wish that your favorite team actually win this season at RSG.
That would be pretty great. Honestly, that would be like the ultimate diehard fan. If they were willing, they could have anything and they still wish for their team to be #1. That's just like all right, here's a badge of honor.
Just wholesome, right? Like that little kid, that little girl that's selling matches in the winter, right? But anyway, this is the Team TODAK's merchandise, and if you visit their own website as well using the promo code MPL TODAK, you get a 20% discount for every purchase of TODAK's merchandise, and I am so down for that.
No, they said with every purchase, so it's like, technically you can go for like those bulk deals. And
I can buy Ikuto, right?
Do I get Ikuto? Is Ikuto part of it? If I use MPL TODAK, do I get 20% off of Ikuto there?
I mean, we can always ask him later, or you guys, any fans, can straight away go to the BM stream just to ask that question, then come back to the English stream.
But their competitors as well. Also, Red is my blood, going to be that promo code. So head over to their Facebook page at RED Esports MY and use their promo code Red is my blood for another 10% off of their sweet merchandise. And I have to admit, their jerseys are pretty cool.
Yes, it is really cool, really striking. The most important thing is very striking as well.
I do like the very clean designs. Everything is all in place. It's not like there's not too much going on, but it still gets you out there.
Not too many graphics all over the place, right?
Yeah.
It's a racer.
But it's also in your face. But it's time as we set things up. Let's get to know some of these teams. Let's have a look at what they've been doing. Look at this
Video.
Sebenarnya dapat upper bracket di playoff hanya langkah pertama. Langkah seterusnya adalah menewaskan TODAK dan menjadi juara.
Mampu untuk mengejar Jason.
Kita orang TODAK boleh dikatakan sangat bersyukurlah sebab dapat mencapai rekod undefeated. Boleh dikatakan sempurna lah waktu regular season. And apa-apa pun perjuangan kita orang tak habis lagi.
Tadi namun begitu Win tidak dijangkakan berjaya memberikan tetap dan berjaya memberikan kill.
Bagi saya match ni sangat penting lah sebab perlawanan ini akan menentukan tim mana yang akan jadi favourite Malaysia dan juga core mana yang paling terbaik lah.
Rosa cuba untuk mencari Oracle ada. Ya, tarikan Eye of Feather mereka menjadi untuk mencari satu.
Saya maybe the best hyper carry dekat MPL-MY sekarang. Dan saya rasa tiada siapa boleh stopkan prestasi TODAK lah. Perform dalam regular season tak semestinya boleh perform dalam playoff. Saya harap TODAK akan bawa yang terbaik. Let's have a good match.
Dia makan dan masuk di situ. Ya, tarikan Eye of Feather mereka menjadi untuk mencari satu.
Kita orang TODAK simple je. Bila ada sesuatu yang halang kita orang langgar je.
So kita tengoklah macam mana. Sama ada TODAK langgar ke atau TODAK yang kena langgar.
Man, loving that intro video between both TODAK and RED Reborn. Feeling the heat for sure, but most importantly, the declaration coming out from Chico as well in the video stating that I'm the #1 hyper carry in this season. And the best part about it, with that declaration as well, he not only has the confidence, but he had both skills and stats to back him up, and that's really great from him.
Yeah, you know, Chico overall, I think what puts him in that position is his versatility in terms of being able to kind of go in from that, you know, assassin type to traditional marksman. Yeah, that versatility is really good, and he plays that at a very high level as well. So, I don't know, some of these people out there who make these big claims, Chico, I think he's got a good right of it. However, I'm waiting for somebody to kind of prove him wrong until this point. Because again, traditional marksmen and, you know, traditional assassin, dedicated assassin players, their skill cap arguably is even higher sometimes. It really just depends on the day.
I mean, definitely for sure. And don't forget about the fact that he also brought in fighters as well to really change, turn the tides of certain battles. But that's pretty much enough about Chico, right? We pretty much know everything about Chico as we talk about the rest of the players here with their teams and their members between RED Reborn and TODAK.
Yep, on our left, we got RED Reborn, Mal, Aaron, Chakbu, Mom, Silo, and Grengo. Their team has been performing so well the entire regular season. They almost was able to secure a top spot, but unfortunately, TODAK was able to take them down. One unfortunate game, but this time it all changes.
I mean, definitely it will have to change as well, especially since if they really want to try to get that spot towards that semi-final. But moving towards TODAK on the right side here, we have X-Ray, Chiku, Moon, E1, Formes, and Stu. And let's be honest here, although yes, Chiku has been taking all the credits and all the admiration from majority of the fans, but I want to give a big shout out to both E1 and Moon as well, including X-Ray. These three players has really stepped up, and what's even better, with the newly addition of the jungle, Moon is coming back with that mage carry.
Yeah, and it's great to see that they are really taking this. They're taking, you know, leaps and strides to make this happen. But looking back over to RED Reborn, let's look at some of the stats that they have to offer, because Hilda has been this prominent pick that people are using on Silo time and time again, and he's been getting away with so much and really abusing the fact that Hilda is that versatile type support that can be in your face, and his main objective is to slow you down and put you under this oppressive state for as long as possible.
I mean, don't forget about the fact that with her passive in that early game, she's pretty much unkillable as well with the majority, especially with the jungle. She's probably one of the few heroes that you can literally go for jungle invasion without having to worry about sustain too much. But anyway, let's quickly move on to the next team here. It's going to be Team TODAK with their play lineup, and of course, with their most picked hero and those hero stats.
Yeah, I mean overall the stats are looking phenomenal from all across the board. Like even we're seeing coming in from E1, he's been doing so much more this time.
Yes.
You can see that he has 36 assists, even though he is supposed to be on that support lineup. 24 kills coming out of it with 14 deaths. That is considerably impressive, especially when Formezi also has somewhat of the same stats, even though he's in the fighter lane.
Yeah, and the best part about it is that you might actually just mistaken him as a fighter, but actually the entire time he's just been a tank support and initiator, just constantly going around and just not to really secure kills or get killed. It's just more like he's really peeling for the team, really setting things up for his team that literally ends up him getting a kill for himself.
Sometimes it can be hard to actually give off these kills for free over to your main cores, and that could be the biggest difference between them. But now let's look at the stats between both of these guys as a team overall. And the first thing that stands out to me, the first blood rate coming out of TODAK is significantly higher than RED Reborn's.
I mean, that's because Team TODAK, especially with E1, the new E1, I would like to call it E1 2.0, right?
You mean E2?
No, I'm not gonna call him E2. His name's E1, right? Gotta respect that, but E1 has really stepped up in this season. We even said during the regular season, we were like, where was this E1 back in season 5? Because he's way more aggressive, not overconfident or like overextending. He knows where's his boundaries. He knows how far he has to go. And because of all this initiation and aggression, he's able to literally allow TODAK to follow suit with him to gain that first blood.
What I think overall is very interesting about TODAK's stats is like, yes, they have a little bit higher in turret time. Their average kill participation is a little bit lower, but first turret rate 64 to 41%, and then if you look at RED Reborn side, 1.2 to 1.6 when it comes to lore takes. Like, how does that? How did the correlation come about? Do they just take a lot of towers but not take lord? And did they just focus on lord?
I think it's the priorities when it comes to objectives, right? It's pretty much like we take towers and then we're like, hey, you know what? If we can end the game, let's just end the game right here, right now. Let's not go for lords. Whereas for other teams, they want to be a little bit more reassured when they want to go for that push. Let's just clear that lord and then we go for that push.
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a statement towards.
Right?
No, I would say it's more of a statement of how the game actually progresses towards the mid to late game here. And mid to late game is the time for both Maul and Chiku to really step it up. Looking over at their stats, it's overall super similar, but the only huge difference is the number of kills Chiku has been getting overall. I mean, look at that KDA. That is a shocking KDA.
Yes.
150 and 161 assists.
A lot of people died in Chiku's hand for sure, and we also should put a count on how many lords he has stolen as well. But anyway, this is the map prediction, and of course it's the lineup prediction made by our analysis. Lafel, thank you so much, brother. And it's pretty much where they're supposed to go and where they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Starting over, it's going to be Mao who's going to go into gold lane while Chiku is going to be in the jungle. This does bring up the question because Aaron so far was kind of struggling to find his place in the previous meta. Like, he knew what he had to do, but now, after the next patch where the jungle was put into play, now you have this whole new dynamic to the game where it's like, oh yes, I need to be able to get my buffs. It depends on what heroes I get. Do I go for the first wave? And then what do I do after that?
I mean, definitely for sure. But the most important thing inside this current game right now, or in this playoffs in particular, is that has the team, or has RED Reborn in particular, really made the necessary preparation or adaptation to this new jungle? Because we saw during the regular season, or the last week basically, they were a little bit shaky. They weren't really too comfortable with it. Whereas TODAK, they pretty much had a game plan in mind. Or in this case, it just suited them because the majority of the players were actually core players. They weren't really too much of a support. So seeing the fact that like Moon coming back with a mage carry, I'm like, hey, I love it. I don't care what it is, I love it.
I would agree, yeah, I really would agree. But now, we want to give back to you guys. And it's got to be a two-way situation here. But here are our milestones throughout the playoffs. If we have 30,000, we're going to give you stuff. If you have 40,000 viewers, limit to 1,000 winners, the advanced tournament chest is going to be coming out for the day. But wait, it gets better. 50,000 viewers, that's where the big stuff's coming out. The advanced skin packages. And you guys, you want a free skin? So this is one way to do it. 80K.
Does it stop there?
No, 80K and 120K, 8 winners, another limited 3 winners, unlocks all skins for your hero class. Let me just repeat that one more time. Unlocks all skins for your hero class. It doesn't get any better than that.
Dude, seriously, guys, just get your friends, call your mom, call your grandmother. If she doesn't know what's going on, just get into it. And at the same time, you see that little QR code right at the bottom right corner here. Scan it. Do the survey as well, because that's good, because you stand a chance to actually win yourself a beautiful skin.
Yeah, so please make sure that you are scanning it as well. And you know, we've got some other stuff happening throughout the day, and we'll let you know as we move along.
Oh yeah, I mean, sorry, it was a left-hand corner, not right.
I was already just pointing the absolute wrong direction. Just out of habit. Just out of sheer habit. Like, I wonder why I don't drive sometimes, and this is why. It's like, oh, turn left, and I just turn right.
I mean, that's why I'm your driver, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I can't go around that one. I can't go around it. But yes, today, what are you excited to see between TODAK and RED Reborn? Honestly speaking.
Honestly, for me, it's always going to be the classic. E1 has to play the Bosskurr for me. If he plays anyone else, it will be great as long as a playmaker, but we'll just have to see, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are inside the drafting, and RED Reborn going to be starting on the blue side here, which means they have first pick and first ban, and they're starting with getting rid of Chico's Ling, and TODAK getting rid of Miles 1. Both very respectful bans.
Yeah, definitely target bans coming in from either side. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Yuzong has been banned out this time, coming in from RED Reborn here. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting because we did see towards the end, just at the end of the regular season, that nobody was really looking to get out Yuzong for the most part of it, considering that the nerfs to him were pretty substantial.
But then again, you must also think of it this way as well. Like Yuzong, his entire kit still makes up for what he actually lacks. And most importantly, right after witnessing MPL for the MPL Season 6 for the Indonesia side, everyone was spamming that Yuzong. So seeing the fact that RED Reborn getting rid of the Yuzong just tells me that the fact that we want to get a lot of backliners here. We want to get these range carries. We want to get this Farsa on our side. At least there's no way for anyone on the opposite team of Team TODAK to be super aggressive when they dive towards that back line.
Honestly, I thought the Barat would come out like instantaneously, because Barat has just been an absolute nightmare to be dealing with. Just all around absolute beast in the top lane. It's just I can't deal with it. It's just, what can you do? What can you do?
I mean, the one thing you can do is to either ban him out or just don't fight him. Like literally, just don't fight him. Leave him alone.
It's just one of those picks that's going to be like 100% pick ban. And and everybody knows that. And that's the biggest problem, especially if you are on the red side.
Actually, it depends though. Like there are times where we saw like Barat not being banned, mainly because it's just the priorities of who they actually fear on. Remember, Barat is not very mobile. That's pretty much why his entire skill build is pretty much just set on a way where he can actually catch up to someone. Other than that, he's very immobile.
I mean, yeah, he is immobile, but he basically follows the same concept as every other, every other offlaner, like Uranus, like Balmond. You clear waves decently fast, you can do it safely, you regenerate health at a decent rate, and more importantly, you can set up ganks for your team. So it's really hard to say that he's like, oh yeah, he's just a tank. Tanks don't belong inside the offlane. Like, unfortunately they do, and it's just really unfun to play with. But now that Roger is going to be banned out for the side of TODAK at this time round, CeeLo going to have his first pick coming in from RED Reborn. What are they looking for here? There's quite a number of options open. They could get an early hyper carry, or they can start off with something a lot safer.
It literally comes down to the priorities coming for both this team as well. But instead, of course, they're going to be logging out one of the strongest side laners here, and that's going to be Khalid. But then again, that leaves Cho and Uranus open for the side of Team TODAK to really claim it for themselves.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. A lot of teams kind of like, you know what? We can kind of let Khalid through. Like, he's dominant in lane. If we have enough, aggressive supports, we can really pull him out of the picture here.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, TODAK here going to be locking in the classic coming in from Moon Selena. We haven't seen this in a very long time, but don't forget that E1's going to be jumping right onto that Bosskurr. It still could be given over to the side lane, so let's not hold our breath.
I mean, definitely for sure, but let's be honest, very unlikely. Very unlikely the Bosskurr will be going to X-Ray or 4-Mans. I believe it's still going to be in the hands of E1. I mean, if it ain't broken, you don't fix, right? He does a really great job with the Bosskurr. Let's leave it to him. And Moon with the Selena, unquestionable. Really unquestionable. But either way, RED Reborn coming in with the Hellcut and with the Jaw. And I'm a big fan of the Hellcut though, because mainly not only is he a really great clear in the jungle, also he's really great at rotating and ganking as well.
No, I absolutely love this because now it kind of allows the team to play around a concept or an idea where you're looking for these hard engages with Raging Sandstorm coming in from Khalid, and it also allows Jawhead to play the early game yet still have a lot of benefits to the team, not necessarily being the offlaner. He can go support if he wanted to, but playing a 1-3-1 composition just seems to be working out fine for a lot of teams all across the world.
But ooh, here comes X-Ray's Ruby. Not sure whether he's going to be played by 4-man or X-Ray this time, but X-Ray has been playing a really mean Ruby. So him bringing out the Ruby, not only will you have a great initiative, but you also have a really great controller when the fight gets really massive. Because right now, Team TODAK, seeing the first 3 picks coming from RED Reborn, a lot of engaging heroes, a lot of heroes that's getting on top of you. You need that control for yourselves here.
Yeah, and more importantly, Ruby just goes well into all 3 of these melee heroes. As long as they're melee, they're in danger of getting caught up in the IM offender, getting caught up in the taunt as well. It's really frustrating to deal with Ruby. Not to mention, if you are the Hellcur player, one of your first items you're going to be thinking about is, yeah, I want to get my Blade of Despair, but I also have to consider getting a Sea Halberd pretty early on just to kind of deal with the amount of healing coming out of this Ruby.
Definitely for sure, but anyway, the second last, now we're approaching towards the second ban phase here, and the first ban that's coming on inside the second ban phase will be Natalia. And I guess in this case, they just feared the fact that there's just a lot of roaming potential, because remember, we have a Hellcur, we have a lot of heroes that are really going to be jumping on top of them. They're still, and now with the new jungle that's really introduced by Moontoon, it is not surprising to see more than one course in this case here.
Yeah, because having a secondary win condition is always kind of nice. Like, you want to have someone who has some strong wave clear as your secondary win conditions. Things like Chang'e, things that fall into that position would also be like the Farsa, even arguably nowadays, because it's just becoming an even stronger and more prominent pick.
Ooh, Angela, I love the Angela ban on as well. I just want to give that really insurance, because remember as well, RED Reborn still needs that mage support, or at least a mage pick for themselves, and Angela just sort of just gives that reassurance for all these heroes that's actually jumping towards or throwing themselves into the fight, especially Hellcur. Let's be honest, he has great disruptions, great silence, great nukes, but he's not really that tanky, let's be honest here.
Yeah, no, it's a smart idea banning out the Angela, because again, Angela can go inside the off lane, kind of just be an absolute nuisance, while Jawhead can be proactive on the map when he is the most effective between level 1s to level 6.
Correct. But I love RED Reborn's last ban as well, because it's quite common to see, especially during the last week of the regular season, where TODAK actually constantly went with this Harry and Selena combo all the time here. So RED Reborn, not sure whether they read the situation or not, but getting rid of the Harry has always been a really decent ban here.
Yeah, no, I love it. I think it's a really smart idea getting rid of it, but that kind of puts the question onto RED Reborn's side. Are they even considering getting any sort of magic damage here? Because now TODAK, they're looking at their lineup, it's like, if we're beefy enough, it's not going to matter how strong your engage is going to be. Selena, in most cases, won't get caught. If you take a Thamos as well, that's going to be extra, that extra spell vamp that you can't just necessarily cut through easily. And now RED Reborn, now locking in the Claude, super safe marksman, especially effective if you are good at keeping that Art of Thievery stacks up, but the Eudora as well. A point and click, I want you to die, that person's gonna die.
Yeah, definitely for sure, because a lot of these fights, which is literally going to be constant, it's not going to be like instant nukes fights, ladies and gentlemen, it's just going to be a really long, drawn-out fight. So having one really great nuke inside your lineup really helps to ensure how the tides of the battle is going to be towards your favor here. But last pick coming for TODAK, they're still lacking that one core, that one hero that will deliver that killing blow. And it looks like Chico is going to be bringing in his second personal favorite for his assassin. That's going to be the Lancelot.
Yeah, this is a smart idea. Going for Lancelot, able to kind of has some counterplay against Eudora's stun. Can use his perfect execution to dodge it. Can use the launch to kind of buy some time to put him in a better position. More importantly, the 3-rail strike, just to make sure he can completely negate the damage and as well as that stun. So again, it's like, how many abilities can you dodge with this guy? They've got two things that you just look, click, he's probably going to die. Unstoppable Force as well as Eudora. So this is going to be a very interesting game.
It's going to be, and at the same time as well, it's going to be very situational for Chico as well, because there's, like you said, not many skills he can dodge inside this game. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first game of the first day of the playoffs between RED Reborn and Team TODAK. Who will take it all? Please comment down in the comment section below, all of you fans, to see who will be your winner here for this first game.
Yep, I'm already starting to get jitters here. I'm warming up. I'm warming up. It's the first game of the playoffs here. It's gonna be TODAK versus RED Reborn. Let's get this ball rolling.
Speaking of rolling, we're gonna see how E1 rolls with that Bosskurr as well, because his rotation gangs will be very crucial to decide that early game towards that mid-game transition.
You know, I was about to say game going, and I wanted to say ball rolling, and they just kind of meshed together into... Yeah, no, they really did. They really did. Like, I was having two separate trends of thought at the same time that kind of just synthesized into one uncohesive statement. But no, speaking of my uncohesiveness, I'm interested to see Chukbu's performance on the Eudora. Yes, it's one of those simple-to-use heroes, but it's the complexity and how aggressive you can be. What can Chukbu get away with in this game?
I mean, it's a little bit difficult to tell as well, because Eudora is just one of those heroes where you just have to have that position hands down. But 4-man, so you're just gotta be a little bit careful. But then again, with the rotation and the system of E1 giving up that backbone support, he's gonna be able to get out of that with just a couple of harass on himself.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. For Messi, he just cannot play the game as long as you know, continuing to pressure this top side. The rest of TODAK is making the call, hey, you can kind of stick around, we can help you out if something happens. E1 is just looking for Eudora at this point in time, but it really just doesn't matter. His damage losing life this early into the game isn't necessary. You're going to have to keep it up until your hypercarries hit that level 4, and then you might want to consider the fight.
Ooh, anyway, here comes Mom getting ready to pop the ejector. Just want to see if you can find an opportunity, but sadly, no, seeing the number of people of TODAK's on that side as well. They're slowly gonna back off and wait for a better opportunity. But what I'm really interested as well, that since Mom was actually playing the Giant, I was really surprised that he wasn't really being super aggressive on the blue side, which was actually quite crucial for Lancelot.
Speaking of which, they've already got the ejector as well. Wow, what a fast hit coming in from RED Reborn, all using Dark Knight Falls to find the rest of the team. And TODAK, they are just too late to respond to this. Mal did take a significant number of damage from the tower, but besides that, perfect dive.
No, they have to make a play, especially since they cannot waste too much time. They're already on the top side, and once they saw the Damos and even Chiku towards that bottom lane, they know, all right, they have no one here. There's only 3 of them, and 4 of us. We have more control and early game nukes. We have to make a play, and they did, resulting in that first blood.
I mean, most importantly, it's that minimal sacrifice as well. They lost absolutely nothing off of that. No, not even like the side waves or even turret damage in general. So well done to RED Reborn, starting off this game strong. TODAK on the other side, I thought they would be a little bit more aggressive with Moon, but I think they're just going to wait till level 4, realizing very quickly that they're going to get outdone by both Jawhead and as well as the Eudora.
It's really hard for TODAK to be as aggressive as they used to be as well, because one, you have Maul with the Claw, who's instantly able to with the battle mirror image to make every fight and every clash very passive in his favor. And of course, with the Hell Cadets, with that silence, which is really annoying, a disruptive spell that can literally put both Moon and Chiku in their place.
Yep, Aaron might be in a little bit of trouble here as E1 gets chucked back over into the turtle pit. But now the rest of the team is pulling in hard. Raging Sandstorm coming in from Silo. Can he pick off X-Ray? He's still sustaining. 1 HP left and finally goes down over. The rest of the team is going to continue to push on through. Aaron is already down, and that's just the beauty of Tortoise Poissance. Like, you think it doesn't do a lot of damage, but in the early stages of the game when you have no items, that thing really stings.
It does. It really does. But then again, now RED Reborn just has a rough idea where, like, alright, we can't really clash that early because Maul needs more item, Claude needs more item to deal even more damage, because since RED Reborn had the upper hand in that clash as well, they only able to trade it 1-for-1, which is pretty much not what RED Reborn was really trying to go for here.
I mean, yeah, I mean, 1-for-1, obviously not exactly the best position for RED Reborn, on top of the fact that they did lose the turtle as well. But look at Chiku here, he's now in trouble, perfect execution, trying to get on top of Chukwu. He finds an opportunity, now Mao's in trouble, getting hit by the battle mirror image. Oh no, it's not going to be enough. Bomb comes in real hard with the unstoppable force as well, and not even the battle mirror image could save him at this point in time. He's getting hit by everything. The juggling aggro perfectly coming out of TODAK with a strong rebuttal after that early top lane dive.
No, Mom, get the camera because I just got dived by 3 members and juggled around like a pinball. whoa, that's definitely not the kind of situation where mom really wants to be in. Just really unfortunate as well that his flicker was still off cooldown.
Right?
Yeah, and what's even amazing that the fact that Formes is still actually just solo pushing, split pushing that bottom lane without any disruption at all. So he's having, although yes, he did give the first blood away, but with the lane swap, now it's slowly working back into his favor.
Yes, the classic. If it's how is it not a TODAK game if we don't get the classic pause?
Oh yes, it definitely has to. it has to have that one pause because all the players and all the fans gotta calm down, you know? That's
Yeah,
gonna be like,
no. I mean, after that play, it's like, how do you not need to like just take a chill pill, just like, just take a moment to be like, what in the world just happened there?
Can you imagine mom just like instantly just drop the phone? I need a thing! I need a thing! Stop, pause the game! I need to drink water! And speaking of water, you guys make sure you gotta drink that water for yourself because it's very important to stay hydrated. And of course, we have 4 epic games gonna be happening to us today with all your favorite teams. You gotta be shouting as much as possible. And when I mean shouting, put that caps lock and spam in that comment section.
just keep it on all caps all the time.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. We get it. But yeah, you know, obviously, I feel like it's a little weird, especially because we bring up the joke about the TODAK pause almost all the time. But sometimes it's not even them calling for the pause, and people are like, no, it has to be them, right? They heard us. They're onto us. They're onto us, Leonard.
They're like, getting Leonard just for you guys. Well, pause right now, right here. We can hear every word. Live stream, guys.
Oh no.
Oh man, but either way, so let's see the current lineups we have, right? We have one that's really great. Both teams has really great engaging team composition heroes.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But which one do you prefer in particular?
Honestly, I prefer RED Reborn's one, of course, because there's a lot more synergy between the ultimates in comparison to just strong standalone ultimates coming in for the side of TODAK. I mean, yes, you are kind of waiting for the Baxia to follow, to kind of go in, but then you're also waiting for Moon to land one of the Abyssal Arrows in comparison to, oh, I just have to walk up close enough and I basically can guarantee a free hit.
I mean, definitely for sure. And like, yes, I do support TODAK. That's my prediction as well. But this game is just relatively harder for TODAK because, like I mentioned, like what I mentioned inside the game as well, with the existence of not just Cloud with the battle meter to get out of the fight, but you also have the Hellcut and the Jawhead just keep you in place. And Chico, let's be honest, is definitely going to be a very easy game for Chico because his decision making, deciding when to go into the fight is definitely relatively easy. But whether he can make up for it, because right now in this game, instantly, Mom gets assassinated once again alongside with Chico. But here we got 4 men, man. I'm offended as he pulls Chakpo back towards his death here.
Ooh, that was played so well by TODAK. They absolutely broke them apart. Yes, they did lose 3 members, but it allowed CeeLo to actually get a push. So on the bright side of things, they are trying to mitigate the damage with Global Gold. But even so, TODAK played that fight so well, methodically taking out the right targets, isolating them by themselves to allow people to kind of juggle the aggro with the turret, and more importantly, look for those hard punishes.
This is where I was gonna say, like, since yes, 5v5 is gonna be a really tough competition when it comes to the clash, but when it comes to the pickoffs, TODAK has it a little bit more better.
I mean, of course they do, but you know, it's one of those things where it's a preemptive strike. Who makes the first move? And even though they can see it, RED Reborn can't necessarily defend against it because Formesi, he was able to kind of jump in with the flicker to kind of catch them off guard to get those follow-up kills later on. So I think RED Reborn overall, I wouldn't say they are underestimated, but they got to be a lot more aware of when these flickers are up because these plays can only be made every 80 seconds.
But CeeLo definitely not having the best time of his life, so I'll try to use the Desert Tornado to do as much damage as possible. But the moves, one shot, GG, Shadow, Abyssal Arrow will be able to connect on our dear friend Maul here, resulting in his own deaths.
Yeah, once again, the pauses are coming in. That's going to be 3 for 3 here.
I mean, you know what they say, third time's the charm, right?
Well, hopefully, you know, third time is the charm this time round. But yeah, especially with the side of TODAK, I was expecting RED Reborn to kind of dominate the early game here. I just didn't expect RED Reborn to hit back so quickly because they were waiting for their big ultimates here. Ruby basically doesn't do anything until she's level 4. The same goes for Lancelot, but he's the core, so he gets a lot more EXP faster. Eudora at level 2 overall was more useful than all of them combined pre-level 4. So that's why I was definitely thinking that it was going to be a lot more aggressive for the side of RED Reborn, which we did see. I just didn't expect it to stop just there.
No, it's more like, I believe in that situation it's more like they just started falling back. It's not like they didn't want to. It's more like they just like reminded themselves like, hey, they have their ultimates. Ruby has his I'm offended. They have all their ultimates. They have all their skills. Please be aware about it, because this is pretty much where TODAK tells themselves, like, all right, if you're aggressive towards us in the early game, then we're gonna fight back towards you guys when it goes towards that mid-game transitioning, and that's pretty much where we saw TODAK, especially before the pause as well. They started asserting dominance, placing Abyssal traps, getting control of that jungle, forcing members of Team RED Reborn to fall all the way back to and start hugging their towers, pretty much like how they forced Formez to do in the early game.
Yeah, no, you're correct. You're absolutely right. I'm thinking, sorry, I got distracted because I was thinking about the compositions and a lot of the similarities actually between the compositions. Both of them, they have different ways of engaging. That's fine. But overall, in terms of their hero picks, they both have scaling. That makes sense. But they also, it gets a little bit interesting when you go into the support section, because a lot of them are very snowballing type supports. Eudora in comparison to Selena. Obviously, one is scales a lot better than the other, and the other one can truly one-shot you without you really realizing it. And that's what's really scary here, because the only difference is the range of which somebody gets stunned at.
Yeah, I mean, like, the real curious thing I want to do is that Mom playing the Jawhead, like you said, I'm pretty sure we both can agree as well, right? That we expected aggression. I expected Mom to just constantly jump in and throw people back with the ejector. By the way, this time Mom's going to quickly have a fallback. But same goes for E1, and Aaron was, ooh, Formez! Not going to be able to connect his ultimate at all. Throws out the emote just because he's, you know, a little sad, you know?
Yeah, it's just the pride, and like you got to make sure you got to hit those when they matter. But luckily for TODAK, at least it zoned him off enough to get this tower. And look at the amount of turns they have. TODAK, they are just playing a very, very solid game here overall. Just 5-1 turret difference here. Already starting a 7k gold lead, putting them at a 7k deficiency at 7 minutes into the game.
I mean, this is pretty much where we just see the clear difference of when you pick a hero that just needs to constantly farm compared to the Lancelot, who can just, even though yes, he still needs that eye to deal even more damage, but just having the Blade of Hatasis alone is enough for him to actually go for the assassin or execution for himself compared to the Claude.
Yeah, and they are, even though they are losing map control for the side of RED Reborn here, it doesn't mean they're completely out of the game. However, I think TODAK, what they're doing overly efficiently, is taking those structures and looking for the punish at the same time. RED Reborn, they haven't been able to touch their jungle for a long period of time here, and Aaron really has to be playing around the outskirts. He's going all as far as to get to the Beetle, because he knows that the rest of the enemies are on top side here. Bomb trying to get out of that stun, but the Abyssal Arrow and Trap, it's going to be way too much damage, and Moon isn't going to hesitate for the kill shot.
Oh man, speaking of punishment, that is the punishment which we all been waiting for and expecting as well, and especially with that one picked up on Mom as well, that's going to be allowing X-Ray to get that Queen Swing for himself. A lot more sustain, less cooldown as well, means dealing even more damage. But what's even better, what TODAK is also doing as well, is that the fact that they're being very disciplined in the fact that, alright, we're not going to just hug the jungle all the time. Our goal, the reason why RED Reborn wants to go to the jungle is because they want to farm, right? They clear the camps, they clear everything else, then they back out and they just stick with each other again. There is never one time they're actually really split off too far from each other. Even if they went for the split push, they're always at least very close to each other to re-assist here.
Yeah, yes they are. That is a very good point. Just their positioning in general has been really great, but just look at the efficiency of their pathing. Like overall, like you can see the way that they're moving. They go to wave, go to the jungle, and they make their way to the objective that they need to be at that point of time. They are on the ball. This is the best we've seen TODAK by far, and RED Reborn, I don't think they were ready for this kind of aggressive, efficiency. Not even aggression, just pure efficiency coming out of TODAK.
Dude, I love what Damas is doing as well. Like, he could clearly go for the clear as well, but he's waiting. Because both side lanes, the minions actually walks a little bit slower compared to the mid lane. He's waiting for the both sides to at least move a little bit forward before he clears it out. That way, all three lanes will hit those inhibitors at the same time.
Yeah, but it comes to the big question, you know, like, they are just buying. They know that they are ahead. They know that they are stronger in almost every aspect, but they can't break into those inhibitors without the lore. They just don't have the tools or the resources to take a 5-on-5 under inhibitor turrets.
I mean, definitely for sure, because RED Reborn liner, remember, not only are they really great at that for that defense, but most importantly, really great at punishing should you actually go and overextend yourself. By the way, first law is currently out as well. And noticing the fact that RED Reborn was able to get a little bit of free way to go towards that mile lane, they know that this Lord is currently being taken and they can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, this is the trap here. If RED Reborn walks out, they get absolutely destroyed. If TODAK does it really slow, RED Reborn, there's nothing much they can do. So it's a win-win situation that RED Reborn can't necessarily answer at this point of time. They are down by 8 kills. They are down by literally 11k gold 10 minutes into the game.
Oh,
They pretty much lost the early to mid game. And as we start rolling into the late game, RED Reborn, they're probably going to have to sacrifice one of their inhibitors at the very minimum.
I mean, definitely for sure. The thing is, I'm pretty sure RED Reborn doesn't mind like sacrificing like 1 or 2 inhibitors, because just as long as Maul is able to get all those items for himself, once Claws actually starts popping off, then it's going to be a really difficult game for actually TODAK to really contest against that, because Claw does, although yes, right now it doesn't do as much, but once he gets even more items here, more damage items, he's going to be super significant, and there's no way they can actually stop him here.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he does have the Golden Staff as well as the Demon Hunter Sword, which is kind of nice, but when you put him into comparison with Chiku, who's already at level 15 and going for the big ticket items, it is tough. But now the fight is going to occur here. Aaron now in trouble, gets absolutely destroyed. The Blazing Duet coming in from Mao, trying to get some good AoE onto Moon there, but the rest of the team in the backline, oh, the Raging Sandstorm was able to come out at the perfect time to kind of clear out that wave and getting that free kill onto E1. They are too low and too weak to keep this fight up. X-Ray trying to zone out Mao, but he goes back into the battle mirror image. The perfect execution doesn't land. 2 inhibitors down, and Mom still alive. Mao has to make this work for him, because TODAK are coming guns blazing with game 1 in the bag.
Oh, dude, let me tell you something, guys. It was so punishing. The minute the Helka, or Aaron in this case, got instantly picked up, the minute Aaron fell, Chiku was pretty much just clapping his hands. He was saying, I can go in. No one can stop me. No one can silence me. Although, yes, there is the existence of the Jawhead, but Mom has already committed the ejector and unstoppable force. Nothing can hold Chiku down, and he just literally went in and just sliced, and he dies all the way to the top.
Yeah, I mean, well played.
Alright, thank you kepada English as well as Malay casters. Untuk semua tak tahu, I will handle untuk both sides. So welcome English and Malay viewers, and also thank you kepada Wen and Susan for doing my makeup. I feel absolutely fabulous. So, macam mana pun, kita baru saja nampak perlawanan pertama between RED Reborn as well as TODAK, where we can see that TODAK won a lot. But why? That is always the question. Why and how did they win? And the answer is the power spike as well as denying the power spike as well. So we will see dia punya highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu untuk nampak apa yang betul-betul berlaku dekat dalam game kita tadi. Dekat awal-awal ni kita boleh nampak RED Reborn, mereka fokus dekat bahagian gold lane. Tapi this might be a mistake as well. Disebabkan pada pendapat saya, it's not something that they want to do early game sebab diorang nak fokuskan farm kepada Mal. And unfortunately, they couldn't do that because they keep... Okay, over here, I want to pause this right now because I want everyone to pay attention at the levels, okay? Pay attention at Chiku's level as well as Mal's level. You guys boleh nampak, level 8 lawan dengan level 6. And kenapa benda ni penting? Number 1, Chiku menggunakan Lancelot Assassin. Mal menggunakan Marksman. So, the level difference ni, 2 level difference, rasa macam 4 level difference. And why the level is so important? Because when you level up, you boleh letak points dekat you punya skill. And sekarang ni, Chiku, dia dah level 8. So, dia at least ada 2 points dekat dia punya ultimate, 2 points dekat first skill, and more importantly, 4 point dekat dia punya second skill. So, kita boleh tengok, kita boleh teruskan the clip to show the level ataupun the power difference between the both of these carries. As we can see, the damage from Chiku is too much. So, yeah, unfortunately, this circle will not go away, so it's fine. We will go through with the clip anyway. We can see that Chiku, because of his power level, his power spike, he is able to go super aggressive and unable to be taken down just because he has extra stats in his hero kit as well as the damage. Look at the Torn Rose damage over there. So, dekat sini TODAK, dorang dapat tahu yang Assassin, yes, Assassin dia kena agresif awal-awal, tetapi dia lebih kepada mid game punya timing. Awal-awal tu dia just fokus dekat farming. Dia dapat farm, dia dapat dia punya level. Sepatutnya pada pendapat saya level 7 dia dah boleh go aggressive, tapi dia tunggu untuk level 8. So that's pretty interesting juga. And dekat sini saya nak pause juga just untuk tunjuk where apa yang team TODAK lakukan is diorang buat satu line dekat sini di mana dia pastikan tak ada sesiapa daripada team RED Reborn diorang boleh pergi ke depan. And this is denying. Disebabkan team RED Reborn, mereka ada Cloud, mereka ada Helker, di mana dua-dua hero ni, they want farm, they want levels, they want the gold. But creating a single line, making sure that no one can get past that, denies them of the objective. And the thing is, as long as they stay at their own places over here, they stay here as well as here, they will continue to get the minion farm. They will still get the levels, they will still get the gold. So they will still get stronger and they are still denying the farm from them. And kenapa diorang boleh manage ni bagus? Sebab bila Lord, whenever the Lord is coming up over here, they started pushing, okay? They started pushing the lane here and here because they wanted vision and they wanted map control. So overall, I boleh cakap yang team TODAK, they have fully understood the power spike of their own heroes as well as how to play the map to make sure that they can deny any kind of farming from the enemy side, as well as they know whenever they want the Lord, they do not have to freeze anymore. They just push the minions, giving vision as well as a threat. If they want to contest the Lord, the minions will still keep pushing. So either way, the enemy team will lose. So kita akan teruskan klip dekat sini untuk tunjuk betapa tingginya impact dorang dapatkan advantage pada bahagian mid game and memastikan team RED Reborn dorang tak boleh nak buat apa-apa pada bahagian late game. Dorang boleh terus endkan dekat sini just because of the disparity of the farm and the level advantage yang didapat oleh Chiku. So, kita akan terus tengok itemization daripada kedua-dua team ni untuk nampak what really happen dekat dalam game. Kita tengok itemization daripada Chiku terlebih dahulu. Tak banyak perubahan. Raptor Machete, Endless Battle, Blade of Heptasis, and of course, just in case kalau dia buat apa-apa mistake, dia ada Queen's Wings. Mal, walaupun dia dah ada Diamond Sword, dia dah ada Golden Staff. Tapi, macam Mikuto cakap, the thing that is scary about Claude is whenever he has the 10 stacks, his attack speed is way beyond crazy. But he cannot get any stacks, not from the minions, not from enemy heroes. And kalau dia dapat stack pun, maximum yang rasa dia boleh dapat is 8 sebelum dia kena burst down. And the thing is, burst down, he has to make sure that he has a lot of space between TODAK because he has to look at Chiku as well as Fome with the Ruby. If Ruby uses I'm Offended, he is not using Purify, he is using a shield. So he cannot get away. Whenever he's crowd controlled, he cannot get away, he just has to sustain the damage. Team RED Reborn, in my opinion, their mistake is they want to give advantage to Mao in the early stages of the game by forcing a lot of plays around the gold lane, which is good, I can see the idea. But because the execution was not executed well, because Team TODAK, they managed to hold the lane pretty well, giving time after securing the turtle. Chiku got a turtle, he went level 7, and then after that, he just got level 8. He was managed to gank the gold lane, managing to kill 2 people, as well as the other kill, I think, went to E1. But yeah, amazing plays by Team TODAK. So, right now kita akan tengok post-game stats to see the damage numbers from both of these teams. The goal difference, TODAK has a lot of gold, 40,000 gold. RED Reborn cuma 24,000 gold sahaja. The rich guy dan the carry akan diberikan kepada Chiku. 868 gold per minute. 33,000 damage from Chiku. Sandbag akan diberikan kepada Mom dengan 53,000 damage yang dia absorb. Forgotten One. Assist paling banyak E1 dengan 7. Kita tengok damage numbers daripada team RED Reborn terlebih dahulu. Damage yang paling tinggi adalah Eudora disebabkan yes, walaupun Eudora boleh dikatakan sebagai OG hero, tetapi selepas dia kena revamp, the damage numbers is actually quite high. And disebabkan dia punya damage adalah AOE, dia boleh hit ramai orang, so of course damage dia akan lebih tinggi. And honestly, Claude 14,000 damage is quite okay for this game sebab dia tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa sangat. Lepas dia dapat dia punya Golden Staff, yes, he can injure Moon. Tapi you tengok, Moon pun boleh duduk dekat dalam Blazing Duet sangat-sangat lama. So, cerita pasal Moon, kita akan tengok damage numbers from Team TODAK. We can see there's a huge difference. Lancelot, 33,000. the second best thing is Moon with the 17,000 damage, as well as X-Ray with the Thamus with 16,000, almost 17,000 as well. So kita boleh nampak dekat sini, damage yang paling tinggi sememangnya Chico disebabkan dia bila dah dapat dia punya power spike, dia terus force a lot of team fights. And ini bagus disebabkan team TODAK, diorang punya mentality of langgar. Whenever kita orang dah cukup kuat, kita langgar je. We don't care what they want to do because kita tahu yang kita lagi kuat. And based on the draft, sememangnya diorang jauh lebih kuat. Disebabkan team RED Reborn, mereka tak banyak hero yang boleh peel untuk Cloud. Yang banyak support dia is the Eudora, and Eudora cuma boleh stun sikit. But anyways, that is the post-game stats of the two teams. Selepas ni kita akan tengok MVP of the game. And based on performance kat tadi, saya rasa tak ada sesiapa yang akan terkejut bila MVP akan diberikan kepada Chico. 25% total team goal earn, 2,855 damage per minute, match KDA 507, average KDA 12, Lord killed 1, and of course average hero level adalah 15. Itemization seperti yang kita dah cakap tadi, Raptor Machete, Blade of Heptasis, Endless Battle, dan juga untuk survivability sikit, dia ada Queen's Wings. And dekat dalam game tadi, honestly, kalau dia siapkan dia punya Blade of Despair, saya rasa tak ada sesiapa yang boleh tahan damage daripada Chico. And to be honest, nampak macam dia tak perlukan pun Blade of Despair kat situ disebabkan level difference terlampau beza. So, congratulations kepada team TODAK di mana mereka nampak yang mereka ada good understanding on the heroes yang diorang pakai as well as how to control the map untuk make sure that the enemy team tak ada peluang pun nak dapatkan comeback. Persoalannya, adakah mereka boleh lakukan kepada game kedua? And kita boleh tengok Mal masih suka menggunakan marksman. Tetapi macam mana mereka nak jaga Mal dekat situ? Maybe selepas ni dia kena fikir untuk menggunakan Purify. Macam mana pun, kita akan pergi balik dekat kita punya host dekat dalam sequence quickie. So please, our host, please take it away. Here you go.
Thank you Lafel untuk analisis yang sangat terperinci. Now, welcome back to MPL Quickies.
Betul tu guys, macam kita baru je tengok perlawanan pertama di antara TODAK melawan RED Reborn 14-3. Wow.
Menarik sekali.
Betul tu. Langgar je macam hashtag diorang TODAK langgar. Tapi selepas ni kita akan umumkan pemenang pertama untuk Make a Wish campaign. Tapi sebelum tu kita ada nak baca komen sikit. Betul tak User?
Okay. Baca komen ni.
Komen is the best.
Komen daripada RED Reborn dan juga TODAK. So Yingzer, banyak-banyak komen ni, you suka komen yang mana? Ayah dia nampak tadi, dia kata kalau RED Reborn menang, dia akan berhenti merokok.
Oi, best lah ni.
Betul, daripada Abel. So daripada TODAK pula?
Daripada TODAK, I nak user pilih.
Okay, kata Amin Hero, Chico is another level.
Betul tu. Jadi kebanyakan komen yang kita dapat adalah masing-masing sokong Chico. Betul, diorang kata dah agak dah Chico mesti MVP semua ni. So banyak komen yang macam tu, betul tak Nabil?
Komen positif semua ni, baguslah diorang faham kita.
Ya, tapi kita pun dah boleh agak daripada segi permulaan game sebab ramai cakap hero ni, hero tu, tapi tu bergantung kepada prediction diorang sendiri. Dan sekarang kita nak bagi tahu pula siapakah pemenang utama untuk Make a Wish gift campaign.
Yes, saya
excited tak?
Saya excited nak tengok siapa pemenang.
You excited tak?
Excited of course.
Betul. So Make a Wish campaign ni kalau korang komen, korang akan dapat apa saja yang korang hajatkan tadi. Betul tak User? Macam User cakap tadi kan. So you dah ready ke untuk umumkan pemenang kita?
Dah ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
You pun ready? Fiera pun ready?
Betul, ready. So kita akan tengok di skrin sekarang dalam kiraan 1, 2, 3.
Stop.
Stop.
Afiq JB.
Tanya Afiq JB. Tanya. So ini adalah pemenang untuk Make a Wish campaign kita. And apa yang dia nak sebenarnya semua?
Jadi Afiq JB dia minta all marksman heroes epic and limited skin. Okey lah. Dia tak tamak sangat. Dia hanya nak all marksman heroes je.
All marksman hero. Dia tak ada tak all semua fighter asasi semua tu tak. Tapi untuk para pemenang ni jangan risau, pihak production sendiri akan contact you guys. Betul tak Nabil? Sekarang kita ada giveaway ke?
Giveaway ada.
Kita ada giveaway daripada mana Nabil?
Daripada Team TODAK dan RED Reborn.
Betul tu. Tapi cuma ada satu saja jersey daripada TODAK dan juga RED Reborn tapi tanpa sign daripada pemain. Yingzu boleh tunjukkan?
Alright. Yang ini merupakan jersey dari tim TODAK yang
Betul,
baru kan?
yang baru
ni?
sebab ini adalah colour purple and black. Macam korang nampak sekarang adalah red dan black, betul tak? Tapi ini adalah purple. So kalau korang nak dapatkan, ini adalah giveaway tapi cuma satu saja yang bertuah. Kalau nak beli pun boleh ke laman web.
Orang yang bertuah tu sangat-sangatlah bertuah. Kita boleh bagi satu je tau. Kita bagi satu je.
Betul. Kalau Red Reborn pula Nabil?
Red Reborn.
Red Reborn pula kat sini.
Ya.
Yeah. Red and black.
All
Betul tak?
classic.
Betul tu. Dan pemenang ini juga kita akan umumkan bukan online tapi pihak production juga yang akan kontak korang sendiri melalui Facebook page selepas match pertama. Betul tak Nabil? Betul tu. So Yingze, kalau you kan diberi pilihan, pilih satu je ni. Tadi you dah pilih TODAK. Kalau untuk jersey pula you pilih mana?
I merupakan orang yang sangat tamak. Jadi I dua-dua pun mau.
Dua-dua pun mau.
Kalau macam I, kalau ikut design, I masuk ke TODAK lah sebab colour dia purple. Thank you.
Cantik.
Tapi okey, kita orang pun dah tengok dah shot dah ni, tengok jersey ni, tapi kita dah nak get ready untuk match kedua. Mungkin player pun tengah take a rest dulu, ada yang pergi toilet ke, minum air dulu pun kita tak tahu.
Ada yang rehatkan tangan.
Betul, sebab perlawanan kedua inilah yang mendebarkan sebab kalau 2-0 ini yang akan menentukan siapakah tim yang akan mara ke semifinal besok dan loser untuk match kali ini akan lawan dengan winner untuk match yang ketiga. Tapi kita harap bukan 2-0 lah.
Kita harap cara 1-1, 2-1.
Betul. Kalau Yingze, you rasa macam mana? Apa expectation you untuk next match ni?
I tak berani expect apa-apa. Apa kata Fiera?
I pun tak berani juga. Apa kata Nabil? Lelaki lah. Sebab dia seorang lelaki kat sini. So apa-apa kita bagi dia.
Sebab I memang bukan jenis expect apa-apa kan. So I expect yang terbaik je.
Expect yang terbaik.
Jawapan yang baik.
Betul.
Jawapan yang baik.
Okey, rasanya player pun dah get ready and audience pun dah nak masuk ke match kedua. Kita akan pass semula kepada caster kita, English caster and BM caster. Take it away. Bye.
Thank you to our amazing host and of course our special analysis, Lourve. Thank you, my man, for giving us such a straight-up analysis on what actually went down in game number 1. So, but then again, how do you feel about that game, though? Honestly,
No, I thought it was a great way that TODAK was actually playing the game. It was very smart, very intelligent, and they took full advantage for the fact that RED Reborn needed a moment to breathe and plan out what they were going to do, and TODAK just pounced on it. Take a deep breath. All right, I'm just gonna spray more gasoline to this fire.
and what's even better as well is the fact that they realized that the fact like, hey, you pick Claude when I pick a Lancelot. I have a little bit more better spike compared to the Claude as well.
Agreed.
They totally just stomped everywhere they went, dude. Everywhere. There was nowhere that RED Reborn literally had anywhere to go.
No, they did some very smart things. A lot of basic things that they were putting into play, like freezing the lanes and making sure, like, yeah, there's nothing we can do on the map except, you know, take away all of your jungle and all of our jungle, and we'll just sit here and wait until you walk out. And if you don't walk out, you're just gonna starve, and I'm gonna get stronger. So win-win.
That's pretty much just stealing everything from them, right?
Well, this is what we call oppression. So it doesn't get better than this.
Segregation.
No, I think it's far worse. It's far worse because they really
God.
are just making sure that, you know, they are the 1% while everybody else is essentially homeless, if not you're trying to break into their home. Either way, this
So
could be talking about bigger topics, but
extinction.
yes, it really was. It was a smart way of playing the game, and I think with the composition that they have, that is the necessary steps to actually do so. Because had this game dragged on even longer, I think Helker as well as Claw would have will pop off. They wouldn't have an issue. Lancelot would auto attack, literally use any ability on a Helker one time, and then just sit there waiting until the silence is done.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. But then again, or could it be another Lourve punt? You know?
I don't know. I don't know about
for the
this
RED
one.
Reborn, just saying.
I want to say it could be one of his predictional, like, you know, one of his magic predictions that he somehow either gets it completely wrong or 100% correct.
Right.
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't know which is it. But only after this best of 3, at least I'll get somewhat of an idea and see what kind of a streak he's on.
So that means we're putting this on hold first.
Yeah, we're putting this on hold first
right,
because I don't want to be uncertain, like, and just say like, oh no, Lourve, he's having a bad day. You gotta avoid his predictions because there are days where he is just spot on, like every single one of them, and that's what's really scary.
Yeah, I mean, except the one game where I sided with him to go with the team Bosskurr against Geek Fam.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Gambling's bad, kids. Remember, don't gamble. Drink water, you know?
Drink water. Don't turn your hair pink.
But since you guys are here as well, do check us out and also your favorite fans on both our social media tags. We also have both Facebook and Instagram. Our Facebook, that being Facebook, I believe our Facebook is going at MPL-MY and for the Instagram is at MPL.MYSG.official. But either way, let's quickly jump into the second drafting of today here with the RED Reborn. Team TODAK and RED Reborn still going to be sticking on the blue side. So they have first pick and first ban. And starting off, still getting rid of that targeted and respectful of Chiku's picks.
And that's why, Leonard, every time you print it out, just, increase the font like tenfold. Just make sure.
Yeah, I know.
That looks like fine print from here.
Yeah, it's a really small thing. I'm just like, what was that again?
What was it? I can't read.
No, and the worst part about it is that I knew what it is. It's just that
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
you
just
know?
want to make sure. Just like if I said it wrong, people's gonna be like, hey, wait a minute, this is Instagram.
Wait a minute, this is, yeah, no, I totally get you here. But now coming into this second game, they've already, right off the bat, nothing much has changed. RED Reborn still on blue side, and TODAK probably choosing to be on the red side once more. Ling, okay, it's pretty much exactly the same ban for now. TODAK, they did push up the Roger, though.
I mean, whether they push up the Roger or not, it's still exactly going to be the exact same ban. It's just a matter of how they're going to be doing it. But right now, RED Reborn, like I said, first game is always testing the water here. And RED Reborn already fully realizing as well that the fact that, alright, we cannot play these long games against Team TODAK, whose entire lineup has always been very aggressive and always hitting that early game spike. So instantly RED Reborn will be stealing away Moon's personal favorite here. There goes to Selena, but that still opens up other picks for themselves on the side of Team TODAK.
Yeah, E1, he's going to go straight away into the Boxia without a doubt here, but this time they're going to be starting off with the Urena, so it's going to be an off-lane opening here for the side of TODAK here. RED Reborn, they could look to match because there's still some decent matchups. Khalid is still open to actually go into that Uranus matchup, and it's not that bad overall. However, RED Reborn need to start deciding whether or not they needed to pick up a carrier or a claw to actually deal with these tanks. Instead, they are going to go for the Harith with the Hellcurt instead. I kind of like that.
It's let's be honest here, right? It's very soft. A lot of nukes, a lot of like team fight potential, but very, very soft compared to like both lineups, like both Uranus and Boxkurr.
The question is whether or not the early game items coming in from TODAK is going to be enough to deal with the DPS coming in from RED Reborn. Like, if TODAK is able to get a lead onto the Uranus as well as the Boxia, they will at least have an opportunity. The first item will allow them to survive a full burst of their ultimates from either Harith or even the Hellcurt here. But now the lock-in coming in from Moon, looks like they have locked in the Natalia.
Is this Chiku's Natalia though? I've never seen Chiku play Natalia.
It could be, it could not be. We're just gonna have to wait and see when they start rotating it around.
No, okay, I'm just really concerned because right now we are already approaching this already in the second ban phase here. Instantly getting rid of not just a great controller initiator, but also a playmaker as well, because that's pretty much what RED Reborn is currently lacking right now. A really dedicated initiator, frontliner to ensure, and most importantly, peel. I wouldn't be surprised if RED Reborn tends to even want to take the Ruby for themselves, but remember, TODAK will be having that first pick first before RED Reborn here.
Yep, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, they get rid of the Claude this time round. Kind of an interesting pick considering, I mean, they have picked their hyper carry for themselves, so I guess at this point they're just making sure that they don't have any other options here. Roger is out, Wan is out, but carry is still available, but they would rather... No, they would rather deal with the carry because carry has to get up quite up and close to actually, be in range, and Hellcurt doesn't mind that at all. It's like, yes, come in close and jumps right on top of her.
Yeah, but then again, there's really not to say a major reason why TODAK should go for the carry. Not to say it's not an option, it's just more like, why should they go for the carry inside this drafting right now against three of these heroes, which is not only very mobile, very good at getting a top of marksman, by the way. So, but then again, they're also really great at dealing with assassins. So tough.
I feel like it's gonna end up either being Ling or just back to Lancelot once again for TODAK. I mean, arguably Hayabusa, but then you're gonna be lacking so much damage from your side of the team.
Oh man, then again, we can also...
Oh yeah, there's Yishin Shin as well.
Yeah, that's Yishin Shin. But like I said, Marksman is just easily picked up by a lot of these assassins here.
Yeah, it's a tough call. It really is a tough call.
Or they could just go straight up all fighters again.
They could. That's why I'm kind of interested with the Natalia pick here, because they lack so much damage. I would have preferred to see something like, you know, a Eudora Natalia, where you can almost guarantee the kill every single time.
But then again, they still haven't really revealed their mage pick yet either. So maybe that mage pick could be the Eudora, could be the...
what else is there? I mean, there is Farsa.
Like, what's the priorities here? Do they want to lockdown? Do they want to control? Control and lockdown and the mage as well. That's only Cyclops. That's the only thing I can think of.
Cyclops, I mean, the Ruby, okay, fine. But
that's a standard one. They have to take it, because if they don't take it, Red Reborn will take it for themselves.
For sure. I mean, Red Reborn overall, I mean, the composition... It's a solid damage lineup, but now they need something in the front lines to actually withstand most of this damage here. They're still missing a dedicated tank, which they don't necessarily need if they don't want to go in that direction, but I think they might have to.
I mean, both Jawhead and Tigreal is still in the pool for them, and they really want to...
Kufra as well.
Oh yes, Kufra, but then again, there's not really much you can really control here, though.
Yeah.
Like, would you want to jump? Would you want to be fully committed in front of 3 beefy boys here?
Beefy boys.
I mean, yes, Ruby. Okay, yes, Ruby's a girl, but let's be honest, her sustain is ridiculous. So
yeah, the sustain is going to be quite an issue for this team composition. Like,
yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Something with more disengage as well as the Hilda as well to be a little bit more aggressive. All right, it looks like they're going all in, trying to be, you know, trying to dominate early to mid game here in comparison to TODAK, who will look to kind of just play it slow, shred, peel, and allow Moon to potentially go for pickoffs if they are low enough.
I mean, it all depends whether Moon or Chico is going to be playing this Natalia in this last pick, though. But the thing is, would you want them to opt for a mage pick here or not?
I would say yes.
If yes, then would it be a Valir?
Valir's are pretty good. I was thinking Chang'e initially. It's good that you brought up the Valir, because that is going to be a natural way to get rid of, like, a Kai comes in with 1,000-pounder, you just searing touring him away. Hilda's running towards you, you push him away. Harith comes in, you push him away. It is good, but then TODAK's composition just looks broken. Broken not even in a good sense. Broken as in, like, it's not really going to fit.
But either way, they're feeling, Chico's still feeling very comfortable and very confident with his teammates as well. Going to be bringing in the Lancelot regardless of what he's going to be up against as well.
I think he kind of has to. They have to play for those early power spikes. If not, Natalia is going to have no opportunities to actually chunk somebody out. So, you know, having these high burst heroes, people who can kind of slow down the pace of the fight so they can actually take their time and come into different angles, that's the kind of beauty of TODAK's composition. But they don't have a lot of early game potential here, which is a little bit frustrating. There's a lot of ways to kind of just play around the Lancelot and not take his full damage. So as long as you don't get poked out super early on, Red Reborn should absolutely be okay. Mid game is going to be super spicy though.
So in this case, are we looking at the fact that Red Reborn is just going to be trying to turtle down and just sustain all the way towards the...
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Red Reborn going to be on the attack whenever they can. Because, I mean, you do have the Selena, so you're just waiting for level 2 to come by.
True.
Wait for an opportunity to start taking out one of these cores. Ideally, you would want to get rid of Natalia because she's the easiest target. But, you know, these tanks, they are going to have to do a lot of work in these first 3 minutes in the game.
Speaking of game as well, ladies and gentlemen, we're already inside the second game of the playoffs here between Red Reborn and Team TODAK. Who's going to take this game? Comment down in the comment section below. Vote and give a shout out to your favorite teams, because both of these teams are going head to head with each other with full of vigor.
Oh, look at Moon. He's already walking up to this buff. He wants to, but really, really smart. Abyssal Trap coming in from Chakbu, purposely putting some into the trap itself. He doesn't steal it. Thankfully, Aaron was ready for him as he walks into another trap, slowing him for half a second. And the vision is so important. X-Ray forcing the flicker out of the way, and now is recalling. Well done. Great setup from Red Reborn, expecting and anticipating the invade on that red buff.
Yeah, and especially as well, like Red Reborn, I believe their aggression is going to be a little bit later as well, because of the fact that this Hilda is not going to be playing the roaming one as well. It's going to be playing that side lane as in the hands of CeeLo, going up against 4-man. But then again, remember, we're talking about Hilda here. Got quite an amount of damage. Definitely will have even more once CeeLo starts getting that stack on in ultimate. But with his passive alone, he's going to be able to out-sustain this Ruby in lane.
Yeah, I mean, he does have high and dry on top of that, so he's going to be sticking in lane as much as he can, and rest of the team looking to harass once more. But what's the battle plan coming in? Oh, wait, TODAK is going to be jumping onto Aaron here. Just a quick tap, love tap, just to make sure that, hey, by the way, you got to be careful with where you walk around. Just a constant reminder. Oh, CeeLo able to take it away, but now he is getting absolutely shredded out by everyone else. It's not going to matter. CeeLo just needs to get into the brush, and he's going to get back his health. He gets it once more, runs on over to the mid lane, and what looked to be a potential free kill, they just forgot it's just Hilda things.
Yeah. It's just Hilda in this case. It's just one of those games where you just be like, it's just Hilda. And what's even better than the fact that as well, that RED Reborn, the rest of the team doesn't really need to go and really back him up either, because they're just like, hey, they don't really have enough burst. They really committed the majority of their skill trying to kill CeeLo here. There's no point, but then again, CeeLo, he's gonna be able to, he has to let this tower be taken away as much as possible. Ooh, get into the Thorn Rose, followed by the Iron Offender as well, instantly underestimating the amount of damage that team, both Chico and Axel is able to bring towards this game. Punch him really hard.
Yeah, but now RED Reborn on the attack this time. Aaron now in a lot of trouble. Bullets down, the Dark Knight rises, Dark Knight falls. He needs to go back into the fight. He wants to, but he's going to allow he's going to allow Mom to pick up that kill because he couldn't risk it for the biscuit there. But at the very least, I mean, he did try. You can see him walk up, use the Retribution, thinking that he'll get the kill. Didn't get the kill. All right, it's all you, Mom. I'm not going to risk it.
Yeah, but then again, remember, Moon was blind as well, you know. He was like, I can't see. His whole team is like, did you kill him? I can't see. Tak boleh lihat. I can't see the guy.
Yeah.
All I see is a fat panda.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, it really is. Like, especially when you're so close and not only getting double buffs for yourself, but most importantly, almost picking up one of the crucial call members inside the game.
Yeah, no, that would have been a huge swing into the favor of TODAK if Moon was able to pick up that kill onto Aaron. And luckily, Aaron, you know, he still got the moves. He still got the moves to hold them back. Overall, it is a pretty good start. I do think they did make quite a mistake there up on the top side, CeeLo especially, because he couldn't really control the lane at that point. He just had to give it up because going in, you're going to get dove under turret, and then they're still going to get the turret anyways. So at that point, you're just sitting back waiting for your wave to come in.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think you should have just left the lane. Like, yes, the tower, they already hit the tower. You already know that you're not even level 4, remember? CeeLo wasn't level 4, he was only level 3. Chico was 2 levels ahead of him, and 4-man has his ultimate, fully HP, ready to go. And let's be honest as well, even if 4-man gets targeted by the tower, it's gonna take him a while to be shot down too.
Yeah, I mean, he was full HP on top of everything else. I think, well, personally, I think there's two lines of thought here. Either you wait for the wave, or you don't go there at all. You wait for the wave, but unfortunately, they're gonna have some form of spell vamp into the Festival of Blood, and that's pretty effective on Ruby in general. And that just buys a lot more time under the turret. That could, like, you know, the wave comes in, you just do one ability, and then bam, you can take one more tower shot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was just hoping to hit that level 4, because remember, there was still minions being hit by that tower.
I guess, but I don't even think that the Hilda ultimate there would have changed anything.
I mean,
really.
I'm just trying to predict what CeeLo is trying to think there. You know, that's our job, right?
Yeah, I guess, but you know, at the end of things, it was a mistake. Like, there's no real way of getting out of that one. And I think, you know, either I wait for the rest of your team, or you just kind of just back away and give it up. And I think he just refused to let it refused to actually let it work. And if he was playing another type of fighter that had some sort of sustain, or at the very least CC, then I think that would have changed the dynamic a little bit more.
I mean, this pretty much brings back to what I was saying just now as well, like where I was stating, like, are they going to be turning up or not? Because when I noticed that both of them, yes, they have 2 great front line and control, but then again, I just remember that Hilda will not be a roaming one. It's going to be in the side lanes. There's no way he's going to be invading. There's no way he's going to be applying pressure at all. Akai can do some pressure to a certain degree, but I do not want to think that you want to risk yourself as well, because you don't really have that many escapes or that much damage either doing that early game.
Well, I mean, it's about that. It's either you peel and then just wait for level 4, then you can become like a proactive player, and then that's when you really get the ball rolling. But I have to admit, TODAK's dives have been super clean for these past 2 games. Like, they've been juggling aggro, turret aggro so well. Like, both heroes come out as if they didn't got hit at all. It's like, oh, I just lost, like, you know, 100 HP at most.
I mean, I guess it's pretty much like, it's not like these heroes, they didn't really play this hero many times. They played all the time. It's pretty much their comfort picks in this case here.
Well, yeah, I just think that the efficiency at which they're playing with now in the playoffs compared to their regular season, such a big difference. Like Chiku, he was juggling aggro like a pro. He took aggro first, got out of aggro to allow X-Ray to get aggro, and then just finished off the kill like it was nothing. So it's just pure efficiency.
But then again, while the turtle is going to be safely secured by Team TODAK, bottom lane, however, we're going to be seeing our dear friend Mal almost got burst down by 4-Mez himself. But here comes, but 4-Mez was able to sidestep out of the dash trident as well. Still able to sustain, but sadly, not long enough because we're talking about 3 damage dealer nuking upon him.
Yeah, but the rest of TODAK here are looking to take control over this blue buff, and Red can't really do anything about it. It's going to be 3 members down onto the bot side here. Chiku takes the buff away. Mom is going to get some damage onto Chapu for now, but he's going to get absolutely destroyed by Aaron with that red buff on top of him. The Stinger's not missing the targets.
And especially with that kill as well, Aaron's going to be able to pick up the Raptors machete, but sadly would not be able to get his own blue because that jungle invasion coming from TODAK, instantly spotting out the fact that Aaron was at bot lane, killing 4-Mez. They instantly reacted. Communication is very clean. I love it.
Yeah,
they do.
The rotations are coming in quick and nice, but I don't know. TODAK making a pretty significant mistake there. Like, well, what were you hoping for? What were you really hoping for? I guess he was estimating that he had enough damage to like get her below the insta-kill threshold, and then it was just like, oh, I'm a little bit off. Sorry guys, I'm about to die, and then he just goes.
So I feel like it was like a John Cena moment. You know? you drop the smoke bombs and you're like, you can't see it.
You can't hit me. I'm visible. But yeah, Natalia is super squishy. So there's nothing much that she could do there. It was really a bit of a gamble. I mean, I don't know. Do you think the gamble was necessary?
I mean, it's the same case with all assassins, right? They're all soft in the end. But yes, but the gamble, is coming back to your question, whether the gamble was necessary, I think not. Really, I don't think so. You shouldn't know. Maybe because of the communication or the fact that his team at 4-Mez told him, saying like Harif was like Mal was very low, which he was, but he regenerated back already. So I think he just came to the bot lane, just having the assumption that the fact that maybe Mal is still here, still very low, I can burst him down. But then of course he has his own personal regen spell, so he's gonna be able to regen back. And I think the minute he realized it, it's too late because he got spotted in the bush, and he just ended up clashing.
Yeah,
that's what I'm assuming here.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait for the highlights to kind of double check that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rotation was on point, but at a certain point it was like, okay, so what's the objective here? Like, are you trying to clear the wave? Are you trying to go for the kill? And it looks like he went for the kill instead of the wave there. So, I mean, it's just one of those split-second decisions that most players make.
I mean, if he goes to the wave, I will clap my hands for you because there were like 3 of them there.
Yeah. The wave was not very appetizing. Like, it really wasn't.
It's like I'm pretty sure like RED Reborn, like Mal, they're all thinking like, where is he? Where is he? Just like right behind him, just like, hey guys, just taking the videos, you know.
what you doing, buddies? Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Just sweeping the minions, you know.
just proxying your waves. No big deal. Look away. Look away. Just doing my job.
10, 15 goals, you know.
Oh boy. Yeah, a really tough situation that I kind of make a decision for, and I think. I'm not entirely sure how this game is going to go because I feel like TODAK is being way more efficient with their moves. RED Reborn are just very slow on the rotation and those proactive plays.
No, it literally just comes down to the team fight because let's be honest, with that lineup which they currently have, they need to go for team fights. They cannot go for, yes, they can go for picked up like 5 of them just stick together and go for pickups. Yes, that is possible, but they allow Team TODAK to do that against them. They need to stick. They need to keep pushing as much as possible because now they're being split off. That just allows Chiku to just constantly dive upon them time and time again. And let's be honest, E1, he's pretty much just getting his levels and cash from just getting assist kills here.
Yeah, he basically is. And I mean, he's pretty happy at being at level 4 with the rest of the team. I mean, Chiku, he is leagues ahead. He is already level 7. But not to mention, RED Reborn, at the very least, Aaron is keeping up with him. You know, 1 level differential, not that big of a deal. He's got 2 kills under his belt while Chiku only has 1 on top of an assist. So technically, Aaron should have more gold. But I mean, Chiku has been pretty proactive in these invades.
Yeah, and he's been taking the blue buffs as well, but anyway, Chiku just casually showing himself towards CeeLo. He knows CeeLo can't really do much to it, and E1 doing a fantastic job holding down E1 because he knows he has his revitalization as well. Pops open the toys for poise as well, trying to burn a little bit of that regen.
Yeah, just to kind of not even burn away the regen, but just to zone them off. It's like, hey, you want to come to my team? You got to step through this, and it's going to slow you down just ever so slightly.
I mean, it's the it's the E1 special, the sonar. Sonar is really good for the skin and everything, right?
Oh, great zoning technique overall. Now Red, I mean, all right, tries to pin him against the wall. Doesn't. I didn't see the whole thing. We only saw the second quarter of that initial Hurricane Dance, so I can't really say too much about it. But CeeLo, once again, he is just struggling in the side lane.
I mean, you want to see who spins or rolls battle, right? In this case, but either way, second turtle is going to be safely secured by Team TODAK. But Moon instantly gets caught off guard by Aaron. Instantly go for the silent, but with the smoke ball as well, going to be able to sustain and buy it, let them on as much time as possible to allow Team TODAK to secure that turtle.
Yep, turtle is going to be secured once more. Oh wait, hold up! What? Whoa! Whoa! I did not expect that to land, but now, I mean, even with the Salmon Force already being popped, the perfect execution is coming through Mal. He's sustaining all that damage with that shield. He's got some fast fingers.
Oh man, but then again, not as fast with as that abyssal arrow. Seriously, that one arrow really put X-Ray in a really uncomfortable situation.
I didn't even see it. Chakbu just using the chaos as a way to kind of hide the arrow amongst his teammates, and I don't think they were ready for that for the side of TODAK.
Pretty much in that situation, pretty much he's just telling his teammates, just hug the arrow, cover the arrow. Don't let them see it coming until it's too late. By the way, now E1 just doing a really fantastic job, just constantly roaming around, zoning as much as possible, giving information, because remember in this game, vision is pretty much everything here.
Yeah, vision is pretty much everything, and it's the support's job to kind of feed that information back to your team so they can make the best decision possible. But remember, 2 turrets to 1 in favor of TODAK. They've got the side lanes on lock. If they keep playing this side lane game, I think they should have this game in the bag.
Yeah, and let's be honest, although there is some difference, it's not really significant just of yet. So RED Reborn still has a chance to really turn things around back into his favor. And let's be honest, their team fight looks a little bit more scary compared to Team TODAK.
Yeah. Once again, Mom just zoning out E1, trying to make it difficult for him to get under the safety of his turret. However, side lanes, once again, TODAK is playing this well. Uranus, he's getting a free push every single time, and nobody has come down to stop him. Even Chico, he's like, yeah, let's do this.
Oh no, Mal is actually going to be jumping right into the mix of 4Mans and Chico. But CeeLo was able to rotate down all the way down just in time to try to zone the rest of the team. But TODAK will still be able to secure that 3rd tower into the game, and E1 is going to bring the pain to Mom as well.
Yep, once again. The stickers do land Aaron. He wants to go in, but he can't commit to it. CeeLo, he's getting some damage in. However, he's already used his ultimate. Once again, the Diamond Force is out coming in from Mal. Chrono Dashes are doing some work here, but Revitalize is going to protect him through. Chico absolutely one-shotting his opponents. He wants to get on top of Chakbu, but 4Mezi is going to be running on top, absorbing turret damage along the way. Mom on his way, 1,000 pounds, makes it out. The I'm offended, pulls in CeeLo, forcing him to get out. Moon, how is Moon still alive after all of that? And that's going to be a quadra here for the side of TODAK, taking out RED Reborn and moving over to the turtle.
X-Ray, you are a madman! He actually saved Moon at the same time. While he's controlling, while he's doing damage, he ensured that his ultimate was saved at the most opportune moment. 100% executed effectiveness and efficiency coming up from this team here. Man, it's beautiful, dude.
It really was, because it came down to when was Aaron's silence gonna come offline. They were just waiting for an opportunity. Someone initially gets stunned by it. All right, whatever. I'm just gonna wait my time, go out of the fight, come back in the moment the silence is over, and just wreak havoc into that mid line. Like, just everybody in the middle. If you're in the front, you're gonna be dead. If you're in the far back, you're probably not even in the fight. If you're in the middle of the pack, you're probably gonna die.
Let's be honest. Whether he's in the front of the pack or the back of the pack, let's be honest. As long as Chico is in range, you're gonna die. Oh man! But what's really beautiful about that last clash as well is that the fact that they actually just jump on top of Aaron, because they just know, like, Aaron, the only reason why he's engaged by enemy, speaking of engagement, Mom beautiful jumped in, locks down 4Mans, pushes him to the wall with the Hurricane Dance. Gonna be forcing the rest of the member of Team TODAK to fall back. But I don't think they just want to stop here. They want to try to look for even more.
Yeah, and I think they can look for a lot more here. And right now, I think TODAK, they've got a good understanding of what RED Reborn's composition wants to do and is trying to look for in their lineup. So now they're looking to be like, all right, you can team fight as much as you want, but we're going to try and break the map as much as we can. Like, look at the way that they're playing this. They're not fully engaging at all. Even for Mezzi, he's just coming by, hello, one Ionic Edge, walks away.
But then again, it's just, let's be honest, I think we both had to say it at the same time, right? It's just Uranus, right? It's just Uranus, right?
It's just Uranus things. Yeah,
it's just Uranus things. It's like if I had to pick between which one's worse, Hilda or Uranus, I'm still gonna say it's Uranus.
Yeah, I think hands down it has to be Uranus here. Now TODAK looking to rotate down to the bottom side jungle and taking absolutely everything of their own. RED Reborn can't really do too much about this. Silo takes a little bit of damage, but he just absorbs it all. He knows he's the tank. Mal, he is not wanting to get too deep into this fight. Yes, he does have Impure Rage, so he can deal the damage, but it really is just a complete waste of time. TODAK getting zoned out here once more. Aaron actually going in on this fight after the Hurricane Dance. The stun landing. Mom, he's trying to pick off X-Ray, but he refuses to go. And he goes, pulled back by the I'm Offended. The rest of the team looking back as Formezi chunks out the rest of the team with the Ionic Edge, and that's going to allow E1 to jump right into the middle with the Shield Unity to take them out. 2 tanks is all they need to push RED Reborn back into a corner.
Really well played as well. Like literally forcing Bomb to pop off the Hurricane Dance just to allow them to secure that blue. And literally in this situation, we pretty much can say blue or life. And in this case, they chose blue and had to sacrifice both of their lives. And what's even better, Moon is still trying to apply even more aggression, followed by Formez. And Formez already picking up the Oracle as well. He's going to be able to sustain and regen so much, and he's really confident at going for those tower dives.
Yeah, and it's I mean, TODAK is moving with a lot of confidence, and we haven't seen that in a long, long time. You can see them kind of like pick up the pace later on in the regular season, but now just out of the gates, they are absolutely just flooding the entire map.
Oh, man. Oh, still love that EVOS. But then again, yes, the reason why they are flooding out the floodgate because a lot of conditions was already been achieved for them as well. By UA, Foreman is going to be doing a couple of rotation and zoning out as well. Going to be popping a lot of these Abyssal Trap to really try to zone him out. And E1 being aggressive with his mom, jumping in with the Hurricane Dance, pulling him all the way back. But Formez pulls Bomb all the way back into the clutches of Chiku, but then Chiku instantly gets assassinated, gets burst down as well. But the Lord hammering down the bottom inhibitor. E1 trying his best to try to slow things down as much as possible. Pops off the revitalization, but eventually he will fall. But Formez with the Ionic Age picks up one, almost get the second one, and thank God CeeLo gets back to the fountain. And now all they have to do is hold on the line as long as possible. And CeeLo, he can't do this alone. Moon is just doing so much damage, and TODAK closes game 2 here with a clean 2-0 in the first day of the playoffs.
Woo! What a game that was. Blanket Buff really making the difference here. Look at that. Moon had a difficult job to do against the lineup that just refused to fall into his clutches, but with the help of everybody, they were able to kind of pull it together. But let's throw it over to the analyst.
lot tu diberikan kepada dia punya team. Average KDA adalah 15. As well as kita tengok itemization dia tak beza daripada early game ataupun game pertama tadi, di mana dia still fokus dekat Raptor Machete, lepas tu Blade of Heptasis, kemudian baru disiapkan Endless Battle, dan untuk survivability yang lebih tinggi dia akan menggunakan Queen's Wing. So tanya kepada Ciku, masih the best core player in the season, managing to secure another win for his team, and in my personal opinion, it's still a pretty clean win for the team. So congratulations to Team TODAK, and selepas ni I akan masuk kepada interview segment where I akan interview dengan Team TODAK to see how they feel about the win. So guys, let's welcome. Hello Pomis, apa khabar?
Oh, khabar baik, alhamdulillah.
Okay, first nak cakap baju korang lawa, wah marvelous. So, I pun kita akan terus masuk ke dalam kita punya interview question sebab hari ini ada banyak match. So, first question. Ini adalah game pertama you main dekat bahagian playoff. Apa perbezaan main playoff dengan regular season?
Perbezaan dia kat playoff ni rasa macam nervous sikit sebab first time playoff. Rasa nervous lah. Nervous tu ada sikit je lah, tapi sikit. Tak ada beza dengan ni lah, tak ada apa ni, dengan regular punya ni game.
Ya, lagi you still rookie dekat dalam season ni, so tengok you transition daripada regular season sampai ke playoff, rasanya ramai peminat TODAK nak tengok. Tapi in my opinion, you dapat damage paling tinggi and you tank damage paling bagus. I rasa you dapat transition bagus dalam playoff. Okay, second question. Boleh dikatakan pada first game dengan second game, you guys menang agak smooth. Tak banyak mistake yang dilakukan oleh team TODAK. Rasanya you guys boleh continue momentum ni ataupun maybe akan ada team yang boleh kalahkan TODAK lepas ni?
Saya rasa tak ada lah. Saya rasa kita orang boleh teruskan momentum ni and tak ada team yang boleh kalahkan TODAK.
I like the confidence. And match seterusnya, RSG lawan dengan EVOS. So, in your perspective, you rasa siapa yang akan kekal upper bracket and siapa yang akan turun lower bracket?
Bagi perspektif saya rasa RSG yang akan stay kat upper bracket and EVOS akan jatuh ke lower bracket.
Well, kejap lagi kita akan nampak prediction daripada caster semua sekali. And kena tengok I punya prediction juga. I cakap RED Reborn akan menang tapi TODAK yang menang. So, thank you kepada I sebab you know. Anyways. Anyways, Pomis, ada tak apa-apa yang you nak cakap kepada you punya friends, family and semua fans team TODAK?
First kali untuk kepada family saya, terima kasih sebab selalu support saya and doakan saya, and kepada kawan-kawan di luar sana, teruskan support TODAK and terima kasih juga, and Ashi kirim salam.
Very nice. Waalaikumsalam kepada Ashi. Thank you very much guys. There you go. That was the interview between Team TODAK offlaner Pomis. For those of you that didn't understand basically what was going on, Pomis basically said that he doesn't feel that any team can beat them right now. Their momentum is going to go on stronger. They feel like no one can really shut them down. And even though the regular season and playoff is a totally different stage, but he feels that he is getting more accustomed to the playoff stress, as you would say, as well as he believes that RSG will continue to stay at the upper bracket and EVOS will go to the lower bracket. So, benda tu kita akan tengok nanti. Macam mana pun, kita baru saja tengok perlawanan pertama dekat playoff di mana team TODAK menang 2-0 lawan RED Reborn. Dan sekarang kita akan tengok match seterusnya antara, dah tak nampak saya lagi tapi you guys masih boleh dengar I punya suara. Resurgence akan melawan dengan team EVOS SG. Walaupun Matthew marah dekat caster sebab kita tak percayakan team EVOS, kita sendiri kena tengok performance mereka dekat stage. Adakah Toxic CEO akan bermain? Kita pun tak pasti. Kalau Toxic CEO main, maybe dia boleh menang. Dia boleh guna Terizla. Jangan sesiapa ban Terizla kalau lawan dengan Toxic CEO. Anyways, kita akan tengok match seterusnya di mana RSG dengan EVOS. Every single playoff mesti diorang kena lawan. Every single regular season mesti diorang lawan. And bila diorang lawan, it's a sight to see. Sebab kita nak tengok the best Singaporean team, EVOS ataupun RSG. And so far, ramai masih lean kepada Resurgence. So, macam mana pun, kita akan tengok game tu selepas ini. Guys, dekat rumah, jangan lupa COVID still tengah jalan. So, jangan keluar susah hati. Jangan batuk kat muka orang. Tak elok. Jangan pegang orang susah hati. Maintain meter tu semua and everything. So, anda tengah tengok MPL-MY SG Season 6 Playoff. So guys, don't go anywhere. We will come back right after this. Let's go.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hey, welcome back everybody to the MPL Playoffs Season 6 MYSG with our official digital telco Yudu and our official media partner IGN. All of this brought to you by Moonton. So thank you so much everybody for once again coming to join us for this next set of games in the playoffs. The regular season has been fun, but the action doesn't stop here. My name is Getting Q. This is Leonard YOLO Lee as we'll be bringing you all the action from here.
Oh man, seriously, speaking of action as well, action speaks for itself. And after witnessing first game, super clean, very fun, but most importantly, very dominatingly that TODAK is already showing everybody inside here on the first day of the playoffs, instantly telling everyone, this is pretty much their declaration of war to everyone. It's like, hey, we just stomped RED Reborn.
Yeah.
You're next.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I mean, that show of dominance was absolutely great. I think, you know, it was not only the show of dominance whereby it was like, yeah, we out-muscled you, we completely outskilled you, but this was a very professionally done way. Like, it was so clean. Like, they must have been using Mr. Muscle the entire time because they were really flexing on them at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, especially Moon, who actually thought he was still the Selena from game number 1 when he entered game number 2 there.
Okay, game 2 wasn't the cleanest of games, but you could definitely see that once he kind of got over of like, oh yeah, that was in game 1, I gotta kind of remember how many items I have, then it became a lot better.
Yeah, but still, very cool stuff Moon was pulling off there.
Okay, maybe not as much Mr. Muscle detergent in that point.
Maybe too much, you know, too much, like
just a little over the top, hyper concentrated. But yeah, it was
like, with the elbow, like press this.
No, but that's the thing. If they are coming out looking like this, can you imagine this next game coming up with Resurgence versus EVOS? If that was the standard being set as the first series of the day, RSG versus EVOS, it's going to be absolutely devastating for either one of these teams because it's either somebody's going to get stomped or this is going to be a hard-fought game. Regardless, it's going to be an exhausting game at best of 3.
I mean, it's definitely going to be very. But anyway, congratulations to Team TODAK as they will be the first team to enter towards the semifinals. And RED Reborn definitely not out of the game just yet. They will be proceeding towards the lower bracket, but who's to say they will never make a comeback after this?
Yeah, and you know, here's the thing. If TODAK wins this upcoming matchup with whoever wins the RSG versus EVOS, they get a ticket right to the grand finals itself. So they technically have to play one less best of 3s if they keep up this win streak. But coming back to RSG versus EVOS, there is so much history here.
Too much.
So much. Because previously, we saw a lot of these teams, RSG especially, dominating EVOS in the regular season and then losing in playoffs. And then this is the opposite way around. So it's pretty crazy. But let's look at the talent predictions. And as you can see, a full flush of RSG. And I think it's... I can't wait because EVOS might break everybody's souls here.
No, I'm going to tell you two things right now. That is a beautiful royal straight flush as better I can see it. And second, Matthew is going to tag all of us once again. He's going to screenshot this. He's going to be like, I'm coming for you guys again.
Remember what you guys said? Remember what you guys said about your predictions just now? Yeah, honestly, I am excited to see whether EVOS is going to be able to prove the predictions wrong because overall, I think this was a hard choice to make the predictions. Honestly, to me, it's 51 to 49%. The odds on either side, it could go both ways.
It's definitely very even out. But anyway, let's quickly bring up the audience predictions here.
Ooh.
It looks like Resurgence once again. The audience is also on the sides of the talents here with 80%, while EVOS with 20% on their side. But I'm pretty sure everyone's just going on the basis of both analysis and stats alone. And seriously, you guys can't just bet on the stats alone when you guys are comparing between both of these teams, because not only do they have a lot of history, they have insane amount of mechanics and gameplay that they actually bring inside the game, which you have to actually watch firsthand to actually witness on how hard each of these game and each of these clash both of these teams are throwing at each other.
Yeah, it's really a lot of experience coming in from both of these teams, and I think, you know, EVOS, I think that people are not giving EVOS as much credit as they should be, because overall, their regular season, not exactly the best we've seen for them, but at the end of the day, as long as you're in the upper bracket, it really doesn't matter if they win the entire thing. So I'm excited to see whether or not they're going to break the mold and really prove a lot of people wrong, but they still got it.
I mean, yeah, they definitely still got it as well, but in this case, should I just start unbuttoning everything, just like rip off EVOS SG just to like promote everyone's like, hey!
Only until I get like the RSG jersey and then we can like,
do it together, right? Matthew, you heard it here, folks. Manuel said what, mail it to Gideon like today. But anyway,
boy.
let's bring up the one campaign that has been going on for quite a bit as well, which is basically Make-A-Wish campaign. Mainly, you guys or 11 people stand a chance to actually wish for anything you want. And if you guys were selected or win it during this campaign, you get your wish answered.
I'm really curious to see if anybody has wished for, like, I want a day out with one of my favorite players. Like, I'm curious to see how many people have put that in comparison to, like, I want all the skins, I want all the heroes, I want all this.
I know, I'm surprised because, like, you guys can ask for anything.
Yeah.
Like, anything. Like, as long as it's MLBB related, anybody, like, even a person itself, you can ask for it as long as you win it.
I wonder if anybody has, like, put weird answers like, I want to sleep in LY Force.
Or I want the blanket Moon is using.
Like, does it get... I'm really curious to see, like, the general consensus of what the answers were.
Now I'm really curious how weird or how dark the wishes is, you know? It's just like, can you imagine, like, Mutu just reading it, right? It's just like, oh my lord. But
I could do it. Just be like, not even worried about it at all. But yes, remember, this is RSG versus EVOS, a historical matchup that happens every single season. It's like, it's crazy how often this happens.
I mean, definitely for sure. But then again, this is EVOS potentially last season as well. So either way, let's quickly bring out the intro video between both of these titans of Singapore. I'm really glad and
there are only two Singaporean teams that got into the playoffs, us and Resurgence. It's probably fate that we have to face each other first.
Mendapatkan tahu di belakang dari Sol, datang di bahagian belakang. Okey, Sol cuba untuk 1 lawan 2 tapi di mana kebantuannya?
I am satisfied with our regular season's run, but playoffs is where we show our true colours. After all, we are the defending champions.
Baik, KZP dibalik, KZP untuk bertahan dan akhirnya boleh menjatuhkan Mark.
This matchup is definitely very special, especially for me. With the history of constant rivalry, I can't wait to face them again and send them to the lower bracket.
So far, no other team has been able to achieve back-to-back titles. I believe we have what it takes to set a record.
This is likely the last time we'll be playing against RSG in MPL Playoffs, as we'll be retiring after this. Let's see who's the best Singaporean team, once and for all.
I believe both teams will give our best, and whoever wins will have a high chance to win it all too. So let's do this.
Oh,
man, right in the heart.
Yeah, it really hurts. It really hurts to hear that this is potentially, you know, the last game that they're ever going to be matching up. But luckily, it's in the upper bracket, so they still have another opportunity for either one of these teams to meet each other in the finals, or maybe somewhere in the lower bracket.
I mean, inevitably, already expected to see both of these teams. They definitely will have to face with each other for sure. But then again, didn't expect to see them this early. But of course, that's because of the group stage during the group stage of the regular season. That's why they're fighting first. But you know, we're going to be seeing them again in the grand final. So yeah, you know, we'll see them eventually.
Well, hopefully. We're just gonna have to wait and see. And I don't know what Aeon must be going through. This must be like more of an emotional roller coaster for him, especially because he initially came from Resurgence, moved over to EVOS, and now he's beating the team he started his name with. So it's one of those situations.
I mean, it definitely will be a great honor for him. But either way, let's look at this player lineup. Starting with Resurgence, we have LY4, Sana, Jason, KZP, Singh, and Fossa, who is currently the defending champion from the previous season of MPL Season 5. Will they be the first team to be 2-time champions? We shall see. But of course, EVOS SG, currently one of the biggest wall they'll be facing right now.
And that's going to be EVOS SG, their long-time rivals in the MPL itself since the beginning of time. It's going to be Pokemon, Potato, Aeon, JPL, Soul, and TODAK CEO.
Oh man, like this very... Although yes, it may we're definitely going to be seeing that back again in the grand finals, but this game alone will dictate literally who will be going up against TODAK in that semi-final, which is going to be really intense as well, but not as intense as the current game we're going to be witnessing right now as we bring out the player stats for Team Resurgence here with their most picked hero and their total KDA.
Yep, and obviously you're seeing just outstanding numbers from all over across the board from each one of these players. I mean, even just the Yi Shin on LY4 himself having some pretty ridiculous KDAs in general. 32, 6, and 27. My goodness.
And remember, Yi Shin is actually one of his favorite picks back in the day as well. So the fact that Yi Shin is currently, not to say back into the meta, but then again back into the game, must have been a really happy moment for LY4.
Absolutely. And you know, overall, I think this team has been definitely strong since last season. They still have a great opportunity to actually take the title 2 times in a row, which hasn't been done before in MPL-MY SG history. I'm thinking about it and realizing, like, yeah, there have been multiple winners in the other MPLs, huh?
Viva la RRQ.
Yeah. Oh boy, this is going to be a really difficult matchup here, and you know, even analyzing it here on this day, it doesn't bring any less pain that one of these teams will have to go into the lower brackets.
Hey, I mean, you see it as pain, I see it as a great honor, because like both of these are not only defending champion, but one of the biggest teams, or titans in this case, of Singapore. So this is the craziest civil war which we're ever going to see, and both of these teams looking the sharpest and the best inside of MPL season history. By the way, this is the lineup for EVOS SG with their most big hero and also their total KDA with it. And most important, I just want to give a big shout out to the fact that Potato has for Yi Shin 58, 14, 43. That's like twice as much as LY4. But then again, LY4 has been adapting and has been switching between marksmen here.
Yeah, and I think the biggest question is whether or not both of these are going to be able to carry the help with their supports, because again, there are multitudes of supports, multitudes of cores that you could be using. The Hellcrits have been coming back into play.
Right.
We're also seeing the Harrods pop up a lot more, so that's going to be putting a big question mark on some of these other players across the board. And you know, if you need a secondary core here, who's going to be playing that role?
I mean, it's definitely going to be decided based on the drafting as well. Because remember, ever since the jungle came back, we saw AR reverting back to what he usually plays, based on mage heroes. Although, let's be honest, I'm still a big fan of how he plays with his tank when he was playing as the tank support with the healers and the rest of the heroes. But seeing him playing the mage is, of course, it has always been a great feeling. But this is the team stats between both Resurgence and EVOS SG, and let's be honest, very similar all across the board, except the huge significance coming out for Resurgence with the first tower rate here of 64% compared to EVOS SG with 45.
I mean, RSG on paper has the better score in almost every single aspect except average lord average lords per game with only a 0.1 differential. Everything else is either the same or higher. So on paper, RSG is looking to be the favorites in these games. Even with unique hero picks, they have 4 more than EVOS in this particular section. 22 games played overall. That's probably why we're seeing a lot more of these standards here, because EVOS, they did win a lot more of their games more cleanly in those 2 O's.
Ooh, man, and I love this player hit-to-hit comparison as well between both Sana and Soul as well. Both playing as one of the main fighter roles inside here of both of these teams as well, and commit just based on their stats alone, like average gold per minute is like very huge significant, of course. Which I'm going to point out first, 602, well, they are at 272. But you also must take into account as the fact as Soul has always been playing a very adaptive situation, like very situational when it comes to his picks. He's always either roaming, he's either going for ganks, or he's just sitting in the lane and just farming all the way. It's always depending on his team composition and their situation.
Yeah, but he's just been etching it out overall. Like, Sana has an overall gold per minute, a higher gold per minute average here. But you know, the only reason it's that way is because they've technically played more games, and some of their games extend pretty long. EVOS, if they had an average game time stat here, EVOS's games are generally pretty short. They are either taking people out or they're waiting to the point where they can.
Yeah, but either way, this is the map prediction by our dear friend Analysis here. We're going to be seeing both Pokemon and LY4 in the gold lane. JPL and KCB is going to be roaming around. Aeon is going to be going towards that mid lane, and both Sana and Potato will be in that jungle. Sick and Soul will be in that EXP lane.
This is going to be an interesting matchup from both of these sides. I'm not entirely sure how the draft is going to go in particular, but knowing that who the players are behind these heroes, it's going to be a banger, that's for sure.
I mean, it's banger or not, it's going to be all coming out. And the best part, we also noticed that sometimes the Alpha doesn't necessarily have to go to the goal lane. Because remember, some of the marksmen like Roger and Yisu can be also great junglers as well. So them shifting towards the jungle opens up other options for you to go for that side lane.
I think it's pretty interesting because the predictions is specifically telling us that, you know, Sana is going into the jungle. And I've always seen him as a pure fighter, just like Soul, going into that EXP lane in general.
But of course, we're going to be bringing our dear friend here, which is going to be a great amount of prize because the more viewers we have here, then you get a standard chance to win all of these amazing prizes. And of course, you saw previously with 30,000, 40,000, now 50,000 viewers, you get all these amazing skins. But guess what? There is way more. If we hit all the way up to 120K here, this is all you're going to get. So get your friends, get your mom, get your dad, get all your friends into this room right now and just join and watch and enjoy the show.
Yeah, because again, we want to be able to give back to you guys. So hit those numbers, break those milestones, show us that you are watching along with us, and we'll be able to help you out with those prizes.
Oh man, it's just seriously, looking at the amount of prize is absolutely insane.
No, it's shocking. It feels like they've been saving, like, you know, every single time, like, regular season, they'll be like, oh, by the way, here's a code sometimes. And they're like, oh, by the way. It's like they've been compiling all of them to be like, oh, here's the one big drop that you're all going to be fighting for.
I mean, that's right, viewers. At least now you're going to have fully enjoy instead of waiting all the way towards the end of the game just to get that promo code. By the way, let's quickly bring out the draft as this is the first game between both of the Titans here and Resurgence starting on the blue side, having the first pick and first ban, and instantly starting things off. They ban away the Selena.
Very understandable. Natalia coming in from EVOS SG side. A very annoying assassin, able to get a lot of control around. Oh, looks like Aeon does have the blanket buff, but LY4 doesn't have bed buff this time. I don't know if that's going to be a significant factor, but we're just going to have to wait in terms of the draft to see how that's going to come into effect. I mean, look at him. For once, we can actually see his legs.
I mean, then again, he is still lying down, though, you know? So
you know, you're kind of right. That's kind of true.
He's still lying down, so maybe he got that partial buff, right? But anyway,
semi-bed buff?
Semi-bed buff, yes. But now coming back into this, we saw the second best coming from both this team. Of course, it's going to be Yutong and the Forza. So what's your take on this one? Like, for me, seeing for the side of EVOS SG, the fact that they're just trying to make sure that we do not want anyone to color our creeps. We do not want like any way for you guys to defend our pushes or any ways coming to the mix here with this Forza. Or am I just pretty much mistaken in this case?
Well, I don't have as much foresight as I used to when it comes to like predetermining what the drafts are, because there's so much versatility in the drafting phase alone. So they're trying to just take out the strong picks as of now. And remember, a lot of it is being targeted on the people who play these heroes. You know, Pokemon on the Khalid, Souls, Yuzong, and getting rid of these big playmakers who have consistently been working out for the side of EVOS SG. It just makes sense.
Dude, I'm actually really concerned right now, right? Because Barat has not been up to ban yet.
No, they're leaving it. EVOS has to make that decision, and that's why blue side has that advantage. You're forcing your opponents on red side. It's either red side opens everything up, or they have to take it away.
It's pretty much the dynamics of the drafting phase as well. So, oh man, no, I'm just trying to figure out here, right? Okay, if they don't ban, if they
left Barat open,
if they leave Barat open and Resurgence were to have an opportunity to take it or not, do they want to prioritize the Barat or not? Does it fit their playstyle? We know it fits EVOS SG because Pokemon does a really fantastic job with the Barat, but does it work the same case for Resurgence here?
Well, it depends whether Resurgence actually had a predetermined plan or not of what they wanted their draft to be. Like, were they expecting a Barat to go through? And if they pick up Barat, what are they losing in return? Because again, 2 picks are coming in from red side the moment Barat gets locked in. And what could you potentially pick up? You could potentially pick up a carry, someone who's like, I don't care how much health you have, the more health the better.
Ooh, but either way, still not going to take the risk, and also fully understanding the might of this beast here for themselves. They're gonna lock it down here, and that's going to be Barat. Now EVOS SG, but then again, they are up to pick up any playmakers which they are able to offer themselves here, like Esmeralda's, Cho, Uranus. They're all pretty much really great picks here, and as we know as well, very scary when they play the Esmeralda.
Yeah, extremely scary. It's one of those things where if you have a lot of shields in your composition, and you'll notice like, oh, I'm dying pretty fast, I wonder why. It's most likely Esmeralda just stealing it away. It almost feels unimpactful, but when she is absorbing your shields and realizing that I can't necessarily necessarily kill this girl. That's when it becomes a significant problem, and in most times, it's way too late. Yep, there we go. Esmeralda, as well as the Jawhead. I like both.
KZP, I'm already dancing, boy. Like, I just love it when KZP plays the Jawhead, because remember, just locking down the Jawhead alone, right? Not only are you able to deny. Wait, what? Oh no.
No, I'm just gonna let that sit for a while.
Oh,
just
no.
wait for it.
Okay, so sorry, it's not KZP. Sorry.
And I'm the dyslexic one here. Hey.
No,
Don't worry.
I got too hyped for it.
You saw the hero and you were just thinking about it like 24/7. You like hyper focused on it, like, yo, it has to be KZP playing Jawhead. I can't see anybody else playing it.
I mean, I'm just a big fan. No, seriously, I'm a big fan. But then again, yes, just picking the Jawhead alone just allows you to deny that blue how many times just with the ejector alone. It's going to be a huge nuisance, especially since they already know that LY4 will be locking that Yisushin for himself since Roger has already been banned away.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree with you. I totally agree. But I love the flex picks coming in from both sides. Things that kind of fulfill multiple roles here. Like Harith is a great example because he is your secondary. He can technically play as your support. He isn't the most effective at it. However, he scales so well into the game that it almost doesn't matter. And the fact that they have Esmeralda as well is like, what other options does RSG have to go for? They have to take the physical damage. They're taking the Yishin Shin. They're making sure that their offlaners are strong as well. One of the strongest duelists by far, Thamus, is here because, once again, we don't have access to Khalid or the Yuzong.
I mean, definitely, they have to make an option, but whether it fits the comp or not, we'll just have to see. But anyway, in this case, we're going to be moving towards the second ban phase here, and both teams instantly getting rid of the mage carries here, both beating the Veil and Valero for good reason as well, because both of these heroes, they need not only control, but a huge amount of teamfight nukes here.
Yeah, I think Veil is actually a pretty good ban. I mean, we do know Jason does pick it up once in a while, but the fact that it's area denial and area control, especially with the lineup that EVOS has right now, where they kind of want to group them up into one place to allow Esmeralda to get on multiple targets, and the AoE coming in from a lot of their from Harith himself. Wow, I totally forgot Harith's name for a second there. I was about to call him a white rat.
A white rat.
Yeah, no, legit. I thought it was like, oh, what's that white rat again?
Actually, honestly, is he a fox or a raccoon in this?
He's definitely a fox, right? Right?
Comment down in the comment section below if you think it's a fox or not. But
hey, joke's on you, Harith's just a weeb.
But anyway, the last ban will be taken away. It's going to be the Chang, and I think it's a really great one as well. Although yes, Jason could have tried to opt it for himself, but there is still the existence of the Esmeralda. So getting rid of the shield will be quite a nuisance, but there's still the nukes and the wave clear, which both teams are really trying to opt to go for here.
I mean, are they even considering whether they want to go low yi at this point? Because I mean, they've taken out like a good chunk of the carry type of the hyper, super bursty type mages. So now they're going to be reverting to something like the Kagura, things like that forces you to get the shield. The Kadita as well as the Veil doesn't necessarily want to go in close, and Kadita is hard to catch. So even though Esmeralda can jump on top of her, she just waves away, doesn't really care about it. Chang'e on the other side, all right, sure, but do they necessarily want to give it over to EVOS SG considering their lineup? Because again, she doesn't necessarily have the CC like a Eudora. Veil, what's that?
Eudora? Aurora?
I was thinking of Aurora. Yeah, Aurora has the stun, but not as reliable as the Eudora. You see why I was getting the mix-up there?
No, okay, so we're both pretty much even here, right?
Okay, all right, fair enough.
No, so the thing is just like, the reason why I was like just pointing out Chang'e in particular is because in this case it's just wave clears, right? I wouldn't say the usage and the rest of the team doesn't really have, they do not have wave clears. It's just that it's not as clean or as quick compared to like Farsight, Valere, or even Veil. So anyway, both locking down both the Lunox and the Box here as well. That's a lot of meat bags to really go through here, seriously.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that they actually wanted, because this would have been a pretty decent composition if they wanted to go to something like Atlas, but I guess they are that afraid of, Atlas just having such a weak early game that they can take full. No, don't. Stop it. Stop it. It's dead. That video has been, that video was like how many months ago? Ages ago. It was like, what? 5-6 months ago?
5 months ago.
5 months ago at this point in time. Let it die. Nope. Let it die.
KZP never dies.
Oh, that's about to change once this game starts. But yeah, looking at both compositions, it's pretty even and both has some form of counterplay. But what is that last pick? Soul, give it to us. All right. All right. It makes sense. If one Jawhead wasn't enough, bring in 2.
Yes, baby! We're going in!
We are going in here. Double Jawhead composition.
Double ejectors, baby!
Oh, boy.
No, this is the strat. They're gonna keep throwing them all the way back to the fountain.
They're gonna... Oh, that would be... No, I honestly want to see an all for nothing where it's just like five Jawheads, each one ejecting the other teammate over to kind of like play hopscotch until they get to the enemy, and then all of them just unstoppable forces on one fool. Ooh, that would be brutal. But it's time to get into this game here. Resurgence versus EVOS SG. One opportunity to settle the score before they retire.
I mean, definitely for sure, but at the same time, what do you guys think for their last pick for themselves here? Before we jump into the mix, but either way, before Gideon, hold that answer of yours, because right now, look, beautiful view of the graphics of the Land of the Dawn. We're about to see the biggest fight of today, of day number 1 of the playoffs.
Looks like they locked in Xborg for the side of EVOS. I kind of like it because at least you have some form of counterplay, especially if you're pairing up against the Barat lane or even arguably the Thamus lane. So let's see how this plays out. Once again, EVOS going to be looking to start things off strong.
Strong indeed, and look at the bottom lane as well. Xbox, our dear friend Pokemon, definitely not going to be having the tough time. Same goes for the top lane as well as Soul playing with the Esmeralda. And as it is already, like we were saying, that early game for the Esmeralda is not really as fun compared to the mid game, and the fact that she's already dealing against both huge amount of damage, by the way, and with the Boxer as well, definitely not a fun lane for Soul.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is some great understanding of the matchup coming in from both Sana and Soul. Like I mean, these guys are pure offlaners. They don't usually play other things here. Pokemon, he doesn't mind going in and out of the damage, but he's got to be very consistent with it. And that's kind of the issue here, because you are limited by your range when you have the Firaga armor, putting you in very tight spots and sometimes even gankable spots.
Definitely for sure. And I just love the fact that the amount of pressure that RSG is just constantly applying just to ensure that LY4 is going to be able to have a really clean and safe farm. But Soul is going to be able to hit that level 3 and will be able to sustain a little bit of that damage coming out from Sana.
Yeah, and I think right now, Resurgence is trying to min-max as much as they can, sending a lot of solo laners here. LY4, he's in a lot of trouble trying to get on the Harith. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
They didn't even need the Zaman Force there. The damage coming out of JPL with that ejector, well played.
Really well played stuff as well. And the best was as well, great assumption expectation too when they saw that the blue was still standing as well. There's only one option where LY4 actually was going to opt to go for another camp. But anyway, KZP definitely not having the time as well. JP is going to be able to eject him, but not all the way to the back line because he knows that he doesn't want to have a boxer towards that back line for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel that backline box here would have been nice.
I guess
because then they would be super overextended there. I mean, it's hard to control it. I'm not gonna deny that. It is hard to target at the same time as making sure that you're getting the right target when you're that close to somebody. And unfortunately, in that situation, he just got launched up in the air and way back down. He didn't get flicked back in towards the towers, their red side of the map. And I think with the extra distance, they might have forced the disengage.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But at the same time, they also take it. Ooh, hey, on play with it. Literally on the tightrope there between life and death there. But yes, maybe the fact that they didn't really eject KCP all the way to the back line, because they just know that the fact that Boxer still has that revitalization, so still going to be able to sustain, still going to be able to combat a little bit longer. Remember, they don't really have their ultimates except for the Harith here with the Zaman Force.
Yep, they're making sure their timings of the objectives, of these neutral objectives are on point here. Right now, RSG is trying to take the turtle by themselves, but they're forced to, they have to let it go. There's just too many members of EVOS just running down towards this side. It's going to be a 4v5, and that's not exactly the best odds, but if they just buy time, this is going to allow Sana in the top side to start stealing away, resources from EVOS SG.
Definitely for sure, but Pokemon's got to be a little bit careful there because he's a little bit too close to Singh, who has quite the amount of stacks on top of it as well. But Soul doing significant amount of damage towards Sana. Sana really popping out that ultimate as well just to try to force her back, and eventually Soul will just have no choice but to let Sana go.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's unfortunate because Sana was trying to take away the red buff. I thought he had it, but Soul managed to steal away. But Jason, he gets ejected over JPL, now out of position. They're forcing a full-on fight. Ultimate putting it to Singh, but that Revitalize is keeping up so healthy. Harith, even with the Xamarin Force, ain't gonna be enough, so Pokemon takes him out with that last Insanity. JPL flickering forward, finally getting KZP. That's gonna be 2 kills for nothing in favor of EVOS SG.
This is really great what EVOS SG is actually really trying to go for, right? Try to get as many early game fights as fast as possible. Get that early game dominance, because once that early to mid game transition happens, then they will have such a lead, even regardless of having the fact that Barat is still on the side of Resurgence, because they still have enough damage. They have all the items to melt down even a beefy monster like Barat.
Yeah, and this is so far so good of a start for EVOS SG. However, it's pretty even, I would say so at the very least. Darkening coming out from Jason here as KZP starts rolling forward, gets one, Sink's in trouble, he goes down, he can't go any further. Potato still alive, but KZP is able to reclaim that kill. A 1-for-1 trade, not the best considering that EVOS had the numbers advantage and first initiative, but Resurgence, they aren't letting this game go without a fight.
I mean, definitely for sure. Everyone is trying to go for trade-outs here. And this is the part where EVOS has to remind themselves of the fact that despite us having, beautiful ejector with the Unstoppable Force as well, KZP is going to be doing quite an amount of damage, but sadly the tower will not target KZP one last time, allowing KZP to walk out of that situation alive.
Yeah, and as of right now, Sana is doing a pretty good job. He's still pretty healthy, and he's also creating a lot of space for LY4 to kind of just farm safely. He is sacrificing lane wave, gold, and EXP such that LY4 can come back, at least minimize his initial death. Because Potato is level 8 to LY4 is level 7 as of right now. Potato now taking some damage here, but, Sink taking some damage from Pokemon, but the rest of the team just hovering around this blue buff. They're just waiting for an opportunity. Unstoppable Force again onto KZP, Revitalize being popped. Sink can't get into the fight quick enough to get that initial catch with the ult.
It's really difficult as well because, like I was mentioning earlier as well, like Barat, yes, all you can do is just pretty much get away from him. He's not very mobile. It's really hard for him to really get on top of all these agile mobile heroes here. So he was actually really keeping that distance, picking that fights really methodically as well, really being really calculative about it, but with that calculation alone really gives them quite the lead and that dominance so far.
Yeah, and more importantly, I think Sing was still, when he was walking up to join the fight, he still had 2 seconds left on cooldown for his flicker, so even if he wanted to make a play, he didn't even have the tools.
Yeah. By the way, Pokemon finally getting that immortality, which is going to be really crucial for the side of the team here. This allows EVOS SG to be a little bit more aggressive should the fight really count, because right now we see Resurgence slowly retaliating, especially towards his top side.
Yep, they're just playing the map. Once again, it's going to be KZP getting ejected here, but Turtle has been slain, and now they are on the run. Potato already popping up his ult, but the backline is gone. He is gone once again. Pokemon, huge last Insanity, chucking out all 3 members coming in for Resurgence, trading 1 for 1. This fight is even. Jason survives with 1 health. Sink, can he pick up that kill on and break that immortality? Yes, he does. He still has his ult, but again, he doesn't have nearly enough damage. That fight was a lot more even. However, the one difference was made when Resurgence set up bot wave better than EVOS SG.
Yes, definitely for sure. Right now, Resurgence is currently in the lead based on just towers alone, but of course the gold lead is still in the favor of EVOS SG, but by a significant or a very small difference here. But it will be significant very soon, depending on which team will be taking that aggressive initiative first. And let's be honest, Sing is doing what he really does best, and it's just split push towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, right now Resurgence knows for a fact that they can't win these full hard-on team fights, especially when one of their members gets picked off. The speed of which EVOS has their burst is way too high. Resurgence now understand that and are playing the map perfectly here, trying to take these smaller objectives along the side to kind of buy some time for the big guns, LY4 as well as Jason, to make something happen. Once again, KZP is going to get ejected right back into the team. Pokemon is going straight on. Revitalize is not going to protect you from a last Insanity. The burst is too good. They find the pick onto Eudora here, onto Potato here, and now the full fight breaks out. All hell breaks loose. Xamarin Force is unstoppable as LY4 has lost his front line, and now this is going to be a fight going over to EVOS SG without a doubt.
But then again, Potato wants to try to clear this and push out this bottom lane to at least open things up and allow the entire team to try to push them down. But Pokemon try to go for the bait, will be able to cancel out the TP as well. Sing has to be really careful about it, but Sally will be able to allow Pokemon to get the mega kill and potentially will even lock down this bottom tier 1 tower.
Oh, that was huge. That was huge. And now Potato, he's got the magic damage as well, so he will be able to shred right through that turret just purely with the Chrono Dash.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we like. You were asking me, like, what can he do against the Barat, right? Just leave. I said, leave him alone. Just go to the back line. That's pretty much what they did. They did, yes, significant amount of damage with Sing, but they straight away turned their priorities towards that back line and instantly Resurgence losing 4 members. They instantly lost everything else, and Sing, he can't do anything alone. He's not that big just yet.
Yeah, but Soul, on the other hand, he is getting bigger by the second.
Oh, yeah.
He has not had a single death in this game, just like Pokemon, and both of them are being the forerunner, saving a lot of these situations when they start these fights against Resurgence. And now Resurgence on the back foot, they want to fight, but also they have to be extremely careful because the team fight isn't as good. The Brilliance is going to be popped up by Lunox here. Jason slowly going to peel backwards. No darkening just yet. He needs to get the bar into the dark zone. It's rest of Soul as well as Sync just, you know, touching tips at this point in time. None of them doing any significant damage to each other.
Yes, but LY4 doing a really great job as well, seeing the fact that his teams will not die easily to the full brunt of EVOS SG. Will split push towards this bottom lane and will safely secure that tier 2 tower.
They're playing the map well. Resurgence, how long can they keep this up? JPL is going to be the first to get caught here. Smart missiles coming out as well. Soul, he's hovering around, but they are coming in from a flank angle here. Falling Star Moon isn't going to land, and now they're on the run. 4 versus 5 Pokemon coming in with the last Insanity. Can they turn this route? Flickers forward, chunks the backline. KZP is on the run, but Sinky's still alive, trying to make it on out of there. They can't seem to get the damage on the right targets here, as KZP still on the run as Potato and Aeon. Even though they were able to get their damage out, it just didn't matter. JPL, is he gonna get caught out there? Yes, he does. Unstoppable Force ain't gonna stop him. The backline now in trouble as Potato once again has the Salmon Force. Misses the last one. We're able to cape with the Chrono Fissure once more. 2 go down, 2 for 1. KZP on the run as Aeon last hit dies over to the darkening. This fight isn't stopping just yet. 2 for 3 in favor of Resurgence. Finally, they back away.
Really well played stop as well, but then again, the fight is not over this as the Mountain Shock going to be coming in as well. KZP nowhere to run at all once he gets slowed down, and with the Salmon Force and the Chrono Dashes, Potato is going to be able to secure another kill for himself. But I'm going to call it right here, right now. Sing did a phenomenal job just peeling that fight alone. I'm not even kidding.
Yep.
Like, he committed, like, he could have used his flanger to go towards his backline just to get on top of Potato, but no. He saw Soul on top of LY4, and LY4 not having the best of time either. Everyone, that communication was so clean. They all just reverted back, dropped everything what they were doing. They're like, LY4 has to stay alive. He has to live.
Yep. I mean, they use everything, every trick in the book to get out of that. I mean, Aeon, his job is pretty easy, but if he's caught out of position, he will die to Sana alone if he doesn't have a stun up to kind of buy him that time. And LY4, he played that well. He kept on cutting backwards, kept hitting the targets in front of him, kept up with the kites, and it just helps so much that his entire team just peeled for him. Jason obviously can handle himself with the Brilliance. It's a get out of jail card for free. But now EVOS on the attack once more. KZP once again trying to make sure that he is disrupting JPL as much as possible. As long as their front line doesn't get dispositioned in a place where they can get bursted. Just like that. EVOS, they were going for it the entire time, but this time it's going to be Soul who falls victim to the same strategy.
Oh, dude, it's really hard because right now Resurgence just decided to just group up right now in this case. And LY4, he is still farming, but he's very adapted to it. He's like, he knows when to farm and knows when to join the rest of the fight with his team as well. And this put EVOS actually into the pinch as well because they can't simply jump in, especially since Sig is full mode just protecting LY4. He's even just right next to him as well. He's like, you want my brother, you gotta get through me.
Yeah, this is a tough stalemate from both sides. I think EVOS has also kind of realized that if they don't pick the right place at the right time, that Resurgence have learned from their previous mistakes that they were just at the wrong place in the wrong time, so they have to control the variables as much as they can.
And especially as well, like, yes, although Potato will be already hit the level 15 before LY4, but LY4 is not far behind. He's actually very close. And once he gets even more items, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually not just to pick him off, but he's going to go they will not able to sustain the amount of damage that she's gonna be bringing out.
Yeah, and now look at this. Soul is getting absolutely destroyed. Jason is huge in this game on this Lunox. It doesn't even matter how many shields she had. Soul just disappeared, and now KZP going in full-fledged. Even Jason with the darkening as well, trying to push them out of position. JPL, is he going to go for the ejector? Not this time. He's going pretty deep. Pokemon has Insanity, finds the first one, but he comes back with the immortality. He hops over the wall, and it looks like it's good for the side of Resurgence.
And don't forget, they instantly had to back out as well. They can't be too greedy too, because the minute they saw Sing popping up, and let's be honest, Sing has a lot of stacks on it. This big boy is ready to go. But at the same time, EVOS SG did a really great job forcing that top lane to be pushed in. They instantly have to fall back. But Pokemon, on the other hand, he has an immortality, but instantly get burst down. And I don't think he's going to be able to live long enough to see the day.
Oh no, it's not going to be enough. Aeon, that's so dirty. He didn't want to miss, so he flickers forward, but the rest of the EVOS team is here to try and win this fight. The backline now in trouble. MY4 getting a good snipe into that backline, ensuring that Aeon, the squishiest member amongst them, goes down first. Even with the Zavin Force, Potato can only do so much, but he turns it around, tries to get on top, but he's getting suppressed as well. KZP gets knocked up. It's not going to be enough. LY4, he's got a complete shooting ground here. They can't stop him. They can't get off of him. Once more, he gets suppressed. Nothing Soul can do. KZP going in for the dive, and finally the Molten Size, a clean ace coming in for Resurgence.
Oh, dude, well played. Seriously, just well freaking played coming in for the team. Just constantly peeling, holding, tanking, and ensuring that LY4, this boy, this brother of the ass, will be able to just casually lean back and just slice and dice all the way.
Oh my goodness, this level of team fighting capabilities from both of these sides, nobody is letting the other make a single mistake. They will hold their ultimates until they absolutely need it if they have to. Like, the amount of patience it must have taken for Sync to hold that ult to make sure that they get the right targets, just well done.
Well, and also don't forget about his flicker as well. Like, he only uses it either unless he knows he can get towards that back line, or just to ensure they can get on top of LY4 just to defend him, because literally all EVOS has to do right now is just shut LY4 down and then peel the rest of the teams here. By the way, JB is going to be able to find Sana, ejects him all the way to the back line, but Aeon gets caught by KZP, instantly gets nuked down, and that's going to be a monster kill for our dear friend LY4. Lord is pushing in, they don't have Aeon, but here comes the Detona, Vulcan, and throwing them all the way to the back line. Is literally anarchy right now. It's Potato trying his best, pops down to Summer Force, dashes his back and forth, but this is LY4 we're talking about, and Jason just constantly nuking down with the Chaos Assault, and two members will fall, but so goes the top tier 2 tower as well.
And this is good. Resurgence knows they have a significant, well, not even the biggest of leads compared to what we've seen them do before, but just enough to ensure that they can win these team fights underneath inhibitor towers, and that in itself, it's 15 to 15, 17 minutes into the game, 6K goal difference. They are on the run. Pokemon going in, try and clear the wave as quick as he can.
Oh no!
Oh no! Daytona, welcome! Oh, it didn't go all the way through. Oh boy.
That was a really close call, seriously. If if Pokemon actually got caught in front of Daytona's welcome, there is no one that's going to be able to stop this onslaught. Although yes, Aeon can do quite an amount of damage, but Sing is a really big boy. And let's be honest, LY4 is hitting more than a truck in this case.
Yeah, he really is. Just the AoE damage coming in from Sing alone as well. Like, if they're clumped up too close, like, it will start to show. That damage will start to stack up really, really high. And as of right now, I can't tell what they can actually do for the side of EVOS SG to start winning these fights. I think they really have to push Sync out of position, but Sync, he's already flickering forward, looking for the Daytona.
No, he got him!
He got him! He got the right target! Aeon, once again, can't play this game without somebody telling him otherwise. Potato, the next to fall to the darkening. Once again, Jason, so healthy. LY4, so healthy. He doesn't even care. Ejector me, unstoppable force. That ain't gonna stop me once again. Pokemon losing his Firaga armor, and Soul, he's on the run. He knows he can't do any more than this.
Oh, dude, like, how was that even possible? He got him, like, got Aeon all the way from the back line. But anyway, this is going to be the one final push. KTB so low, but they don't care. They don't want to kill. They just want to hit this throne. But then again, Beautiful play coming from Pokemon, able to clear out that minion wave, but Soul trying his best, will be able to get out alive, and with the fire state, he's going to be able to scorch and burn Sana a little bit more. But here comes the Mountain Stronger just to give a little bit more information towards his team.
Yep, and once again, the Cavalry has finally started to spawning in and are running it down towards the mid lane to protect their last few inhibitors here. That was a huge blow for them, but at the very least, EVOS, they have the goal to start coming back into it.
Correct.
At this point, you are playing on situational items. Everybody has their natural core items. They are at maximum level. It doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And right now, EVOS SG, I feel like the only thing they can actually just do right now is just avoid these team fights, or especially just get away from Sync in this case, because he's he's literally too big for them to handle right now. They need to go for pickoffs. They need to try to pick off as many members as possible, try to even the odds and get more and assert more dominance as to get this control.
Yeah, speaking of asserting dominance here, Sync unfazed by what Soul can do. He is literally walking back and forth. He doesn't mind. He's got the health, and that's what EVOS can't seem to deal with right now. The amount of, even with true damage onto Sync, it feels like you're not really hurting him as much as you should.
I mean, let's be honest, like, who wants to be a dancing queen when you can ride on top of the back of a dragon, right?
That's a good point. That is a very good point.
But anyway, KTB doing his job, doing what he does best, constantly zoning around, giving information towards his team. And now Sync with the Oracle going to be regenerating even more. Oh my lord.
Yeah, this is now becoming a much more stale game here, as both sides at a point now they can't even consider item advantage to even be much of an advantage this time, because they all have full items. So there isn't much to be said, and they just have to maneuver these fights, making sure that they hit the most efficient ability here. Oh, wow.
My lord. He actually canceled it out.
Good cancel, but so far, it's a 2v3 situation, and right now, Jason is going to be down. Aeon finally getting his stun on the right targets, but he is under a lot of fire from Sync, who is just trampling on top of him here. KZP trying to pull them through, revitalize. No, they're going to lose this. They're going to lose this. Harrow's going to have to pump the Salmon Force to try and turn this around. They finally take out Sync this time around. JPL, the next to go, but that means 3 members die for an opportunity for Resurgence to try and take Luminous Lord away, and they realize it isn't worth it anymore.
No, this is really great. Now pick up not just the tanker, but majority of the members of Resurgence as well. They can actually not only get this, like you said, getting this Lord, or they can actually just try to assert even more dominance. A lot of minions is being pushed on towards the mid lane. The top is also being pushed down. Sadly, the bottom, because the minions will be more significantly better because since they lost the inhibitor. But that doesn't matter. All they need to do is get this Luminous Lord, and JPL is just doing just that. Try to zone as many members as much as possible. Or maybe they should just try to divert their attention, and instantly that's what they did. They changed their priorities. Lord's gonna be knocking it out. Sana trying to do as much damage as possible. LY4 instantly gets jumped on for the falling Salmon from Soul. Instantly gets surrounded, but he's still able to get the crit off and picked off Soul.
This is worth it. This was worth it. LY4 dying there, able to trade 1-for-1 and denying Lord is a huge win for RSG. That was a 2v3 situation. They shouldn't have technically won that at all, and you can see that Aeon, he had to go and clear the waves up on top side. So as long as they keep delaying this with an open inhibitor for the side of EVOS SG, the longer it takes, the more likely that they will have bigger creep waves moving in from that bottom side.
But they're going to be careful as well. LY4 is going to be coming out in exactly 20 seconds, and that's pretty much how long they can actually buy for themselves. Seeing thrown right into the mid as well, getting melted down instantly to revitalize. He's barely keeping it as well, but with the top for the corner dash, he's going to be able to get picked off. But we're talking about Jason here with the Darkening, instantly nukes down the majority of the members of EVOS SG, and now they're currently on the run. Pokemon gets popped up there. He still has the immortality, but he will eventually try to get away, and same goes for his teammate JPL.
Yeah, as long as Jason is alive, the team has a great opportunity, and especially with a secondary win condition, it becomes so much more difficult for EVOS to play this game because they're expecting Soul to survive all that damage. However, you can't necessarily itemize effectively, especially with the amount of high magic penetration coming in from...
No,
Went for the steal! Can he go for it? Can he get the steal? No! Retribution is going to come into play. Soul is on the run now, but he is going to be giving up his life for nothing this time round. Holy Crystal being bought by Jason. JPL just left to defend. All 4 members from EVOS SG gonna be coming back up. This is their final push coming in from RSG. Can EVOS SG defend?
Oh, this is going to be a really tough one as well. Since it's going to be the Luminous Lord sent towards the bot lane. Now this is going to be pressuring EVOS so hard as well, because remember, the Crystal is not really that healthy. I'm pretty sure it's just 1 or 2 hits from the Lord away from just befalling here away from this team in this first game. But remember, sadly, unfortunately, I know Sol, he was trying to be the big man here, tried to be the team player and try to steal the Lord, but stealing the Lord without the Retribution and without the following Starman is definitely a really hard take to go for.
Yep, now that Lord has been crashing in, Luminous Lord, but if any, he is going to be cutting through. The fight has begun. Aeon's now in trouble. Is he going to get stunned up? Yes, he does, but they're going straight for the Crystal. Woo! Good end game coming in from RSG, but this is only the first in this best of 3. EVOS have another opportunity to even out the score.
Oh, it's a really tough one for them as well, but either way, like, it's such a tough game since the RSG went with a lineup where they're just able to sustain so much damage. But either way, we're going to be passing to our amazing analysis, Lafel, to talk about this amazing game.
Thanks, LaFell.
Thanks, LaFell.
Oh, yeah, that was a great analysis.
No,
that was...
no, it's not about the analysis. It's about the looks, you know. We see him, we get hype, and now we're embraced with the knowledge for analysis for what happened in that first game.
I feel like I already know what he was trying to say just by looking at him. He was just kind of going like that, and I was just like, yeah, totally, that makes sense. Like, it all adds up.
I mean, definitely all adds up as well, man. Seriously, it's a.
I mean, even the BM side, you just saw them. They're like, you know, doing their own sort of analysis on it.
I mean, no. Technically, it's still LaFell. So let's get to the analysis, people. And now let's talk about what happened in that first game. Seriously, LaFell, the game was very intense, especially since they, like RSG, let's be honest, with the lineup which they went, a lot of sustain, a lot of tanks, a lot of peels.
Yep.
Then there's literally no way, like, I get it that what EVOS SG was trying to go for, try to close out towards that between that early game or mid game, that would get that dominance. But once Resurgence starts sticking and start grouping up, things got a little bit too difficult for them.
Well, LaFell, I personally think that overall Barat has to be one of the biggest problems that they had to face, because it wasn't really to the suppression that was annoying. Yes, it was annoying at the end of things, especially for Aeon, because he kept on getting targeted every single time because he has some of the most impactful abilities in the late stages. A constant stun that can go up to 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds you can lock somebody down, and it deals a decent amount of damage as well. So in that problem, they had to take him out. But he has so much health, so many items, that literally 4 people, after getting ejected into 4 people, all of which are damage dealers, couldn't take him out on their first rotation of spells.
Dude, honestly, in that top lane, that one fight where LY4 and Sana was not in that fight at all, I just saw like our dear friend Sing's HP just constantly going back and forth.
Right?
Like that healing is ridiculous.
It's just, if you don't kill somebody within the first rotation of your spells, it is a legitimate problem.
Yeah.
Like, even Harith had to pop down the Xamine Force. He spent the entire Xamine Force, and then he realized he's still not dead yet. Eudora had used all her spells. Esmeralda's still auto-attacking her. There wasn't enough burst to get rid of Sing. And that's what's really annoying me.
I mean, like, that's the thing, right? So the real question is, besides banning Barat, of course, like, was it the lineup composition that could have been changed coming from the side here of EVOS SG? Because there were other heroes that were still in the pool and still up for grabs.
I would agree, but I'm not sure if we would get the same type of performance like we saw just now here. And I think that's the biggest question for me, is like, would carry have made a difference? Personally, I'm thinking yes, but also there's a side of me that's like, kind of no, considering that even if Harith can't seem to get through him, and Esmeralda's auto attacks basically feel like nothing, and Alas Insanity, not exactly the best.
I mean, honestly, I was still really... But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough from us. Let's pass to the real LaFell. LaFell, take it away.
Hello, and thank you for our casters for giving me a little bit of more time because I voted for RSG to win and then suddenly EVOS won. So I was so shocked I could not say anything. I was completely speechless. I cannot. But yes, guys, semua orang yang kat rumah jangan lupa kita ada milestone, okay? Apa yang I baca tadi, kalau cukup 2 juta concurrent viewers, seorang akan mendapatkan kereta yang percuma. Jadi, kalau siapa yang nak kereta, pastikan ada 2 juta CCV. So, right now we will go to highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu. Kalau tengok apa yang terjadi dekat dalam game tadi, di sini kita akan pause and I akan bagi tahu macam mana boleh kena gang dekat sini. Okay, you guys tengok dia punya position kat sini. And macam mana team EVOS SG diorang tahu ialah awal-awal game dia menggunakan 2-2-1, 2 orang kat bawah, 2 orang dekat atas, okay? And bila dah nampak vision dekat area bawah ini, kemudian dia dah lama tak nampak, for a few seconds, 10-15 seconds yang diorang tak nampak. So, daripada team EVOS SG, diorang boleh assume yang dia start ambil buff dekat sini sebab ini lebih dekat. Kemudian, tak nampak dekat bahagian mid, kemudian tak nampak dekat bahagian bottom. So, boleh assume yang dia punya pergerakan ataupun dia punya rotation daripada buff ni, dia terus gerak ke buff sini. So, bila dah ada level 4 daripada Harif, diorang cakap, okay, kita orang boleh pergi kepada blue buff. Kalau ada Lunox, kalau ada Yisen Shin, either way kita orang boleh menang. Tahu yang diorang ada level disadvantage and kita boleh dapatkan fight dekat situ. So kita akan teruskan klip dekat sini and ni menunjukkan di mana EVOS SG mereka ada good idea on macam mana nak main game ni. And sini pun kita akan pause kejap di mana rasanya ramai orang perasan Barats, kenapa Barats boleh kalah lane lawan dengan Xborg. Very simple. Xborg dia punya fire missiles, dia bila dah cukup dia punya panas, dia punya damage akan jadi true damage. So earlier on, walaupun dapat stack, tapi Barats bila dia HP tinggi, bila dia punya armor tinggi, magic resist tinggi, still useless bila lawan dengan true damage. But the thing is, over in the game, kita boleh nampak yang Barats dah boleh start sustain lebih lama just because, yes, it's true damage. Tapi Barats dia boleh increase dia punya HP lebih tinggi. Kalau lawan dengan marksman yang guna Diamante Sword, maybe boleh bunuh Barats dengan jauh lebih cepat. But the thing is, just the early game sampai ke mid game, Pokemon boleh buat banyak damage kepada Sync. Sampai, in my opinion, maybe a little better kalau dia buat Blade of Despair. So we will continue this team fight over here. EVOS SG, because they have 2 mages, they have the early as well as the mid game advantage. But just like what our Malekasa said, Ikuto, where Resurgence, they have a lot of late game potential. They have a marksman, they have a Yisen Shin, they have Lunox. And Lunox honestly is still pretty strong in the late game just because the more cooldown that you have, the more burst damage, or I would say the more penetration that you have as well. And because she doesn't accept the blue buff, she will most probably build a lot of cooldown items. And over here we can see that Resurgence, the thing that I like, even though they were down in kills, because we can pause over here as well, where okay, it doesn't matter. Pause as well. Where throughout the team fight, you guys can see that the goal difference never really changed that much. Even though the kills over at EVOS SG is just a lot, but over at Resurgence, it doesn't matter. They still managed to keep the gold. It doesn't get to a crazy amount, like 2,000, 3,000 gold difference, right? And it's because they know how to farm and they know how to split push, try to get different advantages on the map. But later on in the game, bila Barats dah jadi sangat-sangat keras, Lunox pun dah boleh keluarkan damage yang tinggi and also LY4 punya Yisen Shin. Dia dapat jaga dia punya positioning dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Dia kite ke belakang, keluarkan damage bila-bila perlu, menunjukkan yang dia memang experience hyper carry ataupun core player di mana dia tahu I can go in and I can keluarkan damage. As well as kalau I stay jarak yang ni, diorang tak boleh keluarkan damage yang banyak dekat aku. Dekat sini LY4, HP solo tapi dia untuk dapatkan the last hit, dapatkan double kill, menunjukkan that LY4 he still got it. In the team fight situation, dia still sangat-sangat kuat. EVOS SG at this point, diorang punya choke point, diorang tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa sangat disebabkan diorang, yes, diorang ada banyak AoE damage. But it's not strong enough untuk jatuhkan Barats. And Sana, dia menggunakan tamus, kita tak nak lupakan dia juga. Dia banyak kali pergi ke depan, put a lot of pressure dekat diorang punya front line, forcing them pergi ke arah ke belakang, bagi banyak space kepada LY4 dengan Jason untuk keluarkan damage diorang. So, RSG, earlier on, diorang kalah dengan EVOS because EVOS match up yang bagus lawan dengan Barat. Xbox lawan dengan Barat, Xbox Pokemon dapat bully dia awal-awal. And then diorang tahu pergerakan jungler diorang iaitu LY4, so dia cakap okay, we can go here, we can get a gang, kita boleh dapat advantage. And then Harif, level 4 advantage, Calamity, Reaper, Power Spike, it's all good, it's all great. Tapi sampai situ sahaja. bila dah start masuk kepada late game, ikut draft pun kita boleh nampak Resurgence diorang menang. EVOS SG, kalau mereka ada banyak lagi crowd control, maybe there's more that they can do, and maybe juga kalau Pokemon dia siapkan damaging items, gantikan dia punya Ice Cream Wand kepada Blade of Despair, maybe a little bit better because dia boleh keluarkan banyak damage pada bahagian mid game juga. Now, looking at itemization Pokemon, kita boleh nampak dia siapkan Immortality dahulu, kemudian Bloodless Axe, and then he finishes off with his Ice Queen Wand to make sure that whoever gets hit by the fire missiles, they will get slowed. I kind of prefer if he just goes on damage in this part of the game because he has a lot of advantage. He barely died, he had a lot of kills, he had a lot of assists. So just focus on the Blade of Despair, try to make sure that the mid game they continue to win. Make sure that they just keep on winning and snowball their lead, and then maybe they can take control of the jungle as lanes to make sure that they can continually win the game, just like what TODAK did in the first game against RED Reborn. So I kind of disagree for them to use the Ice King 1 at this point of the time. Maybe better just focus all out on the damage. And RSG, we can see LY4, crazy damage. He even sold his boots at the end of the game. He only had one defensive item, which is the Athena Shield. The rest is all damage items. Blade of Despair, Wind Talker, Demon Sword, Endless Battle, and it just go crazy because everyone knows that marksmen are the kings of late games. So it was a very big missed opportunity for EVOS that they won the early and mid, that they didn't close it out at that time. But anyways, these are the itemizations between both teams. Let's look at the post-game stats to see the damage numbers from both of them as well. Looking at the gold, not much to touch on there. 8 towers from RSG, 4 tower untuk EVOS SG, and RSG needed 2 lords to end the game. The rich guy, of course, will be given to LY4. No one will farm more than him. 649 gold per minute. The carry Pokemon sebenarnya yang keluarkan damage paling tinggi dengan 132,000 damage. Sandbag, KZP, 224,000 damage received or absorbed. Forgotten One, Sana dengan 16 assist. Agak Forgotten One. Kita tak nampak dia buat banyak kill. Dia duduk kat front line semua 100%. RSG, the damage numbers. Memangnya paling tinggi akan diberikan pada Yisun Shin, 95,000 damage, almost 100,000. Kemudian dekat belakang dia adalah Lunos dengan 86,000. 60,000-ish untuk dua-dua offlaners, Baras dan juga Tamus. Untuk side EVOS SG, damage paling tinggi adalah X-Borg. Tetapi tak jauh daripada X-Borg adalah Harif dengan 117 damage. So, dua-dua ni, kita boleh nampak that the damage is very high. Tetapi, still tak boleh nak close the game out because diorang tak boleh nak keluarkan damage kepada Yisun Shin, which is the late game carry. Kalau diorang dapat bunuh Yisun Shin, I rasa diorang ada better chance to win the game. 6,000 damage untuk Eudora, and unfortunately, dekat dalam game ni, Esmeralda tak boleh buat banyak because dekat front line, Team RG is just way too strong dengan 64,000 damage saja yang boleh dikeluarkan. So, that is the post-game stats for both of these teams. Lepas ni, kita akan tengok MVP, which honestly, MVP ni I rasa boleh pergi kepada sesiapa. Jason played well, Sync yang menggunakan Baras also played really well, and of course, LY4. Resurgence, bila kita boleh debate pasal siapa dapat MVP, it just shows that collectively as a team, diorang main dengan jauh lebih bagus. But again, this is the first game. But now, we're gonna look at the MVP of the game. I'm gonna slim down a bit. And we can see that LY4 managing to get the MVP, 10-3-5. Very nice kitty, 24% team goal earned, 3,972 damage per minute, almost 4,000. Could be one of the highest damage per minute of the season, of the playoffs, but hey, this is just the first day. We can see the itemization, full on damage, no need boots, who needs movement speed when you have Wind Talker to give your movement speed. Blade of Despair, Endless Battle, Demon Sword as well. Kalau nak sustain lebih sikit in terms of magic damage, they have the Athena Shield, but that's just because dekat bahagian EVOS SG banyak sangat magic damage. So yeah, just pick Athena Shield instead of buat Queen's Wings because it's just focused more on making sure that you don't die from magic damage. But hey, that's it for the MVP. Guys, jangan lupa milestone goals. Bila kita hit 3 juta viewers, kita akan dapat kereta. Semua orang akan dapat kereta. So, macam mana pun, we will pass it back to our casters, to our host in the quickie. So guys, make sure you guys can receive. I'm gonna give it away.
Thank you so much, LaFell, for such a very in-depth analysis of both of that games. Because let's be honest, in that game, a lot of things happened.
Yeah.
A lot of things happening. Like, for some people, like, seriously, if you guys are watching the game and just think like, oh, you know, they're just clashing, they're going back and forth, more positioning-wise. It's like, no, everything's calculated. Everything was, you can definitely tell, very clean communication coming from both sides of this team here. Once it's defended LY4, EVOS says all dives onto LY4. There's like both physical games and mind warfare happening inside this game, and I think that's absolutely insane.
I think so as well. I think it was a pretty chaotic. It looked pretty chaotic, especially when the fights. Yeah, it's very hard to keep up with what's going on because there's so many abilities kind of just being thrown at each other. So at a certain point, all you're going to be seeing, especially if I was one of the players, is just like lights flashing and then just portraits where I'm like trying to hopefully land my abilities.
I mean, that's the beauty about Barad, right? You don't have to worry because all you have to do is just look down, see your HP bar, and be like, okay, I'm still alive.
I guess that, yeah.
I think that's the like Raphael said as well. Besides the fact that not LY5. I don't know why I started thinking about LY4. RSG's lineup has a better late game, right? No, it's just more of the fact that not besides the late game potential, it's the fact that they can just entirely sustain the amount of damage going to be output compared to the side here of EVOS SG, because let's be honest, they have a Harry, they have an Export, they have a Eudora, but it can only go so far when remember they're all magic skills, right?
Yeah.
So once those skills goes on cooldown, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. That's all they can do here.
Well, I mean, the scaling has definitely been changed for a lot of these situations, and itemization is becoming, easier.
Right.
It becomes a little bit more difficult to itemize, especially when you're up against a team that doesn't necessarily have the greatest of physical damage.
Right.
Because EVOS SG, they had either true damage or magic damage. True damage, you can't really defend against that, so it's like whatever. So at that point, it's just how many magic defense items, magic resist items could you stack on yourself to protect yourself from Eudora, making sure you don't die at Harith, more importantly.
Yeah.
Esmeralda, who also kind of does true damage on top of the fact that she does magic damage as well. So it's like, it's easy to itemize against EVOS' composition, even though, yes, it was a pretty nasty composition the moment they start getting, the holy crystals, they start bringing out the glaives as well, and it's like,
Yeah, but sadly they weren't able to close on that mid game, which was pretty much the last opening, the last bastion which they had for themselves before the game gets a little bit out of their hands here.
Well, I will make the argument that Resurgence was very dependent on making sure that either Jason or LY4 would survive the entirety of the fight. Because that was basically the crux of the composition. If they lost those two, they basically don't have to necessarily fight the waves at all. Like, you don't really want to fight against Barad in most situations, and they did, and that was kind of what was irking me here.
Yeah, but then again, we're talking about like, if we're comparing between both lineups, we're talking about like 5 cores on the side here of RSG. Like, everyone is a threat here. Like, okay, like, let's be honest. Like, normally,
Baxia was a threat. I felt like it was.
Sorry. Let me cut it down. 4.
Oh, okay.
4, not 5. 4. Okay. Baxia was annoying. KGB was annoying. Giving vision, that's alright.
Okay.
But 4, we got Barat, sustaining, doing insane amount of damage. Thamos, I wouldn't say as insane compared to the Barat, but still there to melt down any squishy heroes and control like Harvard as well with the Cyclone Molten Sights. And then we have Jason, hands down, I don't even need to say anything about it with the Lunox. The game to end up bursting everyone else. And LY4, also nothing else to be said about that.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just, what can you really do? It's you hit that point in the late game where you can't necessarily win unless you're taking out the carries first, and that I think that's how the late game was basically going for the majority part of the game. And it's just that Barat just kept getting into the way, and I don't know why exactly. How exactly they were doing it, but I guess the timing of certain things, like for an example, Jawhead either has 2 options: either shove the Barat away as far away as possible and put him out of position so that he can take out, because Aeon's problem was the fact that he kept getting disrupted. He couldn't get into range of the big 2 that he needed to take out. He just needed to stun them one time, and I think the fight would have been over.
No, it's really difficult. No, okay, I wouldn't say difficult for him. It's relatively easy for him with the Unstoppable Force, but remember, he's going in alone. You know, that kind of thing. His team is not going to be able to back him up, even if he was able to get on top of LY4. Remember, LY4 still can dash away, but he cannot escape from the Unstoppable Force targeting. But he's still going to be very far from the team, and that's pretty much when Aeon just tells himself, like, I'm not going to just dive alone. I need to be able to, even if I want to dive, I need to ensure that my team is there to at least follow up with me. Because if If not, there's no point in it.
Yeah, I guess in that sense. It's honestly, like, if we could really do like a in-depth VOD breakdown of it, that would be really, really nice. But honestly, that game alone, ooh, it's intense. But what are you expecting for, like, you know, games, the upcoming game, especially for EVOS side? Are they going to be looking to redraft themselves, or was the draft absolutely fine? It's just that the game plan didn't go exactly how they wanted it to.
I think it's probably just didn't exactly go how they really want to do as well, because Resurgence just really totally understand the fact that, like, we're better late game. We just need to turn it out. We can lose 1 or 2 members. That's pretty much why we saw the kill score, right? 3-11. 3-11. That's like not to say, like, of course it didn't do anything to the goal lead. It's pretty much very even out.
Yeah.
But the fact that Resurgence just noticed the fact, like, all right, they're picking us off 1 by 1 with this jawhead pickup, with this constantly catching us off. Let's just leave 1 member. If you get caught, then you get caught. As long as LY4 and Jason, the rest of the team farms up, pretty much farm. You see the rest of the team, they're not really like grouping up too much. They're always ensuring like we're farming, we're jungling, we're getting objectives, we're always securing, or at least even if we were to start a fight, we ensure at least 1 lane is being pushed in. You know, that kind of thing. There's always like there's always a trade. But it's really tough to say in the end, like.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was a tough trade to be there, but I'd say, like, if they played this game again, I think you could get potentially different results. I can't necessarily say that it was as clear-cut as most people are probably thinking about it, because there's just so many factors that come into play.
And even the best part about it is that even if EVOS like totally dominated the early game, not necessarily they will be able to close things out here.
I think they would have if they totally dominated the early game.
Okay, maybe not like insanely dominated.
Okay. How much of a domination? 5k goal lead? 6k goal lead?
5k, yes.
5k would have been enough, yeah. Because, I mean, Resurgence was doing that much with just 5k alone. So I think it goes either or. And I think, you know, the situation at the time, all right, sure, they got put in it. They got to forget about it as they move on into Game 2. Yeah. I think that they might want to consider changing up the draft, mainly just getting rid of Barat and forcing out either Yusong or even a Kali, because those are a lot more manageable in comparison to something that just, I'm not really juking anything. I'm kind of just, like, absorbing it all.
No, that's the thing, like, we just need to figure out like what was the priorities here. I guess in this case, in this game in particular, this first game, EVOS didn't seem like to come to the game with a priority, like, okay, we need to have this pick on it. They came to a game with a composition which they thought we could try to close things out, but just forgot about the existence of the fact that, alright, there's a lot of sustain, there's a lot of late game, there's a lot of scaling heroes on the side here of RSG.
Yeah. I mean, I can't argue that. It really was a lot. But then comes the question, like, the relevancy of JPL's Jawhead, because it really starts to fall off the moment, like, oh, we hit the late game, I'm just a CC bot and I'm looking to just tank as much damage as I possibly can, but you can't necessarily do that either because of the itemization coming in from RSG. So I personally think that the moment you do pick Jawhead, your objective is to be oppressive and look to play for picks and win the game prior to that late game status. Because if not, Jawhead isn't going to be able to help you, unlike a Selena who still can one-shot you as long as you get hit by the arrow or step on a trap.
Oh yes, that's actually really painful too. So in other words, we're both concluding that the fact that the drafting could have been better, or?
I'm concluding that given the different circumstance, somebody else might have won that game. However, for this upcoming one, I do think they're going to change up the draft for the side of EVOS in particular.
But, I mean, of course, we both can agree that they need to first ban Barat, regardless of who.
I mean, if you're on red side, you just have to. Yeah. It's a given. No one is ever going to let that through, and I think this is a good example of why.
You never know mind games, right? It's just suddenly like...
It's like, mind games what? You're going to give me the detonation button and the nuke at the same time, and you're just expecting me not to use it to dominate my enemies? Of course I'm going to use it.
I mean, yeah, but you never know. It's like, you'll be start questioning yourself, like, why did he give me? You know, why would he give us this hero? You know, that kind of thing, and then you put it in mind. Remember, EVOS SG has been very calculated on certain scenarios.
I mean, they've got to have like a very clear counter to it. And because their strategy just now, yeah, they played some great strategy, but at the end of the day, you know, strategy goes out of the window if you get to that, if you can't end the game before that mark that you set for yourself. And in this case, that was supposed to be the 12-minute mark, and they completely missed that.
Yeah, but oh man, there was just so many factors that why they couldn't close out either.
I mean, I'm not like bashing it. I'm saying, oh, they absolutely couldn't hit their goals. I mean, RSG played a very defensive game until that point, and that's when it got a little 50-50 all the way through, but it's something that you have to consider. But now, it's time. Let's jump into the draft.
Definitely for sure. Draft day is going to be really great, and I'm really excited to see how well both these teams are going to be going into the mix here. And this time, EVOS SG will be on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban, and instantly starting things off, they'll ban on the Natalia, and Resurgence was on the red side, instantly gets rid of the Barrage.
It's like, let's get this out of the way. We both don't want to see this, so I'm gonna do you a favor.
I mean, definitely for sure. And the best part about it as well, like, I just remembered as well during that first game that one of the reasons why they went for the Farsa ban is not because of the clearing and everything, but the fact that Jason literally plays an amazing Farsa. Like, throughout the regular season, probably one of his top picks as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny that, absolutely. And you know, EVOS, I think it kills two birds with one stone. Farsa is just great overall. We've seen it in many different MPLs, and it has absolutely dominated games with the amount of oppression and the amount of range that it gets. The disengage from it is absolutely phenomenal. It's such a good pick. Get rid of it. Just it's got to go. No, and but Jason is proficient at it, so even more reason to.
Yeah, I know, but here comes the real question: Do you hate Farsa as much as you hate the Barrage?
I would say it's pretty equal, but it's only because EVOS is on blue side, they can't double pick into it. Like, Farsa isn't one of those things that you're going to be looking to first pick when you have Bara on the table, when you have like arguably even Harith on the table as well to ensure scaling, and Khalid. So that's why it's more powerful on the red side of the red side of the draft. EVOS starting it off with JPL's Jawhead.
It's going to be really great stuff as well as JPL. Not to say he wasn't really a great initiator. He actually pulled off a couple of amazing ejector, by the way, during an early game stage. But in this case, right now what EVOS actually says they're going to go with the Jawhead, they need to pick another hero that's able to follow up with that kind of aggression, another playmaking hero or another engaging one. If I'm not, I wouldn't be surprised if Soul actually picks up his own personal show here.
That is a possibility. Oh, wait a minute. It looks like they're putting in Fossa this time around.
Actually, it's going to be swapped out. I love the fact that they're playing, not to say playing around, it's more like playing around their plays and giving a little bit of break. Or maybe in this case, LY4 is literally going to lie down his bed.
I need to get my buff inactive. Hold on. let me just tuck myself in. That's when the buff really sets in.
It's like the semi-buff, the semi-bit buff is like, it ran out, right? It's like,
it's not enough.
No, the effect ran out. I need to go recharge again. Tell me if there's a game 3.
But I do hope that he's absolutely all right. We may be joking about him going to his bed, but I do hope that he's actually all right, not facing like an emergency or anything.
I know, definitely for sure. I mean, definitely LY4. I hope you're drinking a lot of water here. But then again, this opens things up for them as they were able to lock up both Esmeralda and Urina. Both heroes really annoying to deal with here. But remember, with Forza inside the game as well, remember, Forza doesn't necessarily have to play marksman, or he plays a mean assassin too. So the fact that EVO's going to be locking down the Yisushin, they also need to take into account as well that the fact that the potential link could be picked up on the side here of Resurgence. Yeah,
but now, I mean, just look at the kind of the shift in tempo in terms, not even shift in tempo, but the shift of personalities coming in from both EVOS and Resurgence, where Resurgence looking to kind of play the slower game in comparison to EVOS, who are taking away the picks. The LY4, initially, you know, LY4's a Yishin Shin is completely off the table. They also took the Lunox's wave, forcing Resurgence to play a different style of game.
I mean, definitely for sure. And now Jason bringing in his Chang'e, definitely a hero which we never miss seeing. But now we're entering the second ban phase here. What do they want to get rid of? Instantly getting one of the strongest side laners and getting rid of the Khalid. I'm looking on the side here of EVOS SG here. They're not to say they're lacking mage, they already have the Lunox. Wouldn't be surprised if they want to bring up a double one. But right now in this case, they need someone to follow up with them or prepare themselves to counter against a potential assassin pickup here. Yes, Resurgence can still go for a marksman, but what is up to them or not, we'll have to see for their next first pick.
Yep, they get rid of Alice for the side of Resurgence, and on EVOS' side, they decide to get rid of Boxia. Kind of interesting, because Alice, we've seen her a couple of times, and yes, there have been changes. However, against a composition like this, it would sort of make sense. It's relatively squishy from the side of EVOS SG. Resurgence, they've shown up two people who naturally are going to be a lot tankier than your average hero. EVOS, they ban out the Ling, finally the Ruby is going to be locked in.
Oh man, I was about to say like they could have used a really great Ruby on their side here as well. But then again, Cho is still open into the pool if they really want to opt for it. But there is the existence of both Chang'e and Ruby that will literally punish the Cho as well. Or even the Joy in this case if they really want to get and try to catch any of their backlines here.
I mean, it's kind of annoying, of course, but what can you really do about it at this point? Do they want to even consider getting a tank? Yeah, no, they go for the Thomas and as well as the Valier. They are just going all out damage. They're expecting Resurgence to be the ones making the move, and EVOS, they just have to play their own game.
Now the real question is this, does Forza want to go for his assassin or does he want to go for the marksman here?
What assassins do you have access to? Hayabusa, Lancelot,
Helcurt? No, right?
Helcurt is doable. It's just kind of awkward if you play Helcurt.
It's just weird, right?
Yeah, it's difficult because Lunox is difficult to catch. The moment she goes into Brilliance, you can't do anything. Valier, you really have to catch Valier off guard, get the silence first, and maybe you can one-shot him. If not, he's just going to push you away. Thamos, a huge no-no. You don't want to go into that matchup. Even the Jawhead, arguably, you don't want to get ejected away. So I don't know. I would say Lancelot more than anything else. Oh, no! They're saying no. They're dedicating all their resources into the Chang'e as well as the Esmeralda.
So it's going to be, it's going to be a core. I mean, it's definitely going to be a core Esmeralda, but like literally, Forza will be playing the Esmeralda, and let's be honest, KTB with the Tigreal, that blue buff is not going to have fun.
Yeah,
not gonna have fun.
I'm not entirely sure how they're going to deal with this, but my guess is that they're going to have either JPL take Smart Missiles first instead of Ejector.
I mean, there's a lot of options they can go for here, right? They can either try to go for the counterplay here, or just pretty much just like use Ejector, just toss Tigreal away, and hopefully they can just shred that blue without the assist of the Smart Missile before Tigreal or KZP can come and push it away with the Sacred Hammer. We'll just have to see, I guess.
Yeah, no, because the timing is important. The timing of when they use their abilities is super, super important, and which buff and which side of the map they start on, and which buff they want to take. So I guess it's a bit of a gamble on both sides to either defend themselves or kind of delay time. But we're going into game. It's game 2 between RSG versus EVOS SG.
Woo, man, this is going to be a really exciting fight as well, because this fight will dictate whether RSG will close this game with 2-0 or EVOS making that beautiful comeback here, trying to go towards game number 3. And hopefully LY4 will be fully equipped with that bit buff he's looking for.
Yeah, but you can see EVOS is playing 1-3-1 as of right now, playing it slow, not looking to do any of their buffs in fear that they will get,
pushed away.
So it's better to get your members up to level 2 at the very least, because look at KZP. He's just chilling there and he can't really do anything. He's not giving off any pressure for his team. And since they started the buffs late, really smart idea, but look at Forza getting absolutely destroyed there by Soul. Even with the help of Sana, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Now here got the rotation coming for the rest of the team as well. We see the rest of EVOS actually getting ready to jump on top of them should the opportunity does arise. And most importantly, I love the fact that EVOS actually already read the moment and the fact that, alright, KZP with Tigreal, we know his playstyle, we know his habits. Let's not do the boss. Let's just go and get that first wave. That's going to be forcing KZP to be delayed in hitting that level 2 here compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and KZP is trying to just line this up so they can get a good push onto Pokemon, but JPL decides to come back in. Somebody's going to get ejected here, and it looks like it's going to be nobody.
but then again, Forza will be able to steal the runaway.
No! Not like this.
Oh man, it is like this, my friend. And JPL ejected KZP, but he's gotta be careful because he doesn't want to be pulled all the way back. But still, at the same time, really well played coming for stealing that red buff away. That really slowed things down here.
Yeah, I mean, Soul is doing a really good job. Even though he did start off level 1 pretty roughly in a 2v1 situation, he managed to get a kill back for himself and deny a red buff. So I think it's just wins all around.
Definitely for sure. By the way, Singh gonna be a little bit careful there. Quite the amount of pressure that Pokemon's currently throwing at him, and instantly, casually as well, gonna be slaying him away. But not to say the same for towards his blue buff on the side here. Resurgence, blue side as well. Forza's going to be able to secure it with the Retribution, but that is going to be forcing the rest of the team to fall back.
Yeah, once again, Teams, it's not looking too good for Resurgence here. EVOS have a demanding lead so early on into this game. Resurgence, can they catch up from this? Because it only took 5k for Resurgence to beat EVOS in pretty much every single one of these team fights, even though they were difficult. However, I don't know if the same would apply this early on into the game.
Ooh, but anyway, JB going to be able to toss KTB all the way to the back line. He still has Sacred Hammer, so he's going to be able to back away. Aeon applying a lot of pressure and harass with his Fireball and Searing Torrent. Soul, on the other hand, was able to force Thunder to go all the way back. Remember, this is Thanos, one of the best side laners as well. You cannot underestimate this hero.
Yeah, once again, Turtle will be going over to EVOS SG side as they keep control over the top side and the river. However, looking down onto the bottom, RSG looking to get some moves onto Pokemon here. It's kind of tough with the Darkening. He's walked up way too far. Aeon trying to get in between them, misses both fireballs this time. Unstoppable Force. Fossa gets pushed backwards. Searing Torrent for the win. Doesn't connect as well. Brilliance coming on through once again from Pokemon, getting a double kill off of that. PZP looking with the implosion, but it ain't gonna be enough.
Oh man, that was really close as well. It was a good implosion as well, but sadly there was no follow-up for it, and Aeon leaving that fight with a lot of satisfaction, drops down his own personal emotes, and just to try to mind game the enemy.
Oh, what a good fight that was. Just overall. And now Soul, he has complete control over this top side of the map because of what Resurgence, how many resources they dedicated down on bot side. They continue with the Mountain Chakra as well. Oh my god! Oh my goodness, he is just gone. Where did Uranus go?
Oh man, he went back to space, bro. Come on, he went back to his own planet, Uranus.
He completely destroyed Uranus there. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that kind of damage.
Oh man, but then again, it is a Lunox, so it's a lot of damage. But anyway, Aeon getting ready to re-assist to go towards his team, because bringing out this mid-tier 1 tower will open up the map and allow EVOS SG to really assert even more dominance towards the side here of Resurgence here.
Yep. Once again, things have kind of slowed down, and you know, Soul is having the time of his life. Sync cannot deal with this. Soul is too strong, and he has red buff as well. So I don't know how he's going to survive this. He's even popped his consecration in hopes that he gets away. He's still regenerating. Soul can still leap on him. Once he gets the molten sights, he wins. And yeah, that's going to be the solo kill. Looking onto the other side of the map, Resurgence once again getting pushed back in their own jungle. EVOS is just such a threat right now.
As long as EVOS SG already increase and continue asserting this dominance, and EVOS SG might just be able to turn things around, because they're currently in the lead by about 8,000 gold here.
Yep, JPL going pretty deep into the backside here. RSG continuing to just hover around between their tier 1 and tier 2 turrets, but they are losing on the other aspects of the map. The gold, not in their favor. Turtles, can't even think about touching them.
Definitely for sure, and I believe this is going to be their second turtles that's going to be secure on the side of EVOS SG. Towers, 3 in their favor too, and JPL casually just waiting. He's just waiting for a beautiful opportunity as well. He has a flicker too, but he wants to ensure that flicker is going to be committed for the very right moment as well. But thank God Jason is playing the chunk inside this game, really slowed things down for EVOS SG, as he was able to clear out the Meteor's wave with the Meteor Shower from a safe distance.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's a really good observation, because I completely forgot about that. Well, the rest of the team is looking to push on. Oh wait, hold on. Top side, RSG once again. Fossa being taken out. He is just struggling to find his footing in this game.
Oh man, but either way, Sana still in the game. He's also a really great initiator, by the way, but it's just really hard for him to initiate onto the fact that his team doesn't really have enough damage or even sustain to deal with all the damage that's coming out from EVOS SG, who is not only level advantage but items as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, because now they're gonna get greedy with this. Once you hit AK, you can see the glowing wands, immortalities coming out of JPL and Aeon itself. Rest of EVOS are just waiting, buying time until they take all the neutral objectives. They know they're ahead, and they know for a fact Resurgence ain't gonna walk up. No, not again. Oh, looks like he made it out this time. Meteor Shower coming through to clear the way, but that Mountain Chakra is so painful.
Oh man, but honestly, this is the first time I see Lunox just constantly forcing a Uranus out of the lane multiple times. This is really, really shocking to me. But then again, I feel happy because I never liked Uranus. I know you're happy about this too.
Yeah, somewhat. Somewhat. I can't say I am the happiest of all time, but I can definitely say I'm just kind of happy.
By the way, JPL is going to be able to give quite a amount of information towards his team. Don't forget, with the Mountain Shocker as well, EVOS SG pretty much have all the Vision Warfare in their hand and currently in the lead with it as well. Now all that's left is just a beautiful initiation. Singh going to be tossed all the way back, but he has his Transcendent Ward, but the Syrian Thomas is going to keep him in his place for a couple of seconds. But with the Consecration, he's going to be able to regen back really quickly.
Yeah, he's not too entirely worried about this. Potato has been happily farming. Happy Camper just farming all the way. He's level 13 to literally nobody else who can contest him. Arguably Soul, but even then, he's still 2 levels ahead of him.
He's too far behind, but once again, the lead gets even more bigger as well as the Unstoppable Force followed by the Ejector is going to be allowing Soul to easily get his killing spree as he melts down Sana. And now all that's left is just 2 members currently in the mid lane trying to defend this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, these 2 last members coming in from RSG don't stand a chance. They're getting completely zoned out from their tier 2. They need to buy some time, and that's where Singh comes in. He's down on the bottom side. He knows for a fact he could die, and used the Consecration kind of early there, but he didn't get punished for it, so that's fine. Pokemon, as well as Ishin also trying to turn to get this free kill onto Singh.
Here comes Singh, gets surrounded by Pokemon right next to his wall. He's going to hold out as long as possible. Pops down the Transcendent Ward, but not good enough in the face of Potato with those crits.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation. Oh, Falling Star Moon comes in. Can they get the implosion? They get the initial knockup, and there's the implosion, but he is still sustaining through all 3 members. His ultimate is just spell vamping all of them.
Oh man, the Festival of Blood really making quick word about it as well. So, but just love the fact that he actually just sustained that 1v3 and able to pick out 1 member out of it. That's absolutely crazy. And the best part about it, it was Jason, and Jason was needed to clear all these minion waves. So there's no way for Resurgence to literally defend from the onslaught or even the aggression coming out from EVOS SG currently.
Yeah. This is not looking the greatest of situations, but RSG once again, Pokemon, he's in trouble, but he's able to get some of that Brilliance up to get the heal, as well as the Darkness. He quickly pops that Brilliance just in time. What a fight, and what a statement they are trying to make here for the side of EVOS SG. They still have a couple of minions, and that is going to be Game 2. What a absolute banger of a game.
Dude, that was... Everyone's happy, everyone's high-fiving, literally calling each other out, saying like, great job guys, we did a really great job. But either way, we're going to be passing to our analysis. LaFell to tell us exactly what happened.
Oh boy, okay, langsung tak mati. That's pretty good, it's pretty good, it's pretty clean. And untuk semua orang yang tengok Malay punya cast, korang mungkin akan sedikit confused. Sebab kadang-kadang nampak muka saya dekat casting table, I tahu mungkin ramai orang confused, tapi itu sebenarnya bukan saya. That's actually not me, and I can understand the confusion because suara kita orang lebih kurang sama, but seriously, it's not me. So bila diorang cakap 2-1, it's not me. Diorang yang cakap. So you have them to blame, not me. Anyways, kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu to see what really happened in the game. And overall dekat sini, all I can say is that EVOS SG, they won every lane. Soul punya lane, dorang menang. Pokemon punya lane, dorang menang. And the thing is, Resurgence, they took the fights that they did not have to take, right? Like, for example, KZP, he wasted so much time waiting in the bush, trying to see what EVOS SG want to do when he didn't help his own team. So, it's more or less Resurgence, they misplayed a lot of things that they wanted to do, and they're like, okay, I kalau pergi ke depan, I mungkin boleh menang ni. As we can see, Singh berapa kali cuba nak 1v2, and it didn't really work out. Disebabkan Lunox, she is really strong. I tak tahu kalau sesiapa lupa, tapi Lunox sebenarnya sangat-sangat kuat. Especially once dia dah hit level 4, dia punya Darkening, it costs a lot of damage. Apa-apa cooldown yang you letak on Lunox, dia akan tukar menjadi penetration. That's strong enough already. Lepas tu bila dah ada Necklace of Durance, apa lagi yang Ruiners boleh buat? And dekat bahagian top lane, 1v2, Soul menang. So, I would say that EVOS SG, mechanically, they stepped up, okay? Atas menang, tengah menang, bawah menang, semua menang. So it's just a basic, it's just a basic example of what will happen kalau you draft semua lane you kalah. Kita tengok itemization. And apa yang kita kena tengok? 19-0. And look at the effect of that is kita tengok JPL selaku tank 007, dia sempat siapkan Athena Shield. Okay, 1 item. In comparison, kita tengok KZP pun dapat siapkan 1 item. Now kita tengok Potato, 2 item, Blade of Despair dan juga Endless Battle. Over Forza boleh dikatakan sebagai their carry, right? Hanya 1 item saja dia siapkan dia punya Calamity Reaper. And kalau nak kirakan dia punya jungle item sebagai item, Potato pun dah siapkan dia punya jungle item. Pokemon dah siapkan 3 item. And overall, kita tengok Jason only siapkan dia punya glowing one. This is the disparity. How can you come back when you punya items is very low and when you punya level pun very low? And this is a situation where EVOS SG is seriously flexing on RSG. EVOS SG, RSG, oh, so many SG. Anyways, EVOS beat RSG. Simple fact, they won every single lane. Soul conquered his lane. Pokemon conquered his lane. And Potato, atas, bawah, everywhere team fight dia akan ada. So that is it for the itemization. We will look at the post-game stats untuk nampak the damage yang dikeluarkan oleh kedua-dua team dekat sini. Goal difference, wow. KDA 19-0-29, RSG 0-19-0 goal. 34,000, RSG 18,000. 9 tower, tak wujud pun 19 tower. 9 tower untuk EVOS and 0 untuk RSG, and of course no Lord was involved in this game. Rich Guy akan diberikan kepada Potato 917 gold per minute. The carry Pokemon 50,000 damage. Sandbag Sing terima paling banyak damage dengan 79,000 damage yang dia absorb. Forgotten One JPL dengan 7 assist sahaja. Tengok damage numbers RSG, tak ada seorang pun lebih 20,000. Yang paling tinggi adalah Esmeralda dengan 16,000. Now kita tengok dekat bahagian EVOS SG. 50,000 untuk Lunox, 40,000 untuk Yi Senshin, and 30,000 untuk kita punya Tamus. Very big damage difference dekat sini. Valer as the mid support-ish kind of hero 17,000 sahaja, tapi lebih tinggi daripada Esmeralda yang 16,000. So overall dekat sini, EVOS, the first game, diorang baca map dengan bagus, but the draft did not really help them out. RSG, kind of in the same situation where dekat dalam game ni, the draft was really all over the place. They look really strong kalau dalam team fight situation. Tapi untuk team fight tu be effective, diorang kena menang diorang punya lane, dapatkan sedikit berapa objektif, kemudian diorang boleh scale into the team fight phase of the game. If you don't even masuk the team fight punya phase, then it's going to be very difficult. So sekarang kita akan tengok MVP of the game, which I rasa can go to anyone dekat bahagian EVOS SG. Tapi nampak agaknya Pokemon with Lunox. 22% team goal earned and 5,026 damage per minute. Antara the highest damage per minute yang boleh dikeluarkan. And it happened here dekat playoff. 507 match KDA because no one from EVOS SG died in that game. Itemization, dia siapkan dia punya Clock of Destiny, tetapi dia tak kombokan dengan Lightning Transsion. Dia nak go terus kepada penetration dengan Divine Glyph and of course Nicholas Endurance untuk pastikan tak ada sesiapa yang boleh heal. So even as a damager, dia still ada the discipline untuk cakap, I need to make sure tak ada sesiapa boleh heal dekat side sebelah. So congratulations kepada EVOS SG as well as Pokemon. Honestly, phenomenal. Kita boleh tengok diorang punya performance. But either way, that is the second game. Kita akan terus masuk kepada game ketiga. Selepas ini, we'll be going to the third game series of the day. And it's going to be against the two strongest Singaporean teams, Resurgence and EVOS SG. Whoever is going to win is totally up in the air. I tak nak predict. Although, to be fair, I predict RSG, so maybe it was, I don't know. Anyways, we will go back to the English casters as well as the host in the quickie. So guys, get ready. I'm gonna give it to you guys. Please talk about what will happen in the next game. Guys, take
Thank you so much, LaFell, for such an amazing in-depth analysis of game number 2 between both of the Singaporean Titans, Resurgence and EVOS SG.
Yeah, I mean, that game, EVOS really showed what they had in store, and that's good because now it's one more game to determine who is going to be moving on and who's going to be knocked down to the lower brackets.
I mean, definitely for sure. And then definitely when we seen from both of the drafting as well, right, we can definitely tell like a clear difference of what they were trying to go for.
Yes.
So EVOS still sticking to what they wanted to previously want to try to go for the from game number 1. The only difference was a swapped out of heroes where at least they have the reaction of both damage and even that late game the game should drag that long as well. And on the side here, Resurgence is full team fight oriented, but then again, they, like Raphael said as well, they have to win the fights, they have to win their own personal lanes, because at least that way, when should a fight actually comes down, they will be able to take that fight head on.
And that's where I think, you know, where EVOS really flexed on them, because those small lane mistakes really start to add up. But let's look at the current audience predictions for both sides. Ooh, 1%. Yeah, I can't remember what the previous one was. Was it
80-20?
It was 80-20, so it's 1% difference. So 79-21.
Just from one game. So that means how many games does EVOS has to win just to keep at least like a 50-50 margin?
I don't know. I thought people were a little bit more going to be dedicated to EVOS, and I wasn't expecting like such a big skew to begin with at the beginning of the day when we did see the 80% to 20%. But
yeah,
interesting to see. Very interesting to see.
It's really great to see that at least there is some changes, you know, even if it's just one, but it's still something.
I mean, you know, 1% of a million people is still a good amount of people. If you're looking at it that way, there's, you know, silver lining to everything. But besides that, coming into the specific game 3 here, that's what's really getting me tingled here, because I can't figure out where do they go from here for the other side of RSG, because again, it was a lot of individual mistakes that ended up in this situation.
Right.
And those things stacked on one top of another, and EVOS just comes out with a perfect game.
I mean, that for sure. Then I guess it just comes down, especially both of these teams, because both of these teams has, after witnessing the first 2 games as well, they have a very similar aggression, right? Whether depending on what they're going to, depending on what kind of heroes they actually went for their own personal lineup composition, they play by it. Like for example, you see JPL for 2 games picking the Jawhead. After witnessing playing that first game, second game, they adapted. They figure out like, all right, Jawhead can't go in alone. We need a secondary damage dealer, or at least someone that can at least catch up with the Jawhead, follow up with the amount of damage, but at the same time, dominate the lanes for themselves here.
All right. Yeah. No. Yeah. That would be about right. I don't know. I think if, like, let's put ourselves into their shoes.
Right.
Yes, they are dominating that lane, but how do you play this from RSG's side when, yes, they are going to continue, their outstreak, but at a certain point you have to kind of predetermine yourself to say, hey, we need to either fight back or take a 50-50 at some point, because you can't just kind of leave it at this particular situation.
I mean, it's really difficult for them as well, because like the only thing that comes to mind for them is that, especially with the kind of lineup composition they went for as well, they tell themselves, we just need to farm. We can't really take a fight, especially since we didn't really win our lanes. We just need to keep farming and farming. But if they're farming, the Yisu Shin is also farming. So it's pretty much like they're in a really, it's a really hard situation where they just tell themselves like, we can't bring late game because they have both Lunox and a Yisu Shin. And even if we get really big, we have to catch the Yisu Shin. But even if we catch the Yisu Shin, there are still Pokemon with the Lunox. So it's a really rough one for them. Like if I were to put myself in their shoes, that's just pretty much how I'm feeling. Like, I'm like, it's a really hard thing to go for here.
Well, I mean, the next best thing they can do is just change up the draft next time, kind of.
I mean, yeah, like
style
game 3, yes.
Yeah, for game 3 especially, just to kind of like even out the playing field. I suppose. I mean, they still have to worry about individual mistakes at the end of the day, but you know, I think more importantly, it's just the composition that they compositions where they have to really deal with each other a lot better. Something that with a little bit more counter matchups, because this one was just. I mean, I can't even say whether the counter matchups were even in like a big factor, because I felt like even if it was favorable towards RSG, these mistakes are kind of inexcusable.
I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say really like, okay, yes, there are some careless mistakes that RSG didn't make inside the game here, but I think it's just the fact that EVOS just totally understanding the fact that, alright, we are really great engagers, we are really great at picking up players, and most importantly, we just realized the fact that these guys need to be dominating the lanes, these guys need to farm a lot. Let's just constantly just pick up them one by one, regardless of whether we are losing out in levels or EXP. We still just go for it and just pick them up, and that's pretty much where like fights or skirmishes starts happening all across the maps, and that's when Resurgence just start realizing like, we shouldn't be taking this fight, but we are taking this fight, so it's, why are we doing this?
What's happening? What's going on? Am I different in a different dimension?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from, but I really hope that they do decide to draft for early, because I think that's where these two teams are really starting to try to take advantage of each other. And I think, you know, other teams who like to play defensively and don't mind playing that extremely dragged style of gameplay, that yes, it can work. It's not like it's an unviable strategy. It's just really uninteractive for the most part. It's just continuous farming, looking to get small advantages.
It's an
across the map.
LY4 thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't even necessarily say that. I just think that if you are dedicated to playing to the late game, you will lose the mid. And you lose the mid game, it's basically over. There is no difference.
That's why I'm pretty much I'm liking what EVOS actually went inside this game too, right? You pretty much have that mid game, you have that early game aggression with the Jawhead, you have that mid game with the Lunok, and towards that late game, you already have like that reassurance with that Yusu Shin, which by the way, Potato did an amazing job this.
Oh yeah, he did.
Level 13. That was like he was literally like
living life.
Dude, he was like 5 to 7 levels ahead of the rest of the team here.
It's just simply the best. And he was having, he was really having the time of his life here. And I think they can't let that happen again. I think they need something that really comes up with a composition that really goes head to head against, against EVOS if they don't want to be put in that situation where one mistake could really be catastrophic.
That's why I was about to bring up with you as well, like before you mentioned as well. During this game through this next draft thing, they need to go with a mindset where like we need to be able to contest. Like if we are willing to give the Jawhead, we need to be able to pick a playmaker for ourselves to at least contend against this Jawhead. Whether it be like counter engagements or just be able to be even more aggressive like a Tro or Valere for themselves.
We haven't seen Cho in a while, have we?
That's why I'm so surprised. I'm like, hey, you had an option to go for Cho. Both sides, by the way. But they didn't really opt to go for it. So I'm like, is there like a composition that I'm missing or that we are both missing out here?
I mean, it's just a high priority on these mages so far. And I think that's the big deal for a lot of these teams.
Maybe too many mages?
I wouldn't say too many mages because again, a lot of this hack can be traced back to different inspirations coming up from different MPLs where they have these different it fits their style a little bit more. As we know in the Philippines, they really like to be up in your face, so compositions that are early and plays the style of which, yeah, I can 1v2 at level 1, sure, why not? Things like that. Like if people make simple mistakes, it's not going to fly there, and neither is it going to fly here, so it's great inspiration. And I think I personally believe that, the early game really does kind of set the tone and pace. There's a lot of teams that might not necessarily scale. However, simple tweaks in the composition can really make sure that you're a jack of all trades and you can still go into the late game.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring up the drafting for game number 3 here between EVOS SG and Resurgence, where it will decide who will be going towards the semifinals and who is going to be going towards that lower bracket here. And EVOS SG, once again, starting on the blue side, they have first pick and first ban, and starting with the very same ban which they have been doing for all 3 games, it will be the Natalia.
Natalia in as well as the Farsa this time. Nothing too different, nothing out of the ordinary. Resurgence going to be banning out the Selena here. Next is going to be Marat. Okay, yup, alright.
Standard.
Checking the boxes. Now, what is it going to be for the side of EVOS SG? Is it going to still, going to be the Black Dragon himself, or is it going to be something else?
I think they will still go for the Yutong ban here, because there's no real reason as well. Because noticing the fact that it's still going to be for Sana LY4, so I'm pretty sure they're still.
What's the difference? Sana is going to be the one playing it.
Yeah, I know exactly, right? So it's just pretty much like, all right, okay. So this time the only difference this time is they're going to be banning out the Esmeralda for themselves. Does that mean they're going to be up to the game for the Yutong, or they're just going to let it go with full confidence of the fact that Resurgence would not pick this Yutong?
I'm not entirely sure, because banning out Esmeralda in a position like this is kind of telling me that they don't want to deal. They don't want to deal with people who can steal away shields. So Harith is on the table, Uranus is on the table, Cho is on the table. Kagura arguably is on the table as well.
I'll just leave it as arguably, alright.
That one, it's compared to like the many different types of secondary characters coming in from the mage section. Like, all right, fair enough.
Hilda,
all right.
I mean, I wouldn't say like it's like a direct counter for sure, but then again, if EVOS actually wants to go with that aggressive play alongside with the Jawhead, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yes, that would be a pretty. I mean, it's an option for sure. But again, still too many diverging paths. The general consensus is looking to kind of just not have to deal with anybody's. Not to break our shields.
Yeah. But so the thing is, do they want to lock down this Uranus, or do they want to lock down this Yusushin just for good measures?
EVOS does have first pick. It feels like they set up for. I mean, they could still go for the Khalid and then after that pick up the Uranus. Oh no, they're just going to give Yuzong away. It looks like they're opening up the gates here. So Resurgence, they could look to pick up the Uranus as well as the Khalid for themselves.
Khalid against the Utah, Utah's definitely not gonna have the fun time. But the fact that, but it's not about the laning phase in this case. It's just more about his entire kit towards all of that in the entirety of the team fights as well. Able to get towards that back line. The disruption will be a huge nuisance as well. Ooh, but because they let the usage in away, Foresight is gonna lock it down for himself.
Huh, interesting. So they would rather give a Thamos. They would rather select a Thamos rather than taking Khalid or Uranus into the Yuzong, or potentially, you know, a Yuzong Khalid coming in from EVOS SG. That's quite an interesting take for sure.
No, because then I'm only assuming the fact that this time with this lineup as well, they just want to fight as much as possible because they're already anticipating the fact that after seeing the Yutong, they know the Jawhead will be being picked again, so they're gonna go with a lineup where we're not gonna go for split push or anything. We're gonna ensure Foresight's gonna be farming, and the four of us will be clashing or at least trying to slow things down as well for themselves.
Then why would you go for Thamos in that case?
Because like in this case, Thamos can do rarity compared to the Khalid. I mean, yeah, sure, Khalid's ultimate is a sort of like a team-based team fight skill, but it's a skill that's very easily dodged.
I suppose. I don't know. This is a bit of a tough one. I feel like it's more preference than anything else.
It's like, okay, in this case, like besides comparing between both stats between both Thamos and Khalid, right? Both is able to sustain in their own way. But I guess in this case, Thamos doesn't really get disrupted while he's sustaining because he just naturally just spell vamps with a Festival of Blood, whereas Khalid with his Quick Zangar can easily be disrupted by 2 people already here.
Fair. I mean, that is a pretty good point. Yeah. No, I can. Yeah. I definitely can see it from that angle too. All right. So what does that mean for EVOS SG here? Because now that the Moxia has been locked in, they're getting rid of the Veil, getting rid of the Ling, getting rid of the Valier here. EVOS SG on the other side, what do they need to actually deal with a composition like this? Because again, 2 people are going to get significantly affected by Boxia's ult, the Tortoise Poissons. The negation of healing is kind of a bummer for sure, but they still don't have something that scales.
No, honestly, if you're asking me right now, like if they just want to play it very safe, like super safe right now, they can either go for the Cloud or both the carry here to really just deal with this marksman versus marksman for themselves, because just seeing the fact that there's the Yisoshi and the Boxer as well, they're just gonna just turtle down, literally just turtle things down here.
Yeah, and they also get rid of the Lunox as well, so now running out of options in terms of the mages section.
Oh, there's still a Chang'e in the game.
Oh yeah, there is still Chang'e, but do they really want to play it, especially when you have something like Yutong here? You've got something like Jawhead, both of which are actually natural ways to actually deal with it. Ooh, instead they go for the Angela instead.
That's a really great one too.
Huh, alright, okay.
It's really great because not only are you able to really control in the majority inside that team fight, you're able to allow Yisoshi or anyone in the team to really just sustain and survive for as long as possible here.
I feel like this is almost a perfect game for EVOS to actually bring out the Eudora, and then pair it up with like a Harith or something like that.
Actually, you're not wrong. They can actually just go for it right now if they want to, actually.
They decided to go for the carry, that's fine, but also with the Eudora. Alright, so I was wrong about which hyper carry it is, but at least I got the Eudora on lock.
Yeah, you got the Eudora, I got the carry, you know, so it's like heart shapes. Can you fill out my other heart there?
No, stop it. Stop it, Leonard. Stop it, Leonard.
We're 2 sides of the same coin.
Stop showing your fingers at me. Nobody can see this.
Yes, they can. LaFell sees it.
Oh, but now it comes to the last pick coming in for Resurgence to kind of just figure out their composition here.
They need a jungler. Or in this case, not a controller, but in this case, they're going to go with the Ruby, which I think is really great.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be such a weird game.
This is literally, okay, I'm looking at like a straight up either a very hardcore mid game or just like an epic late game battle.
I mean, the late game is not gonna go as well as most people think it's gonna go.
It's not gonna go, yes. It's not gonna go as well as you guys think.
Yeah, because again, Angela is gonna be able to keep Yishin alive for a lot longer, but the amount of CC coming in, especially like, it's a tough sell. It's a really tough sell.
Like, okay, like if we're comparing late game, I'm already assuming like freaking it is going to be split pushing towards that late game the entire time or cutting creep waves, never dying, never ending. The other team is going to be trying to sustain and keep Foresight as alive as possible. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3, the last game between both of these amazing titans. They have been showing us an amazing performance, phenomenal performance by far. Who's going to be taking the top spot here, going to the semifinals against TODAK? Please comment down in the comment section below. Our Facebook, social media tag is going to be at MPL-MY and our Instagram tag is going to be at MPL.MYSG.official. You also can check us out on EGG Network and Astro Arena for all of your MLBB action. And of course, do give us some love and support for the BM stream side, because Ikato and Karakuri has been doing a really great job as well.
Yeah, they really have been. And now, I mean, this game has been taking is going to be taking some time here, but EVOS SG, I feel after you were doing your read, I was giving some real thought into this.
Yeah.
Their early game is significantly stronger.
Yes.
Significantly. Just with Jawhead alone, this is going to put RSG in a rather weird spot, because they're hoping that Thamus is going to be able to hold the lane by himself. If he crumbles, this game is going to be a huge problem for them.
Then that's why, no, the thing is, I wanted to mention that with the Jawhead, they have really great strengths in that early game. But then after that, I think about it, I'm like, wait, you have Uranus, you have the rest of the team as well. Then it's very difficult for you to really get a hold of who you want to really jump for, because remember, you jump on any of the heroes as well. They control you, they lock you down, and that's pretty much the end of you. They don't really have as much early burst as we were all really hoping for. I mean, yes, you have the Dragon Tail and everything else, but that's if you're all really sticking up for it.
Yeah. No, I think at this point in time, it just comes down to, like, what can you do? Like, how do you affect the side lanes, right? Because you're going to be looking to fight for control in the mid side. You already have the Eudora for the most part of it. Don't worry, we're not done with the BM side. We're just, showing that it does exist and then come back to us.
Yeah.
And
beautiful people, by the way.
Beautiful people. Angela can hold her own. Like, especially in one of the side lanes.
Correct.
And it feels weird to send her back into the mid lane to kind of fight for that mid lane control, because she can really just kind of just sit there in the side. But then it gives EVOS a bunch of options. It's either I'm going to be looking to punish either Thamos or Angela, one or the other pre-level 4.
No, that means in this case, JPL playstyle will be trying to deny any of the opposing buff, RSG buff in this case, or will he just be camping towards that top side? Because we saw is that in the second game, I believe, he was actually just camping in that side bush the entire time.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's the thing, where it's like you're trying to affect the side laners matchup as much as you can, and we're talking about a Yuzong into potentially a Thamos, not the greatest of matchups, and I'm assuming that, Sol is going to be able to land all of his abilities, so even a simple gank of just walking up, smart misling him and losing at least a quarter of his life will put him in a favorable position.
No, that's the thing, right? I'm just trying to predict it. Okay, we saw a Boxy on the side here of RSG as well, right?
Yes.
So now, just thinking about it as well, is it going to be a KGP Boxy or not?
Probably.
If it's KCP Boxer, that means I'm already assuming that he might just potentially just camp the same brush, or okay, not the same brush, a different brush, but for the same lane. Same goes for JPL. Like, they're both going to be able to really support that lane, because literally, whether it's that matchup between Yuzong and Thamos really dictates on who's going to be able to dominate that lane for sure.
Ah, man, I don't know.
It's hard to tell, right?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, because EVOS has a lot of different ways to kind of attack RSG's composition on the map itself. It's kind of the direction they need to go with. But at the end of the day, one of these side lanes is going to get punished.
Yeah.
And I think there's no going around that. And I'm thinking if there are any other nuances that are important, like whether buff takes are going to be important for either one of these, and I don't think so, at the very least, because they can still do the blade buff if they wanted to. Is there anything else that I'm missing? I feel like I'm missing something here.
No, you're not missing anything at all, because I'm like scratching my head all over the place, and I'm also thinking the fact that they could have at least went for something else, but this game 3, this drafting in particular, is just pretty much like after they first two picks their heroes, right? It's pretty much just counter picking after that, because literally the reason why they last picked the box here after the first pick phase, that third hero, was mainly not only just to ensure that Thamos doesn't really get countered, but also to counter out that Uranus at the same time. So I'm pretty sure KCP, in this case, he was just like, yeah, I know, I'll help you out. I won't pick what I'm comfortable with, but like, I'll just help you out, that kind of thing.
I'm just gonna be there.
Yeah, because I already can see KCP's reaction. It's like, yeah, he counters you. But if I pick him, I also counter them. Yeah, it works. I'll pick it.
All right, looks like it's time for us to get into game. Talk about perfect timing here as we go over to the third game to determine who is going to be staying in the upper brackets and who is going down to the lower.
Oh man, it's gonna be a really epic battle as well, because this is the last game. I feel like we're casting the grand finals as it is, but and it's only the second game or the second match of day number 1 of the playoffs. But either way, seeing the matchup, KCP is gonna be babysitting Forza inside his middle lane. Potato gonna be alongside with Aeon, and our dear friend Jason gonna be roaming around with that Angela. And I just love the fact that JPL is actually just going to be sitting inside that jungle.
Oh, this is good. This is good. They didn't get the Litho Wanderer, unfortunately. Potato was able to smite that just in time. But yeah, once again, the matchups are seemingly... Oh, that was close. Nearly stealing that as well. But okay, great pathing from EVOS. They made sure they're at 100% efficiency. Sana trying to get some information on where everybody is exactly. Aeon still level 1.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. But then at the same time, love what JPL was actually doing as well, because fully understanding the fact that Jawhead, it can be a really great jungler as well with the smart missile. So what he did was he actually just did a lot, significant amount, like bring down the HP of that red buff. So at least this way, it just saves a lot of time for Potato. All he has to do is just take the red, finish it off, and go back to the other buffs or go to this side lane. This is going to be allowing him to spike that level a little bit more faster compared to usual. But Pokemon taking a lot of much damage as he gets gone on the top. Here comes the pump on the street coming for Jason. But then again, he has the Dragon Tail and he's passive, so he's able to sustain for quite a while. Force Blood is going to be drawn and taken away by Resurgence, but JPL looking to try to trade things off. But with the Molten Size and the Shield of Spirit, he's going to slow it down. And with the Molten Doctor, he's going to be able to follow up with the rest of the team and secure another kill for Resurgence.
They just forgot about Mountain Shocker. They were forgetting about the timings of when Fossa was going to hit level 4, and unfortunately, that's going to bite them right in the back. Pokemon, he walked up a little too far. Like, the angle of which he went in, not exactly the smartest as well. However, he got punished, but the rest of his team were focusing more on getting the bust rather than continuing the fight. Because if it did break out to a full-on fight, I don't necessarily think they could have won there. So, well played coming in from RSG.
Really well played indeed. And at the same time, going back to the bottom lane, try to cut down his big man Soul all the way down using I'm Offended, but then again, Soul's going to be able to pop up the concentration and just nicely out of the range, we'll be able to break down that attachment coming from the puppet on the string.
Yep. Mountain Shocker coming out once again. Sing is going to get a good push, but look at the mid lane here. KZP, in trouble. Even drops down the Tortoise Poisons just in case.
And he, at the same time, he has to be really careful as well, because remember, this is carry. I love that snipe. It almost denied that TP. Literally slowing things down, buying even more time. But unfortunately, he would not be able to connect here.
Yep. They're just playing their time here. Once again, the neutral objectives are back up. RSG already on top of Turtle here. And EVOS, they're not contesting. They're looking to go down towards the bottom side to try and punish the one person who has a global ultimate, and that's going to be Angela. And now Jason, he's on the run. He realizes what's going on. He gets stunned and instantly popped by Aeon this time round. Nicely done from EVOS, but they trade a Turtle for Jason's life.
Potentially maybe might be more as well, because with the Mountain Shocker, beautiful amount of vision given as well. And sadly, Pokemon definitely not having a fun time against the damage inside this top lane, as Sana already coming into the counter. Inferno is going to be able to burn Pokemon out of the lane here. Definitely not chase him out, but now Pokemon just have to fall back.
Yep. Some really good zoning coming in from Zana here. He's a level up. There's nothing much that Pokemon can do. And now KZP, he's running in hard with Angela on his back. They can't seem to go any further than this. Sync as well. It's a 3v4 situation, but no one's really getting as much damage as they want to in. EVOS just say, you know what? This ain't worth it. This ain't worth our time. Let's look for another fight elsewhere.
Definitely for sure. And now Sing gonna be going back to this 1v1 against Soul. Soul's gotta be a little bit more careful as well. But here comes Don't Run Away, Wolf King as well, and Be Good. Gonna be doing quite a significant amount of damage. But remember, this is Uranus. He hasn't even popped. He even has to even pop the consecration, and he's still able to regen back naturally. Sing no choice popping out the heal regen, gonna be able to heal up, and Forza coming into the Mountain Shocker just to give a little bit of information towards his whole team.
Yeah, Sing just tried to go for the I'm Offended into Flicker combination to kind of get that good old yank. Oh no! Jason, unfortunately, getting one shot once again by all three members coming in with EVOS SG in the mid lane, but they break bottom tier 1. Oh, mid tier 1 wasn't destroyed. KZP was able to kind of clear off the last few minions.
Dude, it's really well played stuff, right? With the line of composition that Resurgence really comes to the game, at least in this way, they're able to clash back and forth. But EVOS SG able to retaliate back, fully understanding the fact that, sure, I was not able to back up Pokemon in that side lanes, but at least we'll be able to punish down Jason, who cannot able to escape with that global. But here comes the global coming in from Angela with the hard gun. But sadly, the hard gun's not going to be enough. And this might be a potential 1-for-2 because KZP is able to roll into the mix here to re-assist Jason.
Oh, that is rough. That is very rough. You can see that he's just desperately just tapping the love taps like in the hopes that he would survive. Turtle now taken away by RSG side. Looks like this game is going to be a lot more even than we would have expected it to be.
I mean, definitely for sure, because every time, remember, EVOS SG is only bursting down Jason because Jason has the only one with the global presence, and remember, he cannot really escape at all. And Resurgence on the other hand, our dear friend Forza with the usage, he's going to be able to farm out as much as possible.
Yep, KZP taking way too much damage here, but the Revitalize buys him just enough time to take full rotations to spells. Sync now in trouble, goes down over to Yusong as Fossa once again has to drop down that mountain trucker. They're hoping, but he gets ejected backwards. EVOS SG can't seem to get the angle in this area. There's nothing they can do there, forced to back away. Jason once more, if he gets caught by any form of CC, he is goner.
Doing really well played. EVOS SG applying even more aggression. The best part about it, they still have the soul, just concentration did pop up, followed by the unstoppable force as well, but Sally Sana trading things out, melting down the Eudora. Here comes the ejector, but he already pops up the ultimate, burning him down. The hard guard maintaining him, Pokemon popping out the Black Dragon transfer just in the nick of time, allowing him to just escape from that perilous situation.
Yep, they're jumping in pretty hard. Jason, all three members are on top of Potato, and there goes their carry. Now, starting off with a perfect score of 3-0 and 2, now 3-1 and 2. Well done for RSG. Looking to fight back. This is looking more like game one.
Now it's looking a little bit more clean here. But ooh, here comes Amofena. He pulls Soul all the way under the tower. It doesn't matter if you have consecration. You're going to be blasted down to heaven, baby.
Nicely done, nicely done. RSG kicking in it hard, but JPL, Pokemon, and Aeon are looking to rotate to make something happen here. Aeon, he's got to be careful. Oh, he quickly flickers out of the way. Mid-tier 1 is going to be going down here, and RSG will take the lead in terms of gold.
Dude, I love it. Trades happening all across the map. If one person gets picked off, each of his team will ensure they get that equivalent trade. And JPL still trying to find that opening, find Sing, but that's not what he wants to really go for. But unfortunately, Forza enters the bush and he has lost sight of his main target. Coming down, unstoppable force, Marcella is not going to be enough as our dear friend Sing pulls him all the way back as he was offended with JPL's engagement.
Yep, that's going to be a 1-for-0 trade, but Pokemon on the back line. He's trying to get Fossa. He's pulling Fossa around. Soul, he sees an opportunity, but now they need to ensure they get the most bang for buck, and they secure the kill onto Ruby. But look on the top side, nobody has stopped Sana from pushing it all the way in, forcing JPL to respond. Now the tides are sort of evening it out, and they're playing it slow and steady to ensure they get maximum damage, but that's going to be Jason going down over to Soul off of a single CC coming in from Aeon.
Really well played, but then again, at the same time, Resurgence was, or Jason in this case, was totally fine giving him his life for it as well, because because he already did his job, he already committed his ultimate, committed a majority of his spells, he just needs to ensure that the main core members or main damage dealers will be able to maintain and stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, what initially was, I was thinking that Resurgence was going to start snowballing off of that one effect. It looks like EVOS is willing to fight just as hard. It's from 23.3k to 23.6k, only a 0.3k difference, and that's considering how many towers they've lost, that's not too bad.
It's not too bad at all, but then again, Sana gonna be really careful as well because he's currently alone, but the rest of the team is just trying to back him up. I love JPL. He's trying to hold down the line as long as possible, trying to delay their rotation to see if they're able to save his teammate, and as the rest of the team will slowly disengage and fall back.
Yeah. They're going to be pushed in here. Soul versus Sync once again, but Sync knows he's getting close, but he's pretty sure that his ult is going to come back up soon, and that just means that she just has to buy her time. EVOS looking of trying to fight into mid-river here. RSG playing it slow. KZP looking to hold his ground, but Sync, he's still in trouble. Potato should be able to pick up this kill on top of him. Is he going to get it at the top? She's still surviving with all that spell vamp. Wow.
That's Ruby for you as well. Just constantly just healing, regenerating, and spell vamping all the way. But remember, what's really amazing, what Soul was actually doing inside this game, fully understanding the fact that he is a Uranus, constantly going for the split push, but he's pressuring the lanes, ensuring that forcing one member of Resurgence to actually rotate down to fight him off. And what happens is going to be Sing, because Sing knows he's the only one that can not only try to do damage, but actually contest against Soul head-on 1v1.
I wouldn't even say it's just that. I would also say, I don't have the right words for it right now, because when we're talking about mind games here from both sides and both different angles from either team here, ideally you don't want to lose somebody, and ideally you want to be able to get that side lane pressure. But I think in Soul's mind here, his team isn't necessarily strong enough until he gets Potato in a comfortable position. So they're waiting for him to get to that point. They've got the Endless Battle as well as the Golden Staff, so he's going to continue to relieve pressure until they absolutely need him.
Just really well placed, but then again, Law, Mountain Shocker is going to be able to reveal that the Law is currently being taken a halfway ticket as well. Pokemon going to be committing that Black Dragon as well, and Soul coming in straight from the backline, so instantly jumps on top of Forza. Forza no way to escape as well. Unstoppable Force coming in from JPL as well. Forza, no choice but to run away, but then sadly, Soul still has his flicker, and with the Ionic Edge, he will pick Forza off instantly. Sana trying his best to pick up AR, will get the kill for himself, but JPL with the smart missile will literally bombard him down to the ground. And Jason, all alone, will have to force himself to retreat. Hopefully he can run away, but not in the face of Soul, as he ensures that you will never get out of this fight alive.
Oh, good God.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that was definitely a very interesting fight there, because, I mean, the fact that Resurgence was so spread out like that and they could easily isolate their targets just made them so easy to pick off for the side of EVOS SG. And now, after the first member went down, it just all came crashing down on top of them. EVOS, they're going to be able to get this Lord here. Oh boy, this is going to be it. Let's see whether or not RSG can win this next 50-50.
Man, it's going to be really close as well. Pokemon's going to be able to pick up the Oracle. But what's really amazing, especially before that fight, prior towards that fight as well, we saw Soul pushing out that top lane and slowly rotated down towards his fight, but he ensured that at least in this way, he's still able to get towards his back line. And that's what really amazing, as he was able to get on top of both Jason and Forza at the same time.
Okay, so what's the next? Oh, wait, hold on. They actually get pulled. I'm offended over the wall. JPL now in trouble. Can't seem to get up. He does open the injector into Unstoppable Force, but Sana, he's right in the middle of the fight. Can they finish him off? No, they cannot. The love taps. He's coming in with the Black Dragon form. Sana, he hops out of the way, and now they're turning their targets onto Sync. He's in trouble. He goes down, and Soul, he's running away to make sure he's not caught on the puppet of the string, but Forza can only do so much as Pokemon going head deep into enemy territory, even under the inhibitor.
Oh, so much damage coming from Aeon as well. But look at it, all three lanes. Big hit so hard, and the top inhibitor will eventually fall into the hands of EVOS SG. The mid and the bottom not too long after, because the Lord is finally here and is clashing and hitting that inhibitor really hard.
Yeah, and now can they finish it off? They can. It looks like this might be it. RSG, one last time. They've got to protect it. Sync is coming back up to life. They should be able to get Lord with no issues whatsoever. But EVOS, they won it. They found their target. They picked him off, and there goes Sana, their biggest member on their side. Forza now has to try his very best, but he doesn't have the items to clear them off. They're pushing on through. They're trying their best. They're trying to delay it, but it isn't enough. The minions will take this game. And there you have it. It's going to be EVOS taking it 2-1 against RSG in convincing and struggling and just pure insanity of a game.
GG WP. Well played coming from EVOS SG, baby. I'm really happy. I'm super happy. What really went down is a majority of this fight as well. Finally, JPL definitely game one a little bit. There was some initiation. Game 2, a little bit confidence. In game 3, with his jaw hit, he was like, I'm warmed up, I'm jacked up. Let's just catch anyone I can find.
Yeah, and they did. They just, every single time, every single game, they just increased the tempo by 1, and they pumped it up all the way through, taking their momentum, getting it onto the end. So, spicy game between EVOS and RSG. And it looks like, most predictions were wrong. EVOS was able to take the cake.
Yeah, it really is. Or maybe it's just, it's just our dear friend.
It's just analyst predictions.
Yeah, it's just analysts, It's just LaFell. It's LaFell's.
Oh, man. I don't know when it's going to ever die, the fact that, LaFell, it's either he's 100% correct or it does the opposite effect. There really is no in-between for him.
Oh, man. But then again, I'm assuming we're going to be getting a social media post from Matthew very soon.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. But honestly, let's see how far EVOS is going to go. Because again, if EVOS is able to bring it all the way and knock TODAK down, that means they're going to be sitting in the grand finals. Or if they themselves get knocked down and Resurgence is able to win their next game, then they're going to be paired up once again, and then it becomes an elimination match, and that's a whole new set of stakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the Aladdin song in this case, a whole new world. In this case, in that lower bracket, seriously.
Kind of felt like he fell off the carpet and it's just like, oh no.
Fall off the carpet, I feel like he's still dangling, right?
He's still holding on with his toes,
he's like,
flying through the sky.
He's like, I'm just in lower bracket, I'm not out of the tournament just yet. I'm still in the playoffs, baby.
Princess Jasmine, don't leave me.
Princess Jasmine is more like Princess Matthew. Don't let me go.
Don't let go. But no, coming back to the tournament itself, like, this has been some high quality gameplay. Overall, we haven't seen too much. I mean, okay, to be fair, there was one bad game.
To be fair.
There was a bad game, but that's because it's like, you made the mistake, so but your opponent team is looking to punish you, and you just can't play at a lower level anymore. You have to be able to play at such a high level. The simplest of mistakes can be your opportunities to take your opponents out.
Yeah, I mean, still, just a really phenomenal job coming from over this team. This 2-1, really long game.
It really was. It was like, what, 20-minute plus game?
Yeah, and the best part about it, there was so much action happening in the mix. It's not like both of these teams like throwing spells at each other. They're like calculating, positioning, knowing who to go for, who to gun for, who to literally just drop everything just to save someone else, right? I'm just like, yo, that is a lot of epic plays that's happening here.
It was pretty epic, but I'm most happy that Aeon got to play Eudora and not get hyper punished for it. Because, man, game one was really rough.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's time to throw it over to our analyst to break down this game for your viewing pleasure.
Hello. And Casters salahkan saya, cakap saya pilih Resurgence. Saya salahkan balik Casters, kenapa tak pilih EVOS? I was the first to vote Resurgence. They all see me vote Resurgence. Why you don't vote EVOS? I don't understand. Hiya, simple logic, simple mathematics. Also salah kah? Oh my god. Anyways, this is all just to show that casters all cannot pakai one. Let's look at the highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu to see what really happened in the game. So dekat sini kita dapat Resurgence, mereka yang ambil inisiatif untuk cakap, okay, we gotta go aggressive early on disebabkan diorang cakap, okay, Jason, you pakai Angela, you're gonna be pretty good masa awal because you ada banyak slow and you boleh ikatkan everyone here. And dekat this game, EVOS SG, lagi sekali, I nak cakap, the stand-up player, even though Potato played really well, but dia lebih kepada soul dekat sini. Yes, bila I cakap time soul mati because it's something that I do. I puji orang tu mati. It happens. So jangan harapkan I puji you guys, okay? Dekat sini kita akan pause where kita boleh nampak Soul dia memang fokus dekat bahagian belakang because dia tahu dia punya presence tak tambah makna dekat bahagian depan. So this shows that EVOS SG diorang punya team fight coordination where Pokemon dia akan fokus kepada orang yang ramai sama ada depan ataupun belakang. They just nak cari numbers. While kita boleh tengok Soul dia fokus pada priority target. It's like, okay, I tahu siapa yang bahaya, I akan pergi dekat dia. Pokemon you attack sesiapa yang group up ramai-ramai, and dekat bahagian belakang Potato, dia just akan cakap, okay, siapa kejar aku lari and I will attack. So it's a very easy system untuk orang faham where Soul dia fokus kepada priority target. Pokemon just create a lot of action when people are bunched up, and Potato just survive and then they shot damage anytime that he can. So we will go. Kita akan teruskan dengan klip dekat sini di mana kita boleh nampak this is the pattern dekat dalam EVOS SG diorang punya team fight. So honestly, Yuzong, even though dia dah kena beberapa kali, and for a while dekat regular season nampak kurang kuat sikit. But once team dah start adjust balik dengan dia punya nerf, dia punya cooldown times, diorang dah start boleh perform balik because they understand, okay, as long as I play around with my cooldown, I boleh menang the team fight because I boleh hit my AoE CC as well as my AoE damage. Over here kita boleh nampak Pokemon dan juga Soul diorang pergi kepada belakang. But instead of pergi fokus dekat sana, they understand that diorang punya focus target adalah Fossa that still duduk dekat bahagian tengah-tengah situ. And Resurgence, yes, Jason nampak a little bit early game he looks pretty strong. Tapi kemudian dia punya timing Angela ulti not the best, but I nak salahkan dia 100% pun very hard. Disebabkan dia seorang nak kena tengok lagi 4 orang. Anyways, now we're gonna look at the itemization between both teams. and nothing really special in terms of itemization from both of them. Potato over here, he focuses more on damage, but just to make sure no one can run away, dia siapkan Thunder Belt. Thunder Belt, after you gunakan skill, your next basic attack will slow the enemy down, so it's really good to make sure that no one will get away, making it very easy for Yuzon to go inside and make sure he hits all of his skills on basically everyone. Sana 333, the MVP of the losing team. Unfortunately, he still couldn't do much, and Forza in this game, he cannot dish out any kind of damage just because he is always chased by either Yuzong or Uranus. And if you're a marksman, okay, you marksman, and then you kena kejar, and then you harapkan you punya team untuk tolong you, tapi you punya team tak tolong, there's really nothing much you can do as a marksman, right? So Ruby ada, Tamus ada, Baxi ada, and also Angela ada. All of these guys, they can actually protect you, but that was not what happened in this game. Soul did pretty well, Potato as well, as long as he just keeps on surviving and he just keeps on dishing out the damage, they're pretty good. So, ini itemization daripada kedua-dua team. Jom kita tengok kita punya post-game stats untuk nampak the damage from both of the teams and apa impact yang diorang bawa dekat dalam game. 10,000 goal difference daripada EVOS dan juga RSG. RSG bawah 10,000, EVOS managing to get the upper hand in terms of gold. Tower 10 untuk EVOS dan cuma 4 untuk RSG. 1 Lord untuk EVOS untuk pastikan mereka confirm boleh endkan game. The rich guy, Potato, 825 gold per minute. The carry, Forza, dapat keluarkan banyak damage. But still, kalau you mati, you tak boleh nak buat apa-apa sangat. 62,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. Sandbag sana, 96,000 damage yang di-absorb. Dan Forgotten One, JPL dengan 10 assist. Now let's look at the damage numbers from the side of RSG. The highest damage is, of course, is Shame, the 62,000 damage. But the thing is, the rest, they didn't even break the 40,000 mark. The closest that they could get was 36,000 on the Tamus. Now let's look at EVOS SG damage numbers. I would say it's pretty good across the board. Most of them hit 40,000, almost reaching 50,000. Yuzong 48,000, 49,000 for the carry, and 43,000 for Uranus. So we can see that they did every single of the damages, they did what they had to do. Even Eudora, 35,000 damage able to dish out. So honestly, EVOS SG, they just played really well as a team, and RSG, they could not keep up. So that is the numbers from both of the teams. Let's pick this up because we got more games right after this. So selepas ni kita akan tengok MVP untuk game ketiga. The game winning MVP between both of those teams. And just untuk reminder itu itemization tadi untuk siapa yang nak screenshot last minute, well there you go. Kita punya production team, they're very nice like that. Anyways, MVP of the game. Akan jadi soalan, siapa yang akan diberikan? And MVP itu adalah Soul yang menggunakan Uranus. Walaupun Potato menggunakan carry dapat banyak damage, but the thing is, Soul, dia yang create the interruption. Dia pergi ke arah belakang. Dia survive dia punya lane. Berapa kali Soul kena gank? Even though he got ganked, as long as he manages to survive, he dodges out the I'm offensive from Ruby, as well as the damage coming out from the Eastern Shin. As long as he's able to do that, he will be winning the lane. And the thing is, after winning the lane, he transitions it to make sure that he disrupts the enemy's lineup by making sure that Forza could not stay in the team fight. So, 3-1-10 match KDA, 3,200 damage per minute, 22% team gold earned, as well as the itemization. He used Enchanted Talisman to make sure that he can sustain his mana, as well as Oracle to help boost all of his HP regeneration abilities, as well as Dominance Ice untuk pastikan sesiapa yang dekat attack speed slow, as well as movement speed slow. Congratulations kepada Soul kerana menangkan game ketiga untuk EVOS SG. And tanda juga pada EVOS SG kerana menang the 3-game series, menolak Resurgence turun balik kepada lower bracket. So, this is the MVP of this game, and selepas ni kita akan tengok interview bersama dengan player kita tadi untuk tengok sedikit diorang punya insight. What do you guys really think about it? So, macam mana pun kita akan terus masuk ke dalam interview sekarang ini. And we're going to interview both teams. So, first of all, guys, I gotta say, it was an amazing game. And I'm going to pick this up because we have a lot more games. So the first question I do want to ask is to LY4, where the second game, it was really rough. What happened to you guys there?
I think we just pretty screwed up our draft, and EVOS definitely did a great job out drafting us. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Even through the draft, we can see that it was pretty rough. So again, picking this up, Soul, you played really solid today, and that was amazing. So how does it feel for you guys? Even though there was a lot of talk about you guys retiring, but you guys won this game against Resurgence. So how does that make you guys feel?
We feel happy because Resurgence is one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. So proving ourselves here, yeah, we definitely feel happy about it. Although it was a very close game.
Yeah, and it was a very close game, but I would like to say my personal apology to LY4 as well as all Resurgence, because I voted for you guys to win, and we know how that goes. So it was not your fault. It was just me. I'm really sorry.
I voted myself too.
Oh, yeah. So it's your fault too. Okay, I feel good now. Thanks, man. Thanks. So right now after this we're going to the lower stages, right? So I have to ask for LY4, for Geek Fam and SMG, who do you think will win?
Honestly, SMG has been on a very good form recently, so I think I will take SMG to win.
Oh, very spicy, SMG. So Geek Fam not going to be invited for the next season. And now, Soul, the other team, Bosskurr and Orange Lourve. I don't think that's going to be easy as well, but who do you think will actually proceed to the next round?
I think Orange has been playing more solid as a team compared to Bosskurr. So for me, Orange.
I really like using the pun, solid, amazing. I love that. So thank you for both of you guys for joining this interview. But since we have both of you guys here, LY4, do you have anything to say to your fans, as well as LY4? Do you have anything to say to your fans as well as this guy over here, this Soul guy?
To Souls, don't worry, we will come back to the upper brackets to fight your game. So make sure you stay in the upper brackets. And to all our fans, thanks everyone who has been supporting us. Even though we had a disappointing performance, but don't worry, we'll come back stronger.
Pretty good. Thank you very much, LY4. So Soul, anything you want to say to the loser that just lost just now? Like any opinions?
I'm really looking forward to fight RSG again. I think it will just show the pride of Singapore in our matches.
Oh yeah, you Singaporeans are pretty good. But yes, thank you for both of these guys. Thank you for being a good sport, for having the interview at the same time. But that is it for the interview. We have to move this along because we have more games for today. Thank you, Soul. Thank you, LY4. I make sure I don't screw up the. It's very disorienting, okay? Anyways, congratulations to EVOS SG managing to stay in the upper bracket, but it's still not the end for RSG. They still have a chance for the lower bracket. If they keep winning, they can stay alive. If they lose, that's it. So, macam mana pun, selepas ni kita kena tengok siapa yang akan bermain. And match seterusnya adalah LY4, where he's looking very confused like, wow, what happened over here? Yes, untuk semua yang tak tahu, selepas ni LY4 seorang je akan bermain, tetapi Orange Lourve Esports will be going up against Team Bosskurr, where dua-dua tim, I would say, ada peluang bagus untuk menang Team Bosskurr. Very memeable team. Semua orang selalu berbual pasal diorang. Game yang Team Bosskurr tak main pun ramai orang akan cerita pasal Bosskurr. And Orange Lourve Esports, Malaysia plus Indonesia. A very good dynamic. Indonesia, very good region for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So maybe something good will happen in this game. But it's not just for laughs and giggles. Game ni sebenarnya sangat serius sebab tim mana yang kalah, mereka akan hentikan perjalanan playoff mereka sekarang juga. So, very stressful situation untuk mereka berdua. Kalau Bosskurr kalah, Bosskurr dah balik bungkus, go home. Sama juga dengan Orange Lourve Esports. So, dua-dua tim tak nak kalah. Kemenangan dekat sini adalah sangat penting. Anyways, anda dah dapat 2 game untuk hari ini. Tetapi, match terusnya adalah match lower bracket. For everyone at home, make sure you guys stay safe because the COVID-19 situation is still getting very serious. Make sure you guys, don't go out any unnecessary, and make sure you guys always sanitize your hands. Anyways, my name is Lafel. You guys are watching MPL-MY SG Season 6 Playoffs. We will go to a short break after this, but after this, we will be watching the lower bracket game. So we'll be back right after this.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Morris, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now, with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free. Legends Bang Bang.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
What's up, everybody? We're already back with the MPL Season 6 MYSG.
Oh, yeah.
The playoffs have been absolutely phenomenal. That's why we got to thank...
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing, actually.
Yes.
That's why we got to thank our sponsors here, our official digital telco unit, not to mention our official media partner, IGN, and not to mention, all brought to you by Munton. Man, I mean, it already feels like it's been quite a day. It's been what, 5 hours since the 6 hours since the stream started?
Yeah.
No, five-ish hours.
5-ish
around
hours. But it's really taxing for us because that's just how insane the game is. We have to like intensely just literally look at even the smallest of details. But the worst part, every small details is so impactful inside this game until the point where like we can't get our eyes off this. We just need the brain, like, what is going on here?
Yeah, soon it's just gonna be white noise. It's gonna look like white noise to us every single time we look at a monitor. It's just like a high pitch. It's just constant static.
when you say white and that sound, I'm thinking like, did we die? Like we passed out. It's like.
Nah, we just got flashbang is all. But no, obviously, like the playoffs, I didn't expect this kind of level just right out the gates, you know? Especially at the higher.
Really?
I was expecting a certain level, but let's look at the bracket before we get into it, because so far the games have been absolute fire here. TODAK versus RED Reborn. TODAK was able to move on to the next round, knocking RED Reborn down. Then RSG versus EVOS SG, and that was a super exciting game. That means that EVOS is going to be going up against TODAK real soon, and and Resurgence gets knocked down into the lower brackets. Now we got to finish up the rest of the lower brackets before we have a good idea of what to be expecting tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. And of course, the next game we're going to be casting is going to be between Lourve Esports versus Team Bosskurr. Very exciting matchup. And to end the game for today, for this first day of the playoffs, it's going to be Team SMG versus Geek Fam. And the winner for these two brackets will go head-to-head with RED Reborn and RSG to see whether they're going to be able to make a comeback round inside this lower bracket to get back towards that grand finals.
Now, let's time for the talent predictions for this game. Everybody has been lined up.
I'm just gonna prep up just in case. No, just gonna prep up.
Oh my goodness. Here are the Ooh, okay, all right. It looks like for a large majority, especially from the casting side, we definitely believe in Lourve Esports, but you know, the hosts and definitely even our guest Inta as well, thinking that Bosskurr actually stands a pretty good chance against them.
Yeah.
Where you leaning? I mean, obviously you know where you're leaning to, but why are you leaning?
Let's be honest, before I explain why, I'm ready to tell you we lost because LaFell is here. Okay, I'm just kidding, alright?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Anyway, coming back to why I voted for them. But before I explain, let's check out the artist prediction and Team Bosskurr taking the lead of 82%, and Lourve Esports only have a small fan base of 18%. But then again, that 18% of people is gonna be just right enough if you want to go head-to-head with Team Bosskurr.
I mean, they're not wrong. I mean, this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Both teams definitely have their ups and downs. I mean, overall, Team Bosskurr, their performance, especially towards the end of the season, was looking a lot better and a lot cleaner in comparison. And Lourve Esports, they really found their stride midway through the season.
You know, sorry I laughed because like I saw LaFell walk past by and it just gave me like, hey, 82%. 82% Bosskurr.
Alright, but don't forget, while this entire MPL playoffs is happening in MYSG, we still have the Make-A-Wish campaign.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so if you want something, you want anything, make your wish and dreams. Well, I can't say dreams for sure, but we can make a wish.
Dreams come true.
Come true. I was thinking of the song, so I got distracted for half a second.
Make a wish come true, make a dream come true. Very simple. I wish to be a better MLBB player.
Ooh, I'm not sure how Munton's gonna figure that one out, but I'm sure they'll come up with something.
Yeah, but that's pretty much what I'm saying. This is how big of a deal this campaign really is. You can pretty much wish for anything as long as it is MLBB related, even with people who's involved in MLBB. Like if you want to play a game with LaFell, go for it.
Yeah, I want a Lamborghini with Gushin along the side, you know?
It's still MLBB, yes.
It's still MLBB. Wait a minute, hold on. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, how far can you go with this?
There's no conditions. There is no conditions. You can wish whatever you want. But let's be honest, if Munton sees something that's ridiculous or redonkulous, they're gonna be like, Yeah, let's not let this guy win.
I don't know. Knowing Munzor, it feels like maybe they might go out on Yorn, and maybe they might be able to get something really, really crazy. I can't wait to see. But coming up to this matchup, it's time to look at both intro videos for both of these teams. So let's have a look to see these fierce competitors go head-to-head in an epic battle.
Secara jujur, objektif kami sebenarnya mencapai upper bracket. Dan kami memang tak jauh pun daripada segi point. Walau bagaimanapun, kami tetap akan berusaha untuk capai kejayaan kami.
Larikan diri, boleh ke nak lari smart kisses cuma sakit.
Memang banyak orang cakap yang tim Bosskurr ni very lucky lah, bernasib sajalah dekat regular ni. Memang hampir kita orang memang tak dapat masuk ke playoff. Tapi saya sebagai player tim Bosskurr, saya masih confident dan saya yakin yang tim saya ni masih boleh berikan yang lebih terbaik lagi kat playoff ni.
Tentang damage yang ada, jadi Kaiser retreat mana?
The lower bracket is very unforgiving. Kami tidak boleh relax dan pandang rendah langsung pada lawan kami. Kami akan all out tak kira menentang tim mana sekalipun.
Saya memang bersyukur, tapi kami mesti lakukan prestasi yang lebih baik. Dan saya harapkan supporter Bosskurr boleh bagi kami peluang untuk menebus kesalahan diri kami.
Rap, habis tinggal darah. Top potato, mencari tempo soblek, kupas.
Boleh cakap eksperimen ini berjaya, tapi ini hanya satu permulaan. Minta maaf Bosskurr, kami pasti menang.
Saya yakinlah dengan regular season ni, dengan mengekalkan poster dan chemistry kita orang kepada Orange Lourve, korang boleh cuba lagi masa depan.
Mungkin yang baik atas mereka tetap menggunakan tempo soblek dan apabila sudah ada tempo soblek.
Man, that was absolutely intense. Coming in between both of these teams, Orange Lourve Esports versus Team Bosskurr. A fan favorite for quite a long time, for multiple seasons as well. Orange Lourve Esports coming in with I believe, the first team that comes in with Indonesian paradox. So it's pretty much like a hybrid team here. A combination, a collaboration between both countries here in Malaysia. I'm really excited to see how well they can go throughout this playoffs.
Yeah, it really is going to be a true test to kind of see whether this hybrid can even work, especially in a league like ours. But let's look at the team lineups for both of these sides. On our left, we have Orange Lourve Esports with their members HYHY, GG, Abe, Nothing to Say, Kuja, and Ace.
Just hearing all these names and amazing plays coming for all of them as well. Most importantly, Kuja as well, who really started popping up towards the later weeks of the regular season as well. I get it, sure. New teams, definitely the early part of the regular season may not be as rough, was quite rough for them, but towards the late play, they were totally just fine.
But let's talk about Team Bosskurr here with Kaiser, Fakes, Sakura, Scott, Karisai, and Skewpaws.
Oh, I love how you drag the name just to make it right. Sakura.
Hey, you gotta make sure you're saying the name.
Yeah, that's right, because that's pretty much why we are casters, right? We gotta say it perfectly as well. But of course, Team Bosskurr has been doing a really great job. I will never doubt them again, especially after that one game. That literally this just shows that you shouldn't bet on stats, okay? But yeah. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your player lineup for this third game of the playoffs here with their most picked hero and their hero stats. And just looking into the mix as well, I'm gonna keep my eye on the prize, and that's gonna be Kuja here with the Balmond. So far, with his side lane or fighter lane here, he's been really popping up, especially with the Balmond. I dare to say he's actually the Balmond king, because by far he's the only player that spams Balmond the most compared to the rest of the players.
It is a little unfortunate that Balmond has kind of, lost its touch, because they did take away a little bit of his wave clearing potential, which
a teeny bit.
Yeah, well, enough to make sure that it's a little inconvenient,
Spin to win, right?
Spin to win. So now most people have reverted to going back to Uranus, which again, Kuja it's not like he isn't familiar. He has dominated games with the Uranus as well. It would just be exciting to see him play something out of the ordinary, give him a Yuzong and let's see what he can do.
Definitely for sure. But moving on to the next team, we have Team Bosskurr with their lineup. Very curious to see who's going to be playing inside this third game of the playoffs here. It's going to be your players here with their lineup, with their most picked hero, and their total KDA.
Yeah, and you know, this is their overall what it needs to be for the team, because they really struggle, and you can tell by the KDAs that not exactly the best KDAs in the world. I mean, the Khalid 522 and 20, not the best to be looking at, 522 and 20 as well. These guys just really just etching it in to make sure they got into the playoffs. I mean, we saw the regular season. It was a real fight there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. And of course, like if the three members in the middle actually had 522-20 as well, then we have a bingo.
You just had to. I can't stop looking at it now. I can't unsee it anymore. You just have to ruin it for me. But no, obviously, you know, thinking of the idea of looking at stats, right?
Yeah.
Let's look at the overall stats for both of these teams based on the games that they play, because Orange Lourve Esports, I mean, they have some pretty good-looking stats considering that it's only 16 games played compared to 21.
I mean, you also must understand as well, like the entire time, Team Orange Lourve Esports has always been just grouping up, looking for as many fights as possible, because the majority of their lineup composition has always been team fight-based competition. But either way, here is your player head-to-head stats between GG and Fakers or Fakes.
Yeah, and no, it's fakes, dude.
Fakes.
It's fakes.
Fakes. we're both from another game. we know someone else from another game title, but so we're gonna call him Fakes.
Yes. So, I mean, looking at the KDAs, it's obvious that one has slightly better than the other, a little indifferent in deaths. Average gold is going to fall into GG's hands, as well as average kill participation. However, the results seem to be standing on its own, that Fakes is able to pick up a lot more.
Because you must understand at the same time that Fakes, although yes, the farming is not as clean or as like focused compared to GG in this case here, but Fakes has always been ensuring that he pretty much just tells himself like, I play Roger, right? What is my role as Roger, right? I'm really great in this early game. Mid game, I start spiking up. Late game, I start falling off. But you rarely see Team Bosskurr really ending the game super late. You always see them try to close things out through that mid game. Hence why you see him getting a lot more kills compared to how much gold he actually supposed to be earning.
Yeah. Now let's look at where everybody is predicted to go on either side of the map. Coming in from the blue side is going to be Orange Lourve, E sides with GG in the jungle, AIM in the mid lane. Nothing to say is there's support, HY in the gold lane, and Kuja in the EXP lane.
Oh man, honestly, it's really tough to say where Fakes is going to be as well. Like yes, if he does play the Roger, he will end up going to the jungle. But there were some games where he actually went to the goal lane, mainly because one of his teammates here, Kaiser, actually went. I forgot was it Kaiser or Scott actually went for that jungle Hellcat or the jungle hero. So it's still this map prediction of course is not set in stone. It will always change depending on the lineup composition or the heroes that has been picked by their personal team captain inside this drafting.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right here, because when it comes down to it, if you really are unable to play a particular hero at its maximum efficiency, then it's better to give it off to somebody else who can. And if you can fill another role, it's still kind of, they're pro players, they know what they're doing.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. They definitely know what they're doing, especially since this is already the playoffs. They've already been going through all kinds of competition as well, just to get themselves all the way back here. By the way, this is a beautiful notification to you guys, because get as many viewers, get your friends, get your family members along onto just to watch these views, just to be a viewer inside the stream, because the more viewers you get, the more amazing prize you're going to be able to get for yourself. And literally, starting from the very bottom for 30k, we're moving all the way up. If you think 50k is the maximum, you're dead wrong, because we go all the way to 120k. That's the highest one we're going to be willing to go, and I believe with all of your help as well, we will be able to achieve that milestone.
So if you have friends who'd like to play Mobile Legends and kind of like getting skins, this is the place to be watching out, have the stream open, maybe enjoy some pro games while you're at it.
Yes.
And I mean, you might just get a skin.
Yeah,
well, I say skin, but like
you might just get a skin, and at the same time, you can also prove a point that LaFell's, you know, his predictions is so on point.
Well, you know, that's going to be the ongoing gag from here on out. But yes, we've got 24 seconds before the game is about to start, and I can't wait to see what the draft is going to be like for both Orange Lourve and Team Bosskurr, because both have its own distinct styles. I mean, especially for Orange Lourve, they really like picking up the Farsa, really like having those dedicated mage supports. And now that, you know, the jungle has been introduced here, it's going to change things up a little bit more.
I mean, definitely for sure. Everything has been changed, but they had 2 weeks of an opening for themselves. Let's see how they go as we jump into the first drafting for this game number 3 between Team Bosskurr and Team Orange Lourve Esports. And of course, Orange Lourve Esports is going to be starting on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban, and instantly getting rid of Natalia for good reason, and at the same time, a respectful ban since Parasite played a mean Natalia in one of the games during the regular season.
Yep, Natalia is going to be taken off the board, and Team Bosskurr, on the other hand, they're going to be getting rid of the Barat as well. So, okay, natural for Team Bosskurr. No big surprise there. Orange Lourve Esports definitely giving a lot of respect to Team Bosskurr here, but coming into the second ban, what are they going to be looking for? Are they going to target the off-laners here? We've seen quite a number of teams ban out the Yuzong as well as the Colleague, arguably.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure, because remember as well that Team Orange Lourve Esports, majority of their players is actually Fighter Lane's course, although yes, they have adapted themselves and already proved that they're actually a very strong team, just exactly what we already anticipated towards the last week of the regular season. But now, let's see how well they prepare for themselves inside this playoffs.
Yeah, and now Team Bosskurr, they've been given the opportunity to go for a ban, for the second ban. What am I thinking here? Are they going to be looking to get rid of these, mage supports, the natural Farsas, potential Hellcurts? Are they even going to get rid of Hypercarry? It's a little hard to tell, but hopefully it gives us some direction of what they're looking to get or draft into.
I mean, you also must just think into the... Oh, actually, I was about to say, like, they wouldn't ban Farsa because Scoopbox is actually playing, but no, Scoopbox is actually going to be subbed. It's going to be subbed in with Sakura and Parisai, so we're not going to be able to see Scoopbox with his Farsa play. So in this case, they can try to opt for the Farsa, but for now, Team Bosskurr is going to be prioritizing getting rid not just side laners, but also really great aggressive engagers, especially with the Jawhead.
The flexibility of Jawhead is really underrated. Most people are thinking like, oh yeah, it's a waste of a ban, but really, there's a lot of things that Jawhead kind of doesn't allow your team to do if it's on the enemy team, especially if you're a single target and you're pretty high priority. You don't have the mobility to kind of get out of it, and you don't really want to have to take the spell to make sure that you survive all of this.
Correct. But I wouldn't be surprised if Team Bosskurr actually really want to try to go for their last ban being either the Esmeralda or the Hilda in this case.
I mean, I feel like they're holding it up because, again, Uranus is going to be on the table, and if you're on red side, you don't mind actually picking up the Esmeralda and the Uranus.
That's what I'm saying, right? The priorities is like different from a majority of this team. We even saw a game where Uranus actually got hammered pretty hard against the Lunox, so I wouldn't be surprised if Team Bosskurr or Team Orange Lourve Esports try to do something similar against the Uranus should it get picked up. It's just more like, which one do you prefer facing, or do you not want to face against in this case?
Yeah, in most situations it's going to be like that. Valir coming out for the side of Orange Lourve Esports, which I find kind of peculiar, which means they're looking for something a little bit more hard engaged.
Yes.
A little bit more hard engaged, something that doesn't get denied as easily, potentially the Kufra, potentially something else. Team Bosskurr, on the other hand, taking out a scaling mage in the Chang'e. Rather interesting.
I feel Orange Lourve Esports definitely want to try to set things up for the Ling pick for GG here because he does play a decent amount of assassin heroes here. So getting rid of Valir might be just one of the indications of the fact that he might want to try to go for an assassin pick, or then again, it just could be a safe pick because like Kuja has always been just diving to the front lines with his fighter roles here.
Yeah, I mean, other options could be like, simply the Harith, something that requires to kind of have that mobility and that movement to get in on their opponents. They lock in the Roger, all right, fine. It slipped through, that's absolutely fine. Team Bosskurr reply almost instantaneously with the Uranus as well as the Boxia lock-ins.
So I love it as well because of the fact that if Orange Lourve Esports actually did their homework, did their research on Team Bosskurr as well, they also will realize that one of the 2 or 3 best marksmen here that Fakes can actually play is actually Roger, and Roger being so versatile and sort of fit with that personality as well, trying to close things out doing that early towards the mid-game transition. First picking Roger, probably going to be a huge dent or putting a huge wrench to Team Bosskurr's plan right now for their drafting.
I think it's still going to be okay here. There's still plenty of other options. Orange Lourve Esports is going to be securing the first round of the pick bans here with HYHY going onto that hill, picking up the Hilda, and G picking up the Lunox.
I love it as well. Now Team Bosskurr is just slowly realizing the fact that since we chose to ban we banned Aim's mage hero, the Chang'e, instead of the Hilda. Now Hilda is currently in the game here. And remember, Uranus early game is not as great compared to the Hilda here. I mean, sure, when it gets towards this mid game and late game, then yes, Uranus will slowly topple over Hilda as Hilda starts losing her tank ability when it gets towards the late game. But for now, it's all about controlling that early game, that aggression. Now having two heroes, both Roger and Hilda, that early game control or damage-wise is already in the favor of Ori so far.
I mean, so far, but again, I don't feel like it's purely early game like strength. Because if we're really breaking it down, it's level 4 that which they are looking to play for, and not like pre-level 4. And Team Bosskurr, they can easily come up with something that could actually punish them. To pick up Selena for an example, or you're looking to get the Jawhead, which has already been banned out. But you get the general idea. If Team Bosskurr wanted to turn this into an early game composition, there still are picks that allow them to do so. But coming into the next ban phase, the second ban phase is going to be the Khalid being taken out by Team Bosskurr.
Now, really trying to see what do they want to take for themselves. I wouldn't be like if Team Bosskurr actually noticed it as well. They could try to opt to go for the Ruby ban as well. That's going to be allowing Orange Lourve Esports to not only have a great initiator but a great controller in that fight, which will prove detrimental for this Lancelot as well. Or they can even try to pick that up for themselves since they are on the red side, so they have first pick for this second pick phase.
I mean, that's a good option here, but can they deal with it? Because I mean, Team Bosskurr, they've set it up in such a way that, all right, yes, we have taken up a couple of counters to get rid, to make sure that Lancelot is going to be pretty much untouched. Orange Lourve Esports, okay, fine. We don't have a necessary answer. We just have to play, keep ourselves on our toes and make sure we don't get caught out by the Lancelot or any of his buddies that want to come by. Ban out the 1-1, take away secondary scaling.
Ooh, but either way, Team Bosskurr instantly winning the situation, go for the Ruby ban as well because they know they are lacking with that literally primary engager or initiator as well. But now that I think about it as well, Orange Lourve Esports, they can actually opt to go for a link pick here if they want to go for this link jungle. Roger goes to the gold lane. Then we just had now they had to just pick one control. Could be a Kufra or could even be an Akai here.
Yeah, that is a possibility here. Orange Lourve Esports, the final ban is going to be the Farsa. I think that's an extremely smart ban here because the amount of information you can get with Farsa's Feathered Airstrike is going to be a little too powerful when you pair it up with people who like to slow, who like to peel, like the Uranus and Baxia.
Oh man, but then again, Team Bosskurr, they really need this mage pick. What's pretty much who is left is Kagura, Veil. Who else am I missing? Eudora, yes, being very popular, instantly gets locked away.
Yeah, Eudora, in a matchup like this, yeah, it makes sense, and we're seeing a lot more Eudora because naturally it's just we have to take care of one of the two major damage dealers, and if you can just lock her down for like a second or at least 1.5 seconds, that's good enough for the team to actually, pop them off.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure, but here we come. You need Primary Initiator and possibly maybe a lane jungle or a Helkin. I'm looking at one of these two, honestly, here.
There is a possibility of, who else is there? Who else is there?
There's still Tigreal, but like, would you want a Tigreal when you already have like a Hilda in this case?
Not really. I personally don't really like the idea of Tigreal now because even if you do push them away, they're kind of just gonna like run past.
Yeah, run past you, right?
Yeah. So picking up the Esmeralda as well as the Selena kind of changes the composition a little bit more because now you're depending on Esmeralda to actually be able to hold her own, which she can. She's got plenty of options. The only problem is that each one of these targets, if one of them gets CC, they basically are marked for death.
I mean, definitely for sure. Now I'm just trying to figure out where they're actually going to go here. Like gold lanes, jungle lanes.
I think Esmeralda is going to go into the EXP. Is going to go into the EXP lane. Lunox is going to be chilling around mid. Jungle is going to be going to go into aim. Hilda probably going to go into the opposite side lane. While
we have
Selena's going to be dedicated support.
Ooh, man, we call a great pick as well. So we're going to be looking at the Lancelot jungle, and the Carl going to go to the gold lane here. But at the same time, we also noticed that it's definitely going to be Esmeralda to the side lane because Kuja is actually going to be opting to go for this Esmeralda. I was about to say that Esmeralda makes a really great jungler as well. So GG is going to be our main carry here. I'm pretty sure he's going to go to the jungle for himself. HY is going to be, like you said, either go to the mid or to the side lane, and nothing to say, and aim is just going to be constantly just roaming around.
Yep, that sounds about right. But looking at both team compositions, which are you liking a little bit more?
Oh man, but I'm a little bit curious because we have not seen Perisai playing a marksman ever before here.
It's been,
a long time, right?
Yeah, it has been quite some time. I can't say that he's terrible at it because every pro player needs to be able to play a marksman to a certain degree to get to where they're at.
I know, because like the only thing that like I'm a big fan of is definitely Perisai's Gushin plays. He plays a really mad Gushin. So But then again, him playing the card, it's just been a long time since we last saw him play Master. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into game number 3 between both teams here, Lourve Esports and Team Bosskurr. Who's gonna take this win? We shall see after witnessing a beautiful graphics of the Land of the Dawn. Thank you so much, production. Let's see who takes game number 1.
Yeah, let's get this show on the road here. We've been waiting this for a while. Orange Lourve Esports versus Team Bosskurr. Looks like their opening is really interesting because I don't know who exactly is going to get the buff down onto red side there for the side of Orange Lourve Esports. They're letting Nothing to Say just kind of solo the lane for now, but who's getting this? Oh, looks like GG is going to be getting this, and they're getting a little bit of EXP as well. So that means the next wave is going to allow him to get to level 2. Boom, right there. And Selena still should be level 1.
Level 1 or not, it still comes down to, I'm really curious to what he actually trying to opt for. I don't see the Abyssal Trust being placed down, so I'm assuming he actually went for the Abyssal Arrow instead. But then again, if he went for the Abyssal Arrow, I'm looking to see a little bit more aggression, definitely right after he hits that level 2.
Yeah, and I think right now, yep, he hit his level 2, he was just waiting for the wave, and now he can start playing around. However, the buffs are important in aim. He's already starting to bombard the area of the blue buff side. Kaiser, once again, he's playing with fire here. He's proxying 2 waves at once to hit his level 4 as quickly as possible, and it's working out very, very well because now they're going to get what they've set up just now is free gold on the mid lane, but instead they're looking to respond to the top side, which they really shouldn't have.
Definitely for sure, but either way, well played coming for this back, and best part about it as well, no one is actually rotated to actually try to punish our dear friend Kaiser at all. So Kaiser's going to be able to get out not just a boost in 2 levels, but will be able to get back to the lane with full comfort. Remember, with Consecration, he's going to be, even without a Consecration, he's going to be naturally regenerating back that HP really quickly.
Yeah, but what was the original plan coming in from Orange Lourve Esports? Just to take away the buff and sacrifice, you know, interacting with the bottom lane? I don't know. I find it kind of an interesting move because it could have been done a little bit more efficiently. That, or, I mean, Kaiser must be just 300 IQ to see into the future.
No, that may be true, but then again, look at the placement of the Abyssal Trust as well. I could only safely assume that the fact that they actually went for that invasion just to place down that vision for the set. But here comes the flicker, but then again, Parasite with the Battle Mirror Image, he's going to be able to make that fight quite passive. But we're not talking about the Wolf King himself, Roger, and GG will be able to secure the first blood for his team here on Parasite.
I think GG could have rolled forward. Oh no, but he's got to be careful because, again, he doesn't know when that stun is going to be up just yet. Even with the timers, it's a little hard to estimate exactly when. If you're caught under the turret while stunned, well, you're going to lose most of your health. But Nothing to Say, once again, trying to disrupt that blue buff side. Esmeralda comes in hard, trying to shred them as much as they can. Kuja flickers forward to pick up Kaiser, but it isn't enough, and they don't get the buff this time round. But Fakes, he's going to walk away a happy boy.
Oh man, what really great invasion for sure. Definitely a little bit of risky plays, but then again, it all makes up as HY was able to pick up a beautiful 1v1 on Kaiser towards that bottom lane. Oh man, really great stuff coming in.
Yeah, it's been good works, but again, very passive gameplay coming in from both sides. Nobody really dedicating all their resources, and so far only Lourve was the only ones making the moves. And Kuja, he's going to be absorbing everything. Blazing Duet, don't care, just going to absorb as much as I can. Walk away, only loses about half of his life, but luckily the Tortoise Poissance was there to add that extra damage.
Yeah, but then again, this is exactly what Kuja is trying to go for as well, because he noticed that the fact that GG was actually soloing this turtle, so he just had to buy enough time as long as possible. But Nothing to Say comes in with the reinforcement. Team Bosskurr will not be able to take down this top tier 1 tower for long, and with the reinforcer coming in, this is going to be allowing the rest of the team to open up the map a little bit more better.
Yeah, oh man, Eudora is such a threat. Her stun is just such a powerhouse, and there's nothing there's not a lot of counterplay you have to it for a lot of these heroes, but those who do have to be super careful. And now, getting ganked HY quickly coming out of it, uses the darkness to buy some distance and time to push them out, while on the opposite side of the map, Orange Lourve Esports look to try and take this top tier 1.
Really great sound of the fact that Team Orange Lourve Esports just totally understand the fact that, like, we have this early game aggression and potential. Let's just try to get as many objectives as possible. Although yes, there were some moments they did lose some of their buffs towards the invasion coming from the side of Team Bosskurr, but I still totally fine with that because GG is still going quite strong.
Yeah, GG knows that Sakura is on his way. If she has Flicker, he's in trouble. Yep, he's dead anyways. That's rough. That is rough.
That is very rough indeed. And the worst part about it as well, Nothing to Say was not really in the vicinity to really back him up either. Wrong place at the wrong time, maybe?
I think he just got a little greedy. Like, you could see him walk up intending to fight, but the moment that his teammates made the call of, hey, we don't know where Eudora is, he is on the run. And unfortunately, at that point in time, Sakura still had his flicker.
Ooh, Kaiser gonna come straight to the back line. Brilliance by HY is gonna be coming in as well just to get out of that, just in case. Abyssal Arrow will be able to connect, but then again, this is on top of a box here. I don't think you really want to try to jump on top of a box here, especially when Sakura is still in play and still alive.
Oh, nothing. Oh, wait, hold up here. Hold up. The gang coming in from that top side, catching HY off guard, and while he was midway doing his jungle camp.
Really unfortunate there as well, but still big pickup coming from inside Team Bosskurr. Kill score currently tied 2-2 here. Net worth, I say it's pretty much very similar. Same goes for towers, 1 for 1. Now all comes down to see who can secure this turtle. Looks like Team Bosskurr has the upper hand in securing it because they have the amount of number of men here, and they will safely secure it with that retribution.
Yeah, just look at the counter proxying coming in from both of these teams. Esmeralda just chilling by bot side, clearing that wave while you can see that Uranus on the bottom side as well, trying to proxy the exact same wave. So both sides not really getting too far with anything here. They're just clearing the waves, taking a camp, and then looking to rotate.
Ooh, Demon Hunter Sword also going to be picked up on the side here, Pura side as well. That's going to be pretty big. Definitely not big enough if he really wanted to try to go for this 1v1 against GG.
Yeah, they are just trying to control this river line here. Both contesting to control land, making sure that they have more vision control. Kuja, oh man, Kuja and Kaiser are just both having the funnest of times.
I mean, yeah, it's just pretty much just farming and split pushing. And the best part about it, neither one of these teams want to go and try to literally punish them because they know that they can't really catch up to them at all. But then again, Kaiser's going to be slowly falling back. Ghost got a 1v1 against Kuja. Let's see who is going to be taking the top 5. But anyway, coming back towards this mid-fire. Then they say, get a little bit down low, but then again, he has to push. So he's going to be able to get the shield. But on the other hand, GG on the hunt gets Scott. And the rest of the team instantly has to disengage.
Yep, back up to the top side, says GG, as he looks to continue to farm. I'm excited to see how much gold he's developed at this point in time. He is level 10 to Fake's level 10 as well, 2-1 to 1-0. It's looking pretty good for either carry here, but again, no real lead has been developed.
No, the thing is just, ooh, by the way, beautiful Cash Face has literally having the top of the time, but Sally can't say the same for Sakura, but she's still holding on the line as long as possible, but Sally, instantly Eudora will be able to pick up 1 for 1 before she fell.
Making sure to get all of Eudora's abilities up. Oh wait, Parisai's coming in with a blazing duet, this time on Nothing to Say. He's getting pretty hard chunked out, but that's going to be Fakes coming in hard with the Phantom Execution, picking up a kill off of GG. And once again, that buff is mine.
Oh man. Really interesting fact that actually, if you're actually spinning with the Shield of Unity, like if you get stunned, you still move, but you eventually stop, right? According to the animation.
Yeah, of course, it would eventually stop. And once again, Bosskurr having full control over the turtle pit as Orange Lourve Esports struggling to find an angle to get in.
Lightning Charm going to be picked up by Sakura as well, going to be doing even more damage, but nothing to say. Isley has to back up because our dear friend Scott is dead to back him up. Now we're slowly transitioning towards this mid-game, right? And then the point here is Nothing to Say only has 2 stacks. Really not looking that great at all, but still able to contest against Scott, but for how long?
I'm not entirely sure because, I mean, Fakes is here, and now, there we go, Parisai, he's doing some decent damage. Not enough to be super substantial, but just enough to threaten. Now, Scott, he's in trouble. He is dead, finally. Oh, I was sweating for him, but here comes the ultimate coming in from Eudora. Nothing to Say just absolutely eats the whole thing. And now, with 3 stacks under his belt, that's going to be some significant damage, especially for the squishier targets from Team Bosskurr.
Definitely for sure. Ooh, Abyssal Arrow will not be able to connect. We haven't seen a really beautiful connection of the Abyssal Arrow just yet, but Fake's going to be walking right into the book, so Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say is going to be able to trade off a little bit of damage, do quite an amount as well, but instantly he has to flicker out because of the rotation coming in from the rest of the team. Abyssal Arrow does be able to connect, but he still had the battle mirror image, so he'll still be able to back off.
Yep, they're slow. They are both, I mean, both teams are playing this game slow. Oh, Nothing to Say, now in trouble with the blazing duet. There's no way he can get out of this, even though he is just trying to get that regeneration off in the brush. Just nothing that they could do at this point in time. Once again, Orange Lourve Esports just playing their own game. It's 5-5, and nobody has really taken a significant lead. Team Bosskurr ever slightly so in lead, but not enough to say that, oh yeah, I can end the game right here, right now.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. Really unfortunate, GG got to be really careful. The minute he gets out, let's be honest, the minute he gets out of this, I'm pretty sure his whole team is just telling him right now, like, dude, if you're not fast enough, you're going to die. He's like, kenapa? He's like, why? He's like, no, you just trust me. Just run. Run or at least do something.
Well, I mean, what can you really do? It is a Hilda.
You mean in that situation? No, I'm talking about GG in that situation.
Well, I mean, yes, you should run. You should have ran. But again, I do think that overall, like, this game has just been a complete stalemate. Both sides are a little hesitant to make any moves, and the moves that have been made haven't been followed up by really big punishes at all.
It's really difficult because at the same time, like every time the Lancelot, right, he realized like, hey, you know, I'm at my spikes. But anyway, speaking of the game, looks like our dear friend GG will be able to get out of that situation alive. But anyway, yeah, coming back to what I was saying, right? It's really difficult, like for example, right, our dear friend Fakes, right? He really has a certain amount of items and also the level for him to go for that spike because he's literally level 13. He still has to bide his time because the rest of the team still needs farm. They all are literally late game heroes here compared to the side here, the team Orange Love Esports.
Okay, it doesn't connect. But yeah, no, I think you're right in that aspect. Oh, nothing to say.
Oh man, yeah, I mean nothing to say, man.
but Eudora is starting to become a problem here because no one can really catch her just yet. Oh wait, hold on, Sakura finally going down, and just as I mentioned it, Caster's Curse kicks in perfectly.
Definitely the jinx is real, but anyway, GG finally going for the rotation, punishes our dear friend Sakura, sorry not Sakura, Kaiser, for constantly going for that split for the longest of time. Really great pickup, but it's going to be allowing our dear friend Kuja to slowly push out that bottom lane a little bit more further than usual here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're kind of playing this push and pull game where they want to threaten a major objective on the map while somebody else is looking to go to the side and kind of, you know, buy time with the time bot, really start profiting by investing in damage in the turrets, looking to take away resources, jungle camps, whatever you see, whatever you want.
Oh, Kuja that siege tank was just one hit away for securing that bottom tier 2 tower. That was really unfortunate. But then again, beautiful save coming from Fakes to ensure that bottom lane didn't engage too much. But coming back to the mid lane, beautiful dive coming in with the blazing duet. Nothing to say, once again in his own bush, able to sustain and do quite a amount of damage towards Scott. And here comes GTC because able to pick up a beautiful kill for himself. Scott pops the ultimate, but still not going to be good enough. Sakura pops his ultimate, trying to drop it down, but then again he's able to escape it from it with the flicker on himself.
Yep, they're going to continue pushing on. Kuja even flickering forward to get on top of Barisai, but look at the wave. It's already been crushed as they look to back away from this fight. And they don't want to stick around longer than they should have to, and not to mention that most of them did get kind of chunked.
But anyway, Law is going to be out here. GG seeing the fact that this is an opportunity for them to take this Law for themselves, since Scott is not really in the vicinity to come and back them out. And remember, this is not limited Law, so it's going to be a very easy Law to go for that, to go pick up. Kuja, beautiful engagement, going to be locked down per side. He is not just about to commit the blazing duets. GG instantly stopped doing the Law because he knows the rest of the team has to commit towards this one mid-game team fight.
Yep. Guys are going pretty deep in here. Once again, they find a stun onto nothing to say, but to no avail when their damage dealers are that far separated.
It's a really challenging game for Orange Love Esports because remember, both HY and our dear friend GG really need to scale together. They really want to contest against the two carries coming from the side of Team Bosskurr, both being Barisai and even Face. Don't even forget about Sakura as well with the Eudora.
Yeah, and I think it's still such a big problem. But once again, Barisai getting caught out, and the blazing duet didn't come out in time. But I don't think it was going to matter too much, considering that Nothing to Say is playing. That Kuja is playing the Esmeralda. What are they doing? Oh, the Nothing to Say was already in the middle of their fight. I couldn't even see his portrait on the mini-map here. As they find that first initial kill, OLE are looking to go in hard as quickly as possible to push them off of this main objective.
I mean, they had to try to zone him out because GG is trying to solo this Law as quickly as possible. He has the Retribution, so he's going to be able to safely secure it. And with that Law picked up as well, he's going to be able to pick up the Necklace of Durance, Dominant's Eyes, and even the Queen's Wings for themselves. There are a lot of items. Hopefully this item boost here for themselves will be enough to win them the next clash here.
I mean, it's 3-2 turns so far. Lord is walking down through bottom side. Orange Lourve Esports has an opportunity to take this game away. If they go for the picks here down in the mid lane, or at least pick up one of them, that in itself is so worth it.
Ooh, GG bringing out the amount of damage on Face, but the best arrow is going to be able to connect. But sadly, there will not be any follow-up because the rest of the team a little bit too far behind.
Yeah. They have to play it nice and slow and take it easy as they look to try and break this final boss as quickly as they can.
By the way, here comes nothing to say. Goes straight to the back line. Sees Persei in his side. Persei is going to be able to mask his presence. Instantly gets the lock on top of Scott as well. Scott trying to do his best. Pops the shield Unity and he's all been trying to run away. And thankfully enough, that damage will be enough to slow down and melt down the Lord. But the Lord has done significant amount of damage. And with that space creation, RED Esports managed to take down the first tier and second tier turret in the mid lane.
Now that they've got, I mean, they're still trying to expose one of these inhibitors. They haven't put a lot of damage into it, except for the bottom one. But even top side, they're just taking their sweet, sweet time.
Sweet time indeed. But then again, they can't take it for too long unless they start asserting dominance towards all this jungle. I see a couple of jungle camps still available for the side here, but Kuja is currently on it, trying to clear them as much as possible. Same goes for the Lunox, and nothing to say as well, because they want to ensure that Team Bosskurr doesn't really combat. All they need to worry about is Fix, who hasn't died at all. Not to say able to tank a lot, he has entered the brush as well, but it's sustaining from 4 people worth of damage as well. And here comes the rest of the team. Kuja tanking a little bit too much, drops on the falling star mode, but sadly there's not going to be any fallout for it. H1 on the other end gets a little bit too deep, trying to flick around. Persei instantly jumps into the blazing duet, but instantly has to back off because GG is currently jumping towards this back line.
Yep, I mean, that fight in itself, really long, dragged out. Nobody really got hurt except for Scott. That's mainly because he was out of position.
Oh man, but then again, this is how mobile the entire lineup both teams really has, right? Battle mirror image, dashing back in, getting back out, sustainability, flickers as well. Although yes, Kaiser still has his Purify. Not sure whether it's going to be needed for him as he goes toe-to-toe with GG in this case.
Tough call. It's a tough call. All but nothing to say. Once again, he just walks up way too far into the Eudora stun.
I mean, you know, in this case, we have nothing to say about that, right? Just walk into the mid, instantly get stunned by the Eudora. That's just a really painful lesson for him.
Oh, this is more like this is a painful potential slow-mo, but like let's see let's see how this plays out a little bit more. I mean, it has been 16 minutes of the game with no substantial moves coming out of Team Bosskurr here. Yet the goal is only a 3K differential. Holy Crystal just being bought by Kuja. That's going to be a huge buy for him, especially at level 15, and it stacks with the rest of your items. But again, yeah, both sides just really taking their time with this.
I mean, definitely for sure, because they're literally all preparing for themselves for this next law fight. This next law is going to be really deciding things out. But anyway, Sally out there, friend, gets stunned, gets caught down. Aim is currently out for the count, but Kuja still diving to the mix as well. Sally not enough to save his teammate as Persei finally picking up the double kill he was looking for in the 16 minutes of the game.
I mean, this is looking pretty grim for the side of Orange Lourve Esports. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to try and win this game out, but they will give it a shot as they look to continue rotating towards the top side. My guess is that they want to get top tier 2.
Top tier 2. It's definitely an aspiration they all really want to try to achieve for themselves here. But let's see whether that aspiration will become a dream or just like literally nothing to say for the next time. Because now Luminous Law is currently out. Kuja doing his best to split push that ball lane. Try to force Kaiser to stay in that lane for as long as possible in hopes that the team can actually fight that fight without him.
Yeah, this is just kind of speed up the process as much as they can. Well, they know Scott can kind of just eat it for now, for a good amount of time, but now Orange, they see what's going on. They are spotting Esmeralda coming in with a huge line, but the stun just stopped her right dead in her tracks. Abyssal Arrow comes through, landing onto the Kaiser again. Kaiser is still going pretty hard, trying to get those Ionic Edges to connect, get the initial stun, but it's too late. She already has the shield, negated most of the damage. Fakes is on the run, gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. Aim, going to be looking to kill him off. Oh! There we have it. And they also find another kill once again with the Roger. A double, a triple, a great way to tell your opponents, nah, we're still in it to win it.
Oh man, AIM, if RED Esports win this fight right now, then AIM, you will be the MVP for finally locking down Fakes, who's been playing very safe throughout the entire game. That was pretty much his first death throughout his 18 minutes of the game.
18 minutes or not, but it's still nothing really is happening because every single time they get onto that Lord, they just get pushed off every single time. Like, watch, it's going to do it again. Bosskurr is going to walk up. OLE is just going to hold their position, and do they finally take it after all this time, after taking out 3 members? Yes, they do. Please finish it. Please don't let them steal it.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Okay, there we go. Now that they've secured it, they can just walk back into lane, not have to worry too much about it.
Now this is the part where whether Orange Lourve Esports is able to close things out right here, right now. They cannot buy any more time. Sure, nothing to say. He's able to withstand some of the damage, but it's barely for long. He has to be really methodical about where his position is going to be like, especially since he's just constantly peeling for the team. GG picking up the Demon Hunter Blade is going to be really great at dealing with that tank, especially Kaiser, who's just constantly going, bombing and weaving back and forth throughout all these fights.
All right. Now that Luminous Lord, now that no Luminous Lord is walking out at this point in time, let's see how Team Bosskurr actually wants to handle the situation. Remember, they're 4K behind, but I mean, the goal at this point doesn't necessarily matter because all our heroes here should have full items by now. Arguably, not the support.
I mean, definitely for sure. Like in this case, like, and the scariest part about it as well, we're talking about a Claude late game with quite a decent amount of items as well. So that Blazing Duet will hurt, regardless of how much shield that Kuja is able to steal away from him as well. Let's see whether AIM is able to pull off another beautiful Abyssal Arrow, because that was going to be really count. Almost connecting on Parasite though, quite close, but Lord instantly breaks down. But Parasite getting a little bit too close to come as well. As nothing to say, almost get the picked up as well. Kaiser instantly gets melted down. Killing spree for our dear friend HY. Minotaur not holding up for long. Sakura is going to be dropping down the ultimate, but Sally will not be able to connect on any member at all. Lord instantly gets melted down, but Sally with the cost of 2 inhibitor and possibly a potentially a third one as well towards his top side.
Yep. Can they crack it open? Yes, they do. That's going to be another inhibitor going over to Orange Lourve Esports. They've collected all 3 of the inhibitor turrets, and now Super Creeps will be coming down from every single one of these actions. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Where did he go?
Where did he go? I don't know. But anyway, Parasite going to be coming in with the Blazing Duet, but Sally Fakers instantly gets melted down by AIM, and AIM go for the pickup. And looks like Orange Lourve Esports goes to the crystal, ends the game, and first gaze will go to them as well.
Oh boy, that was an interesting game. Very slow pace. Not a lot of risk taking. I mean, there was a little risk taking, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Like, I'm gonna transition. I do feel like, you know, everybody's trying to get back into the motions of things, but let's see what our analyst has to say. Let's throw it over to Lafell. Take it away.
Hello, thank you to the casters, as well as welcome all of you Malaysia as well as Singaporean viewers, as well as all the other countries like Philippines and the rest. So, we saw perlawanan antara tim Bosskurr dan juga tim Orange Lourve Esports, di mana nampak macam agak setanding. Orange boleh menang, Bosskurr boleh menang. Tetapi I akan cakap di mana Orange Lourve Esports mereka menang bukannya lebih kepada mereka punya performance yang bagus, which memang performance yang bagus, tetapi lebih kepada beberapa mistake yang dilakukan oleh Bosskurr. So kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu to see what really happened in the game. So earlier on, Team Bosskurr, they lost a few fights on the gold lane. It's not their fault, tapi banyak kali kena gank dekat kawasan situ. So, Bosskurr earlier on, sampai kepada mid game, they did pretty well. But then, dekat sini, later on, dekat lane Kaiser, ada beberapa kali dia tak sepatutnya mati. Sebab kalau dia mati, dia betul-betul bagi chance kepada Orange Lourve Esports untuk menang. And beberapa engagement di-cancelkan oleh Eudora punya stun, which is pretty good. And kita akan pause dekat sini. Just I nak tunjuk a situation where Bosskurr banyak kali they try to get a neutral objective, which is the Lord. But the timing of them taking the Lord is really not good because they receive too much damage from the Lord, right? So whenever a team fight starts, Parasite and Fakes, they're already at half HP. And at that point, I don't think it's a good idea for them to even try to fight against anyone when the enemy is full HP. So this is just one of those times, but later on in the highlights, you guys can see plenty of times where it's really not a good time for them to contest anything, but they still do. So kita akan teruskan highlight kita di mana tim Bosskurr, pada pendapat saya, okay, kita pause kat sini juga where Kaiser, he was holding down this lane, okay? Kaiser was holding down this lane all this while. And dua atau tiga kali, Orange Lourve Esports, they send GG as well as Kuja to fight against Kaiser, and this is very smart because in order for Bosskurr to win, Kaiser needs to not die. He actually needs to control the lane very well. He doesn't need to get kills. He just needs to survive. He just needs to control the minions. But because he could not do that, later on we can see that Esmeralda get this tower or this turret, and this causes a lot of stress for Team Bosskurr because they lost a big part of the map. Okay, so kita akan teruskan highlight dekat sini where Kaiser dia kesorangan, dia betul-betul kena jaga dia punya positioning, dia tak boleh nak mati. And also beberapa kali pun kita boleh nampak Prisai tak jaga positioning dia dan Sakura pun kena tangkap dekat bahagian back end. Early game tak berapa banyak abyssal arrow yang kena, and dekat sini sebenarnya stun daripada Eudora yang menyebabkan diorang boleh menang disebabkan last minute kena stun tu menyebabkan dia tak boleh nak melarikan diri. Over here banyak kali perlawanan dekat bahagian Lord, and this is what I mean. Dekat kawasan sini tadi, Fakes dan juga Prisai, dua-dua sekali setengah HP. They should not contest that. They should just wait, and then bila ada true opportunity, then they go. And Prisai beberapa kali dia menjadi frontline. Yes, Claude bila you dah ada full stack, your movement speed is very, very fast. I still think it's not a good idea for you to frontline everything. Go see what the enemy is doing. It's a terrible idea. So, Bosskurr nampak seperti mereka dah start rasa nervous sedikit bila dah later on in the game. But anyway, sekarang kita akan tengok itemization from both of the teams. Kita tengok GG itemization dia lebih kepada damage and of course attack speed. Endless battle dan juga Blade of Despair to have that burst. Kemudian dia punya attack speed items dekat dia punya Demon Hunter Sword as well as Windtalker. Untuk Prisai, good damage. Dia siapkan Demon Hunter Sword as well as Golden Staff untuk pastikan yang dia boleh keluarkan the highest attack speed yang boleh. And for defensive properties, dia siapkan Athena Shield as well as Wind Nature untuk pastikan kalau dia kena attack dengan physical damage iaitu GG, dia boleh survive. But the thing is, positioning is still a little bit out. Fakes dia punya itemization, Endless Battle as well as Blade of Despair. And of course, si Halberd untuk cancelkan apa-apa healing, which ada banyak healing dekat situ. Dekat sini, Kaiser kalau dia tukar dia punya hero, maybe a little bit better ataupun dia play in a different kind of way. So ini itemization yang kita nampak daripada kedua-dua team. Now let's look at the post-game stats untuk nampak the damage numbers from all of them, which I actually quite interested untuk tengok damage numbers daripada Sakura. But anyways, kita tengok dekat goal. To me, the goal kita tak perlu nak tengok sangat because it was very intense game. 10 tower untuk Orange Lourve Esports, only 3 for Bosskurr, which maybe if they focus a little bit more on the towers, maybe they can get more gold as well as get a bigger lead in the game. Lord, 2 kali Orange Lourve Esports, mereka kena securekan Lord untuk endkan game. Rich Guy akan diberikan kepada GG. The carry high dengan 92,000 damage. Banyak Lunox dapat the carry pada hari ini. Sandbag, Kaiser terima paling banyak damage dengan 208,000 damage yang diabsorb. Forgotten One adalah nothing to say. So kita tengok dekat team Bosskurr, damage paling tinggi adalah Claude dengan 77,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. 58,000 dikeluarkan oleh Eudora, which is actually quite good disebabkan kita tengok Lancelot only 40,000 damage daripada Fakes. Now, Orange Lourve Esports, damage yang paling tinggi adalah Lunox dan juga Esmeralda, 92,000 dan juga 89,000. Tetapi Roger only 57,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. So menunjukkan yang seperti kita punya magic damage dealers dekat team Orange Lourve Esports buat banyak kerja. And as we can see, Kuja selalu lawan dengan Uranus. Uranus boleh sustain dengan lama, so Kuja boleh dapat accumulate dia punya damage jauh lebih tinggi. And Lunox, I would say Lunox is a very good counter for Uranus, especially if Uranus is at the side lane and Lunox is there as well. Whenever she has a level 4, she just uses her Darkening, and then whatever damage she puts out on Uranus cannot regen that fast to really survive the lane. So I think picking Uranus is kind of dangerous if Lunox is still open. Chang'e, maybe not a good ban. Maybe kalau dorang ban Lunox a little bit better, or honestly, Selena. Either of these two mages are better than Chang'e, especially when you already have the idea that you want Baxia. If you don't want Baxia, then that's fine. Just ban Chang'e because she's very annoying. But if you're picking Baxia anyways, so might as well just let the hero go and then just beat him out with your hero selection. So damage numbers from both of these teams, we can see a clear picture of what they can do. But Bosskurr, they look pretty strong. So it's not over for Bosskurr. I think they still have a chance to win the next game if their draft is tweaked a little bit, especially the banning phase. But anyways, that is the damage numbers from both of the teams. Now we're gonna look at the MVP of the game. I would say everyone did pretty well, but this guy over here, GG, even though according to the damage numbers he didn't do much, but we can see every time GG comes by, it's very, very, very dangerous situation. Every time dia masuk dengan Lycan Pounds, dia punya burst damage kepada sesiapa, lagi dekat bahagian backline sangat-sangat tinggi. 26% total team gold earned, 2,790 damage per minute. itemization kita dah sentuh tadi dengan Demantosaur dan juga Wind Talker untuk dia punya attack speed dan juga untuk burst damage dikit ada Endless Battle dan Blade of Despair. Survivability wise dia mengambil Queen's Wings untuk pastikan yang dia boleh sustain lebih lama disebabkan bila HP low, you punya defense naik as well as you punya lifesteal menjadi lebih tinggi. So congratulations kepada GG. But I guess disebabkan kita tengok damage numbers, kita boleh juga cakap Hai ataupun Kujang yang menangkan game tadi. Anyways, itu adalah game pertama. Kita ada game kedua di mana kalau Orange Lourve Esports menang, sampai sini sajalah perlawanan untuk team Bosskurr. So, macam mana pun, we will pass to the English casters as well as the host and the guests from Quickie to see what else they want to say. So guys, please take.
Thank you so much, Lafelle, for such another round of in-depth analysis of that game between Lourve Esports and Team Bosskurr. So how are you feeling?
Well, I definitely feel like that game was definitely a lot more dragged out than it should have been.
Yes.
A lot of mistakes just went around not punished, and you can definitely see like the difference between teams who are really feeling it that day and teams who prefer to kind of take a slower approach to this. And I think Bosskurr in this particular situation, the draft in itself was already a little bit flawed here, and Lunox is starting to become a more prominent pick for a lot of these teams. So it's something that you're going to need to prepare for more often than not.
And what's even better as well, like Lunox was one of the best picks doing in the previous season as well. And
like season 2, 3, 4.
I mean, MPL-MY, we saw some Lunox, just saying.
I mean, overall, Lunox is just a really consistent pick, and when you put her in comparison to like so many of the other mages, they all kind of have their place. And I think for now, like, she can absolutely destroy and shred tanks like they are nothing, especially when you have to put them with the question of how do you itemize? Should I be going for more armor? Should I be going for more magic resist?
Yeah, and what's even better as well, like, because since now, I wouldn't say, yes, I guess we can consider jungle lane. Now the lanes are more open up as well. We're no longer sharing EXP or gold. It just literally promotes more cores. So the fact that with this new addition coming from the Sun and Moon Tune, heroes like Lunox slowly start coming back in. I wouldn't say back into the meta, but it's more like back into the game where people can be like, hey, he's actually a great tank shredder. Let's pick him. We can just send him to the lane and pick a marksman that's great at jungling as well, like Roger or Yisun Shin.
Yeah, it's viable, and I think that's the most important one. The fact that it is super viable. And that's nice, having more options in the draft is going to always be interesting. And more importantly, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, hey, these older heroes which I didn't get to use, like Eudora, who basically was unplayable for a large amount of time, now coming in being better than, the natural Aurora, which she didn't even see a lot of play to begin with.
Yeah, definitely for sure, but I'm just... that game just shouldn't have been drawn up for that long. That's my only the reason why I asked you how you feel, because like for me I just felt like that game shouldn't have lasted that long. I get it, insecurities, right? You want that guaranteed win. You want to ensure that like even if we are lacking in some field, the Lord sort of like makes up for it, or like our levels or item wise, because there were times where we saw like let's be honest, Fakes was already hitting that item timing, that level timing as the Lancelot, right?
Yes.
But every time he goes for a clash, and then he realized like, all right, like he went for 2 clashes, right? First was successful, the other one was he had to back off, right?
Yeah.
So he instantly realized like, all right, Claude needs to farm. I fall back and farm too. I'm like, no, that's not what's supposed to be happening. You're supposed to just like apply even more pressure when sort at least that way when Claude finally comes online, the enemy isn't as tough as it's supposed to be, since you've been like slowly poking at them.
Yeah,
and Orange Lourve Esports, on the other hand, I feel like they will always be hesitant at a very crucial moment. Like there will be some moments where like they've tell us, should I do Lord now? Should I do Lord later? Should I engage now? Should I engage later?
I mean, you kind of have to give credit for Bosskurr for kind of putting that.
Like Orange Lourve Esports,
Yeah. But you have to give credit to Bosskurr because they were able to kind of put this placebo effect with how many people they kind of just put in the area to kind of give off the information of like, hey, you might not necessarily get Lord this time. I've got like 4 people alive, 2 of them are missing. I don't know where they are. Do you know where they are? I know where they are, but you don't.
And I remember there was one point in the game where you're just like, They're just like, hey, you know, they're gonna pull back the lot. I was like, there's no way. There's just only 2 of them, right? I said, nah, Leonard, they're gonna pull it back. And instantly they pull it back. I'm like, how?
Yeah, it's one of those where you need to have that kind of security in taking them and the confidence to actually pull that off. And I think for Orange Lourve Esports' side, it could have been done better. But don't worry, Team Bosskurr fans, because I definitely think that they do have. I feel like there's something missing apart from the team composition. Is that the fact that a lot of these teams are thinking so far ahead about like, oh yeah, we need to get into scaling. We need to start thinking about that. When really a lot of these early game comps are getting away with what they're doing because there is a priority of early to mid. And I think a lot of teams kind of got this wrong idea of what early to mid is supposed to be because, again, they're not pushing their leads and they're not putting them in an oppressive position.
It's pretty much like you get that first 3 or 5 kills, or you be like, all right, we're in the lead, let's fall back.
Yeah, no. There needs to be that continual oppression. You need to be able to not only like. In most
assert the dominance.
I mean, assert dominance is like a very general term, but like
how the Spaniards invaded the other countries right back in the day.
I know exactly where you're going with this, and I'm not gonna keep that up. So
I'm the very model of a modern age.
Whoa, we gotta calm down for that, okay? We can't talk about world. We're talking about here at MYSG.
I mean, technically it is world since there's Indonesia. We're international.
You're the worst. You're the absolute worst. You're the absolute. We have fun here at the caster's desk at the English side. But yeah.
He's gonna bash me later.
oh, definitely. It's gonna be like, But besides verbal abuse, we have to also talk about the way that that like small mistakes really start snowballing, and it starts from the early game. It doesn't even start in the mid game. It's not where it's like, oh, I made a mistake in the early game, and then after that, it doesn't really matter. It just means that the other team didn't continue to punish them, because you have to always be targeting the weakest link every single time. And it's sometimes not necessarily the weakest link in the composition, but the weakest link as in someone made a mistake. Oh, you're at a disadvantage. I'm going to abuse you. I am going to make sure you're not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, but just whip him, you know, like every time, right?
Exactly. You're going to be cutting off the jungle, cutting off his support, making sure that you're forcing your opponents to kind of, compensate in that way by putting that pressure in that one side. I definitely think they could have done that part a little bit better, but I don't know. This might just be one of those, like, Orange Lourve Esports first game, like, oh, yeah, we kind of like, not exactly in the motion. Same thing for Team Bosskurr, but game 2 is when they kind of pop off.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely get what you mean. I definitely get what you're trying to say as well, but I still feel like that only happens because of what they're actually what they actually have and what they're actually playing with, that kind of thing. So I feel like when it comes down to the drafting, especially for both of these teams as well, I think they just need to set like a baseline for themselves, like if we want early game, who do we want for our early game? We want that transitioning towards that early to mid game, who do we want for our early to mid game? We cannot just simply throw out like, oh, this guy's great late game, this here is great mid game, this guy's great early game. Yeah. Let's make things happen.
I feel like, especially with the draft, now that there's so many options, like 10.
Too many.
There's so many options that even though you have 10, there's not a lot of roles that you can really like hard punish. Marksmans, even if you use all 5 of your bans to get rid of marksmans, right? Then it's like, oh, well, okay, you take one marksman, I'll take one marksman at the end of the day. It's not like anything's gonna change.
I mean, honestly, if I ever see a team banning all 5 marksmen, I'm gonna be like, okay.
Cool.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Not really a 10 out of 10 motion, but still cool.
No, it really is. Yeah, and I think like one of the only few roles that you could punish within the first like 3 bans is mainly tanks. That's about all you have, and you can see that a lot of these teams are kind of straying away from the tanks, usually dedicating themselves to Baxia rather than getting the Gatot, the Grox, the Francos. Oh.
We saw that a lot during regular season. Like the first 3 regular season, everyone was banning out the tanks. The first 3 bans is always tanks. It's like always very common.
Yeah, the Grox, the Kufras, the Atlas.
Yeah, everyone's gone, and I'm like, hey man, give some tanks some love, man. Then suddenly fighters starts coming in, junglers starts coming in, everyone's like, don't care about the tanks, get rid of the cores, get rid of anyone that can actually make a mess of our composition. I'm like, yeah, some love for our tanks. Yeah.
So fun.
You're so fun. Let's do this.
Yeah. No, and with these different optional picks, I definitely want to see teams start to go out of their comfort zones and experiment more, because Eudora, great pick, obviously, as we move into the second draft, but I do want to see something better. Like, where did Franco go? Why is he unviable in these situations?
A lot of reasons.
Well, yeah. That was just like a minimal example, because it's like a Cho. If you can land your if you're amazing at landing hooks, I mean Franco is always going to be like a fear.
Yeah, I mean definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second drafting between both of these teams this time, and Team Bosskurr gonna be on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban. And starting things off, they get rid of the Esmeralda. Lourve on the red side instantly gets rid of the Barat, and Team Bosskurr realizing that the fact like, all right, this Hilda is too annoying. Get rid of it instantly. I did call it out that they should have at least went for the Hilda ban instead of the Chang'e. So at least now this time they're getting the full brunt of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the beauty of the picks and bans. Where if you don't like it the first game, get rid of it in the second. Orange Lourve Esports looking to respond on their side. I don't think they would really change their draft to unless there's something that they want to set up for.
They can get rid of the Uranus. That's a start for sure. If they can't really think of what they really want to go for with this less time which they have, pretty much 12 seconds left, they can try to go for something else. But I prefer they go for the Uranus. It's safe, it's a great ban, and of course with the Esmeralda being banned now, there's not really much counters you can really try to go for Uranus. I mean, yes, Lunox can, but it's whether Lunox fits the next comp which you're trying to go for here.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like Lunox can kind of fit anywhere, really. She is a bit of a Swiss Army knife when it comes to it.
I still think Lunox is kind of a situation like if you were to compare between the other side laners as well. Like, okay, if we had a competition between Lunox and Alice though.
Lunox and Alice? Is there really a comparison there?
No, I mean, because I'm just trying to think, because since Esmeralda gets banned out here.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just trying to think, like, okay, what are the other side lanes that we have seen throughout this regular season or playoffs? Mage, by the way, that went to the side lanes.
Yeah, but it's not really much of a comparison because Alice is kind of bad.
I know she's bad, but...
She's kind of bad.
I know, but I couldn't think of anyone to compare with in the side lanes. You rarely see a mage going to the side lanes.
I mean, there's Angela, but then the only reason she goes there is just to kind of brick wall these other melee type heroes. So I don't know. That's why I think that Lunox is kind of the Swiss Army knife where she's not particularly amazing anywhere, but she kind of just fits.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, she can still go to the mid, right?
I mean, obviously, she can go wherever you want her to be, baby.
Jungle?
Jungle? Yeah, sure, why not?
I don't think so.
Not the most effective, but why not, you know?
Just don't do it.
All right, coming in from Orange Lourve, they're going to finish it off their ban section with a Roger, followed up by Team Bosskurr getting rid of the Lunox as well. So, coming in for first pick from Team Bosskurr, what's it going to be?
No, this is a really big decision. So they get, I was about to say Khalid, but then when they go for the Yuzhong for themselves here, Khalid is still open in the pool, but when it fits with their composition or not, it's going to be hard to tell. Kuja has been one of the mad side laners here by far. He can try to opt for it for sure for himself, but do they want to try to prioritize other things like Yi Sun-shin, Selena is still up in the pool, Joyhead as well if they want to be really aggressive about it. We saw them playing Joyhead once or twice. Not very often, of course.
So their option right now is either they could match the Yuzhong with another offlaner, or they could look to just get some kind of flex pick like either Cho or arguably even Jawhead, who might be better at a lower skill cap. Man, that's actually, I realize now that sounds absolutely terrible. So let me rephrase that.
Playoffs as low skill cast player.
No. It's actually useful to have heroes who are very simple, because then you can play it at its maximum efficiency compared to like having Cho, where you have to like flick like 3 different directions with 3 different buttons with 3 different positions to kind of get the same effect.
I mean, definitely for sure. But either way, they're gonna go with the Jawhead and even the Natalia.
Oh, the Natalia. Huh.
Sadly, it's not going to be long that's going to be playing this Natalia. But then again, you know, long as in SMG, not Orange Lourve Esports. So,
well, you take what you can get.
Yeah, you take what you can get, right? When the time comes. But either way, ooh. Oh, I was about to say Altas for accidentally. But then again, this is on Team Bosskurr. So Atlas up for grabs. Wait a minute, hold on.
Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on.
Hold on. So...
This is illegal.
No, this is very sus. Very suspicious.
One of these heroes is an imposter, and I can't figure out which.
I'm betting it's the Atlas. Totally out of place. Vote Atlas off, please. Oh man, but you know, RED love Esports. I'm not sure whether they see this, right? Can you imagine if they see this, they'll be like, hey guys, why is there 4?
Why is there 4 of us in the squad already? No, but okay. Assuming one of these probably either didn't get picked or already got picked a little bit early. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll figure it out later. Looking on Orange Lourve Esports' side, they finished locking in the Thalmus as well. So it's going to be Thalmus, Jawhead, Natalia up against
Okay, I'm gonna bet Lancelot is not one of the picks. He's probably the sus one. So it's gonna be Eudora, Yutong, and the Atlas, right? Let's just say Atlas gets picked, right? So seeing that the fact that Halcon actually gets banned now, we might potentially see Team Bosskurr actually going to go for the Link pickup if they want to go for it. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, production. Thank you so much, production. So apparently, I ejected the wrong guy. Atlas is the one that's sus here. He's the bad guy here. He's not supposed to be there. He's the bug.
Yeah.
So, okay, so now I take back what I was saying. So it would not be a Link since Lancelot is
they locked in the Eudora as well as the Lancelot in place. Okay, that's fair enough. I can definitely see the benefits there.
I can live with that.
Yeah, I can live with that. The Atlas felt kind of like out of place. Like, you know, we've never seen any Atlas. All of a sudden, Atlas within the second rotation is like,
yeah, but
what's the call for it?
I know, but the reason why I suspected Lancelot is because Atlas looks really cool with that animation there.
Don't lie. You thought it was Lancelot because he was on the far right.
Yeah.
Gotcha, nerd.
Simplicity at its finest, right?
Simplicity truly at its finest. All right, final two bans. Final 2 bans for both of these teams is going to be the Yishin as well as the Cyclops. Interesting. Okay, I can understand that. The Helker as well as the Valir. Helker as well as the Valir. Huh.
Okay, so I get it. All right. So possibly the Valir and the Helker is just possibly just for this Lancelot alone. Because let's be honest, once he dives in, he can mitigate a lot of damage with the Thorn Rolls, but he can only mitigate like 1 or 2 things, right? And once he gets out of it, he's pretty much a done deal. Ooh, Saber!
Oh! And this is the new Saber, by the way. So he's got all that cool stuff where he can like boomerang his blades around and stuff like that. Oh, that's pretty cool.
And his ultimate hurts a lot now.
Yeah, that's going to be so much fun because now, I mean, the one thing that hasn't really changed too much is his ult. It's still going to be I'm going to look at that guy's going to die.
It's definitely going to be a fun time for either Natalia or Claude either. Once he gets his hands on top of that too, that's going to be pretty much a done deal as well. Since Natalia is going to be going for that split push too, so the mini saber gets her into his side. That's pretty much a dead deal for her.
Yeah, and now, once again, Orange Lourve Esports making sure that they have everything that they need. They even have bringing out the Kodita as well. So at least they have, you know, multiple targets who aren't necessarily going to be prime targets. The only person who's going to be a prime target is going to be Claude. Natalia's going to be situational. Kodita is going to be impossible to catch her because she's just going to go down into the ground. And what are you going to do about that, Saber?
You know, but the thing is, what I'm really worried right now, especially for Orange Lourve Esports Australia as well. Sure, they have their primary engagement that's going to be the Jawhead as well, but he's not really as tank compared to the rest, compared to Kufra or even the Yutong as well. So how this game is going to go, I'm going to assume that Orange Lourve Esports is going to be super aggressive, taking the initiative towards this early game, get that tempo for themselves, maintain it, assert that dominance until the point where Team Bosskurr is unable to turn things around, because if they don't do that, I think Team Bosskurr is actually going to outscale them in this game.
Well, yeah, the early game is really going to be controlled by the supports at this point in time, because again, you don't really have hard initiators, especially at level 1 from both sides, because yes, you have the Jawhead, but you can't expect him to go by himself, and Kodita can only do so much, so I doubt she's going to be paired up with him. Natalia is looking for information. Saber is basically just going to be standing there for a large amount of the game.
But then again, sadly, it is not, Parasite will not be playing the Gushin, but still, Saber's still an assassin class. I just have to be fine with it, I guess.
Yeah, just gotta live with it. Just gotta live with it. It looks like Team Bosskurr is gonna start off with 1-3-1 opening here. Orange Lourve gonna take full advantage onto the bottom side, seeing that it is Saber. Thalmus quickly proxies the wave. Up onto the top side, HY inside, up completely obliterating Kaiser. The amount of damage coming out of this man. Woo! I mean, that's gonna hurt.
You have to literally respect the claw dash of the Natalia. She's pretty much banned for a reason too as well. When we could just gonna be able to force try to delay this red buff being taken for as long as he can. And not to say he's going to be able to safely secure while that jungler can, because remember, Joehead, really great jungler if you actually play him right.
Yeah, and right now you can see that Kucha is taking quite a bit of damage coming in from this Saber. Like, oh no, wait, hold on. HY going in quite hard, and it looks like they're going straight for the dive onto Kaiser. It's a little early, but they are able to manage the aggro of the turret like it's nothing. Great use of the Battle Mirror image coming in from Orange Lourve Esports.
So I love it. This is what I'm talking about. Aggression. Get that early game tempo in control of themselves. And what's even better, they're actually trying to, because they know they may not be able to control that bottom lane, but at least they can manage to secure that top side. But sadly, Kuja on the other hand instantly gets melted down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for both of his teams here.
I like it. It's a good it's a good mirroring from either side. They both understand it's like, hey, we got to hit the weakest links. And Kuja, he was low, and he put himself in that position. So good on Team Bosskurr, looking for some retribution for their fallen comrade in the top lane.
Definitely much that. Ooh, guys, has to quickly back away. Thankfully enough, he has his Furious Dive, so he's going to be able to back off safely as well. Whew. Loving that Teresa skin, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. Now, the way this game, I'm expecting it to go is especially I'm especially curious about Team Bosskurr because it feels very reactive with what they're doing so far. They haven't been proactive just yet. They're looking to hit their level 4s first, and once everybody hits level 4, I want to see how much they ramp up this game. Oh, wow, the ejector into ejectors. Scott getting absolutely bumped upwards, almost losing all of his life. Kaiser jumps straight onto HY, making sure that he doesn't get a cheeky little cleanup kill.
Cheeky, very cheeky indeed, but it looks like RED Reborn is going to be able to safely secure the first tower inside the game. Kuja on the other hand, definitely not having the fun time against Bakers as instantly comes in with the burst alongside with Sakura as well. Going to be safely securing that one kill for his team. But here comes, nothing to say, with the unstoppable force, but Fakes was able to pop the door. Probably skill just in time as well, just to mitigate the amount of damage from that unstoppable force.
Yeah, Fake still got it. He timed that perfectly. He perfectly timed that. And overall, I mean, it's going pretty well for either side, but Orange Lourve Esports are on, a faster speed. They're making the moves quicker. They're making the moves more efficient. Team Bosskurr just looking like they're catching up. But now that everybody's hit that level 4 stage of the game, let's see how they are going to ramp things up, because this is their time to shine.
Definitely their time to shine as well, but Orange Lourve Esports, they know that's pretty much why they're currently sticking with themselves, right? They already opened up the top lane. They want to try to look for a little bit more fights. They want to secure this turtle. Either way, turtle's gonna be instantly get started by GG. But sadly, I think GG accidentally resetted the turtle, and now they had to try to redo it again. Scott instantly. Nothing to say, possibly unstoppable force. He doesn't care who he catches as long as he catches one. But with the bouncing ball, he's gonna be instantly get cancelled out here. But here comes the re-engage coming from the side of the team. Black Dragon comes all the way to the back line. Zelly out here, Fred. Hey, HY instantly gets literally disrupted and cancelled out for alongside with nothing to say. And I believe this is gonna be a very free and easy turtle to be taken away by Team Bosskurr.
Yep, Team Bosskurr coming in pretty hard there. Oh, wait, hold on, aim. He quickly goes into his ult. He tries to get out of there, but once again, Yuzong is just sitting right on top of it. Luckily, there are no more minions to kind of save him from that situation and sit under the turret longer. GG now in trouble, forced to use the Blazing Duet, getting auto-attacked to death. Fakes making sure that that puncture passive is going to be used to its maximum effect.
Oh man, but anyway, Nadise gotta be a little careful. He's gonna be walking right into the bush of Scott, but then again, he is just Scott, so it's totally fine. He's gonna be doing a couple of skirmishes. HY on the other, making sure he's currently out of the range and the sauna as well, because he really want to try to get towards his back line. But there's just too many members of Team Bosskurr that's currently just clumping together to ensure that they would not get picked off by any members. Kuja on the other, still doing a great job with that top lane. But you see a beautiful stun and lockdown that's gonna be allowing Face to instantly get a beautiful kill. And not too far behind, Parasite was able to assassinate another player. The double assassin comp is working quite well against RED Reborn Esports.
Oh, of course it is. And Kuja gets locked into the wall with the Tyrant's Rage, followed up by the perfect execution. There's nothing they could do. Even GG is like, nah, fam, I am out. Do not want to be part of this any more than I should. Orange Lourve Esports really can't seem to find a way to actually get into the team composition now that they have the ultimates. Parisai, he's walking pretty close. He's got the slow. GG turns around with red buff as well, just to ensure that Parisai doesn't go any further.
But this time, Team Bosskurr is right now in the lead, not just in scores, but also in net worth as well by pretty much 2K. But we see that the fact that Team Bosskurr still doesn't really want to assert that dominance, but at the same time, even if they don't assert that dominance, they just pretty much know that they have better engages, better initiators, and when it comes to just instantly silencing a player from the game, they know they have the damage and items to go for it.
Yeah, but they are playing a very responsive game into what Orange Lourve Esports is doing so far. I mean, yes, it is 2-2 when it comes to the torrents, but you can already see that bottom tier 1, the only reason is that it's alive is that Team Bosskurr has put more priority into it. Nothing to say it gets hit by the initial engagement from Scott, but again, no follow-up from the rest of the team. It looks like they aren't going to dedicate any of their resources to ensure his death.
Nothing to say, still holding out towards that tri-brush as well. Kuja on the other hand, HY getting ready to get the go for the pounce if possible. Nothing to say, finds his opening, but suddenly the turtle will be safely secure. Wrong way is going to be coming in as well, but instantly not going to be good enough as our dear friend Fakes just has too much damage, instantly assassinated GG, and the rest of the team instantly has to disengage and fall back to look for a better opportunity.
Yeah, but look at the split push going on. Like every single time they are trying to contest for these minimum objectives. Oh no, he's dead. He's gonna die. Bam, dead. Parisai making sure that he's completely negating this Natalia, punishing her for the fact that she doesn't naturally have a lot of health or defense. So just a point and click weapon there coming in from Saber, that 3-point strike. Woo!
Oh man, the triple strike, 3-point strike, and even with he didn't even use the, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't use the triple sweep either, right? His ultimate?
Oh yeah, he did use the ultimate. That's how he caught her. He's just like, haha, surprise, got you, 1, 2, 3, and just popped my regular S1 and just walked up to you.
Sadly, I guess I missed that out, man.
It just happened so fast.
Yeah, I mean, it happened so fast, and oh no, actually I was drinking water. So yes, definitely for all of our amazing viewers back at home, thank you guys for joining. And of course, don't forget to drink water because a lot of more amazing games happening, and you guys need to cheer up for your team.
Yeah, but so far, I mean, this game has been going pretty okay for Team Bosskurr by far. I don't think Orange Lourve Esports really have an answer to deal with the amount of ultimates. They kind of have to bait out the ultimates from Team Bosskurr, but they're very hard to miss. Like, there's no way Parisai is not going to be able to get the right target with that 3 sweeps.
I mean, definitely for sure. And the worst part as well, nothing to say, with the Unstoppable Force always gets cancelled out by the bouncing ball. It just makes it even more harder for him to get on top of many players. And speaking of getting on top of it, they managed to get on top of Kaiser instantly, locking him down, nuking him around, and make sure that he will not be able to pop off that Black Dragon transformation in time.
Yeah, they have to isolate their targets. Like, Orange Lourve Esports cannot just simply run into the team fight of 5 and expect to win it because their priority, their cores are going to get instantly bursted down. So you just have to play it one step at a time, look at the situation, have that awareness, and kind of play the team fight front to front.
Scott going to be charging up the Tyrant's Revenge, instead jumping into an empty bush, but then again, gives as much information towards his team. Natalia, on the other hand, or in this case, HY, doing quite a great job split pushing that ball lane, but he needed to quickly rotate to really assist the team because none of this gets caught with the Tyrant Rage as well. That's pretty big as well, but AIM instantly with the rough race, instantly coming in, has to back off and make sure the rest of the team gone to the big. Unstoppable Force, he gets on top of Fakes. That was pretty big. That was amazing. And now Team Bosskurr instantly has to rotate back because they know that the majority of the team is not really here and ready to fight this battle.
Wow, that was a really sick play coming in from Nothing to Say. That was legit so sick. But now he walks up, takes all the damage. Now the team can go in. They've got no more ultimates to spare. Nothing to Say he literally lives with 1 HP, and GG, he is going absolutely nuts with his Kuja. He doesn't care anymore. They've got no abilities. Who cares? Kaiser, you can try your best. They're trying to jump on top of him, but even with Saber, he can only do so much with his abilities. Reducing him down. Utah, the next to fall, and GG able to pick him up, trying to put his damage in and looking to pick up the next kill for himself. He's still 0-1-4. He wants to get that gold.
Definitely wants to get that gold for himself, but Blue is going to be safely secure on the hands of GG. AIM on the other hand, trying to see if he can go for another pickup for the team. Nothing to say. He doesn't really have the flicker, but here comes HY doing significant amount of damage towards Parisai. And now the rest of the team has to reset themselves because they know they can't really siege that tier 1 tower just yet.
That was some good play coming in from Orange Lourve Esports. They know that their win conditions is solely based on whether Team Bosskurr uses their ultimates. The moments the ultimates are down, the lockdown is gone, they can go in and there's nothing much they have to fear about because they're so dependent on those abilities.
Yes, but also at the same time, Luck had a play in this game as well because Nothing to Say, still alive, by the way.
I think he was expecting to die, to be perfectly honest.
But Sally Kuja, I believe he will die in this top lane from that 3-man gang. But that's totally fine because Kuja did an amazing job. He already forced out their entire lane and very close towards the top inhibitor as well.
Yeah, they had to use 2 full ults to make sure he dies. And you know, that's the big deal. Oh, Sakura in trouble. HY picks him up. Oh, Fix is able to get the return kill. Not too bad. Nothing to say. Can't really do too much about it. Unfortunately, GG getting one shot by Parisai. Oh my goodness.
I told you, man, the triple sweep is painful, man. It hurts. It really hurts. And he's an assassin as well. So the fact that he was able to assassinate out the marksman here, really great pick. It's going to be allowing them to safely secure this Lord. But AIM has another thing to say about it as he instantly nukes down Fakes with the rough waves. And sadly, the skills will not be able to connect, so he instantly has to back off. The Lord get reset. Well played coming up from AIM. The man bringing in the pain.
Wow. Wow, this guy's reaction time. How did he? Wow. Okay, let me just recap this. Let me just recap this. My brain just cannot function. Hold on. 3 sweeps coming in into nothing to say. He's trying to get out of the turret range, but finally Kaiser is able to hit him back. Oh. Alright, so first of all, AIM goes in, he picks up a kill. Alright, looking pretty good. Scott comes flying through with the Tyrant's Revenge, completely misses, uses the flickers in Tyrant's Rage to try and grab somebody off the guard, does complete, and doesn't actually get it because AIM was able to slide on out of the Lord Pit itself. Oh my goodness, that reaction time, I literally cannot believe it.
I told you, AIM is a small criminal, you know? He's making Michael Jackson's go he pretty much back in the grave.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I just completely missed out what happened on screen. I'm still in such shock with this kid's freaking reaction time. I cannot believe it.
Dude, it's just really amazing stuff that AIM is really bringing inside this game because he totally understands that someone has to step up because Team Bosskurr is just now was in the lead. He stepped up. He showed what needs to be done, and now his team pretty much I wouldn't say even things out, but they managed to bring it back, slowly catching up towards Team Bosskur's net worth here.
Yeah, I mean they're doing a good job. They've evened it out, even though the kill score is 5 kills down. Not a big deal. I mean it's 32.8k to 32.3, 500 difference. Not a big deal.
Oh no, Scott's gonna be charging up that Tyrant Revenge, gonna not be able to connect at all, but AIM's able to dash back and fall. But with the Eudora, with Sakura in his face, sadly AIM will not be able to get out of that kind of situation.
Yeah, this is starting to become really tough because the ultimates are taking, the ultimates are, are really short cooldown for some of the, Kaiser getting absolutely shredded by GG. The problem right now is that GG can't survive long enough to actually get his full potential of damage out, and he can't seem to get those kills as well, so that's slowing him down just a wee bit.
Dude, I love it. GG just now, while doing a little bit of damage towards Kaiser, his spy sense just kicked in and he instantly backed off because he knows that something's not right with that brush.
Something's up with it. HY, he gets caught out. Sakura, he sensed it. He's like, something didn't feel right. Nothing to say. He's trying to walk up. Could they actually go for the steal here? Potentially unstoppable force going all the way to the back. Nothing to say is going to get on top of Scott, but that's not going to be enough. HY gets a cheeky kill there. Big ult coming in. Nothing to say. Once again, finds another opportunity to take out Scott as well as Sakura in the process. GG unable to pick up the kill in time.
By the way, AIM is here. He sees an opening. He wants Parasite. That's a flicker, the ejected combo. Here comes HY instantly with the rock waves. AIM once again washes him away.
Oh man, this is just a game of who can one-shot who faster. Like, Parisai is making sure GG is not having a fun time in this game. He's already died to him 3 times because of that friggin' ult, so what can he do?
That's actually what I'm really concerned right now, right? So Parisai, the minute he commits his ultimate, assassinates one person, that's pretty much all he can pretty much do, right? Because, but let's be honest, like, sure, his right-click damage is painful, but it's not as like detrimental compared to his ultimate, which literally can just one-shot GG inside every.
His what?
His ultimate.
Before that, his what? His right click damage?
Yeah, his right click damage. No, I said auto damage.
Nah.
I said auto attack. Auto attack.
I'm watching you.
You caught me once back in regular season. It will never happen again.
PC Master Race boy. I'm on to you. I can smell it. I can smell that GTX off of you.
Yeah. Sorry, it's RTX boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, let's look back into this game. Currently, I mean, both sides are really taking their time because, again, it really is a game of one-shots. Nobody has an opportunity to really react, well, except the aim, of course. But let's see whether he can do it one more time because, again, no real objectives have been taken from either side. Nobody can seem to find any leeway because it's such a back and forth.
I mean, literally it just comes down to not who just nukes down who first. It's pretty much who catches who first. It all comes down to literally just for the hand of Orange Lourve Esports is whether or not to say he's going to make that one amazing play. Because let's be honest, the only time aim can actually dive into nuke someone is where he just knows that the fact that he would not get nuked down first before engaging the rest of the team.
Yeah, but that still doesn't solve the problem of what GG is facing right now. He can't get into Okay, all right, that's 1, 2 ultimates already down, 3 ultimates already down. This is going to be a big game. HY, he buys a little bit of time. He gets one shot almost straight away by Parisai. And the rest of the team, Kaiser, they're pulling in through and they're trying to lock place, and now this is bad. Kaiser right in the smack of it. Finds two. GG turns over with the battle mirror image. This is what they've been waiting for. Orange Lourve Esports trying to turn this around, trading 1 for 1, looking good, but unfortunately Eudora found his number. 3 for 1. Team Bosskurr find a way to disrupt the formation of Orange Lourve Esports and are hitting harder than ever.
Ooh, Kuja's gonna be a little bit careful as well. Ultimate's gonna be thrown down once again by the Eudora, but then again, even though Team Bosskurr won that fight there, they instantly have to back off because Orange Lourve Esports, or Kuja in this case, did a phenomenal, both Kuja and HY did a phenomenal job pushing out, ensuring that both of the side lanes will be pushed in, and Team Bosskurr knows that even without having the minion waves in the mid lane, they have to back off.
See, the problem is right now is that Orange Lourve Esports have realized, yeah, we're at quite a significant disadvantage because we can't necessarily force out ultimates from Team Bosskurr, and the only person who can really absorb it is Nothing to Say. Everybody else dies in just one hit.
You know, honestly, I thought it was really fantastic for Orange, man. I was like, hey, Nothing to Say still alive, pop 3 ultimates. I'm like, this is the moment. And then HY gets caught from the back line. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, it was an attempt to kind of split up the composition of Team Bosskurr because it depends on who has that, you know, solid formation of having your main tanks in front, people who want to absorb the damage, and everybody else who's just waiting for the right opportunity to catch out the cores. Nobody is looking to flank because if you're isolated, you're basically as good as dead.
I mean, definitely for sure. By the way, ooh, HY once again, Kuja doing what he does best, going with the split push towards his bottom lane, ensuring before they actually try to engage towards his Luminous Lord. However, Scott is going to be able to find aim. This might be a little bit too risky for him as well. Pop the wrong way just to try to back off. Fakes on the other, finds GG, goes with the Thorn Rose, finds him by GG, still alive, popping the Blazing Duet, and thankfully enough, he will be able to survive this. But however, I don't think he's going to be sticking around long enough to actually try to reduce this Luminous Lord. But thank God for Kuja.
Just disrupt them.
Pushing, he's holding them on and making sure they actually try to get away from the Luminous Lord. Kaiser finds it, goes for the Furious Dive, so they would not be able to connect. And Kuja, within movements, he's going to be able to back off. But look at it, 3 members currently isolated from the rest of the team as well. Eudora is currently on the west, selling fakes. Barely alive, instantly get popped off, and GG has the Blazing Duet and getting ready to jump right back into the mix once again.
Oh no, Parisai, he used his ult already. GG, he's sick of it. He's done with it. You can literally see the legitimate fear of him using his battle mirror image over the wall, and the moment Parisai drops his ult, you know it's over for him.
Oh man, this is really great as well. But anyway, Luminous Lord gonna be safely secured, hopefully in this case, unless Scott decides to make a play. But AIM just doing a phenomenal job, just trying to chase him away. So Luminous Lord safely secured, and now Orange Lourve Esports finally turning things around. The comeback is real, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see whether they will be able to close things out.
Oh man, they sent way too many people to deal with Kuja there. Way too many people. Already enough. They didn't need to send Sakura, and unfortunately, that just meant 3 of their members absolutely getting destroyed.
Just a really tough one to see, but either way, Still waiting for the Lord to be summoned out. Bottom lane slowly being pushed out alongside with the top side. Mid lane naturally being pushed in. But Scott was able to find aim. Aim no chance had to pop the ultimate with the wrong place. But suddenly Scott literally gets abandoned by the rest of the team here. But he still has his immortality. He's still going to be eventually coming back. But they're playing for another long as the knockout will secure his fate.
Huh. All right. So that happened. I'm kind of interested because they didn't see GG for a decent amount of time. So they had one or two options. Either stand in a position where they can actually force out Orange Lourve Esports to back away or completely give him up. And they decided to just completely give him up. I don't know if that was 100% the right decision because I definitely think they could have been able to get the pick, especially off of Kadita.
But anyway, Divine Glaive going to be picked up from aim as well, so it's going to be doing even more damage. By the way, going to be a little bit too close to comfort as well, but mid inhibitor eventually will fall. Peressa getting a little bit too close to comfort, but he is confident he's going to be able to escape out of that kind of situation. GG looking at the rest of the team, trying to hit the throne for themselves, but suddenly GG gets caught off guard again, but thankfully he has to see with the blazing duet coming in instantly, popping things off. Sakura is dead for the count. Scott 2 seconds away, but Orange Lourve Esports goes for the throne, and they end this game with a comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, they clear things out with 2-0. Well played, Orange Lourve Esports.
Game one, fair enough, Orange Lourve Esports won, but it's not like, you know, any big of a deal. But that second game, they definitely should be proud of. They were at such a disadvantage. It's unbelievable how they just macroed their way out of it. And Team Bosskurr, they basically were just rolling the dice, not even really rolling the dice, it's just making sure that they could kind of balance it out. But it's time to throw it over to the Atlas. Lafel.
Hello, thank you English and Malay casters. Ya, dekat situ kita boleh nampak di mana Orange Lourve Esports berjaya untuk menang 2-0, but it was not an easy win. They definitely put out their best show over there, and it's a common complaint that many Bosskurr fans, they're like, we don't care that you lose, but we want you to lose fighting. So dekat dalam game ni, I rasa the Bosskurr fans, diorang kena ada sedikit rasa lega sebab yes, Bosskurr kalah. Tapi diorang kalah dengan cara yang sangat-sangat, I would say, in a very good way. So, tanpa melengahkan masa, kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudo untuk nampak apa yang terjadi dekat dalam game tadi. Pada bahagian awal game, kita nampak Kaiser, dia sentiasa ditarget. Honestly, satu pilihan yang bagus daripada Orange Lourve Esports. Dan Scott, unfortunately dekat game ni, dia susah sangat nak tangkap aim. Okay? Aim yang gunakan Karita dekat sini, very, very difficult. Tapi Turtle ni, pada the first game, I dah cakap, Bosskurr diorang dengan... Okay, so dekat sini kita boleh nampak di mana Kujan masuk daripada tepi disebabkan dia nampak, okay, ada banyak HP yang sedikit, maybe aku boleh buat something, but... Pause dekat sini. Okay, as you guys can see tadi, sebenarnya HP Turtle belum level critical lagi, and the thing is, Karita punya rough waves, dia punya burst damage is comparable to the damage yang apa nama dia, Lancelot punya Thorn Rose and Retribution. Basically, Fakers dia buat terlampau awal. Alright, tinggal lagi 200 atau 300 HP dekat Turtle, and then rough waves. Honestly, apa-apa skill pun dah boleh curi, tapi rough waves memang dia punya burst damage besar. So katakan dia terawal apa-apa skill pun, dia second skill ataupun dia punya retry, Karita dah boleh curi. And after this, Bosskurr terus shut down. So kita terus tengok kita punya highlight dekat sini where Bosskurr made very critical mistakes. Antaranya Fakers kat sini, dia tak patutnya terus mengejar. He's like, okay, aku punya Lord kena curi, I punya Turtle kena curi, I'm going to kill you. But it's really a bad situation. And I dah cakap, tim Bosskurr antara kelemahan diorang ialah diorang punya neutral objective. Maksudnya Lord dengan Turtle. Kita pause dekat sini juga where kalau you guys perasan, Bosskurr macam takkan tengok bush dekat sini sebab dah 2 orang daripada Orange Lourve Esports. Satu aim yang menggunakan Karita, lagi satu HY yang menggunakan Natalia. Dua-dua tunggu dekat bush ni, and ini yang menyebabkan tim Bosskurr kalah dekat diorang punya team fight. Like, this is a very critical punya situation. So kita teruskan dengan kita punya team fight dekat sini where Lord berjaya di-secure oleh Fakes. And very, very good daripada Eudora. Terus flicker ke depan, make sure dia dapatkan stun, dapatkan damage, and then Prisai boleh masukkan and yang GG kat situ. It was a very good play. But I rasa macam tim Bosskurr, mereka tak gunakan advantage tu dengan betul. And Orange Lourve Esports, mereka dapat tahan dengan game ni dengan sangat-sangat lama is because of Kuja. Kuja because he split push all the way at the bottom lane, there was not much that Team Bosskurr could do. And over here, Team Bosskurr, they won the team fight. They only have 2 or 3 minions. They should not have pushed. They don't have a marksman. They don't have anything. It was a very big mistake. They should have gone back. They should have taken something else and then maybe try to get a lead over there. But it's an unfortunate mistake. But either way, Orange Love Esports won 2-0. Right now, we're going to look at the items on both of the teams. Sakura, very good damage. Dia siapkan dia punya Lightning Transition as well as... Lightning Transition, oh my god, very on putih. Lightning Transition as well as Genius 1. And Kaiser, damaging items is the Bloodless Axe. And the rest is all defensive items. Aim, very good damage. Clock of Destiny, Lightning Transition, Divine Glaive as well as Necklace of Endurance boleh dapatkan damage yang besar as well as a little bit of utility dengan ada Necklace of Endurance untuk pastikan tak ada healing daripada team Bosskurr. HYHY, very good damage as well. Blade of Heptasis, Blade of Despair, and of course Berserker Fury is very strong. But honestly, in this game, the itemization is good from both teams, but it's because of the gameplay that gave Orange Love Esports the win. So, kita akan tengok the post-game stats of both of these teams untuk nampak what really happened in the game, who contributed the most. But Orange Love Esports, memang kita kena bagi a special tribute kepada AIM punya Kadita because I really think the Kadita changed it around. Okay, kita tengok dia punya gold, not much difference as Tower, Orange Love Esports jadi dapat 9, Bosskurr dapat 6. Rich Guy akan diberikan pada Fakes dengan 707 gold per minute. The Carry, AIM, 58,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. Burst AoE yang besar, tak menunjukkan yang dia boleh dapat the carry role kat sini. Sandbag, Kaiser dan juga Forgotten One, Scott, Explosives dan 126,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. Damage daripada team Bosskurr, honestly, is very good. As you guys can see, damage numbers daripada side Bosskurr semua boleh dikatakan sebagai seimbang. All of the damages hampir semua sekali dapat 40,000. Yuzong sikit saja lagi 1-2 basic attack dia dah boleh dapat 40,000 punya damage numbers. Lancelot 47,000, 44,000 untuk Eudora and 40,000 untuk Saber. Ini menunjukkan yang all of them really contribute as much as they can in the team fight. So Bosskurr as a team, they're getting much better. The damage numbers are there. Untuk Orange Love Esports, also the same situation where hampir semua sekali have the same damage numbers. Yes, Tamus hanya 37,000, tapi itu disebabkan dia fokus untuk split pushing. And honestly, that split pushing yang menangkan Orange Love Esports disebabkan dia paksa Kaiser untuk balik untuk defendkan the push. Sebab kalau bukan Kaiser, siapa lagi yang boleh defend? Saber datang, Saber boleh keluarkan damage, tapi damage dia tak cukup untuk jatuhkan Tamus. Sama juga dengan Lancelot. Dua-dua assassin ni boleh kalah lawan dengan Tamus. Yang boleh lawan hanyalah Kaiser punya Yuzong, and Yuzong is really needed untuk menangkan team fight. So it's a very bad situation untuk team Bosskurr and very smart daripada Kuja untuk cakap I need to split dorang punya team fight, and team Orange Love Esports dorang just like as long as we don't die, we should be okay. And damage numbers, Claude dan juga Natalia roughly the same, 52,000, and of course Kadita daripada AIM 58,000, just a little bit more daripada mereka berdua. So in this game, honestly, Orange Love Esports hidden MVP untuk Kuja yang memastikan tim dia tak mati dekat dalam team fight, and itu yang menyebabkan mereka menang the game. So unfortunately, this means that team Bosskurr will be eliminated from the playoffs as well as probably not getting invitation for the next season, but we will talk about that later. Anyways, congratulations to team Orange Love Esports. They will continue their path to the championship, and tomorrow they will be fighting against one of the upper bracket players. So congratulations to both teams. After this, we will see who is the MVP. And honestly, for Orange Love Esports, I would vouch for either Kuja or AIM because both of them did really good plays. And HYHY, as a Natalia, he played the best Natalia game that I have ever seen. It was really good. Tapi macam mana pun, MVP ni dia bukan hanya numbers dekat KDA. MVP ni akan diberikan kepada sesiapa yang membawa impact yang paling besar, and MVP akan diberikan kepada sesiapa yang change the tides of the game. Hint. Change the tides of the game. Get it? Tides. Anyways, you guys akan nampak nanti. You guys will get the joke. You guys will get the joke. Anyways, so Orange Love Esports, again, congratulations as they move forward. And after this, we will have an interview with one of the Orange Love Esports players to really ask, how do they feel and what was going on through their minds, because diorang menang 2-0, tapi ini bukan 2-0 yang senang, okay? This looks like apa-apa point pun yang diorang boleh kalah and diorang boleh tersingkir daripada bahagian lower bracket and terus tak main untuk hari esok. Unfortunately, Bosskurr yang kalah, tapi Orange Lourve Esports mereka ada peluang untuk dapatkan champion, possibly. Tapi diorang kena lawan dengan seorang daripada upper bracket. I pun tak sure diorang akan lawan siapa. Maksud saya upper bracket yang kalah dia terus turun ke bawah. So dia orang akan lawan either Resurgence ataupun team RED Reborn. Saya pun sendiri tak ingat. But either ways, kita akan tengok siapa yang diorang akan lawan selepas ini dekat bahagian quickie. By the way, semua orang yang tengah tengok live section ni, jangan lupa kita ada milestone. Bila kita dah hit 2 juta concurrent viewers, kita akan musnahkan COVID disebabkan kita semua akan duduk kat rumah. Sebab kalau 2 juta orang tengok live stream ni, maksudnya you guys semua duduk kat rumah, which is very good. So stay dekat rumah. And speaking of which, I pun interested to know how the proceedings are, but benda tu kita akan tengok nanti. Sekarang kita akan tengok MVP of the game tadi akan diberikan kepada AIM dengan menggunakan Karita. Only 17% total team gold earn, 2,754 damage per minute. Very, very low numbers. Tetapi kita kena tengok apa yang dia provide dekat dalam game tadi. First, dia dapat curi turtle. And after that, kita nampak team Bosskurr mereka buat banyak mistake. And bila Fakes cuba untuk dapatkan lot, dia dapat menggunakan punya rough ways untuk bunuh Fakes, which delaykan lot tu lagi, bagi lagi banyak time untuk Orange Lourve Esports. And all the other plays yang dia buat. Lagi-lagi bila Scott nak tangkap dia, selalu tak dapat. So he messed up all of the performance and formation of the team Bosskurr. So congratulations kepada AIM berjaya untuk dapatkan MVP dekat sini. Itemization kita dah state awal-awal tadi. Lightning Transition, Divine Glaive, Necklace of Endurance dan juga Clock of Destiny. So macam mana pun, itulah dia MVP kita AIM. Dan selepas ini kita akan interview dengan seorang player daripada Orange Lourve Esports. So tanpa mengelengkan masa, mari kita memperkenalkan sebelah sini. Okay, hello. So, I akan terus tanya interview sebab I pun dah lapar. So, first question, okay. Team Orange Lourve Esports menang 2-0, tapi ini sebenarnya bukan kemenangan yang mudah. So, apakah perasaan korang lepas menang lawan team Bosskurr?
Perasaan kami selepas menang dengan Bosskurr tu bangga lah sebab kita orang dah training untuk playoff ni kan.
Ya, and speaking of training untuk playoff ni, korang sangka tak yang Bosskurr akan bawa Saber? And sebenarnya impact Saber dekat dalam game tu agak tinggi. So macam mana perasaan korang bila nampak Saber punya pick tu?
Korang tak sangka lah dia nak pick Saber sebab dia dah rework Saber kan. So OP lah Saber sekarang.
Ya, sebenarnya agak kuat, tapi itu soalan untuk hari ini. Tapi esok korang akan sambung lagi perlawanan korang untuk kekal dekat playoff. Macam mana preparation korang untuk esok?
Untuk esok kita akan prepare untuk mental sebab kita nak penat hari ni, so kita nak rest dulu untuk esok. Tu lah.
Ya, sememangnya I setuju sebab perlawanan Bosskurr tu kita orang tengok pun kita orang memang rasa penat. So I pun rasa better you guys rest sebanyak yang mungkin and then try untuk research roughly apa enemy yang akan buat. Tapi macam mana pun, thank you very much untuk interview ni. Sebelum I lepaskan you, ada tak apa-apa yang you nak cakap kepada you punya friends, family as well as fans of Orange Lourve Esports?
Kepada fans Orange Esports, teruslah support Orange Lourve.
Okey, terima kasih kerana semua orang yang support Orange Lourve Esports dan juga jangan lupa untuk tengok Orange Lourve Esports akan berlawan esok sebab tomorrow punya match bukan senang. Bosskurr ni pun bukan senang, esok pun akan jadi lebih susah. So, terima kasih daripada Orange Lourve Esports untuk interview ini dan kita akan teruskan kita punya program sebab selepas ni kita ada lagi satu match series. So, tanpa melengahkan masa, my BM, oh my god, lepas mix Malay dengan English. So, after this, kita ada one final match of the day. So, kita akan tengok perlawanan antara kedua-dua tim di mana, yes, lagi sekali kita kena tengok muka player sebab dorang lah yang akan jadi kita punya Play of the Day, dan Team SMG melawan dengan Geek Fam Malaysia. Geek Fam sebelum ni champions, tapi sekarang mereka ada peluang untuk keluar daripada playoff, dan Team SMG nampak sangat-sangat kuat dekat bahagian regular season, tetapi SMG diorang punya prestasi dekat playoff sebenarnya not that memberasangkan, disebabkan setiap kali diorang masuk playoff, diorang akan dapat tempat ke-8 ataupun tempat ke-7, tak boleh nak proceed even further. So sekarang ni, adakah Team SMG for the first time ever diorang boleh break diorang punya curse and kalahkan Team Geek Fam, ataupun Team Geek Fam selaku previous champions menunjukkan yang mereka masih boleh handle the game, diorang masih kuat dan diorang masih boleh lawan. So pada semua orang dekat rumah, the COVID situation is still very, very dangerous. Just nak remind kepada semua, please be careful, sanitize your hands all the time, and only keluar bila betul-betul perlu. Anyways, nama saya Lourve, and anda semua tengah tengok MPL-MY SG Season ke-6 Playoff. Selepas ni kita ada perlawanan terakhir untuk hari ini. Jadi semua orang jangan pergi ke mana-mana, kita akan tengok selepas ini.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oi! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8 minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of Battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oi! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
There we go. Welcome everybody back to MPL Season 6 MYSG. And once again, we're already going to be starting off the games really soon. But we got to thank everybody who made this happen. This playoffs can't be done without our official digital telco partner, due to our official... I had a cough like midway.
Official digital telco.
Go for it. I'm about to cough.
All right. So anyway, thank you so much to our official digital telco in Malaysia, YouTube, and of course our amazing official media partner IGN, and all of this amazing graphics and us as well, including the BM casters and LaFell, and our amazing host is all currently presented to you by Moonton. Thank you guys so much for joining, especially all to you viewers back at home as well. You guys are the real MVPs, because without you guys, then we're pretty much pointless.
Basically, and yeah, home man, that was the longest like stuck up cough I've had in a long time.
It's okay. I was about to like while thanking the sponsors, I wanted to pat you on the back, but then I realized like that might be disrespectful to the sponsors, right?
Oh no! Don't worry about it. Don't worry. You know, I was expecting you to do like a Heimlich maneuver just midway. Yeah, basically. But yes, besides that, besides our own shenanigans here, playoffs has been pretty exciting by far. I mean, like initially I thought I was like, okay, I was expecting some games to be boring, and obviously certain games were definitely a little bit more draggy than others. But immediately the game after is just power.
I mean, it's all about the power, especially since we had to witness one of the basically the first two games was such a powerhouse as well, and just looking from the bracket as well as I bring to you guys explain what exactly happened. So the first game today we have our two upper bracket matches here between Team TODAK versus RED Reborn, which TODAK of course cleaned the game out with 2-0. Then the next one we have Resurgence versus EVOS SG. Two Singapore Titans going head-to-head with each other with a 2-1. Definitely not a clean game for sure. It was a very hard win for them. And then, of course, the previous game we had was Team Orange Lourve Esports versus Team Bosskurr, as they managed to bring back the game, as the second game for Orange Lourve Esports was a comeback game for them, and they still end things out with 2-0. And now the current game, which we're going to be casting right now, is Team SMG versus Geek Fam.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't expecting the Bosskurr game to go like that initially. The game one, you can definitely see that not working out too well, but it changed so fast. But focusing on this game, let's see the talents prediction on who is going to win SMG, or is it going to be Geek Fam? Let's show the reveal and swiping across. Ooh,
I see where your I see where your allegiance lies now. I guess Gideon Q going with Geek Fam. I'm still sticking with my pride with Team SMG, but of course, first things first. Since Orange Lourve Esports won the previous game, and LaFell also voted for him, so let's just say his curse is currently gone in this case.
For now, but you never know. You never know, but it's interesting. I'm actually kind of interested why you're thinking that SMG... Oh, well, hold on. Let's look at everybody else's. Look at those Garkuris also went for SMG this time round. So it's just me, Fira, and Nabil who actually decided that Geek Fam actually stands a good chance against Team SMG. And I can definitely understand from the perspective of fans, you know? And we'll get to that in a bit, but you can definitely, you know, expect them to not feel so great towards Geek Fam, especially after the regular season performance.
I mean, not just only because of regular season performance, SMG stepped it up, especially when that new patch came in. They were one of the few teams that actually also realistically adapted to it really quite quick. And with that as well, what in the world? So Geek Fam had honest prediction. Geek Fam had all in favor with Geek Fam with 89%, SMG with 11%. But then again, I'm still gonna stick with my boys. Arthur, I know you can hear me. I love you, man. You guys got this.
I mean, no disrespect to Arthur, of course, but like I know we've seen Geek Fam do it before, and I think the skill cap of their players is significantly higher than SMG so far, unless Team SMG proves otherwise. And I think this is a great proving ground to do exactly that. One best of 3 to determine who stays and who goes.
Honestly, yes, it's going to be really unfortunate for either one of the teams to leave, but here is one thing we both have been talking about the entire day, and that's the Make-A-Wish campaign, where pretty much any of you lucky winners out there, if you're feeling lucky, sign yourself up and make a wish for yourself. Any wish, it can be anything as long as it's related to MLBB. You can wish for the most craziest thing, like you want a Lamborghini, so you can play your MLBB inside it. Of course, you must have the MLBB sticker at the side. You can have something as crazy as that. As long as you win, Moonton will give you.
I was thinking of something else more ridiculous than a Lamborghini, and I thought, you know what? I want to be able to play Mobile Legends in a Tesla. Just auto drive, and just sit back in the Tesla and just play Mobile Legends. I don't know how that's gonna go, but hopefully I live.
I mean, that's like overspending for Moon 2. But then again, can you imagine if someone said something really dark, like really so down to the point that Moon 2 is just like, I need to call my mom.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of the suggestions are.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Well, no, I'm not going to say it on camera, but more importantly, I'm more interested to know what other people have come up with by far. Like, I know I can kind of like just, make theories of what people are doing, but I genuinely want to know is like, have some people ask for something as simple as could a new phone to play Mobile Legends, or like, could I play with one of my favorite talents or one of my favorite players,
or something is crazy, because this is a Make-A-Wish campaign. People can wish to say, I want to be better. I want to be a better MLBB player.
That's a bit far-fetched.
Can you imagine Mutu just like, nah, son, you trash. You trash, son. Nah, I can't help you with that.
Imagine if they actually do that. That would be a very interesting situation to be in.
No, yeah, if it says that, then Mutu just call. It's like, by the way, can I know what's your rank? He's like, I'm still stuck at Warrior for 2 years. Like, nah, son, you trash.
It's rough. But speaking of this game, if you want to make a wish campaign, you can also participate in Geek Fam's merchandise. Are you a big fan of Geek Fam? Get yourself some merchandise at geekfam.asia/shop.
Really well played, because as long as you're a geek, you're always a fan, right? In this case, they always like to go for this kind of motto.
Yeah. I love the certainty of your voice.
because I'm like.
Am I part of the family?
I'm not. I don't want to be part of that fam. I'm SMG, baby, Tiger, baby.
Ah, boo.
Who wants to be a geek when you can be a tiger, right?
Nah, I'm okay with being a geek. Total geek, through and through.
I mean, sadly, we're both geeks through and through, yeah, sadly. But I'm still gonna go with tigers. Yeah, I'm a geeky tiger, right?
Stop it. Just stop. Oh my goodness. But yes, coming back into these games, it's going to be really intense. We don't know where the power levels are going to be, but let's introduce the two teams going to be fighting here today at our last game. Let's have a look.
Let's go.
Jujur, kami sangat tak berpuas hati dengan performance kami. Secara individu, saya pun harus meningkatkan gameplay diri. We are serious now.
Yang pertama bukanlah Luminous Lord, tetapi di bahagian jungle. Okay, nothing to say. Akan menjadi masa pertama Mega Kill jadinya.
Di regular season, performance kita orang memang agak kurang dan saya pun tak dapat bermain dengan sangat baik. Agak sakit hati lah. Tapi sekarang dah playoff, semua perkara kita orang reset balik dan kita orang dah bersedia secara langsung untuk menentang Geek Fam. Kita orang dah siap main-main dah. Sekarang kita orang akan menang sampai kita orang mendapat juara. Simple.
Berjaya untuk mendapatkan banyak kill di bahagian belakang.
Kami kalahkan Geek Fam 2-0 dalam regular season. Dalam playoff pun kami akan mengalahkan mereka 2-0. Saya ada keyakinan tim SMG. Kami boleh.
SMG is a strong team and they have a solid game plan. But I'm confident that we are stronger and beating them is only our first step of comeback.
Itu win tidak dijangkakan mencuri tetek kemudian berjaya memberikan kill. Dia dimakan.
Secara individu, Geek Fam memang strong. Tetapi kita orang yakin kami lebih kuat sebagai satu tim. Saya rasa perlawanan ini akan menjadi sangat menarik.
Definitely a lot is on the line for both of these teams, because let's be honest, this is lower bracket. So anyone who loses here is gonna go home here.
Yeah, and it's gonna be rough. We've already had one team go home already, and now we have to send one more back. So this best of three is gonna determine. Honestly, this best of three is going to determine who stays and who goes once more. It's either going to be SMG or it's going to be Geek Fam. And considering both performances, yes, you can definitely see the pros and cons of both.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. But then again, they had 2 weeks. Both of these teams had 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Sure, Geek Fam didn't really close out the last week of the regular season in the way which they wanted to, for sure. SMG, however, gave us such a strong impression that, all right, they finally came back into the game here. let's see how far they can actually go with this. Arta was very happy. I'm really happy for Arta as well. Let's see how well Arta is able to really manage or support the team here inside this first or last game for these two teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Team SMG definitely didn't exactly have, the best of performances in the regular season. Of course, they definitely had some shaky moments, but towards the end, they really started to, really pull up on themselves. Geek Fam can also be said the same. However, they've had a much more rougher stuff with higher expectations. So let's look at both of these teams before we go on and moving forward. Starting off with Team SMG. You can take it away, OLE.
Thank you very much. So starting with Team SG, their lineup starting with Go 10, Rin, Sim Senpoi, Saiyajin, Long, and Smooth. So far, all this team finally clashing together here, but clashing in synchronization here. Really great stuff coming from their team play, but most importantly, Saiyajin has been making astonishing performance by far. But let's move on to the next team, shall we?
Yeah, if we're talking about veterans, Geek Fam, the one and true, the one and only, it's going to be Azoraveki, Zorn, Dominus, Rumpel, Arts, and Feeks. These guys have been here for a while. They have won championships together, and now they're looking to do it one more time, this time from the bottom of the bracket.
But I mean, you know what they say? People who hit rock bottom is all about whether you can step up and basically carry yourself back all the way to the top here once again.
It's their first step of a comeback, It's going to be interesting. Now, let's look at the player stats on both sides, because we're talking about some players who have won championships before. And these guys have been in the league for a good amount of time. It really comes down to who is more prepared. But looking at the stats, you can already see Roger players coming out 24 and 10, some of the best performances seen so far. Lung on his Natalia has really been making waves. 8-6 and 22 assists for his team. That's some pretty impressive numbers. He's not getting the kills, but he's giving them away.
I mean, whether giving away or not, but I just really want to have my eyes on Sim Senpoi. Because sure, not every time whether he's playing the Cho or even the Kufra here, that score 9-23-47. Sure, some people is gonna be like, hey, for a guy that's constantly making plays and being the playmaker, that's a pretty low score. No, let me tell you something. This guy is always diving in. He's like, hey, I'll trade my life to ensure you get the best of the best here. He's always ensuring there's gonna be a really great trade or even the best trade they could even ask for, just for a tank support. And that was tank before jungle was ever existed. Now the fact that jungle is everything slowly popping things off, he was able to scale alongside with the rest of the team here.
Yeah, and let's see how far it goes, because again, I've been waiting to see SMG at peak performance.
Peak.
I can't put it any better. Peak performance. We haven't seen that yet. Not like Geek Fam. Speaking of which, let's look at them right now, because their stats are looking obviously much, much better here. However, they have been juggling around who is going into what role, and I think that's been the biggest problem with the team, that they haven't found their stride just yet. And I think now that they've opened up the jungle, this might be an opportunity. One of the teams that I was mentioning was TODAK as well as Geek Fam coming into this, because again, their primary core players on mages such as Moon, such as Dominus himself, Big Daddy Dominus, he has an opportunity to really show what he's got now.
I mean, it's really great for them as well, but sadly, inside with this lineup, with their most pick hero and their stats, Fix will not be played today as he gets subbed in with Rumpel here. So, Rumpel as usual, although yes, we have seen Rumpel not to say all the time, but time and time again when he gets subbed in with Fix, it just gives me the impression at the same time that Zorn would be one of the main cores. I won't say hyper carry, because right now there is jungles and other existing other lanes, multiple cores, but I'll still like to call it the main core will be Zorn.
Yeah, let's look at both stats for the entire team, and you can see there's definitely certain variations here. First Blood going over to Geek Fam, 60%. That's a 23% differential. However, what's really, really impressive to see is Team SMG's 1.7 turtles per game compared to Geek Fam's 1.1.
I mean, that's because you must also understand at the same time, Team SG has always been the kind of team that likes to play around that team fight oriented, right? At the same time, they only like to try to close it out towards this mid game. So early game may not be the best moment for them. That's pretty much why they always is currently lacking in that first blood rate. But we see getting the average turtle, average lord, average kill participation as well. They're always looking for objective during that that transitioning between that early to mid game.
No, I get what you mean. I definitely get what you mean here, but I feel like they're a little bit more skirmishy at times, and that's why we're seeing these variations in the stats. If not, I think it would have looked a little bit more similar to Geek Fam's side. The only difference being, you know, mainly being the first blood rate, because Geek Fam, so far, they have been securing these first bloods, but they haven't been able to win games off of them.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely for sure. But either way, still coming into this game, right? I'm just going to be really excited on how well they're going to be doing this, because remember, all of these stats, right, is just mainly based on what kind of composition they actually went into the game here. And 2 weeks is a lot of time to really practice on what is really the in thing for junglers here.
Yeah. Well, even if you say it's like the in thing, somebody's going to innovate something a little bit different, something a little bit new. And by far, we've seen quite some interesting... Well, I don't expect it to go that out of variation. But, you know, I think these different openings, it's very similar to chess, you know? These very different variations of openings cover different areas. For example, like we saw previously when they were having Selena as well as the Roger down on the red side, they were making sure they shared the EXP, and then after that sent Roger over to blue, while, you know, they picked up the siege minion from the mid lane, allowing Selena to hit level 2. That's a really interesting opening, you know, because she didn't take Abyssal Arrow first.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure.
Sorry, she took Abyssal Arrow first, my bad.
Yeah. But anyway, so we're checking out the player hit-to-hit here is going to be between both Long and Zorn. And the best part about it as well, like, I love the fact they're actually comparing both of these two of these players from both of these teams. Not because they have similar roles or whatsoever. It's the fact that what is their role? I'm not talking about like player role inside the game. Where do they stand inside their team, right? What is their playstyle? Because both of their playstyle is very similar. The only difference is that Zorn is a little bit more, I guess the right word is proactive compared to Long. Because Long, yes, he has his playstyle where he always wants to ensure that his team gets the best, but his priorities is different. Like, for example, if he's playing Natalia, he's always telling himself, I'm going to split push, I'm going to cut waves and whatsoever. Zorn, however, if you give him like a playmaker, right, he's going to be ensuring like, since you gave me a playmaker, I'm going to make sure I'll be the best playmaker. You give me a throw, I'll give you the best kicks, I'll give you the best way of the dragon, I'll give you the best setup. If you were to swap the roles, you're going to see a different playstyle. Lourve was still, even with the throw, he was still trying to go for the split push, and Zorn, even with the Natalia, he was still trying to look for the best kind of situation inside those team fights.
Yeah, but they kind of play these two completely separate positions here, because Zorn is in that flexible position. He can literally play anybody's position in his team. The problem is nobody can play make like Zorn. And I think that puts this very big awkward situation within the team where it's like, yeah, he can kind of do everything really well. However, he's particularly good at making plays. And if anybody can kind of, you know, do the exact same thing, then we probably would see, you know, a roster shuffle more often than not. And that's what we saw in the regular season. Where does he fit? And now there's a great opportunity for him in the jungle to actually expand, not only being a playmaker, but being one of the dedicated carries for the team.
I think it will be definitely a little bit more flexible for Zorn in this case, should Fix will be playing, because at least in this case, if Fix were to be playing inside this roster, then it gives it a clear answer where, okay, I can play any other hero besides the marksman, because Fix is going to be taking that role at the main core, whether it be marksman or assassin. But since Fix is going to be subbed up for Rumple, the Zorn is going to be literally undertaking that role, so he has to pick a hero or surrounding both either assassin or marksman for himself. Unless Ozaraveki brings in another hero for himself, because Ozaraveki is also one of the few players inside Geek Fam who can also play multiple roles. He has a huge hero pool, by the way, but we haven't seen him taking up the mantle of the marksman or the assassin yet.
Yeah, it's a tough role. It definitely is a tough role, which puts a big question mark on where Dominus is going to go. So at this point in time, I would assume Zorn is going to be looking to play some sort of hyper carry position, potentially, maybe even arguably assassin, while Dominus is going to be there to support him and then help partially carry the game with him.
Yeah. Definitely for sure. And the interesting part about Rumple as well, although yes, Rumple is slowly increasing his hero pool, which is amazing, by the way, Rumple. Now he's actually trying to transition into other roles besides tanks. He's actually trying out mage heroes. He's also trying out the Diggy. I know it's a feeding strat, I know, but still Diggy is still a Diggy. He's still a mage. He's not a tank. He wasn't really playing that tank Diggy either.
Fair enough.
The fact that he's actually trying other heroes, that allows Dominus to be a little bit more flexible in his picks as well. And I'm also going to be putting quite the wrench in the majority of this team's plan, because every time they do the research, they're going to be like, the only thing they can remember, especially us during the first week of the regular season, is just like, I only remember Rumple playing tank. I only remember him playing freaking Helios, and that's pretty much it. But now, huge amount of increase. Huge amount of difference. It's going to be a huge difference for them. By the way, check out this milestone because as usual, we've been talking about it the entire time as well. Get as many of your friends and family members to join the stream just to be a viewer because the more viewers we get, the more milestone we will achieve, and now the more milestone we achieve means the more skins and gifts you're gonna get for yourselves.
Yeah, so please get as many of your friends who do enjoy MLBB because they might have an opportunity coming in at the right place at the right time. You gotta stack those numbers up to get those skins. You might be one of the few who gets a completely unlocked account, and that would be insane. Having all the heroes and those skins, ooh, delicious.
Excellent, right? Definitely very delicious. But anyway, yes, coming back to the game. SMG versus Geek Fam. I know you predicted Geek Fam.
Oh, so it's coming to this. All right, yeah, I did.
So do you want to hold the Lafel thing?
No, fam. I don't need this. I'm confident in Geek Fam's capabilities mainly because we've seen them play so often, or I've seen them play them so often that to the point where it's like, all right, we know what they are capable of. Can they reach that level today? And I'm not sure about SMG, and that's what's putting a lot of doubt in my mind if I wanted to vote one or the other. How can I vote for SMG when I haven't seen hard evidence of where the cap is going to be?
I mean, I guess so, but at the same time, it's not like I'm doubting Geek Fam's favor. I'm not going to penalize them for the fact of their performance during regular season. I know their history, I know their achievement, I know each of the potential of each of these players. I just love the fact that I wouldn't say okay, maybe it sounds like I'm rooting for an underdog story here, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that SMG, the fact that I get to see their growth during regular season from having the roughest of spots, and the worst part, all of us in the cast that during regular season, we were hyping up because we were like, SMG looks like the strongest we have ever seen. But after that first 3 weeks was very rough. But after the 4th week, got better. 5th week, even better. 6th week, after literally adapting to change pretty quickly as well, I'm like, hey, I'm really looking forward to playoff.
Well, speaking of this, let's have a look at what the draft is going to be like this time for this first best of 3 game from Team SMG versus Geek Fam. Let's find out how they're gonna handle this.
By the way, that's Arta. Arta! Hey! Wait, did he just sprinkle water?
No, he's got a board marker.
It's a board marker, okay? I thought he was like doing like, what? Okay, it's like, I thought he was like sprinkling like holy water or something, right?
He just be blessing all of us, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes he just be giving blessings to everybody.
Or maybe just like, just blessing like, get away evil spirits.
Bad predictions, be gone.
Yeah, bad predictions, get away from me.
Alright, starting off with Team SMG on the blue side, they're going to be banning out the Barat almost straight away. Alright, that's going to be interesting here. Geek Fam on the red side, and I've talked about this multiple times, but I really like forcing red side to actually ban out the Barat.
I mean, it's definitely really great for them, but the fact that Team SMG just force it, just for good measure as well. Just in case like they don't really get the opportunity to ban the Barat. Ban it out first. No one says it's wrong not to ban it. Yes, of course, ideally, it'll be great if the red side bans out the Barat. At least that opens one spot for yourself to ban out a particular hero or a targeted player you really want to shut down. But in this case, they played safe. They went with the Barat ban. And look at Geek Fam. We saw TODAK with Moon's blanket buff, and now we're seeing neck pillow buff.
Neck pillow buff. That's what I like to see. You know, they're getting creative with these things. It's getting smaller and smaller. Everything for that power of comfort. Uranus going to be the next ban coming in from Geek Fam's side. All right, definitely understandable. But what does that mean? It means that they don't want to potentially deal with brick wall side laners. Do they want to have access to Yuzong or even arguably Khalid in this situation?
No, it's really difficult because Uranus, knowing the hero itself, right? He plays many roles, whether it be frontlining, whether it be split pushing, whether it's just harassing a particular fighter out of lane. So in this case, not sure exactly what they want to try to go for, but it's always great to ban out the Uranus. Now the real question is this: since Uranus is banned out, does this mean Esmeralda is going to be optional for them?
I don't think just yet, because you're gonna have to reveal what other counter picks are on the table. Because if you're looking for an Esmeralda and nobody has a shield, I don't exactly know what you're gonna do at that point in time.
I guess so, yeah.
I don't think, like, Esmeralda's in a position where it's a comfortable position where she's strong enough to be able to deal with people with shields. However, if you don't have shields, you're not fully utilizing her.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
Right? Because you don't want to be like, oh, I play Farsa. It's like, oh, I play Esmeralda. It's like, who do you think's gonna win? Oh no, I'm completely outraged. So no, what can I do?
I know, but she does make it really great at forcing people out lane.
Farsa?
No, sorry, not Esmeralda.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about Farsa because she does the exact same thing.
Yeah, no, but then again, Farsa, you know, you jump on top of her without bird transformation, she dies.
Ah, that's also true. But in most cases, you always have the bird transformation. You're not going to be going into Feather Airstrike without it. Now, second bans coming in from both of these sides is going to be the Hilda on top of the Roger. It looks pretty standard from both of these sides. They're really thinking about their decisions here, especially since that we've seen these optional plays coming in from both of these teams. Like, both teams have played the Hilda before, and both teams definitely have touched Roger.
I mean, definitely for sure. But then again, I just have this feeling that Geek Fam just really want to try to opt for the U-turn for themselves. Unless Team SMG is really able to read the situation, they can try to take away the U-turn for themselves here, since they have the first pick priority. But then what would you be giving away though? Like, if they were to take the U-turn, that opens up a lot of other playmakers inside the game here. And remember, Zorn is not going to be the playmaker for this team. He's actually going to be playing the main core. So even taking take away the Cho for themselves here, who will be playing the Cho? I don't think anyone else can do it as good as Zorn.
I mean, Arts is pretty decent at Cho.
But you want to give Arts the damage though.
I mean, you can give him anything. He will look for a way to win the lane.
True,
and I think at this point, they're banning out the Esmeralda, so they want something with a shield or potentially something that doesn't brick wall them. Kind of interesting, but let's look at Team SMG as they go for their first pick to start off this draft. They've got a lot of options here. I mean, you know, Yusong is still on the table, Khalid as well. There's no Uranus. Jawhead is also a pretty good flex pick in general.
First pick in Jawhead, it's very... Let's be honest, very unlikely. I guess it falls into the same category of first picking Cho, right? But since Natalia is not going to be banned now, they're going to be locking down Natalia for themselves. Remember, this is Team SMG as well, and Long's one of his favorite picks as well has always been the Natalia. So him getting inside the Natalia always feels great for themselves. But then again, it just allows Geek Fam to tell themselves, alright, there's an assassin. Do we want to control this person? Do we want to pick the Jawhead for ourselves here and just try to lock it down? Or do we want to try to opt for other heroes that can really put her down to the dirt?
There's a number of options they could go for. Quite a number of options. But I guess this deters people from playing really, really squishy immobile heroes. Like, even going Farsa could arguably detrimental. So they're gonna start off. Okay.
Oh, here we go again. Someone suspicious. Very sus.
Now, which one is it? I'm pretty sure it's not X-Borg.
Yeah.
I am pretty sure it's not Selena.
X-Borg? No, bro.
Sorry, Jawhead. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I messed that one up.
No, it's okay, man. Like, we all have one of those days, right? Or at least today, we both have been going back and forth. So, yes, I suspected as well, Leslie is the bug here. So, Leslie's not a pick. It's going to be the Selena and Jawhead. Very great picks as well. Jawhead, not only will you be able to control Natalia here, but you have that early game potential. And also at the same time, that blue buff is not going to have a fun time with the existence of just Jawhead alone.
Yep, and there's also the Harith as well as the Kufra. This is really good picks. The counter pick coming in for the Jawhead in the form of Kufra. And they have plenty of playmakers here, especially with the Harith. He can just be zipping and zooming around with the Chrono Dashes, making sure he doesn't get hit by those Abyssal Arrows. So it's going to be potential counterplay there. Not necessary, but, you know, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, it's really great too. And also with the Kufra's bouncy ball, he's also able to stop the Unstoppable Force in his strike, despite the name, by the way.
The irony, right?
Yeah, the irony.
Sweet, sweet irony.
But yeah, you sorry?
No, but I'm just interested to know what Geek Fam is going to be to kind of complete the first three, and it looks like it's going to be the Lancelot this time around. Kind of interesting because now Kufra has just gone up way in value.
I mean, I guess in this case, it's just more like there's nothing else to lose in this case, right? They just tell us, all right, it's fine. There's a Kufra, it's totally fine. He can be disruptive, but that's only if during that mid game. So the fact that once Lancelot or Zorn in this case, as long as he plays with his timings, whether it be leveling or basically his spikes, he plays around his spike timings, he's gonna still be able to assassinate and does significant amount of damage, especially since with the Selena and Jawhead in pair, they're gonna be roaming around a lot, very often.
Roaming around a lot? I don't know. Well, yeah, they are going to be roaming around a lot, but it's just what else can they do to kind of solidify this composition? Because so far, Team SMG, it's looking pretty good, and the only X factor is the fact that Zorn is most likely going to play that Lancelot, and he can get some pretty insane plays. And do you really want to fall back to just, expecting Zorn to just outplay your opponents?
Depending on the situation, then possibly they have to literally force him to outplay a lot of this kind of situation as well. unless they're able to bring up another initiator or at least a really beefy person to really follow up with a lot of this engagement, at least in this case, it just pressures Team SMG into the thoughts like, alright, we cannot prioritize on zone alone, we cannot prioritize on this landslide. There is still other factors dishing out a lot of damage towards this team, and we need to keep that in check. So, right now they're lacking is pretty much an initiator and possibly one more side laner here. Would it be surprised if they want to take the damos for themselves, so they could opt to ban the boxer here if they want to try to go for the damos for themselves here. That'd be cool, but just for good measures, getting rid of another playmaker, which is pretty much Team SSG is currently lacking. They cannot depend solely on the Kufra as a primary engager. They need to have a secondary, at least to play around with the ranks.
Yeah, this is a smart pick. A smart ban coming in from Geek Fam here. All right. So far, so good in show. Team SMG, now that it's their turn to reply, they got 28 seconds on the clock. Yishin Shin has already been taken out, so I'm guessing they're targeting, making sure that they don't have scaling. But now that Lancelot has been revealed, they're probably thinking, okay, how do I protect the rest of my composition here? We've got a Natalia on our side. Yes, she is extremely squishy, and if she reveals herself for too long, she's probably going to die. So, can we do anything else about it? Do we need to put a secondary threat on the board to make sure that all eyes are going to be on him? Yuzong going to be the ban.
I was about to say they can actually opt to take the Yuzong for themselves and actually try to ban out the Damos. I mean, let's be honest, it's a safe ban if you have no idea what kind of bans you want to try to go.
But Red Side gets the pick first, so
yeah, that is very indeed. Friday. Ooh, 1-1. I'm actually quite a big fan with this as well. This is going to be a jungle Lancelot, and 1-1 is just one of those marksmen where she can pretty much sustain and pretty much with her own personal purify, she can literally just solo one of the side lanes by herself here. So you have 2 amount of damage. You have roaming potential as well. Really great timing spikes as well. So as long as Wawan can just pretty much just sit in the lane and farm all day, while Lancelot and the rest of the team just pretty much just constantly go around and pick off players one by one.
Yeah, no, totally makes sense. Yeah. I mean, they started off with that first that one pick of the Wanwan, so that doesn't really give too much information over to Team SMG of how exactly the comp is going to work, because as of right now, it looks like it's just going to be a pick-off composition. They don't have any hard way of engaging besides the Jawhead and looking for picks with the Selena here. And here we go. It's going to be Team SMG's making sure they're running a double mage composition. Plenty of damage, plenty of ways to kind of just pull back away from the fight and buy enough time so that Natalia can start cleaning up the rest of the shop. Because again, all of these heroes, well, you know, except for Jawhead, who naturally is going to start building, naturally going to either build tank or a hyper damage warrior, it's not looking too good for Geek Fam side.
I guess it all comes down to this last pick. They have to pick one frontline, someone that can actually just really peel for the team and just knows when to back them up here. What is really optional for them here? I'm looking at, like, if they want like a disengagement hero, especially coming from the rest of the team, I'm looking at Akai here, but then again, Akai just barely fits, like, he barely fits any of their composition here.
Well, yeah, looks like they're gonna go for the Ruby instead. So Geek Fam is opting to play.
Ruby.
So Geek Fam is opting to play a composition that really solely relies on a lot of individual plays, while Team SMG, on the other hand, naturally have just stronger heroes where they can just they want to play a traditional style of fighting where it's front to front. I want your front line against my front line, and my back line hitting your front line, your back line hitting my front line.
I mean, this is pretty much where literally both Zorn, Rumpel, and Dominance really comes to play, especially, sorry, not Zorn in particular, it's just more like Rumpel. Both Rumpel and Dominance really setting up that pre-level 4, right?
Yeah.
And once everyone, especially once the Lancelot hits a level 4, or at least that spike that he not naturally has, alongside with the Ruby, with the I'm Offended, that's when they start going for more pickups. Instead of 1 or 2 players, they want to try to get at least as many players as possible, and are giving that space creation for the 1-1 to just naturally farm up. At least then they can close it out towards that mid game.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think, you know, level 2 is going to be quite a bloodbath between both of these teams, depending on how Team SMG want to utilize Lung on that Natalia. So let's see how this plays out. Let's see the openings as we finally get into this game. Team SMG versus Geek Fam. Winner takes all.
Winner takes all indeed, and instantly Rumpel gets tagged and literally gets slapped for being a little bit over-aggressive there, and now Long straight away going towards his back line. He's just trying to give that information towards his team where exactly the rest of the team is going for. He finds Zorn, picks him off, just sends him a message to the fact like, hey, you want to take your red? Be careful, I'm in your jungle. And remember, Long didn't take didn't take retribution. He actually went for the execute. So the fact that if you were to actually take this fight right now, it will be punishing for you if you're not too careful about it.
Extremely punishing. Now, Jawhead just hit his level 2. Everyone is still level 1 on their side. Rin, he's going to have to do this buff alone. So despite the fact that, yes, you are disrupting, the idea of disrupting is good. However, you're not getting EXP for yourself. So technically, there is that little bit of balance here. Zorn hitting his level 2, no problems. Arts on the top side. Oh, and the first blood onto Azora Veki. He must have been real low.
Oh, dude, the silence is actually really punishing as well. Like getting harassed by speaking of skirmishes as well, we see a couple of skirmishes happening towards this middle lane. And of course, we see Zorn with the Lancelot definitely not ready to join any of this fight at all. And Saijin finally hitting that level 2, gonna be able to ensure that none of them escapes from this side with that bouncing ball.
Yep, great damage coming in from Dominus, bringing a Saiyajin down to 50% of his HP. Now he's gonna have to walk away, because if he tries to go and do that again, there is a potential collapse coming in from the mid lane from Lancelot.
Definitely for sure. Long still chilling in the bush. Rumple's gonna instantly finds him. That's a silent. Couple of damage.
Oh,
but here goes a flicker into the ejector as well. Low trying to run away for as long as possible. But Sally, smoke screen, or smoke bomb in this case, is not gonna save his life from Azora Veki's clutches.
Ooh, good play coming in from Rumple, making sure that he speeds himself up with the smart missiles and then flickers forward just to ensure that he guarantees that hit. Now, Goten and Art still going at each other. Both can't seem to find any advantages. It's going pretty even.
I mean, it's really hard as well, but then again, a arrow from Downers will not be able to connect on the other hand. Towards this bottom lane, Rumple gonna be popping the ejector just to get out of the range, because here comes Saijin, and Long Rumple gonna be a little bit careful because he's not that tanky at all. Instantly, there's one. They find Azora Veki. He doesn't really have the crossbow tank just yet. Zaman 4 is gonna be coming in as well. There goes the Chrono Dashes, and instantly, there goes Azora Veki. 1 for 2.
That was kind of funny, actually, because every single time Azora Veki kited backwards, you can very literally see Harith dash forward as well. So it's just like a game of awkward Frogger.
I mean, not just Aqua Frogger as well. Like, pretty much, he had his own personal red copper with the Zaman Force, right?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. Oh, boy. But now, it still doesn't look good for Geek Fam just yet. A 2K goal lead has developed for the side of Team SMG. 2 kills ahead of their opponents. But again, they are already prioritizing looking to get onto Turtle side.
I mean, I love it, right? This aggression coming from the side of Team SMG as well, because noticing the fact that Geek Fam with seeing what is the win condition that Geek Fam really needs to secure, especially during this early game with this Jawhead, they're ensuring at least during all this rotation route, they're nearby. At least in this case, they can reinforce or even try to go for the punish. Zion Sample gets traded a little bit back from the Dawn Rose, but Sally will be able to get barely out of the range of Saiyajin's Tyrant's Revenge.
Team SMG are able to take the turtle without any contestants for now, but Long might be in some trouble with Rumple and Azora Veki working together to make sure that Long doesn't get as much damage as he wants to onto Azora Veki, but now Seiji is coming in with the Tyrant Ring, pulling it back into the team. However, he is stuck right in the center though. Oh, what a pull. The I'm Offended coming in from Arts pulls all 3, but again, there's not enough damage going on. Long gets the pick off onto Azora Veki, and Veki, I don't think he was able to get his passive off enough to trigger his ult, and now Dominus is on the run. He can only do so much.
Oh, dude, I love it. This aggression as well. And Long, I don't know how he did it. 1v2 at the bottom lane. We have Rumble to assist our dear friend. How fast did Low took just to melt down Azora Veki. By the way, here comes the Unstoppable Force followed by the ejector as well. But here comes a pure execution, and Zon will be finally able to put down Dear Long down to the ground. And maybe just potentially as well, they will safely take away first tier tower.
Well, I mean, that's the first tower for themselves, but that's not going to be enough because Team SMG net themselves 2 towers as well. One on the top side and as well as mid-tier 1. And losing mid-tier 1 is going to be pretty hurtful for Geek Fam because now their jungle is going to be put into question. Rin is only getting stronger. Calamity Reaper already purchased. He's got all the buffs in the world. It's going to be pretty difficult to kill him without Rumple.
It's really rough this wall, especially in the jungle with the Ice Queen Wand as well. I do not want to be in the range of any of both of these major skills at all. It's going to be so punishing.
It is. Long, he's going to walk in. He sees Dominus, gets a little bit of damage in for now. But once again, Arts is taking the full brunt of the damage here. Not as much as you would have imagined it to be, but you know, it's going to be good enough. The I'm Offended pulls in Seijin as well as his opponent, Rin. They're going to be stuck in the middle of it. He's trying to get on out. He Unstoppable Force secures the kill, and that's all that they were looking for. A single mistake and misposition by Rin, costing him his life.
Oh, just really well played coming from Romper. So I go with the catch, but here comes another flicker ejected combo, throwing Zion all the way to the back line. But he has the Crescent Moon, so he's going to be able to get that shield and burst of movement speed.
They're going to have to play this a lot slower than they thought. Team SMG can't just get away with everything here. Geek Fam are still on the move. The ejector coming on Zion Senpai. He doesn't have the Unstoppable Force, but that is going to be enough with the Abyssal Arrow. Dominus secures the kill. Oh, Goten, he comes in for the back flank. Rumpel, can he survive long enough? He gets his smart missiles right on time, and that's going to be Turtle in the bag. Geek Fam even things up.
Ooh, that ejector, that extra shield from the ejector part really saved his life there. But then again, really well played coming for Geek Fam, especially coming for Rumpel. 3 times you see Rumpel making such an amazing play. Catching Rin towards that top lane. First punishing Zion Senpai for getting a little bit too close. And now finally even ensuring his team was able to secure that first turtle.
Yeah, and now, looks like the game has been paused this time around. Hopefully that isn't too big of an issue and it doesn't happen.
Oh man, but still, just really amazing stuff coming for the side of Geek Fam.
I mean, it was a good way to kind of come back. Well, I wouldn't even say that they were out of the game, but you know, coming into the game, starting off with a 2K disadvantage so early on, not the best of looks, but at least they were able to come back and you know, they have the eye for opportunity.
I mean, it's all about ensuring that each of these traits is very equal, right? That's pretty much what Geek Fam has always been great at for the past few seasons as well. They're like, you know, if we can't get, even if we're not in the league, we'll at least ensure we have really great, decent traits here. You take my first 2 towers, then I'll also ensure that I get 1 tower and a turtle on top of that, which is really great for them.
So far, so good. I honestly want to just keep watching the game, but it's under the pause. Because I'm curious to see how much Team SMG has kind of grown out of themselves from the regular season, because we don't know where they are.
I mean, I think they look great so far. They managed to like really be quite, I wouldn't say super proactive, but quite proactive inside the early stage of the game, fully understanding the fact like, alright, they have a Jawhead, they're going to be kind of aggressive, especially alongside with the Selena. They were able to answer, able to save some teammate, at the same time even punish 2 members towards the bot lane here, picking up Ozoraki a couple of times already, and that's a 1-1 by the way.
Call me skeptical, but like, you know, the early game, well, you know, I'm mainly going to say that, you know, the early game, it can be practiced in a lot of its senses. And, you know, a lot of the teams we've seen so far in the MPL have like a really strong early game. The big issue comes by when mid-game starts rolling around, and Geek Fam had the exact same issue. They get the first blood, oh, it's looking good. All of a sudden, they're 7k gold down 8 minutes into the game. So it's like, yeah, I guess they're a great team. I guess it's a good team. It's a difficult question to ask unless we've seen the entirety of the game. And I think mid-game is like the biggest point of which you can tell somebody's losing hard compared to somebody's kind of losing.
I mean, let's be honest, in this case, we both can sort of conclude that both of these teams are really great teams. It's just a matter of how they perform inside each of these games here. So in this first game, we're going to be able to, like you said, dictate on how well the SMG actually grown from the regular season. And also, I'm here as well to witness whether Geek Fam is able to reassure me of the fact that they won't repeat what exactly happened back in the regular season.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Well, honestly, what do you think about Lung's pick on taking the Natalia and then going into the side lane here?
Honestly, I was actually a pretty big fan as well. Like Natalia, initially Long was actually just pretty much roaming around for quite a bit. Then once he realized that, alright, I really sort of set the tempo with my team, nothing's really happening, he started returning back towards his side lane here and just literally forcing Rumpel to like, hey, you know, you're soft, I'm gonna try to stay here to try to make his play. And that's pretty much just like locks down the Jawhead pretty much in that one lane, and I think that's really great.
Yeah, and I mean, at least it keeps Jawhead away from its main target, especially when it hit level 4. Ooh, boy. Oh boy.
I mean, they don't call it Unstoppable Force for a reason, you know? I mean, except in the face of the bouncy ball. The irony, right?
Yeah, the irony. But Goten, he's getting completely collapsed on by all 4 members of Geek Fam. There is no way he is getting out of this one alive. But on the opposite side of the map, you can see both Harith, Natalia, Kufra, as well as Chang'e looking to go for more. They break the tier 2, and there's not enough members from Geek Fam to actually defend this side of the map. They're going to be stuck out here in the open.
Definitely for sure. And the best part about it is, well, this is what I'm talking about, right? Great trades, right? Sure. Team SMG secure the top tier 2 tower, but look at it now, the bottom lane, Geek Fam's like, hey, I got a kill, and potentially I'm even gonna get this bottom tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep running around. Rumple is looking for information. He knows Natalia somewhere in the mid lane here. Kusayajin, he could be looking for an opportunity here. Oh, he just misses by literally half a pixel away. He's trying to ensure the lockdown here. Wait for it. Wait for it. It comes up. It's not gonna be enough. Zorn waiting into the back line to try and get the kill. Finishes him out with a phantom execution, but he has no way to get out. Zion Zempoi as well as Harith Rin pulling up huge gameplay here as they are able to lock them down, popping both their ults, securing this fight. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Team SMG losing out only on 1 kill. They were just half a second too late to pick up the revenge kill on Rumple.
Yeah, just really unfortunate, but then again, at the same time, thankfully with the Corsair Cypher's fall in the hands of Zoroveki, he was able to just slow things down on Goten, because let's be honest, Goten was getting relatively close to him just now.
Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why I was like, his movement speed is like slightly slower than I remembered.
Yeah. But anyway, Rumple gonna come in, see if we're able, but thankfully now they will be able to secure this tower. But then again, they're fighting on top of the Zama Force, including the meteor shower as well. They're doing significant amount of damage. Here comes the cavalry, and Team SMG will run it down and pick up 2 core members of Team Geek Fam.
Oh boy, that has got to hurt. Zyme Zenpoi initially wasn't really in range. Then once he repositioned, all of a sudden you could see people just dropping down like flies. Their HP just not even existent. Zorn still struggling to get out of the smoke screen, and I think that has been his biggest bane of existence thus far, because he can't do much about it, but he's a little too fast for him, too furious. Doesn't matter how many tyrants you throw at him, he's gonna be able to dodge them nevertheless.
Just throwing tyrants. I'm just like picturing a Kufra just grabbing every tyrant, right? Genghis Khan just throwing each and every one of them, right?
Get him, boys, get him! One of them will hit him eventually. Zyme Senpai, oh boy, he's already got the glaive. He's gonna do so much damage. It's so early on into the game. 4K ahead of their opponents. Team SMG look to try and control the rest of the map.
You know what's even better is the fact that Sayajin is doing a phenomenal job as the Kufra. Although there was some connection that his Tyrant's Revenge was not able to connect on. But then again, it's pretty much very easy for Geek Fam, a majority of the members, to really just sidestep out that skill. It's a skill that's not really too difficult to sidestep. If you see it coming, then yes. You know.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If you do see it coming, then yes. Oh, looks like Rin has. Oh yeah, he has 3 items out. Wow, Rin as well as I'm Senpai. I didn't think they would have 3 items already completed at this point in time, but my goodness, they are.
You forgot during the I was shocked as well during the 6-minute marker. He had the Calamity Reaper and everything as well. The concentrated energy just came in a little bit later.
Oh boy, I thought the Calamity Reaper was his first buy. Oh shucks.
I mean, he's a big boy.
He is a real big boy, despite his size. But Zorn, he's going to be sitting around waiting for the right opportunity to catch people off guard. And I think Geek Fam understand that they are significantly behind. Dominus easily taking out Lung with no problems whatsoever. He gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. Boom, he's gone.
That was a necessary kill as well. They really needed to stop Lung, who's been such a nuisance. He's been cutting creep waves and split pushing the entire time as well. And the fact that Dominus was able to melt him out on the top lane before he could even try to go for that split push, really well played stuff. This is going to be slowing things down for Team SMG as well.
Yeah, Blade Heptacy is just being purchased by Zorn this time. It looks like both sides don't really want to give up too much of an engage here. Oh, you can tell that SMG is a little bit more hesitant, because the moment they are out of position or they failed the initial engage, Geek Fam will come back much harder and can especially run them down with the help of Zorn, Dominus, as well as Rumple.
But anyway, remember, Rumple has his
coming
in for the backline. Beautiful catch coming in from Sayajin with a Tyrant Revenge, instantly destroying both Dominus and Zoroveki. Rumple trying to run away with his little sliver of his life, but Sayajin with the Tyrant Revenge selling out of range will literally solidify their control, their dominance inside Geek Fam's jungle. And with this, the potential Lord will be safely secured alongside of Team SMG.
Oh yeah, and already Zion Senpai, his Meteor Shower is back up. That's how huge he is into that game. The cooldowns are so short, he doesn't even feel it at times. Now the rest of Team SMG, they're getting their big items here. Oh boy, Anti-QRS already being purchased. Dominance Ice as well. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, not Dominance Ice, but Winter Truncheon instead. Oh boy.
Anti-QRS is definitely a really big item for them to be picked up as well, because if we're talking about like just main damage dealers in particular, it's just both Zorn and Ozoraveki, which is just or Ozoraveki in this case, who's just doing insane amount of physical damage here.
Yeah, but he's still struggling. Like in comparison to the rest of his team, Ruby has been having a much more comfortable time with having 200 gold, a slight lead. But regardless, the side lanes have been punished so significantly. With Zoraveki 2-5-3 and Arts 0-2-1, they have been dived constantly since the beginning of the game.
I mean, that's the main goal for it, you know. Like Team SMG is like, you want to dive us, we'll dive you first, you know, that kind of situation.
That's a fair assumption here. But Team SMG going to continue to try to keep up with their winning streak by far. 7k gold in the ahead of their opponents here. Lord is a great opportunity to crack open this inhibitor, and that's going to be one more thing that Geek Fam have to worry about on top of this gold disparity.
Don't forget, look at the ball lane as well. They're going to be jumping right into the biggest as well. They find Zoraveki too, but then again, he's going to be able to sidestep out of the situation. But the Lord still very fresh, still very healthy, able to take down the top inhibitor with such ease. And now here comes the mid inhibitor by Sally Ars. Very crucial I'm offender's skill ultimate to be committed, but he was not able to land it at all. However, our dear friend Saijin committed a little bit too much. The overextension there will be punished really hard for it. And Red popping out the Zaman Force was not able to pick up any kills out of that long fine Zorn, but not going to be good enough as well, because right now, as Team SMG hits the crystal, they end it all. Even though crossbow attack did get popped, it's still not going to be needed.
That was a good game coming out from Team SMG. Very strong performance indeed. Geek Fam, on the other hand, still definitely a little rusty in terms of the mechanics that we have seen by far. But let's throw it over to our analyst, Lourve. Take it up.
Hello, terima kasih kepada kita casters Malay dan juga English. Thank you very much. And kita boleh nampak tadi di mana team Geek Fam nampak seperti mereka dah daripada early game lagi diorang dah terkacau. Especially dekat bahagian red buff di Geek Fam di mana Long dan juga Saiyajin, diorang dapat baca. It's like, okay, kita tahu diorang akan start buff mana. And kita orang akan kacau buff tu, and itu menyebabkan Team Geek Fam diorang tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa sangat. Disebabkan Ozoraveki sebagai seorang 1-1, dia memang susah untuk jaga dia punya lane seorang. Dia kena gang dengan diorang, dia terus gone. Disebabkan dia tak ada fast clear abilities. And of course, dekat bila Zorn guna Lancelot tak nak buat apa-apa, it's going to be very very tough, especially Dominus pun gunakan Selena. So sekarang kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu untuk nampak apa yang terjadi dekat bahagian awal-awal game, di mana I suka yang Rampa dia cuba menggunakan dia ambil inisiatif. Dia cakap, okay, macam mana pun I need a kill dekat sini, so dia akan tolong. And dekat dalam game ni, honestly, Lung played out of his mind. Lung played super well, where he knows that his ability to silence someone as well as go to the backline undetected is actually very, very sick. Now, Team Geek Fam, the draft is actually quite okay. But the thing is, their draft requires a very, very steady flow of, okay, during the mid game or during the early game, we need to do this, during the mid game, we need to do that, and then during the late game, this is what we need to achieve. But the thing is, Team SMG, they are well prepared to handle whatever that Geek Fam is trying to dish out. And unfortunately, Geek Fam, they lost every single power spike that they could ever get. Selena, very, very crazy early game. Nothing happened there. Lancelot, crazy mid game. Nothing happened there. And 1-1 is really, really good in the late game. But because, okay, kita pause dekat sini. This is a very, very good initiation by Team SMG. This just shows the level of engagement between Lung and Saiyajin. Both of these players have very, very good synergy with each other, where Lung, he will silence someone, and then Saiyajin will go in and make sure that no one can escape from their initiation. So Team SMG, player Lung dan Saiyajin, dua-dua ni boleh dikatakan sebagai diorang roam sekali serentak. Mana diorang roam, akan ada apa-apa yang terjadi. Kita akan teruskan dengan kita punya team fight, where dekat dalam game ni, I rasa semua viewers dan kita punya casters boleh agree yang Lung dengan Saiyajin, diorang betul-betul buat game. Diorang tahu apa yang diorang nak lakukan, and yang paling penting, diorang tahu apa yang Geek Fam nak lakukan. Diorang pastikan yang Geek Fam cannot do anything. Selena tak nampak apa-apa early game presence, Lancelot tak ada apa-apa mid game presence, and unfortunately 1-1 pun dia tak kisahlah dia punya position kat mana, tapi dia sentiasa akan kena target. Kalau tak kena dengan Lung, dia tetap akan mati dengan Saiyajin attack ataupun dengan Rin yang menggunakan Harif. So kita tengok itemization daripada kedua-dua team dekat sini. Zorn, dia sempat untuk siapkan punya Endless Battle dan juga Blade of Heptasis, dan Ozoraveki berjaya untuk siapkan Demon Hunter Sword. Tetapi itemization tak cukup untuk melawan dengan team SMG, di mana Long dia dah siapkan dia punya Blade of Heptasis, on the way nak siapkan Blade of Despair. And kalau dia dah siapkan Blade of Despair, I memang rasa Ozraveki walaupun dia menggunakan Aegis, tak banyak benda yang dia boleh lakukan. Rain, full itemization dekat sini, Calamity Reaper, Feather of Heaven, Concentrated Energy dan juga Winter Truncheon. So, bila the Winter Truncheon ni seperti yang Karakuri cakap, once 1-1 gets the crossbow of Tang, whenever they become untargetable, the animation will stop. Unless there's anyone close by. But if it's 1v1, the animation will stop. And then there's not much that 1-1 can do. Unfortunately dekat sini, 1-1, dia tak ada banyak space untuk melarikan diri. Just because there's so many people that can go to the back line. Tamus boleh lompat ke belakang. Harif lepas dia mukakan dia punya zaman 4, susah untuk 1-1 untuk melarikan diri. Kurfa also definitely paling teruk pun dia boleh flicker and then menggunakan Timeless Rage. Long dengan Natalia, mana-mana marksman pun memang akan mati. So, this is the itemization from both teams. Selepas ni kita akan tengok kita punya post-game stats untuk nampak the damage numbers from both teams. And kalau kita tengok dekat bahagian gold, around 7,000 gold difference, SMG dapat menang disebabkan 10 tower berbalas dengan 2, 1 lord untuk SMG dan tak ada lord untuk team Geek Fam. Rich Guy akan diberikan kepada Rain, di mana dia dapat farm mid lane as well as the jungle, the carry dominance, damage paling tinggi 21,000, sandbag dan juga Forgotten Heart adalah Rumple di mana dia terima damage yang paling tinggi dan dia keluarkan paling banyak assist dekat dalam game ini. So kita tengok damage numbers daripada team Geek Fam. Seperti yang kita nampak tadi, damage paling tinggi adalah Selena dengan 31,000. Semestinya banyak damage dikeluarkan disebabkan dia punya Abyssal Trap, sesiapa lalu pump, dia punya damage keluar and dia boleh generate banyak. Dan kita tengok damage daripada Ozraveki menggunakan 1-1 is more than Lancelot with the 18,000 damage, which just shows that Zorn, there's not much that he can do. He dishes damage here and there, but not really anything super terrific. Now, for the side of SMG, we can see that the damage numbers are roughly the same throughout the board, except for Kufra, which is, of course, the tank. He is not expected to do the most amount of damage. The most amount of damage dekat bahagian SMG is Long punya Natalia with 29,000 damage dished out, and the second one is Chang'e with 28,000, and Harif following not far behind with 26 and 24 for the Tamus. So, Team SMG around the board, everyone did pretty well. Team Geek Fam, Selena Dominus did the most damage, and unfortunately Zorn gunakan Lancelot dekat sini, not much that he can do, especially since he was being pressured so early in the game. And as we all know, all of the assassins, kalau awal-awal diorang punya level ataupun diorang punya goal kena kacau, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to carry anything after that. So, these are the post-game stats. Selepas ini, kita akan tengok MVP of the game to see that who really deserves to be called the one who really carried the game, because damage numbers is great. Assist paling banyak, amazing. Tapi macam mana pun, kita akan tengok MVP pada game kita kali ini akan diberikan kepada Saiyajin. Damage number yang paling sikit kita pernah nampak, 980, 16% total team goal earned, which is the lowest amount of team goal earned yang kita pernah jumpa juga. But the thing is, 0 to 5 KDA is amazing. And macam saya cakap, antara Long ataupun Saiyajin, either of these players memang deserve untuk dapatkan MVP because they slow down the rotation of Team Geek Fam, as well as berjaya untuk tangkapkan ramai orang. They are, orang kata numbers cannot explain apa yang orang buat dekat dalam game tadi. So, congratulations kepada Saiyajin berjaya untuk dapatkan MVP, berjaya untuk stopkan pergerakan Geek Fam. Make sure Geek Fam tak boleh nak buat apa-apa. No early game pressure, no mid game pressure, and no late game pressure. So SMG played a very, very clean game. First match of them lawan dengan Team Geek Fam, and it's very, very good. So congratulations to Team SMG as well as Saiyajin selaku MVP. Tetapi macam mana pun, ini adalah game pertama. We do have a second game. If Geek Fam manages to win it out, we will go to a third game. But if Geek Fam loses, then diorang akan tersingkir daripada playoff. Tapi macam mana pun, we will go back to the English casters as well as the host of the Quickie to really talk about what will happen next and maybe some interesting giveaways. So, casters as well as hosts, please get ready because I'm gonna bring it back to you guys. Take it away.
Whew, thank you so much, Lourve, for such an amazing in-depth analysis of that first game between SMG and Team Geek Fam. And of course, I'm gonna say it right now, I totally agree. I called it as well. Saiyajin, if he wasn't the MVP, I would have flipped this table, go all the way to the analysis side, and I'll just be like grabbing Lourve at his literally by his jungle, by the way. Jungle means his mustache, okay? I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna be like, why?
I thought you were referring to the Malay word for corn.
That's jagung.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I
was like,
said
wait a
jangko.
minute. Wait a minute. Why are you holding him by the corn? That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, no, honestly, I think Team SMG, they played a pretty solid game overall. And yes, it came down to 1 or 2 opportunities that Geek Fam took advantage of that really set the pace in the mid games. But the moment it was past that, I think they just made sure that they were able to pick fights in places in which Geek Fam had either no choice or Saiyajin was just in the right place at the right time. They just didn't check. They just didn't face check the right bush, man.
You know, honestly, yes. One, Saiyajin was definitely in the right place at the right time for sure. That was insanely lucky that they didn't really check that bush.
Man, just one of those moments.
Yeah, but then again, in Joy's entire gameplay as well, he has been doing really great and not just zoning out, making a lot of plays for the team. But now this is where I really want to discuss with you, right?
Okay.
So there was really nothing wrong with the lineup composition of Team Geek Fam. We have always the entire time we've been talking about is just the drafting, right? Right now, let's talk about what was the main issue. I don't think it was the drafting. I think it was the people who were using that hero. In particular, I was still not a big fan of the fact that Arts was playing Ruby, because let's be honest, we have known Arts. He has always been playing with a kind of playstyle where he is a great killer, a great fighter.
Okay.
But if you give him a hero where it really decides on whether it's initiating or controlling with the Ruby, he's definitely not as comfortable when he's playing like heroes like Damos or Khalid or even Uranus. So I'm surprised, yes, Uranus got banned now. Damos got taken away from him, was really unfortunate. Khalid was still in the pool. I get it, Khalid has his ups and downs.
Yeah.
But he could have at least went for it, because remember, he was not paired up against like anyone else.
Well, that's true. I have to admit, I will admit that this wasn't exactly Arts' best games for sure. Like like overall, his Ruby, certain abilities just didn't land at all. He's definitely whiffed his ult a couple of times there, and even very much, yeah, and you can't be whiffing it, especially on playoff day itself. So I definitely think that in terms of the performance-wise, not exactly the best. I don't know whether it's just a bad day or it's just he's uncomfortable with the hero. Either or, I don't really care. Give him something else. I mean, he needs something else.
You like seriously, like just give him Damos.
just give him Damos. Give him Yutong.
But yeah, give him Damos, give him Yutong. Like even Yutong, he's still very aggressive here, but he still has kids that literally help set up for the team, like with the knockup and everything.
That's fair, but again, it's like somebody has to bite the bullet here. When you're thinking about a draft, somebody always has to bite the bullet. Like you're not always going to get the perfect composition every single time. You're trying to make the best out of the situation depending on what the picks and bans are going to be. And I think here, Team SMG, they came pretty prepared. Okay, things I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with the Yutong. I really don't want to deal with the Damos. We're just going to take those out, and the moment those are gone, then, all right, fine, he's on the Ruby. That's not too bad. At least we can kind of play around this.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I'm pretty sure like Arta, or at least some of the players of Team SMG, they're pretty much dancing around, because the minute they took the Damos away and they see a Ruby being picked up on ours, they're like, yes.
This is going to work.
Yeah, this is going to work. It will work out for us. Okay, yes, like you said, probably one of them has to bite the bullet to play a certain hero. But I'm pretty sure you can still play around with it. Like even the yes, if you want to bring in the Jawhead, yeah. I'm just trying to think, right? Can like yes, I know Ars can play Jawhead, but will he? But then again, now that I think about like how Jawhead is supposed to be played instead of like how you go to rank.
Exactly.
So I'm just like, yeah, don't give Arts like control heroes or initiator hero. You just need to give him a straight up like damage dealer fire.
Just give him something that he can like dominate the lane.
Yeah.
I definitely understand where you're coming from here, but that's also a good and bad thing about Arts is that the fact that you can kind of allow him to dominate the lane, if you can kind of leave him on his own island with whoever is supposed to deal with him, he will naturally get stronger as the matchup goes by. He kind of you know, is similar to Solid. Both of them are kind of similar where they like to dominate the lane and they can dominate the lane. The question is, are you going to give me a decent matchup or not?
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. But either way, still well-played stuff for Team SMG as well. I'm really happy. That's
of course you
my prediction is correct. You know? Of course I'm happy. Of course I'm happy. Like, oh, fine. Arthur and I secretly like just fist bumping from behind, like, yeah.
I was surprised he's under the table.
Yeah, this is possible. Like freaking out of it, just laugh. I was like, wait a minute, just pull Laugh-Out, like pull Arthur out of the desk. He's like, hey, wait, I want to stay here longer.
No, but like alright, let's say I'm gonna give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt coming in from Geek Fam here, because this is only game 1. Not their best performance overall. The draft, I definitely thought it was kind of like, alright, kind of interesting towards the end. The first 3, alright, fine, but they didn't exactly round it off very well.
So you're talking about SMG, right?
I know, I'm talking about Geek Fam here.
Oh, Geek Fam.
Because the first 3 picks were like, alright, I can definitely see some potential here. And then the last 2 picks came by and I was already like, oh, alright, okay, let's see the individual performances. And like I said, yeah, that team composition was very dependent on the individual performances, and it just didn't go well.
Honestly, when you said that, it instantly blew my mind, because I'm just like, I think ours can do this? And then you're like, it depends on the individual performance. And I'm like, oh my god, Gideon just agree with me too. I don't think ours can do this.
I don't trust him anymore. My instincts.
It's not that I don't trust him. It's just more like the doubt starts getting bigger. You know, it's like
right.
It's like you plant the seed of doubt. You're like, I think ours can do it with the Ruby, and then you're like, it all comes down to individual performance, and then the doubt starts growing. I'm like, oh my god, Gideon and I are so on the same page with this. I wonder what the BM casters are thinking.
Oh boy, yeah, I'm actually curious to what the BM casters think about this entire situation.
Oh, I did. When I went to the toilet just now, Igato just says like, ours, no, Ruby. And I'm like, gotcha.
Okay, so we can confirm. Like, I would like to see Art on something more comfortable here, because whiffing the most important ability in Ruby's kit, that just can't fly, especially when you only have one last chance here and now to kind of even up the score. If he's on Ruby again, he really has to step up his game and make sure that he is landing these abilities, because he can't afford to miss it.
You know, I thought you're about to mention that how in the world how he whiffed it with such a big sight, right?
I'm gonna admit, I've whiffed a couple of Ruby ults myself, so I kind of like relate in that sense.
Yeah, that's pretty much why we're both not professional players, and we're actually just practicing our stand-up comedy, right?
Oh. I'm just a big joke on Ruby.
It's okay. Guess what? We're both a joke.
Don't put me in the same basket as you. Don't even try to put me in the same basket.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm the fresh goose and you're the rotten.
Oh, he's still got it in him. He's still got it in him. All right, looks like we're going to be heading over to the draft. It is time to figure out how Geek Fam is going to handle Team SMG in the second game. They're fighting for their lives.
Definitely for sure. And right now, Geek Fam starting on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban as well. Really interested on what they're really going to start things off. And let's be honest, I would be really excited if Geek Fam want to actually let the bar go through, but of course, sadly enough, SMG would never let that happen because they will instantly ban it out for themselves. But Geek Fam instantly start off with the Jawhead ban here.
That's kind of interesting. I like the way that this is going, but you know, because you're expecting Jawhead to be picked up within the first rotation here.
Yeah.
Because when you have 2 picks, why not Jawhead? Jawhead basically fits in almost every single composition imaginable because of his playmaking capabilities. The same can be said about Cho. And they kind of fit in that exact same build whereby one is a little bit more direct and a lot less mechanical, but just as effective.
Yeah, I mean, like, in particular, like, let's just compare the one thing that Cho can't do. That Jawhead can. It's just very simple enough. In an early game, it's just pretty much shifting that blue buff, which is so crucial for every jungler right now. If we're talking about like Ling, like especially like marksman or assassin junglers, right? Harith, Ling, who's so dependent on that blue. If you just disrupt it or just slow things down, that is tremendous for their own team here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think, you know, the meta is really calling to action the early to mid game more than it is for the late game, because the late game, it's dependent on how your mid game goes. It's not something that you can kind of like, oh yeah, I can just, you know, hold on and under oppression I can still win the game. It's a lot more difficult than that.
I honestly, to me as well, like, I still think like late game just naturally comes in, right? That kind of thing. It's just more like if you can't close mid game, then you have to go towards this late game. So it's still, yes, early game or early transitioning towards this mid game is always going to be super crucial for them here. But anyway, Team SMG getting rid of the Uranus. That's going to be their second ban here. And now Geek Fam, last ban in the pool here. Do they want to get rid of the Yutong? But no, just for safe measures, they're going to ban on the Rogers just in case Team SMG going to lock it down.
Oh, he's going to get it. Is he going to get the Yuzong? Is he going to get Yuzong? Is Team SMG going to allow Arts to get the Yutong here?
Now, that is a really, really big question here. whether they want to let the Yutong go or they have a more priority ban here, which I don't really see here in this case. They can opt to go for the Natalia ban if they want, if they so fear that the fact that Geek Fam might actually lock it and take it away from Lourve.
I doubt it. I really doubt it. Unless Geek Fam is the one banning it out, Team SMG will leave up Natalia no matter what. It's definitely one of those flex picks whereby I don't necessarily have to take it, but if there really isn't anything else and you want to disrupt your opponent, Natalia is a pretty interesting way of doing it, and Long does it pretty well.
So potentially we might either see Long taking it for himself should Natalia not be picked, but it's actually pretty good. Getting rid of one of the hyper characters just in case, because remember from the last game as well, Geek Fam has the tendency of locking down their main course first and instantly locking down the Lancelot. Yes, that does tell Team SMG who is their main course and what they can actually try to play around it. But just for good measures, I'm pretty sure they're just not really comfortable with this.
Well,
yeah,
all right. Well,
what else?
All right. I was really hoping Geek Fam was gonna be like, you know what, Arts, you deserve it this time. You had to play Ruby, you got absolutely like doved on. Like here's a Yuzong, at least then you have something to do with your time, rather than just sit there and just kind of wait. But this time around, they're gonna be giving they're gonna be able to take away the Natalia here. I'm not entirely sure who's gonna be playing the Natalia, but we'll just wait and see.
Well, yeah, we're gonna leave it at that because even I have certain suspicions, but I'm just gonna leave it at that because right now I'm just trying to figure out what is the two picks coming up from Team SMG. A lot is up for grabs for itself. Remember, Selena is still in the pool, although we rarely see Team SMG really pulling off an amazing Selena just yet, but still locking it down and coming in alongside it is gonna be the Hilda, and that, my friend Gideon, is your early to mid-game transitioning there.
Oh yeah, Hilda is gonna absolutely run over Natalia if she finds her in the jungle. That's the biggest problem. Like, no matter how much damage you put from Natalia into Hilda, it's just not gonna matter.
Can you imagine, like whoever plays this Hilda, right? Just like, or maybe I believe it's gonna be Go 10 maybe. So he's just gonna walk around and suddenly, I don't know, just see an exclamation mark. It's like, you're mine. Oh man, but anyway, yeah. So the next two picks coming up for Geek Fam, of course, is their last two picks before the end of this first pick phase here. Really interested in what they can actually try to opt for, especially after noticing that they have quite the amount of early game aggression. And I think in this case, Geek Fam just finally feeling the burn under the fact that, like, alright, maybe we got rid of the Jawhead a little too early here. But in the end, they're going to lock down the Yutong for themselves. I believe it's going to be our dear friend Arts, and potentially might be Zorn with the Harry.
He's
a good jungler.
Actually, I'm not entirely sure because it's kind of interchangeable between Dominus and Zorn. I feel like either one could actually pick up the Natalia here. I feel like Zorn is leaning a little bit more towards the Natalia, and Dominus will pick up the Harith, but we'll just have to wait and see. Now, last pick coming in for the first phase of the picks coming in from Team SMG. They see everything here. Do they want to have something that either brick walls the Yuzong, or do they want something to actually try and dominate the Yuzong? They could get the Thamos right here, right now.
True, they can actually try to offer the damage for himself, but no, they're going to lock down the core because there's actually no reason why the SG couldn't really lock it up. Because remember, we're going to go enter the second ban phase, and once that happens, and if Team SG actually pick the silence instead of one of their cores, their Geek Fam is going to ban out all kinds of options and just pretty much push Team SG into a corner where they have to pick a certain core hero or carry hero, which they're not really comfortable with here.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
No, honestly, I didn't expect the Lancelot. I was actually like thought they might actually want to try to go for the Yi Sun-Shin or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. That felt like more within Team SMG's comfort zone. But I'm excited to see how they are willing to perform on that Lancelot. They banned out the Farsa very well. It looks like they want to take out as many damage dealers as possible from Geek Fam's side because, again, their composition looks to kind of disrupt and kind of disorientate your opponent until they're low enough to get cleaned up by either Harith or the Natalia.
I'm just trying to think. What does Ozora Veki feels like playing inside this game here? Because right now, I wouldn't say they are lacking in any mages here, but then again, it always would be nice to get a second one, especially since I wouldn't say Harith is not dependable. It's just like if you just need that one match to really just casually just clear things out, or at least be a great nuke inside those team fights, it's always great to have one of those kind of mages.
Yeah, it is kind of nice to have one of those rages. The Kufra is getting banned out for the side of Geek Fam. They just want to make sure that Saiyajin doesn't have access to such a big playmaker, and he's very comfortable on the Kufra, as we saw in Game 1. So definitely understandable. Ooh, Kadita as well for the side of Team SMG. They're making sure that this, they're making sure that this double mage composition isn't going to be, you know, super effective when it comes to just nuking down opponents.
Yeah, and especially with Kadita's ultimate Wrath Waters as well, she's going to be able to just, also similar to Thorn Rose of the Lancelot, able to mitigate quite a amount of damage and skills, and at the same time still do a lot of nukes as well. So getting rid of her, but that still leaves options for Veil and Valir for the side here of Geek Fam. But I don't really think they really want to try to offer those kind of picks for themselves here, unless the situation really calls for it.
Yeah, no, I think like especially when it comes to Valir, that's where you're trying to figure out, like, can I get close enough so that I can push him away with the Searing Tori without taking the damage? And that's a pretty difficult question to answer, because Hilda can kind of absorb the fireballs in the early stages of the game. So it's one of those payoffs where I don't think Valir gives enough value, especially when you're up against a Lancelot and a Hilda, even though in theory it makes a lot of sense to just max out your Searing Tori just to push them away.
Yeah. You know, honestly, I believe Geek Fam really wanted to secure the Kufra for themselves, but because they are not getting this first pick in this second pick phase, they have to ban it now, because Team SG would just casually take it for themselves, because it is such a great counter to any dashing heroes here. Oh man.
Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. Akai is gonna be the next lock-in for Team SMG. Yeah, I mean, if Geek Fam want to disrupt, no problem. We're just gonna disrupt you back.
It works two ways. Great initiator. You also not the best of lockdowns, of course, because you really need to pin someone towards the wall. But disengagement, probably one of the best as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, now coming in, let's see the composition to be finally finished off by Geek Fam, because they, as of right now, they could easily go for a double mage composition, because we've seen Harith been paired with so many other things in the past here.
But then that means they just need a really strong front line here. But in the end, they're not going to go with the double mage. They're going to go with the claw just for good measures as well, which is really cool as well. Battle mirror image, you're going to be able to casually safely farm and also get out of the fights to make it quite passive. You think the fight gets a little bit too dicey, but whoa, what am I witnessing? So not only are we seeing a double mage, but we're also going to be seeing multiple farming costs. I've never seen such a greedy lineup in my life.
Yeah, this is quite a greedy lineup. I mean, I'm not gonna say that they don't have some form of early game, but level 2 is kind of gonna be rough here. Like, Veil needs to be able to land his abilities, but if any one of these people, except for Yuzong, get caught out by the Abyssal Arrow, they essentially die.
I mean, okay, I sort of can understand like how Veil is gonna be very easy, because let's be honest, Hilda is not like a dash, it's not like a dash or a blink. She's just pretty much just gonna run up in your face, right? So with the Wind Blow and the Wind Blade, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be really simple for him to Dominant to literally catch Long here. But for the rest of the team here, it's gonna be relatively difficult.
Yeah, this is interesting, because I firmly believe that Team SMG might actually have the better team composition overall.
Yes.
They have a lot more options. That's what I'm gonna say. Geek Fam, they've got so much damage, like a ridiculous amount of damage in that composition.
But that's only if we actually put into the account where they not only do they get the levels, but the necessary items they need during that make it. And yes, they will be able to just nuke every single one of them. They don't even need the best of setup either, just pretty much in range in particular.
I mean, a 2-item power spike, but for the most part, if everybody gets at least an item and you have Natalia kind of roaming around, you can actually look for this cleanup crew more times than you can, because again, you are going to be harassing a lot. But I don't know, this is a very risky composition coming in from Geek Fam, so let's go straight into it. We can hear them shouting as they play this game. It is time, do or die. Will Geek Fam bring it to 1-1, or will they bow out of the competition to allow SMG to move forward?
This is pretty much very all or nothing for both of these teams as well here. So let's see how well it really goes. And Saiyajin, I just love the fact, look, Rumple coming in with Natalia, finds one just doing as much use as possible. Does significant amount of damage, which is really big as well. But remember, not significant enough, as remember Rin and Rumple running right into the face of Gold 10, who punished him a little bit more. And our dear friend Rin was safely able to secure that blue buff for himself.
They need to make sure they take away the Litho Wanderers on both sides here. Yes, you do see Lancelot being able, yeah, no problem, I've got the blue buff, I will be able to use my abilities more times than not, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have better wave clear, and that's what Dominus and Zorn have right now, just insane wave clear from afar. They're not even putting themselves at any disadvantages whatsoever, and Rumple, he's going to be the scout for the team. team, allowing them to make the best decisions possible.
Definitely for sure, but our dear friend Akai just look exactly where he's positioning himself as well. Saijin getting ready to give a lot of information towards himself. He's able to sustain quite a amount of damage. Oh, but sadly the wind blade will not be able to connect, so does the wind blow.
Lung's looking for him. Lung is like, where's Rumpel? I'm gonna find him eventually. Rin is gonna finally be able to pick up his red buff on his side of the map safely. Bottom side, gonna be a nice slow game. Zoraveki can just he can play the nice long game here.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to necessarily do anything, and Khalid has almost no guarantee of killing him.
You know, and the best part about it as well, no matter how much damage you actually do on top of this Khalid, he's gonna be able to stay.
What happened?
Oh no, what happened? By the way, Ars gonna having to find that towards his top lane. Zion Saber was able to do quite a amount of damage towards his bot lane. That one potential gank coming up for Rumpel was not enough because, like I said, with the Quicksand Guard on Goten, he's gonna be casually just healing back up. Just like casually just walks away like, cool performance you're passing for me, by the way. By the way, gonna be dropping down the Quicksand Guard. Sadly, loses.
No, that's so, oh my.
Oh, you got the Raging Sandstorm and he's gonna be able to get out of the way.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? He powered through the entire Zaman Force there. It really just didn't matter. And unfortunately, like, there weren't any kills on either side. Arts, he didn't hit his level 4. That's gonna be okay. Goten luckily hit his level 4 before anything happened. However, when the next wave comes in, this is going to be a problem. You can see that Geek Fam have given up on their idea of diving down bot side. They need to make their way up top and protect that top tier 1.
I mean, let's be honest, like in a bot lane, right, I'm not surprised at all because Harrison is quite about active. Oh god, that gets silent, but remember, no silent, no disrupt. He's going to be able to come up on the Quicksand Guard, but he saw Saijin on the way, so he decided to take that chance to see whether he can actually walk all the way and survive as long as possible towards Saijin, but sadly, it was not enough.
Good bait coming in from Geek Fam here. They knew for a fact that Goten likes to go for that harass against Zoraveki. Zoraveki's probably telling the rest of the team about his behaviors in the lane for the past 2 minutes or so. So you just wait in the brush, you just give it a sec, he's gonna come, and when he uses his passive, that's when we jump him.
Oh man, but anyway, Rumpel still roaming around, and here comes Long as well. And now Long literally Long the Unchainier, especially since he did his job on breaking that first tier tower. Now he can play his role as the roaming around with this Hilda, which he's supposed to be doing, and doing a fantastic job about it, by the way. Turtle's going to be able to safely secure, and Zoraveki, no choice, Balmir Image has to back away instantly. I love the reaction coming from Zoraveki as well, like instantly spotting Rin, backs away instantly. But then again, this also gives a clear message to the side of Team SMG, like, this guy can run.
I mean, that's the beauty of Claw. His Battle Mirror Image is one of the most nonsensical, greatest abilities of all time. Like, it's not the fact that you can put a Battle Mirror Image to go forward, it's the fact that you can take it back as well.
Yeah, but this is why I'm saying it's such an amazing spell, and he already used it this early. And remember, Long and everyone is slowly, they just took Turtle, by the way, rotating towards his bot lane. He's alone. No Battle Mirror Image. I think he's a dead guy.
It's kind of hard to say because do they have the right engage tools to actually go for this dive? You would say yes if you land the Raging Sandstorm, but if you land the Raging Sandstorm, he's dead anyways.
Why would you need the Raging Sandstorm? I mean, yes, Raging Sandstorm will be good to land, but do you really need it if you have a Hilda that's actually tanking the tower and then you just land something just jumps in with a Phantom Execution?
I don't know, because I needed to look at the map again, because I think when he preemptively used the Battle Mirror Image, there was quite a bit of distance, and I don't think Hilda can close that gap as quick as most people would imagine. I mean, yes, she does get the movement speed, but again, it's like quite a distance.
Of course, I'm just talking on an assumption where he doesn't leave the tower. Like he's.
Oh, that's a good point. But luckily, we're going back in game, so let's find out here.
Okay,
yeah, look,
smart.
He's already getting ready, and Zoraveki's like, nah, don't want to deal with that whatsoever.
Very smart play. He had to leave the tower. He knows his die was already inevitable as well, and he knows he will never survive. And since he doesn't really have his Battle Mirror Image either, and remember, he doesn't really have Flicker too, so he only has to Purify. So really smart, really great play, and also just map reading coming from Zoraveki. Really well played.
Yeah, really good game sense overall, you know. And you know, with the help of his with the communication with the team, at least he can get a better idea what's the situation on his side of the map, so he can make the best decision possible. Right now, I mean, I really want this game to keep on going because, like, we're trying to see whether or not Geek Fam can get out of this rut, because they've been in this rut for a long time where they can't seem to make anything click. Like, yes, you can see moments of absolute opportunity and brilliance and some great individual individual plays, but we haven't seen them effectively work as a team to win these games, these best of threes.
I mean, now at least there's a little bit of a matchup change here, right? So seeing Ozorovaki bring him first, we saw him with the 1-1. Now with the Claude, I'm like, hey, you know, it's really cool. The fact that you're actually playing. I mean, yes, you can definitely play amazing on other marksmen fantastically for sure. But when it comes down to the playoffs, the only marksman he actually only close to playing it was the Popol and Koopa back in regular season.
Yeah.
So seeing that this nice change-up as well sort of fits in this kind of thing. So it's really cool. But of course, with the amount of aggression coming from the side of SMG, can he last alone? Remember, he's playing a Claude who needs a lot of items. More items than usual.
Well, I mean, somebody has to bite the bullet here. And right now, he isn't going to be covered by the rest of his team.
Yes, because everyone's going to be farming.
Everyone is looking to try and control the top side of the map, which I find kind of interesting here because they're making sure that they're looking to punish this Khalid as much as possible.
Yeah.
We saw them try to dive bot side, and now they're back on the top side knowing that Khalid is going to be their weakest link. Everybody else, like Hilda, for an example, aren't going to be prime targets. Lancelot is very hard to catch in general, and not to mention that there's Selena as well. Oh, he's coming in with a blazing duet. No, it's fine, it's fine. He's just not going to take it back, and now he's on the run. There's nothing they can do. He's going to get caught off by the Akai, and Natalia has to do something to make it happen. He's trying to steal and look for stacks. He gets hit by the Thousand Pounder, but now the Battle Mirror image. He spins it around. Is he going to die over to the minion? Slime Senpai picks him off. That was a very close outplay. That was like so close for being amazing.
I'm gonna tell you for now, I can totally agree with you. Getting down was a little bit too close on combat, but it would have been an amazing play. It's just that SMG just sort of just positioned himself in a way where he just has no other options to run from.
Yeah, which is unfortunate to say the least, but what can you do? Bot lane is going to be destroyed. That's going to be 2 towers to 1 in favor of Team SMG as they continue to look to dominate this side of the jungle.
I mean, he could have prayed. I'm just thinking about it.
I don't think that's going to help him in game.
I mean, you never know. Maybe just like they're like, oh, he prays. But anyway, beautiful, not a beautiful execution for Rin as he sends Ozorovaki the second time back into the base.
Yeah, this is rough. Ozorovaki needs to kind of go around with his team. Somebody needs to be able to babysit him at this point in time. They are taking way too many blows and not getting enough off the edge of the map. And Arts, he comes in trying to look for an opportunity to get on top of someone. Doesn't really get on top of Long just yet. Rumpel's still scouting out for where everybody is. And once they find them, then maybe? Whoa, what's up with Akai? Okay, all right, now he's back to normal.
I mean, Sayajin just dropping them beats, you know? It's like, you know, yeah, I mean, they don't call it 1,000 pounder for nothing, right?
Yeah, that's true. Rap Battle coming this summer. That's
to cinemas near you.
Step Up featuring Akai.
Oh my god, Step Up, the last stand.
Oh, I'm losing my mind here.
I'm losing my mind too, but look at this, dude. A lot of dominance. They have SMG pretty much has total control pretty much of the bottom side of the jungle. And pretty much, like, although yes, the top side is free for the rest of the team to farm, but look at how greedy the entire lineup they had to go for, Geek Fam has to go for. It's not enough. And outside just comes in with a beautiful 1,000 pounder with the Hurricane Dance. Gonna be locking out dear friend dominance towards the wall. Earthstone dominance on top of him as well, ensuring he will never be able to get away. Goten, however, gets punished and traded off for it, but that is gonna be for a tower.
That's looking pretty good here. Oh no, Ozorovaki is taking... That was including his shields. He lost a good amount of health to that ult coming in from Lourve. That is not a good sign.
I mean, it's never good as well. It's never good. I'm pretty sure she has 3 stacks right now.
Yeah, she's got 3 stacks and she just got a Blade of Heptases, and it looks like she's building up to a Blade of Despair, I think?
You know, it's a Blade of Despair, hands down.
Oh boy.
I see long swords like on the way. I'm like, hey man, that's like a Blade of Despair. And remember, this is not a roaming Hilda. It's a side lane Hilda. So
yeah.
He's gonna be dealing all the damage here.
Oh, this is gonna be rough. I mean, I wonder how Vale is hanging up right now.
How is he hanging up every time the wind blow never connects on the hill? And let's be honest, he's gonna be saying, guys, I'm done.
Guys, run! Not now! And it looks like Goten, he's gonna take a little bit of damage here, but overall, it looks like Geek Fam is slowly slipping away in this game. It's already 5k gold ahead for Team SMG, and they're gonna continue the oppression from here on out. No matter how much information Rumpel can give, Ozorovaki is the one looking to make the plays, the moves, and okay, alright, he's gonna get caught out right about now. He takes it back with quickly goes in, doesn't get hit by the Raging Sandstorm. He's trying to make the outplay here.
Ooh, and I love the fact that...
Oh!
no! Oh, Zoraveki! Oh no! Zion Senpai! You're a man! Although, yes, I agree, that could be just lockdown, by the way. Beautiful lockdown coming in from our dear friend Sayajin on top of Zorn. But then again, here comes the rest of the team with the wind blow and the wind blade. It's going to be able to do a significant amount of damage, forcing melting down both Sayajin and Long. Really great play, but not as insane as Zion Senpai landing that blind abyssal arrow on top of Zoraveki.
Ooh, this is going to be a lot closer of a game than we initially thought it was. Geek Fam finding their stride here. Zorn, he's still able to outplay. Here comes another pause.
Oh man, really great.
Just when they're coming back into the game, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? So now the funny thing is, as it is that Geek Fam with their lineup, sure, they need farm, they need a lot of items, but most importantly, they just need positioning, the terrain advantage which is pretty much which they successfully and beautifully pulled it off on top of that blue buff while trying to defend it. Yes, they managed to, the best part about it, they managed to take back that blue and punish 2 members for it. Yes, don't get me wrong, Saijin, beautiful engagement, by the way.
Yeah.
Beautiful lockdown on Zorn. But if you're doing that in front of the faces of both Vale and the rest of the team, bro, you have a lot of things coming.
Yeah, no, he really ate it there. He really ate it.
Like, a storm is coming. Like, you have no idea.
Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, I mean, he's probably going to learn from the mistakes. Like, okay, I can't do that anymore. Like, I really got to be careful about Dominus here, because the moment somebody is going to get locked down with Selena, it's just going to be like, all right, you can jump in or what? Come on. Come on.
Oh man, honestly, it was so rough. So many skills that just pop, and I just couldn't see Saijin anymore. I just see knockout. I see knockout, Zaman Force. And
Yeah,
like,
he's just lost in the animations of everybody's abilities.
I'm just like, yeah, Saijin, you're dead. There's no way. If you got out of it, I'll be like, yo, that's like 2 amazing plays that we saw in that game from SMG. First, the amazing Abyssal Arrow predicted, but not to say predicted, but it's just a blind one especially. Yes, I guess he did predict the route where Zoraveki could potentially come from, but still, great prediction. And the second one would be if he actually, if Saijin got out of that situation.
Nah, probably not, but it would have been really impressive if he did. However, I will say that Geek Fam's composition now coming to light. It looks like they really want to play for this mid to late game here. Like the early game, they've completely sacrificed. They completely sacrificed, and unfortunately, Zoraveki had to pay the price for it. But that's okay because number one, Vale scales with levels. So the longer the game goes, the more levels he's going to be getting, and his abilities become more and more empowered in that sense. So it's something pretty important because once he's able to get that final upgrade and making sure that his ultimate becomes this super storm of an ultimate, then that's when the game is really going to start going into the favor of Geek Fam.
Yes, and at the same time as well, I believe just from that that last skirmish alone, after especially Saijin, both Saijin and one of his other teammates had to experience, I'm pretty sure that's when they're going to be super motivated to try to close this game in this mid game as fast as possible because they just probably realize like, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
If that gets to the late game, and if they, because let's be honest, SMG were asserting dominance, but they were still farming. They still had a little bit of leeway, not too much, just enough to get a couple more items for themselves. So they cannot drag it to the late game. They have to end it as quickly as possible. But yes, sieging against them, that's going to be the real challenge.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a difficulty. I think what it comes down to with the composition is the timing of which the abilities hit. Because again, we are seeing Rumple. Oh, looks like we're going back into the game. Because as we see it, Rumple needs to be in prime position to drop down a smoke screen, which is, oh no, he's dead.
Oh no.
Zion Senpai one-shots Natalia. As I spoke about Rumple, I'm so sorry, dude. I feel so responsible for that.
It's a caster's curse, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening.
Oh boy, I feel so bad for him. As I was about to mention what he was trying to do for his team, he instantly gets punished.
You know, Gideon, they're just gonna PM both of us. They're gonna be like, "Who's the one that called me out?" And I'm gonna be like, "Not me."
Oh
it ain't
boy,
me.
It ain't me, I swear. But yeah, Rumple taking his first death here. The moment he drops down his smoke screen, he is going to need almost instantaneous follow-up by either Arts or Dominus, one or the other, because Zorn and Zoraveki are going to be the constant DPS hitting the front line. So as long as they're slow, it's going to be A-okay. I'm surprised Zion Senpai didn't go in there, but Zorn now is in a lot of trouble. Pops in the Zaman Force. He's getting enough of a shield. They can't really do anything. Oh, the execution doesn't kill Zorn. He's still alive with a little bit of HP. Oh my goodness. How is he alive?
Okay, all right. So, okay, I get it, right? So Team SG totally understanding the fact that we need to end this game, but we can't siege against them because there's a lot of range spells and clearing that they actually have. So they're actually trying to force a fight outside of the base, but that's not the location of where you guys are actually forcing the fight. It's not very ideal for you guys. Yes, you can lock down. There's a lot of walls for Saiji to actually lock down the Hurricane Heads. By the way, Zama's going to be committed, but Goten just might be able to get out of that situation. By the way, the quick set will be instantly cancelled out by the silence on top of Rumple. Well played, as Zorn picks up another kill for himself.
Great play here. You could see Zorn clearly backing out. I was like, nah, I can't do it. Rumple's like, don't worry, I got this. Oh, here it comes, the Zaman Force once more. He's going to be able to drop it down, put some damage, but he doesn't want to continue here because he knows that Zoraveki needs that farm right now. Oh, he's got to be so careful. You can just see the edge of the Abyssal Arrow just fizzle off.
Oh man, but then again, we slowly see the Geek Fam getting a little bit more dominance here, right? Because like we both said, mid to late game is pretty much where Geek Fans really shine here. And especially since they won, not just one, but two of the small skirmishes, this gives them total control back of their jungle. But now Lord is currently spawned here. This might be just to decide on whether Team SG is able to take this Lord and push down towards that middle, or Geek Fam takes it away for themselves.
Yeah, Rumple is going to be playing from brush to brush here. They have to be super careful. Like you can see Team SMG, it looks like they're walking on eggshells right now because they know for a fact they're not entirely sure where Rumple is going to be, and when he shows up, it's almost guaranteed that somebody else is going to come running right after.
No, and the best part about it is, well, like Saijin, like he's doing exactly what he does best for now, right? But once the situation really comes down to it, he really wants to try to go for that catch, not for a 5v5, but just try to pick off at least one or two members at the same time, because really that's the space that Team SG really needs to be able to achieve for themselves right now.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be continuously looking for information to kind of play around them. Saiyajin is forced out of that position. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Zoraveki is coming into the side. Rumple is trying to attract as much attention as possible. Oh, no! And here he comes with the blazing duetto. Zoraveki already chunks out. Zyme Senpai pretty low here. Arts is going to look for anybody he can disrupt up. Unfortunately, Rin, where is he going? Where is he going? Why did he go back into the team with the Phantom? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. And now they're trying to pull through, but it's not looking good. The Raging Sandstorm is going to talk out Dominance as well. The Hirebringer is not here. Rumple's trying to get on out. Zorn still, he's able to get some damage down. What in the what was that fight?
Dude, honestly, yes, it's going to be for a 2-for-2, but then again, it's more leaning towards in the hands of Geek Fam. But anyway, Lourve's going to be jumping right into the mix as well. He's quite tanky, but remember, he's not that tank anymore. He actually built pure damage, and instantly, Zorn getting a killing spree, was instantly able to nuke them down, break down that mid-tier 1 tower, and open up the map back in towards their favor.
I don't know what I just watched. I have so many questions.
I mean, not just you. I have a lot of questions.
I have so many questions.
Like for starters, right? Like, okay, I get it, right? Maybe in that early engagement as well, Rin got greedy when he saw Zorn being caught, right? Getting a little bit low as well. He went for the right side, but I think by the time he turned right, he saw the Black Dragon coming in, and it's like, yeah, I can't run anymore.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure the decision making. It just could be a misflick or something like that. And that's what I'm going to go with for now. But you can see Zoraveki, he's done with getting one shot. He bought the Twilight and he's like, I'm sick of this. I do not want to get one shot again.
Yes, but then again, now this gets a little bit more scary because right now Geek Fam already catch up in terms of net worth as well. 34k, both very even on each side here. And Tower, ooh, Zoraveki jumped in the mix of Saiyajin, but he actually baited it out, and Zoraveki has no chance, but actually has to fall back with the Battle Mirror image. Rumple gets into the mix of the Thorn Rose, does quite a amount of damage, and now Long, feeling the pressure, the fact that he actually went for pure damage here, doesn't really have enough sustain to really outtank the amount of burst coming out from Geek Fam.
Yeah, this is pretty genius here. Like, honestly, he bought the Twilight armor. He goes into the middle of them by himself using the Blazing Duet. Saiyajin tries to disrupt him with his ultimate. Doesn't exactly get it. He just played that almost perfectly to the T, and then he just takes the Battle Mirror image back. That was so smart.
It was really smart. By the way, Luminous Lord pushing towards his top side. This is going to be the real play here. Whether they're going to be able to hold on the line for themselves. But then again, Team SMG has to be really careful because remember, if they lose a fight, under their top inhibitor. That's pretty much game over in this case.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, so far it's been a huge back and forth between these two teams here. And right now, Geek Fam finally being able to find the motion and get that way and get the, you know, those small 2 fights to get them this 2K goal lead in their favor. They have to make it count. If they don't get an inhibitor off of this game is going to drag even further, and that's going to put them in an awkward position because Team SMG, they're scaling quite well.
No long anyway, going to be dropping down the ulti, only dealing half amount of damage towards Rumble. Long currently betting on that burst to give it that shield, but sadly enough, it's just going to be a mega kill for Rumble. But then again, I love what he did though. Long sacrificed his life to ensure at least his team will be able to melt down that Luminous Long before he actually hit that top inhibitor. By the way, Black Dragon is going to be coming in as well, go towards his back line. Raging Sensor coming from the side. Goten will not be able to connect all land on anybody. But here comes the wind blade and the wind blow. Even the quick side guard trying to allow him to sustain for as long as possible. And thankfully enough, Team SMG will hold.
Dominus dropped the ult really late there. really late. And that's a little unfortunate because I think that might have been, if he had preemptively dropped his ultimate there, I think he would have been able to either secure, the team would have been able to secure a free inhibitor or at the very least 1 or 2 kills.
But then again, real great plays coming from Team SG. Both Long and the rest of the team really holding out for as long as possible. Yes, Dominus dropped the ball, dropped the ultimate a little bit too late there, but still it doesn't matter. SMG is very happy with this. Now let's see how well the game goes.
Yeah. Looks like they have to wait for another minute plus until Lord comes back up. Yeah, this is the point where everybody starts to get to, you know, enjoys the scaling part of this game. Team SMG is just going to be, you know, holding on to whatever they can. They're going to hit their power spike, and so is Geek Fam by the end of it. But Geek Fam have oh, okay, here comes another pause.
Oh man. But at the same time, you can also think about it this way, right? Yes, agree, like we both can sort of agree, whatever Geek Fam actually went for inside this game was very greedy. But the fact they actually managed to hold out, play the long game here, managed to get all the necessary items they need. By the way, they're almost fully stacked, by the way. And in this case, it's now slowly backfiring SMG because let's be honest, the only main damage dealer is pretty much Rin, and that's pretty much why we see Lourve. Yes, arguably he is the side lane playing the healer, so he wants to build a lot, he wants to build pure damage. But you also understand the fact that if Rin dies, then we pretty much has no damage at all. That's pretty much why he's trying to build up in a way where if Rin is not able to deliver, or at least I will deliver, and then he just ends it there, that kind of thing. Because I'm just trying to think like if Rin dies, that's pretty much game. Like when it comes down to those team fights.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yes, if it does come down to those team fights, it's basically over because I don't see any other way they can out damage a team composition like this for now. And it really comes down to can they actually get the outflank here?
Yeah.
And finding angles with a team composition, especially when they're trying to be proactive and they have to use on naturally to try and disrupt the composition, it's tough. And they also have Rumple just making sure that their flanks are going to be safe before he gets into the fight. So it's an interesting composition that requires a lot of coordination with the team. And Geek Fam, the individuality of them actually is very helpful because now they can be focusing on, okay, this is what I need to get to this point in the game. And once I get to that point in the game, then I can start playing with the team.
Oh yeah, but still, no, I'm just trying to picture this, right? The only way SMG could possibly win this game, right? Or at least try to mitigate the amount of damage that's being output by the team here, if they actually go for pickoffs.
I don't think they can go for pickoffs.
It's like, because at this point, Geek Fam are just constantly just sticking to each other like glue.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's pretty late into the game. They are missing towers. They are down 6 towers for the side of Geek Fam, so they don't exactly have a lot of safe places to kind of fall back to. And now that you don't have that, you're very dependent on Rumple looking for information while sticking with your team as much as you can, unless you're a Zoraveki who is naturally wanting to bring the enemy team towards him to bait them into a fight that they might not necessarily win.
Then what do you think about solo pickoffs though? Because like if we're talking about like just like both teams just trying to scout for themselves like 5v5, then yes, we definitely know how that's gonna go for sure, right? But if Zai Senpai was able to get a beautiful pickoff by himself, a solo pickoff for himself, will that really change the tide of this battle here?
It depends on who he picks off. Because right now, Zoraveki, he is purposefully going in, waiting for his Twilight Armor to get off of cooldown, run into the enemy, blast them through with as much damage as he physically possibly can, try not to get CC, go back to the Battle Mirror image, and then let the rest of Geek Fam come running through.
Oh man, but either way, This is a tough one as well. But anyway, Long is just going to try to do what he actually does best. Although, yes, it's going to be a little bit unique with the Hilda. But he's going to be trying to split push this bottom lane alongside with Rin.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. You're forcing Geek Fam onto positions where they're not necessarily in the most comfortable. They control the bottom right side of the map, while Geek Fam control the top left side of the map. Oh, even Dominus is like, I gotta get myself some Twilight armor.
I mean, everyone's got to get it right, but either way, Law's going to be coming on in exact 30 seconds here. Bottom lane is being pushed in, but it's going to be easily cleared up by Ozoroveki. Out there, your friend. Rumble not too far behind either. And I love the fact that Long's still hugging around that river brush because he just knows that, alright, I just want to push out this bottom lane. At least that way, if a Lord fight comes down, Geek Fam on the side of Geek Fam will at least be one man short.
Oh yeah, they would be. Yeah, no, you're right. But look at the way the Geek Fam is looking to try to enter the jungle here. They look for a little bit of Oh, Zarn. It's already with the Black Dragon. Do they find the pickoff? No, they do not. Long all by himself, but Rumple does not want to mess with Long.
I'll be definitely for sure. But then again, now at least they know that there is no Black Dragon, especially when it comes down to this long fight. But let's be honest, Black Dragon is definitely going to be coming off Kuda pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I don't have any doubt in my mind. And right now, Geek Fam, the most ideal situation is that Team SMG starts off the Lord by themselves. But naturally, they aren't.
Yeah,
Team SMG knows what's up.
They will never do something like this. Never. They will at this point, especially since this is just potentially their last game as well. They cannot make even the smallest of mistake here.
Yeah, so they're going to send Ozoroveki to split push by himself. Hilda's going to see this. Hilda's going to notice this. She's going to start responding. Yep, she's already walking up towards the wave. And you can tell that Ozoroveki, he is not afraid of Hilda anymore. He's going to force Team SMG to do something about it. If not, Hilda can't do this by herself.
I mean, definitely for sure. By the way, here comes the rest of the team going for the rotation as well. Ozoroveki doing quite the amount of damage. And then, don't forget as well, there's 2 siege tanks as well. Going to be doing quite the amount towards the tower too. But Reggie says it's going to be able to connect on top of Dominant, on top of Rumble. That's going to be pretty big as well. But then again, Gold 10 betting on the quick set, guard to sustain as long as possible. But with the wind blow, he's just to get knocked out, disrupted, and instantly melted down. And now without the existence of Gold 10, taking this Luminous Lord will be an easy pick up for themselves. And Ozoroveki almost cleanly and smoothly take down the bottom tier tower.
Yeah, 3 of them can do it by themselves. They just have to keep running around just like this. But both of them together, it's going to be so unstoppable because, again, literally Rumple is working as a living ward, feeding information over to the rest of the team. And as long as they've got to push down on bot side, there is nothing much that they can do because they will guarantee win this 3v2 situation. Rin, he's got to make it happen here. He's got to take out Zorn in one fell swoop.
But anyway, Zorn gets a little bit down low, resets it, Ars comes in with the Black Dragon, but then again, he gets silent, but still able to get away out of that sticky situation. Silent Setpoint, not too far apart, draws out the missile arrow, there will be no connection. But then again, this is pretty much what he tried to aim for. Sadly, he was not able to go and melt down Zorn, but he's able to reset that Luminous Lord, buying a little bit more time. At least this way, Gold 10 will be respawned. At least they have the full 5-man team.
Somebody needs to commit to something here. Both sides just refuse to initiate the battle, and when they do, they just back off because they know it's not on their terms. So it's, again, somebody is going to have to force the situation. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but right now, Geek Fam very happy to initiate these situations, but it can get very dicey if it doesn't work out.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. And now just also, and the worst part about it, because this game is like pretty late as well, everyone is super stacked, like unbelievably. Although yes, our dear friend Natalia or Rumple in this case still has like 1 or 2 items to really come back to really catch up with the rest of the team, but it doesn't really matter because the rest of the team just doing so much more damage in this place here.
Yeah, once again, Rumple's just holding on. Akai's gonna walk up, see what's going on here. Oh no, he gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. Their living ward is gone. They have to back off here. There's nothing they can do about this situation any further. They're just gonna stick around, stay nearby, make sure that the moment they start, they can actually commit to something here. But as of yet, you can see, you can already see Ozoroveki, he's making his way towards the safe side of the map. Again, Zion Zenpot. Oh, they find the catch. This is it. And now he is down, instantly shutting down Zorn. This is the fight that they've been looking for, the pick that they were looking for. Team SMG lose 2 for 2. Wow, everybody's just getting one shot.
Yeah, everyone's just getting one shot because that's just how much damage the fact that Geek Fam really has. And now at this point, they just totally understand the fact like, we just got killed 1. We need to have a pure clean wipe if you really want to try to end this game, because the fact that each of these players is doing so much damage is super hard to do it. Anyway, ours finds the fact that Rin is going to be something to the Lord as well. They easily have to back off Ozoraveki. There goes the wind blow and the wind blade. Gotenno just has to commit the Raging Sandstorm, even with the Quicksand Guard, just to try to sustain, and they have no choice but to let the Luminous Lord go.
Yep, but once again, back to the stalemate. Both teams refusing to go further than this, waiting for the perfect conditions to make it happen, yet not forcing these conditions. You have to admit, though, Zion Senpai has been landing some pretty insane arrows on blind targets.
You know, he really has, but in this case, he really needs to become godlike in this case. He has to be like Moon from TODAK in this case if he really wants to pull the win against Geek Fam right now, because that's just how strong Geek Fam is inside this game.
Yep. It's really, really terrifying how quickly Zion Senpai just disappeared from the map.
And that's just from Ozoraveki alone, by the way.
Oh boy.
Without the Blazing Duet too, by the way.
Yeah. Now this time they're actually changing up the strategy. They're allowing Rumble to get the push down on bot side, Ozoraveki to kind of hover around mid side without committing too hard, while the rest of the Geek Fam is just camping around this Luminous Lord. The moment the push starts to happen, they could look to intercept whoever comes through the jungle. Are they gonna do it, Goten?
No. Because of the fact that Ozoraveki is able to take this blue for free as well, so he just totally understands the fact like, alright, no one's gonna come to the jungle. Goten is still in the lane, and now finding anyone who comes to the jungle right now is just pretty much our dear friend Lourve.
Man, they really need to get rid of this Sakai here. Seijin is just getting too much information, and he always camps there.
Oh man, by the way, Bizarre is going to be able to connect. Ooh, the knockup for the lock could be quite crucial. Saijin gets caught off guard, but here comes Ozoraveki with the Blazing Duet into the battle area, but he gets locked down with the Hurricane Dance as well. What a play coming in from the big man himself, and Lourve diverting attention for the team away from the Lord. Now they don't have Ozoraveki. Now they do not have any other clearing.
Why would they chase Hilda? All right, whatever.
No, Zion Senpai!
Oh no, he's gonna get caught in the background. Rumple finds the right opportunity, but Goten is all by himself while the rest are going out. Rumple still is able. Can he take him out? Yes, he does! He finds him out! This is looking good. Now Hilda, she can't clean this up by herself. Rumple could try to make something happen, but it's not gonna be enough. Arts trying to get into range, misses the initial hit, finally secures that kill. That's gonna be a 4-for-2 trade-off here. They need to break this inhibitor right here, right now.
Oh no, but then again, they only have one C-screen long. He needs to make the play. But suddenly the Black Dragon, including the wind blow and the ultimate, instantly he disappeared. And Geek Fam will be taking game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the comeback is real.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow, what a game this has been. Geek Fam versus Team SMG. 1-1 is the score as of right now, but holy, what a game that was.
Oh, it really is such an amazing game. You can never ask for a more better start as well. And the craziest part as well, we were just, let's be honest, we were not wrong. That was a very, very greedy lineup here. By the way, we're going to be passing to Lafelle for the analysis. Lafelle, do take...
Okay, not gonna lie, my heart cannot take that, because that Lord situation was, oh my god, there was so many things going on. Like you don't even know, like, was this good? Was this bad? Was this good? Was this bad? I'm not sure, but apparently Geek Fam won, and I like their mentality. It's like the best defense is a better offense. So honestly, props to Geek Fam. Crazy draft, you guys made it work, but for us to explain even more, I'm speaking full English. So sekarang kita akan transition balik kepada Malay. Kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudu untuk nampak apa yang terjadi dekat dalam game tadi. And early on in the game, kita nampak di mana Team Geek Fam diorang banyak menerima kekalahan, especially dekat bahagian lane disebabkan diorang punya hero power spike early game tu basically tak ada. And Team SMG, mereka exploitkan advantage dekat sini. Tetapi beberapa kali, Geek Fam berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan dekat bahagian tempat-tempat yang sempit. Dan itu yang jadi kita punya main priority dekat bahagian geography of the map. Di mana tempat-tempat sempit, Geek Fam berjaya untuk menang. Dan kita akan pause kat sini disebabkan apa yang kita nampak dekat bahagian kosong ini is dekat dalam bahagian sempit, Dominus dapat mengeluarkan dia punya skill jauh lebih senang and memberi masa Rumpel untuk pergi kepada belakang and dapatkan dia punya priority target, silencekan orang and then try keluarkan seberapa banyak damage yang boleh, yang menunjukkan Geek Fam diorang menang diorang punya team fight bukan sebab setup daripada mereka sendiri tetapi mistake daripada team SMG. Jadi ini seperti Geek Fam, diorang dah reversekan diorang punya psikologi di mana kalau kita punya engage tak bagus, kita paksa enemy buat engage yang tak bagus, which I kinda like. So kita akan teruskan klip dekat sini yang kita boleh nampak beberapa kali akan dapat kemenangan untuk Team Geek Fam dekat bahagian tempat-tempat yang sempit and probably also disebabkan Team SMG a little bit disrespect kepada Team Geek Fam yang lagi satu fight dekat sini di mana kawasan yang sempit lagi sekali and dua orang terkena ultimate daripada Dominance, so big burst damage and Arts pun senang untuk hit dia punya skill untuk dapatkan knock up and also the AoE damage. Kemudian Ozraveki dekat dalam game ni dia lebih kepada distraction, tak nampak seperti dia in the late game carry punya form dan dia lebih berikan impact yang besar kepada Zorn yang cakap Zorn, kau jungler, kau pakai Harit, kau carry late game. Aku Claude, I clear lane, I pastikan tak ada sesiapa boleh split push and then I akan kecikkan nyawa semua orang for you to eventually come in. Geek Fam, honestly, a few decisions yang make me a little bit macam merisaukan but eventually diorang berjaya untuk menang. Tetapi kalau mereka boleh bawa balik draft yang sama untuk game kedua, I'm not too sure. Sebab I rasa team SMG diorang dah boleh expect sebab game yang pertama ni diorang lebih pada terkejut more than anything else. And Ozraveki dekat sini kita boleh pause and Ozraveki masuk dalam which I rasa Ozraveki masuk ni dia dah faham. Dia completely akan mati. 100% boleh mati. Sebab dia masuk dengan Blazing Duet, dia dah tekan Purify awal untuk pasti. Okay, I'm not gonna get stunned. I will go in, I will die for my team untuk dapat Lord. And what does my team do? My team let go Lord go somewhere else. Very clever team coordination dekat sini. But it worked out eventually because for some reason, Rumpel, tank player, dapat lawan dengan team SMG. Mind you, Rumpel tank player guna Natalia kalahkan Rain menggunakan Lancelot. Kita continuekan klip ni and kita tengok betul-betul. Remember, Rain, Lancelot and Rumpel dekat bahagian belakang. Dia masuk, dapat Selena. And then dia terus 1v1 dengan Rain. Rain tak boleh nak buat apa-apa and Rain mati dekat situ. That's impressive. As a tank, I like that. I respect that. Rumpel, you did okay. You did pretty good. Kalau you dapat MVP, you know, good for you lah. I tak tahu siapa yang akan bagi MVP ni. Tapi I rasa memang you patut deserve. Maybe orang yang bagi MVP tu is a little bit biased kepada tankers. But either way, kita akan tengok itemization daripada kedua-dua team. And kita tengok itemization daripada Rain. Dia dah full item. Dia dah Blade of Fantasies, Endless Battle, Sea Helmet as well as dia dah ada dia punya Queen's Wings untuk pastikan yang HP I sedikit rendah, I still boleh lawan balik. Arts, walaupun dia menggunakan Execute, pada majority of the game dia kosong kill. Jadi Execute ni dia execute awal and then dia bagi kill kepada Rumpel. Very nice. I suka bila orang bagi kill kepada tank player. Walaupun game ni tank yang menggunakan Assassin. Speaking of Rumpel, kita tengok itemization dia. Dia ada Blade of Despair, dia ada Blade of Heptasis as well as Berserker Fury. So dia punya on-hit damage is very high. Menyebabkan bila dia invisible, bila dia dalam the form the hunt, mana-mana initial damage yang dikeluarkan is going to be very high and boleh menyebabkan banyak kemenangan team fight. Now we can see that Ozraveki dan juga Zorn, dua-dua ada Twilight Armor. So every time Rain ataupun Long datang, good luck nak try bunuh I tak ada tank. It's okay, I tank. I jaga diri sendiri. You try kill me, I dare you. Dominus pun menggunakan Twilight Armor. Arts pun gunakan Twilight Armor. So, kalau you guys tak ada tank dalam you punya team, just build Twilight Armor. It will work out. So, ini dah ada itemization and itu yang paling penting you guys kena dengar is Twilight Armor this ni. Now, we will look at the post-game stats untuk nampak the damage numbers from both of these teams. The goal difference doesn't matter. Power 8 berbalas dengan 6. Very close. Lord 1 untuk Geek, 0 untuk SMG. Look at the damage numbers of Team SMG. It's actually quite low. Damage paling tinggi is the Selena dengan 48,000 damage. And the second highest is Hilda yang digunakan oleh Long, 45,000 damage. And unfortunately, Lancelot 26,000 damage saja. Which means that Rain kat dalam game ni tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Untuk Team Geek Fam, Natalia 48,000 damage dan damage yang paling tinggi adalah Ozarveki dengan 80,000 as well as follow up dengan Harif dengan 72,000. So speaking of that, kita tengok Rich Guy dan juga the carry akan diberikan kepada Ozarveki. 648 gold per minute, 80,000 damage yang dia dapat dish out. Sandbag, Goten, 179,000 damage yang dia absorb. And Forgotten One, Zorn, as the jungler dapat assist paling banyak. Ini yang bagus pasal Zorn. Apa-apa role yang dia main, damager apa, dia akan dapat assist paling banyak. Menunjukkan yang dia ni memang sangat-sangat, I would say, very, very pemurah. Anyways, these are the damage numbers from both teams. So, selepas ni kita akan tengok MVP of the game, di mana player ni yang menyebabkan Geek Fam dapat pergi pada game ketiga. Perlawan ni masih belum habis kerana orang ini MVP of the game kita kali ini akan diberikan kepada Rumple yang menggunakan Natalia dengan 60% total team goal earn dengan 1,624 damage per minute, match KDA 936. Bila dia 9 kill and damage per minute you hanya 1,724, bermaksudnya dia ni banyak KS. I tak tahu siapa yang bagikan dia MVP, tapi memang I rasa dia bias sedikit sebab dia nampak Natalia dapat kalahkan Rin punya Lancelot and orang yang main Natalia itu adalah tanker. I don't know. I tak tahu siapa bagi. But anyways, congratulations kepada Rumple kerana dia punya impact bukan saja pada kills, tetapi dia punya silence is very, very useful and dia dapat scout around the map, bagi banyak vision yang boleh silence the priority targets, menyebabkan Team SMG tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. So congratulations kepada Rumple, berjaya untuk mendapatkan MVP sebagai Natalia dengan kill yang banyak di KS. Macam mana pun, congratulations to Team Geek Fam, and kita akan pergi kepada game ketiga. Bak kata Lafel hidup Esports. So great. Kita balik lambat sikit, but you guys semua memang duduk rumah, so you guys don't mind. Anyways, kita akan pergi kepada English casters and also our host at the Quickie. So guys, oh my god, game 3, please take it away.
I mean, Lafel, you're correct indeed. Hidup Esports, or in English is long live Esports. Yeah.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
It's okay.
No, that game, honestly, I don't know. There was a lot of interesting factors to it. Like, I have to admit that there were some really good points and some really bad points. Lafel mentioned, like, the itemization was a very large part of why Geek Fam was able to kind of find success with this composition, allowing themselves not to get one-shot by Natalia and Lancelot just by getting a Twilight armor is an incredibly smart play. And you even saw it from the beginning. The moment Ozarveki's like, I'm done with this. I've got my core items. I need to get a Twilight armor. He didn't even go for Winds of Nature.
You know the funny thing about it as well, I actually picture, like, for example, reason like Thanos Gauntlet, right? But instead of Infinity Stone, it's all Twilight armors, right? Like Geek Fam's like freaking they have their own gauntlets, like freaking Twilight armors all over the place, right?
Really? I thought it was the other way around, where it's like you have Thanos and all the Infinity Stones, and then just me with like Twilight armor. It's like, yeah, you want 50% of me, buddy? No problem.
But either way, yes, the three things which I think was, of course, that played a really big role here is definitely one, itemization with the Twilight armor, really ingenious, especially understanding the fact that they're not that tanky at all. Very obvious, by the way. Second, the fact that it's just Rin just made that one mistake, which it may not have turned. It may not sure how that will turn the fight if Rin should be alive, especially after that one clash. Because let's be honest, Rin right-click damage, I believe, is way stronger.
Right-click damage?
Auto attack. His auto attack. Or what do you call it? The attack button. Okay. He's basically his own damage. Not skills alone, just his own auto damage, right? It's way stronger compared to the long.
It really is.
And I'm just like wondering, like, why were you just slapping him with that lance of yours?
It's pretty funny because, you know, it really shows like how certain status effects are significantly more powerful than others. Like, for an example, you can say like, oh yeah, silences are great. Yeah, it works great on people who rely on their abilities to get the damage out. However, it's the other way around. Like, let's say, oh no, Ozarveki got hit by the silence. What you gonna? Oh yeah, that's what you're gonna do. Oh, all right, I get it. Okay, fine, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, right? And I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I got like, why am I? It's like, oh no, long Nidale's behind my back. Like you said, oh no, Nidale's behind my back. Oh, oh wait, check out my lance, my really long lance, which I used to pierce people with. Like, take a whiff at it, right?
Yeah.
That would have been the end of it.
It was brutal. It definitely was brutal, and it came from both of these teams. I think like it was such a struggle for Team SMG to close out this game. On top of everything else, like I really think they should have played a very oppressive game since the beginning to the end. But they relieved a lot of pressure, especially when they made the initial mistake of, hey, yeah, I found this pick. Let's go for this pick. Oh no, I lost 3 guys in the process because I decided to be really, really in tight, compact spaces against the Veil.
I mean, that's why I thought it was just really great at the fact that like you said, individual plays. Right, and in this game, yes, if we go by just stats alone and facts, then we're like, that's a very greedy lineup. But the fact that they're all playing in their own terms, right? There is coordination towards the end, of course, where they just start grouping up. Just like, alright, I'm going to cast this first, I'm going to initiate first, I'm going to set up first. But other than that, it's just pretty much everyone's just playing their own zone, their own comfort zone, right? They're like, I don't care what happens to you, I don't care what happens to you, I'm just going to do me. And once I get my items, and then we're going to see what happens here.
I don't know, that very last fight there was just so bizarre. There's just, I don't even really know what to say with it. Because when you have 4 people chasing a Hilda, you know something's wrong. Like, Azor's very clearly chunked 3 people to, no, arguably 4 people to 50% of their HP in one burst of his Blazing Away. He didn't even get the auto attack properly. So had like anybody gone to kind of like clean up that fight, that would have been the best possible situation for the team.
That's why I thought it was just a very clear indication of the fact that since they're all playing their own zone, they're just like, I see food. I want that food. But anyway, still, congratulations to Geek Fam for making such an amazing comeback.
Yeah, it was a really good comeback here.
It was a gamble, honestly. If you ask me, it was quite the gamble.
It really was a huge gamble here. And obviously, I mean, I would have expected Team SMG to play a little bit more aggressive when it came to towards the mid game. Yeah, it was working out, but at the end of the day, when you have a composition that plays, you know, early to mid really, really well, it comes down to, can you beat the siege? And I think, you know, this is a great example of a late game composition that said, hey, we said no to the early game. Like, we are willing to sacrifice everything in the early game just to make sure that mid comes by and we can actually fight for Lord. And once you get onto that point, then it's like, oh, all right, it slowly starts to make sense. However, Team SMG really didn't increase the tempo of their play. It was just a constant.
Yeah, definitely for sure. It's just really, definitely not a fun run for SMG. Like, it must have been so, like, not just for SMG, it's also for Geek Fam. Both teams must have been so exhausted in that second game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily they're getting a little bit of a break now, but they still have one more game to go up against each other. I really hope that both try to go for an early game composition, try to finish things quick, really show how to dominate their opponents, because right now both teams seem a little sloppy in maintaining pressure.
You know the funny thing is, as it is, like, we were both like mentioning back during regular season, right? We were saying like the team had to do something that was really out of the box, very so unorthodox, to actually try to throw your opposing team like off guard. And I think this is by far one of the things that really throw us off guard. Definitely it's not a Franco mid or anything, but this still surprises me until today. Like, all this, literally that one lineup alone by Geek Fam, just like, wow.
Yeah.
That was out of the box for sure. Unorthodox. Very greedy. I love it, but then again, this is playoffs, and thank God the gamble pulled through.
Yeah, now that they brought it to 1-1, I don't know how Game 3 is going to look like. Like, I really don't know. I'm not sure about the mental state of the players. I don't know if they shattered the confidence of SMG to be like, you know what? Okay, our early to mid game didn't work out so well against their composition. What are we going to look for? Maybe get some scaling, and maybe hopefully we could win this game. But even so, I think, you know, when it comes down to it, it's really showing that the meta hasn't been completely figured out just yet.
I mean, definitely for sure. But at the same time, like, if you're just looking at their composition alone, like probably what they were lacking against like Geek Fam in this case, possibly maybe those kind of heroes that just like instantly gets on top of them, right? The kind of hero that's just really great sustain. Because let's be honest, Hilda late game, especially, like, totally understandable the fact that Long in this case is totally understandable the fact like, alright, if I build tank, I may not be able to out tank. Like, if it's just 1 or 2, then maybe potentially, if he built tank, he could have, like, out-tanked that damage. But we're talking about, like, 4. Like, 4 a lot of insane amount of damage.
Yeah.
And even their last clash, let's be honest, that was not a full combo from the Veil. That was just the ultimate alone. The Windblade and the Windblade didn't really connect on that.
I think the knockup could, the knockup on top of the ult. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. It's a it just disappeared. disappear.
I did.
That was really rough.
Yeah, especially when you're a Hilda and you have that much health, where you can barely see the little
Yeah.
boxes in between to tell you how much health you have. That's when you're like, oh my goodness.
Okay, so now what I can actually potentially think of what they can actually try to go for is possibly get at least one other reassurance. I mean, Selena and Hilda has always been cool, right? Has always been such a cool early to make it transitioning, right? But the fact that if you totally understand the fact like, alright, I can't close this out with make it even with these two early game composition, then I might have to potentially just take one and then take at least another one that at least scales with the character. Because just having one main damage alone, if we're just talking about team fight base only, right? Then the fact that if Rin were to die, then that's pretty much it. It's game over.
Well, I wouldn't even say that's the biggest issue. I think their biggest issue is the fact that like when it really matters, when it comes down, when you break it down, it comes down to just the macro play. Like yes, they were oppressive, yes for sure. But how do they get into the inhibitors? They have one of two win conditions. Either they wipe out the entire team, break in through the inhibitor, or the second win condition is going to be Lord. The problem is that once you get on top, like trying to take Lord is already a problem in itself because your whole team groups up. And even if you do get Lord, the respawn, and like they were dominating so early on into the game that the respawn timers weren't enough to really say, okay, this guy is dead, I could literally get Lord and push all the way to the end. They couldn't do that. It's just impossible. And if they do, they can only get one inhibitor at a time because, again, with the lineup that Geek Fam pulled up, that wave clear was just ridiculous. They would use ults on the wave if they have to.
And like seriously guys, like when we mean it's impossible, it's literally impossible. It's so hard to siege, especially like you said, a lot of wave clear, and just having one veil was difficult to deal with, but with the rest on top of stacking it, it's absolutely crazy. By the way, still
what?
So
did it change to 90% now?
Yeah.
Oh
it's 90%.
boy.
So we're looking from just now from 89% to 12, and now we're looking at currently 90 to 10.
Wait, 89% to 12.
Sorry,
88% to 12.
88 to 12. Yes, correct. Thank you for correcting me for that. Yeah, I'm just really tired.
Don't worry, 101% of your audience agrees as well.
By the way, so just look at the fact that the voice is just shifting more like shifting. Not to say insane.
Okay, to be fair, at least it does show the dedication of the fans where it's just like, you know what? Geek Fam might actually have an opportunity to beat SMG in this matchup and make my predictions right. So I'm on board with that.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, I know you're also so down to make sure he gets it wrong. Because that...
Who are you pointing at? I'm like really worried about that right now. I was like, where is he? I know LaFell somewhere around here. Just like, peeping around the corner. It's like, what? Did somebody say wrong predictions?
No, yeah, that's exactly what like Iketo and San and I, we were talking about it on the BM side. Right? We were saying like if Geek Fam wins here, we're just gonna like just pop out LaFell's head. It's just gonna be like so his fault.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know. It's interesting because for once we actually have differing opinions on the particular team. In most cases, and even the previous predictions, we were pretty much on pretty much the exact same thing the entire way until right now. So it'll be interesting to see how this is gonna play out. Speaking of which, game 3, what do you want to see? From both sides, by the way, not just one.
I want Barat.
Really?
Well, I feel that's the one, that's like the answer to all things. Like, he's a tank, he's sustain.
Deal too much damage?
There's a lot of damage. If you want a guy to just walk in, like even with the existence of both Harrow and Veil, you want a guy that can just walk in like a champ. Barat's your man.
Oh, not enough damage? Barat. Not enough tank? Barat. Not enough assassins? Barat. Like, he's the answer to all things at this point in time.
You want to catch anyone? Also Barat.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. Okay, besides Barat, like, what are we? I'm thinking of like compositions rather than individual heroes.
Jawhead.
Jawhead?
It has to be Jawhead.
Why Jawhead? Like a pick composition with Jawhead, or what are we talking about here?
No, because like just in particular, just Jawhead. It doesn't matter like what kind of composition you want to go for, right? It can be early game or mid game, right?
Just slap Jawhead in.
You just slap Jawhead because I believe like in so many in that situation, right? One flicker ejector just puts everything out of disarray so many times, regardless of who it is. Like in that early mid game, even it makes sieges a little bit more easier in this case here.
Really? So you're telling me that if game 2, if Rumble decided not to go for...
Oh wait, I'm not talking about Rumble. I'm talking about SMG.
Oh, you're talking about SMG.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm
talking about SMG. If they had someone that just like literally has a skill that can just disposition like quite distance as well. I'm not talking about like a stun on everything. I'm literally like just saying get on top of them and just throw them to the backline instead of walking up to them. Because let's be honest, we saw both Akai and Hilda walking up into a Veil and a Harriet, and that was never fun. It wasn't fun. We need someone to just flicker and throw it as a backline. Doesn't matter if he dies there. It doesn't matter if he dies there in this case. I mean, come on, let's be honest. We saw the Jawhead like surviving so much damage in that one game.
Fair enough. I mean, it's really hard to argue that point, but it also shows just the inconfidence coming out from both of these teams to make the play. Because at that point in time, the only way for Team SMG to win is to make the play.
No, that's why I'm saying it's so hard for them to make even a desperate play with both Akai and Hilda, especially when it comes to CG, because they don't really they're not like a Utah that can just casually get towards the back line or anything at all. They have to literally walk right into the front door, right into the gates of hell, just to even be close enough to potentially cast skills. Potentially, I said potentially. I'm not saying that the fact that Geek Fam would not dodge at all. They will dodge. They will position themselves accordingly. So it's so hard. It's so hard.
It is a difficult situation to be in. All right, fine. But what about Geek Fam's side?
Geek Fam's
for
side?
Game 3.
I mean, it was cool. Out of the box, really great. Really great the fact that they went in for such a greedy lineup and they made it work. But it feels a little bit more reassuring if they at least have one more frontliner with them besides the Yutong.
Nah, you're thinking two in the box.
No, I mean not in the box. I mean they can go full, go pure damage for all I care. But at least have that reassurance, it's if Yutong dies, at least it's still this guy. You know?
Honestly, the value that Rumpel brought in with the Natalia by itself, I think is more valuable than a tank, because the only problem that SMG had was the fact that they couldn't outflank their opponents. They couldn't get into the right positions because they were always spotted out by Rumpel. And I think even if Rumpel was a regular tank, he wouldn't be able to do that unless he was Natalia.
I mean, you could try to do it with the Bubble Cooper.
Nah, you can't cover all your angles here. Natalia literally is just like, oh, you can see, oh, somebody's spotting me out. Someone has to be nearby. It doesn't take a million IQ to figure that out.
I guess so. But either way, yes, Geek Fam is gonna be banning away the Natalia, so no chance for Team SMG to be taking inside this third game inside this draft again. This time SMG is gonna be starting right back on the blue side, so they have priority picks and priority bans.
Smart. But now Team SMG, what do they want to get rid of for the side of Geek Fam? Are they just done with Harith at this point? They're just like, get rid of that hero. Just I don't want to deal with it.
No, the thing is this, right? I think they had this really huge confidence where alright, if there's a Harry, we'll pick a Kufra. But that's where Geek Fam made that really amazing play where they just banned out the Kufra entirely. They're just like, hey, we want to go for Harry, let's just get rid of Kufra. So I think in this case, Team SMG just realized that, alright, let's try to minimize losses here. So getting rid of the Yutong, also a really great, not to say a priority ban, but in this case, with the current lineup and the playstyle which they're trying to go for here, getting rid of the Yutong, it is an exceptional ban.
Yeah, all right. Hopefully they can, find their groove into this, because Team SMG, that was a really long game. I don't know what the mental state and kind of the fatigue they're feeling as of right now. I mean, if we're fatigued just watching the game, can you imagine playing a game that was 20 minutes long? It stalemates for literally 12 minutes straight.
I mean, he literally, Rin was so tired, he forgot that he could actually just auto-attack Natalia. That's how tired they are, guys. That's how fatigued it is.
It's just one of those situations where you're just like, oh yeah, I forgot. Oh boy.
It's like, I'm not. I'm like, oh wait, yes, I'm not a spellcaster.
Look, you can even see Dominus is just like, I must conserve. I will conserve my energy.
Yeah. And the best part about it is just lying down, just the team captain just lying down. It's like, guys, I'm done. It's all up to you guys now. I did my part as the Veil. I committed.
I committed everything. I one-shot Hilda with just my ultimate and a knock-up.
Yeah.
No, but let's see how this draft is going on so far, because again, this is a very intense situation for both of them, because again, this is a playoff situation where one of these teams can move on and one of these teams won't. So none of them are gonna back down, not just yet.
In this case, I'll just be like, hey guys, just lock in the Kufra. Just lock it in. It just answers certain situations as well. Not all the time, of course, but it does suit them as well. I feel like Saijin although yes, he plays a really mean show as well. But if we're talking about someone that can just really get into the fight, just control them Kufra is definitely a man.
Yeah, they probably need to ban out Uranus here for the side of Geek Fam. Because, I mean, Team SMG, if they're banning out Esmeralda, it looks like they're going to first pick Uranus, and there's nobody who can really deal with him. You can argue Khalid, but then he really wants to be part of the team, and Uranus just doesn't care about anybody.
Definitely for sure. So, like, I think it's just like we both agree. Like we both were saying just now, right? It's just preference.
Wow.
that targeting, right? Like, yeah, we can deal with Rin, we can deal with Zaizen Boy, we can deal with any of the members of the team, just not Cyanogen. But I don't care. They can take Uranus for all I care. Just get rid of the Kufra.
I mean, it's you have to give a lot of respect that Cyanogen is able to put that much fear into Geek Fam that is forcing them like, you know what? We can deal with Uranus. We cannot deal with Cyanogen making a play with Kufra, and that's the balance.
Dude, don't forget, even back during regular season, I don't know how many upsets there was when Cyanogen was just playing the Kufra in hand. Even Maul the other time was having the toughest of time against him too. But anyway, first pick here, Uranus or Cho? What is the priority here?
Joke's on you, Khalid.
Oh yeah, actually that is a good point too. Okay, so joke's on you is Uranus,
okay,
boy.
thank goodness. All right. So they still have themselves pretty collected, and they still have their formations that they need to follow. Geek Fam instantly going to be locking in the Roger. I mean, without a doubt, Roger would have been an easy pick up there. Team SMG most likely going to respond. Oh, Arif as well. No, that's okay. That's fine. That's all right. They still have a number of options to deal with the Harith if they absolutely need to. We saw Bosskurr pull out a Saber one time. There's other people who have similar effects. You just got to figure out one of them.
It is.
Cho,
there's
an answer.
There is my boy. If there's no Kufra, there's gonna be the Cho on Cyanogen. But then again, by the way, this is actually the first show we've seen all day.
Yeah, that's actually pretty surprising that it's the first show we've seen all day. Oh, and the Farsa as well.
No, this is great. This is literally their way of saying, like, I don't care. Like, Cyanogen, you catch anyone, just bombard.
No, this is a really smart. I mean, we've seen. I say it's like a really smart idea. Like this is the first time we've ever seen this before in the league. But you know, this was what everybody was kind of playing. This style of composition from Team SMG prior to the next patch.
And the best part about it as well. Fun fact: first time we're gonna be seeing Farsa in game.
Hey, oh, okay.
That's gonna be Arts. I think Arts is happy. It's just gonna be like, I got my Thamos finally.
Yeah, I'm settled. I'm done.
I got Ruby. I got Yuzhong. It was weird, but I got my Flame Boy. I got my Devil Boy. It's fine.
Got the spiciest boy in town. Oh, I should have said hottest boy. That would have been better.
Yeah, that's
I slipped it. I messed it up.
That's what I was thinking. Spiciest boy in town. His mornings in the toilet must not be fun at all.
Literally a new meaning to molten hot lava.
breeding fire.
All right, Team SMG, they're going to be getting rid... Oh, interesting. They're getting rid of the Selena this time round. All right, fair enough. They want to get rid of counter picks for the Farsa.
Yes.
Geek Fam, on the other hand, get rid of the Lancelot. I don't think Lancelot was going to be an issue to begin with, but okay. Team SMG, on the other hand, they probably don't want to ban. They probably don't want to ban out Khalid just in case they don't want to flex the Cho pick.
Correct.
And they have somebody to actually deal with the Thamos 1v1 in lane.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. And also at the same time as well, we might honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Team SMG actually went for other bans that's actually really detrimental to the Farsa and even Uranus at the same time. Look at both either Hilda or the Boxer.
Oh, they took out another answer. They took out the Helker for the side of Geek Fam.
Yes.
Ah, so smart.
We're on the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, they banned it out. They banned it out to make sure that, you know, they don't get one shot. I mean, Harith doesn't get one shot in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, man. Now I got, oh, man, I'm so fatigued. I literally got confused for a moment. I'm like thinking, like, Geek Fam, I thought it was SMG. And I was like, oh, wait, no, I forgot SMG's on the blue side.
You're still seeing flashbacks of Game 2. That's what's happening here.
Okay, but either way, final ban, though. Do you think SMG wants to go for the ban that not only is able to has a really good gap closer on top of the Farsa, at the same time also like more not on a direct counter but slows down the healing on the Uranus like a Boxer? Or do they just want to just ban out every early game hero like a Hilda?
Okay.
Get rid of an animation.
Honestly, I think that's fine. Considering what Geek Fam pulled out last game, like it doesn't feel too far off.
Yeah, it's...
They still pick Veil. They still pick Veil for the side of Geek Fam.
I mean, it's not wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if it's honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't go for any tanks at all. They just be like, Thamos is the tank. He's the one building the tank item. The rest of us will just build our Twilight shields again.
Just give me the Twilight armor, okay? As long as we get that, we're good.
Oh man, Twilight armor is such a beautiful item.
It really is.
Next thing you know, we can see Moon to just like patch it next week, right?
They change it to like, okay, the damage cap is now like 800 damage. It's like, ah, great. With Team SMG so far, I don't know. I'm looking at their lineup. It's looking very classic here. But more importantly, I don't think they have a natural answer to Harith just yet, other than the fact that they want to make sure that they get the kick with Cho. But is that going to be the most reliable way to do so? I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, definitely they want to try to pick up someone to actually really follow up with it. But either way, like what I said as well, either they want to try to opt to go for the ban, either Boxer or Hilda, because really getting on top of this far stuff for sure. But anyway, figuring out after witnessing the second game, the potential, the fact that Geek Fam could just go plain damage here. They ban out the Kalita for good measures, but then again, that just leaves the opening for Hilda.
I mean, the moment that Hilda comes in, like for the side of Team SMG, like Valir kind of falls out of the picture really significantly because he just loses all his greatest weapons. Like his greatest weapons are the early game and the fact that he has a good form of crowd control at level 1 or level 2, depending on whether you up the steering torrent. Wan, this is interesting. This is very interesting. On top of the fact that they have Harley as well. Okay, all right.
Okay, like this is not the first time we saw Harley. We saw the first time we saw Harley was when I was mentioning that one of the cool junglers into the game. Doesn't matter to them, right?
Oh boy, yeah. I was thinking it's like, but if they pick Eudora, they're kind of boned, aren't they? And yeah, they kind of are. They kind of are. I would lean more towards Geek Fam's draft, but I mean, Zion Senpai has to play. Lung and Zion Senpai have to play out of their mind this game. Literally, they cannot miss an ability.
Man, it's gonna be a really hard one for them as well. But either way, I'm having my full faith in Cyajin. He has never failed me. That will not fail me now. Especially when you see him either having both Sho or Kufra in his hand. Let's see how well he really pretty much set it up for his entire team here inside this last game between both Team SMG against Team Geek Fam. Literally all or nothing in this case, Gideon. All or nothing.
It's all on the line. What a way to end this day with one epic battle. I mean, Leonard here already has MLPTSD, so this is only one way to reinforce that one last time to remember it for the rest of the year. It's time to settle the score between Geek Fam and Team SMG. Let's get into the Line of Dawn and get this game going.
Really great stuff, man. Land of the Dawn, thank you so much for the graphics, by the way, production as well. Production really did an amazing job, by the way, for this playoffs here. But coming to the tournament, we see Cyajin currently in the mid lane with our dear friend Rin, Dominus coming in with Rumpel, and even our dear friend Zon popping out the emos instantly right out of the gates as well. They're like, we're totally down for it. And look at that, they're going straight for the invasion.
Yeah, because they know for a fact that Roger needs to get ahead. Zoravecki's like, all right, looks like I'm gonna be here again. I'm gonna take all the bullets for you guys. And yeah, they're doing a good job at doing so. Dominus is by himself. He's gonna get chunked out here, so they need to make sure that Rumpel... Oh, no. Luckily, Dominus didn't actually get hit by the stun. Really nice play coming in, but Team SMG, can they steal this away? Yes, they jack away the red buff, and that's gonna be a huge win for the side of Geek Fam. But they're not done just yet. They want to kill him just before anything else goes down. They trade 1 for 1. There goes the buff, and now Zorn in trouble falls to the rest of the damage of Team SMG. Not the best of starts in this game coming in from Geek Fam.
It's not great. It's not really great at all. Flicker coming in, dropping down the ball on top of them as well. But sadly enough, they weren't able to secure the blue for himself. But Dominus trying to tie things out with the 3-3 here. But sadly, he's going to end up with a kill score 3-2. And of course, first blood is going to be secured by Goten on our top lane as he wins that 1v1 trade against Arts.
I swear, I've never seen Malaysian teams this eager to throw their lives away for the good of the team. Like, literally, I have not seen that happen too often. These guys have no disregard for their own life. If you're gonna die, you're gonna trade, we better be trading up.
Yeah, but then again, not sure whether it was going to be an even trade now. We're looking at literally 2-2 here. Both bus was able to secure from both of the teams here as well. So
well, hey, at least it's not 3-1.
True. Very true. So, well played coming in with Dominus with that flicker combination. Really well played stuff.
Well, let's see how far this can go. Right now, Zorn is taking a good fight against Goten, but Goten, he really doesn't care. He doesn't have enough items. Oh boy, Seijin is in trouble. He takes the full brunt of the damage here from the rest of the team. Even with the full combination, it isn't enough. Rumpel is on the run, and unfortunately, that's going to be Eudora as well. Dominus bites the dust.
Definitely bites the dust for sure. Anyway, Goten got it with the rotation towards his middle lane to see not only does he want to clear out the waves, but he want to try to see if he can force out this zone away from that mid lane.
They're gonna have to. I mean, we're all looking at the bottom of the map, and we can all see Team SMG like, we're gonna dive, we're gonna do it, boys.
I mean, that's pretty much why we were both humming, right? We were like, looking at the minimap, like, just waiting for the observer to look towards that bot lane to see what's going on.
Yeah, it's really suspicious when you see movements like that. Like, are they really gonna commit to it? Oh no, Goten might be in some trouble here. Dominance, if he lands this stun, he doesn't have the flicker this time. He is literally 8 seconds off from his flicker.
Yeah. Oh, really unfortunate. But then again, Resurgence finally hitting the level 4. The Warrior Dragon is currently online. Here comes the rotation again coming from the rest of Geek Fam. He's transcended the wall towards the back line, but sadly it's not going to be good enough instantly because it's just too much damage coming out from Zorn, the Wolf King.
Yeah, they timed that really, really well. Dominus really held his patience there. He didn't instantly throw out the sun. He knows that Goten has an inbuilt Purify inside of him, so he's just waiting for it to show before he locks him down. And now Saiyajin is in trouble. He takes the full brunt of the damage, but manages to take that on out. Rumple wasn't able to pick him up even though he walked right past him. They trade nothing so far, so low, yet so far away.
Dude, first thing, I'm going to say 2 things first, alright? Turtle being stolen, very cool. Second of all, Saiyajin got out of that situation alive.
Oh boy.
What a man.
What a man. Oh.
I told you, fool, when it's a coup for a show, if it's in the hands of Saiyajin, leave it to him.
Hey, you're talking to the likes of Zorn here, boy. Oh, wait, Time Zenpai, he's in trouble. He needs to get on out of there. The Feathered Airstrike comes rushing on through, but it's not going to matter for too long here. How much damage can Long get out before Harris turns on the Salmon Force, and that's all he needed. The kill switch to secure Lung in the bag.
Oh, man. Speaking of bags as well, if Rin is not careful at all, he's going to be the next one to get to that bag, too.
He's got the rest of his teammates. Rumple and Dominus, they'll keep him safe.
Ooh, there's a lot of damage coming in, Saiyajin. Well, I was just wondering why he's so close to the Eudora.
Why did he stop moving? Oh, Zion Senpai, he's gonna get hit by the lightning pounce. Zorn continuing to play on his own, finding the right kill. He's rotating up topside. Goten is dead. No, Goten is confirmed gonna die here. Look at Hilda, he's like a National Geo documentary right there.
I thought you wanted to try to cue in some classical music like da 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 da.
Nope. I'm not comical in that way. Oh wait, hold on. Looks like Ozorveki taking a good amount of damage. Gets hit by the way of the dragon here. Does he want to pop this? Oh no, he doesn't have the Salmon Force anymore, but he still manages to survive. Dominus able to get a full brunt of damage. However, the poker trick coming in hard. Rin, Deadly Magic isn't going to be able to secure that kill, but they do secure bot tier 1.
Pretty cool stuff, pretty cool. And although yes, Geek Fam is currently in the lead for the kill score as well. Network-wide, I say it's about 1k goal lead, but then again, the tide can always change very quickly as well. Rumple's doing a really great job just zoning out. Most importantly, he has 4 stacks for his ultimate. That's insanely huge, especially towards this 5 minutes part of the game.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's already pretty good. He just got to keep getting more of those assists. The stronger he becomes, the more likely, the more oppressive he becomes in the jungle itself. But he's got to keep up. Oh, Saiyajin! Is he dead here? No, the flicker. Why does everybody have their flicker at the right time here?
I mean, the thing is this, right? We're complaining about it. By the time when the actual thing happens, you're gonna be like, oh, so sad. He doesn't have his flicker. I feel like it's giving literally the cast curse for him right now. But anyway, Long not having the fun time, especially since Rumple already rotated towards the bottom lane.
Looks like another 120 seconds has been activated for the side of Lung once more. His flicker already gone. I mean, Geek Fam is like consistently trying to make plays, and it happens every 2 minutes. And the problem is, by the time the play actually happens, they already have flicker. So what can you do? But now in the mid lane, Saiyajin takes the full brunt of Dominus's damage. However, the top side still forcing himself, Arts to be on the top side. Oh, is Rumble gonna die here? No, he should.
No. He's very tanky. He has his brush.
You see, he still has the brush here. But Geek Fam, they are currently outflanked right now. Goten right in the middle. No! Double stun as well coming in for Zion Senpai. He's waiting for the right opportunity to redeploy. But again, they don't want to get into this fight. Goten using his flicker as well. Zoraveki has caught him off. Now he is all completely outflanked. He doesn't want to waste his abilities, and especially the Salmon Force.
Now, and the crazy part about it as well, Zoro is going to be able to pick up the wind talk as well, so it's going to be just as fast as it's supposed to be as well. Oh no, Rumble coming in. He has 5 seconds, by the way. So I'm gonna be bravely just jump into the bush. He's like, I don't care.
Oh!
But beautiful stun coming in on Zion, Senpai, and our dear friend Dominus will dominate our dear friend out of the lane and potentially take away this mid-tier 1 tower.
Yep, and Ozorveki, he doesn't care anymore. He's going for the full dive. Rain is going to be the first to go. Zaya Jin, they didn't want to greed out for him.
Oh man, just like clean harassment, clean execution as well.
I think if out of any time to greed out for a kill, I think that would have been a really good time to actually greed out for Seijin there, because even though they didn't have much spells, Ozorveki, as long as somebody's tanking the turret, he could just run him down.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Definitely for sure.
Because they had no mid-wave as well, so it's not like they had anything to do.
Ooh, Saijin maybe bit a little bit more than he can chew here. He knows Zorn is currently in his side. But here comes the Federation. It's a full on with the winner trigger, but still not going to be enough because instantly our dear friend will be jumped down to size here by Rumple's power of wildness.
Did Zion Sim? I don't know. I feel like Seijin might have shot the gun a little too early there, because Zion Senpai, even though he wanted to be in position for to get that good amount of damage, it just wasn't the right conditions for Team SMG to take that fight.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it is a nice choke point. However, where is the rest of the team? Goten is nowhere to be in sight. Rin is now in trouble as well, and they have to make sure that Lung is going to be there to net himself some kill to eventually carry this game. So, pretty selfish move there, I have to say.
But anyway, checking out towards the top lane as well. Arch doing a fantastic job ensuring Goten is not really going for the split push. But most importantly, I love the fact that Geek Fam constantly go for this rotation, especially to get their hands on Goten, constantly trying to punish it to split push all the way to Lone. And literally another stack count for our dear friend Rumple, and a beautiful kill picked up for the side here of Team Geek Fam. Oh wait, oh no, I thought he stole the blue, dude.
The fatigue has to be getting to Team SMG. They're looking so sloppy on those rotations. Like, Uranus is getting a great push down on top side. However, nobody is there on the bottom side. They're just taking away their jungle, barely even getting a push, and now it's unsynchronized as well. That shouldn't be happening, especially for a standard like Team SMG. After games 1 and 2, they are capable of these things, and they are very aware of what they're doing.
I mean, definitely for sure. It has been a very long 2 games, by the way, coming from the side of Team SMG. Whether they're burnout or not, I hopefully do not think so. But at the same time, if they really want to take this game away for themselves here and not go home here, they have to step up. Oh my lord. So much damage, and Rumble really just dropped down the axe here. But here comes Zoroveki coming towards his backline. Gets locked out for a couple of seconds, but not long enough here. Now instantly 2 members instantly has to go back to the farm to quickly heal up. But look at the amount of damage they're actually doing towards his tower. Quite significant here too.
Oh yeah, unfortunately Seijin didn't have Way of the Dragon. Even though he got that 3rd hit of G Kundo, that would have been a great opportunity. But still, when you don't have the ult, you just don't have the ult. Zion Senpai trying to clear that way, but they already lost mid tier 2. They're not doing enough damage anymore. 6k ahead of the enemy, behind their opponents. Geek Fam really starting to pump up the pressure and increasing the tempo. They take an inhibitor without the help of Lord. And what in the world? They are just cutting the mid wave here. Finally, Goten is in position to stop this pressure.
Really well placed coming for the side here of Goten. Unfortunately, the top inhibitor will eventually fall here, but here comes Rumble. Who knows how much damage he can actually do towards Goten though. Then again, clear on the creep waves, he almost just single-handedly take away that tier 1 mid tower for his head. That would have been quite big for the side here of Team SMG if they really want to try to turn things around here. But Zoroveki once again popping out the Salmon Force here. Flick is going to be coming for the side of Goten, and thankfully enough this time, they're going to let Goten get away scot-free here.
Yeah, Goten gets away. He's still alive. He definitely helped out the rest of his team
no.
to breathe. No, it's fine. It's fine. He should be okay. As long as it's just a 1v1, Goten should be all right. The only person who can really chunk him out is Zorn and Zoroveki.
Oh man, now this is just pretty much a staring contest, right? It's like, will you show yourself first, or will I have to do it, you know?
He's getting oddly close. Arts doesn't notice him just yet, and this means that he's going to live another day without being spotted out. But again, Lord is still a hefty problem here.
Oh no, Saijin once again in the best position as well, but his teammate is not nearby him to really assist him at all. Oh no, but can he try to go for the Lord steal though? Lord has, by the way.
I mean, he's waiting for the right opportunity. He's getting kind of low here. Zorn's getting kind of low. This is getting worrisome. Zorn is calling a friend. It's like, I need some help here.
Oh no, but then again,
he has to go in now. He needs to go in right now.
Come on!
Oh, 3rd energy Kundo! Way of the Dragon! Secure the kill! No, he can't! He doesn't have enough doesn't have enough damage! Zorn is literally 1 HP right now. Oh my goodness, what an attempt coming in from Saiyajin.
Yeah, really. Really well played stuff. But then again, I'm pretty sure he was in a position where, like, should I try to steal the Lord or get the kill, right?
I bet Long is just wishing he was playing Yi Shinshin right now.
Oh, yeah.
How many of these 1 HP targets he could have taken out with a simple Mountain Shaker?
Yeah.
Oh
Man, the Mountain Struggle would have been so beautiful. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, Mountain Sugar. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. All right, now, so far Geek Fam is significantly ahead of their opponents. They're 11k ahead. I want to say that they can't possibly lose from this situation, but there is an opportunity.
It's a really tough call. Really tough call, by the way. We're going to be finally see whether they're going to be able to end this game right here, right now, because Luminous Lord pushing towards the top side. An open area, by the way. Nothing to hold them back, but here comes Zorn. He doesn't matter. He wants to jump into the mix as well, but Goten did a phenomenal job as he melts down Dominus and lower the crystal itself so low, a quarter away. Minimeter getting a little bit down low here, and the rest of Team Geek Fam, they're trying to close things out. Someone first going to be popped out by Zoraveki. He wants to try to get another kill for himself, but the quick reaction coming from Team SMG as they slowly fall back, and now they know they can try to reset this fight once again.
Wow, they could have ended the game right there and then, but it looks like the rest of the team are playing that, wants to play this slow, wants to play this methodical. They're going to take every inhibitor. They're going to show Team SMG how it's done.
Oh man, but then again, they are really showing how it's done, especially when they plays with that hill up. But Zoraveki dropping out the Zamafon, but beautiful movement coming from the side here of Saiyajin as he shimples in towards the other direction, away from the Zaman force here.
Oh, all right, well played, well played. Oh wait, hold on, Saiyajin's not done yet, but unfortunately that's gonna mean his doom. Can he survive?
Oh yes!
Every single time he survives with like a sliver of HP, he is really, really ballsy.
I mean, he's going Super Saiyan mode, right? In this case,
I guess at this point, every battle makes him stronger.
Ultra Instinct, maybe?
No.
His Cho skin color decides to change color, you know? I mean, he's already like... There's already like a blue ball around him as it is.
Fair enough. But right now, Geek Fam in full control over the game here, and all that Goten can do is just look to kind of just slow this game down as much as possible for Team SMG to come back, and that's what Goten is going to keep doing, because what can Zorn really do? He's going to get on the Lycan Pounce, but he does have that red buff, and that's going to be very frustrating to deal with as Goten realizes, yeah, I'm kind of unkillable 1v1.
Yeah. Well, then he's going to slowly catch the wall, but now is... Are they going to find him here?
Face check. Yep. They find the face check. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's actually quite a significant amount of damage here. He's going to get onto the Lycan Pounce. Yes, all right. He needs to transform into range mode so he can get the slow again. Wait, hold on. What's happening on the bottom side here? Oh, Zion Senpai now in trouble. Lung trying to 1v3 this situation, but Zoraveki still has a little bit left on his house. Oh no, he ran out of Salmon Force. Lung, he's on the run. Yeah.
Oh, there's no way you can allow that.
Rin? Rin's like, sorry, buddy, I'm out.
I don't think it's just Rin. It's just pretty much like, anybody, could be anybody. Save me.
Save me from this doom. Oh boy. All right, so this could be an endgame scenario here.
It really is, but then again, Goten is coming out in exactly 50 seconds. How fast can they do this? Well, they're just jumping straight on top of the crystal as well. They're trying to hit it from all angles. Saiyajin trying his best to go with the way of the trend, locking down one person, managed to clear out the minion waves. Well played, buying the time. Winter Trunk is going to be coming in as Dominus trying to stay alive as long as possible. Shumpo comes in with the Chikudo, knocks out. There's the defense, there's the holdout, and now Long coming out in exactly 3 seconds. So dropping down the Salmon Force, dashing back and forth. But this is Goten we're talking about here. It's going to take a lot more. You need the Wolf Kid to melt him down. Sorry, scratch that, because Dominus is still alive. Dropping down the ultimate instantly, shocking away Goten's misery.
Geek Fam is just farming right now. They are just farming. Oh, they finally actually get the kill. Rin is actually really strong. He just bought a Holy Crystal. This might be a good opportunity. However, Zaman Force is such a pain in their sides. Zoraveki is so unstoppable right now unless they all focus their attention on him. But Geek Fam, they've taken too many casualties. They back away.
I mean, there is not. They have nothing to lose if they back away right now. They literally broke every tower on the side of Team SMG. They still have multiple tower standings on their side as well, including inhibitors. so they don't really have nothing to lose if they choose to back off right now. And plus, Luminous Law is currently out as well. They can casually take it for themselves and just end this game in the most natural way possible.
I mean, they have to be careful because Rin is at full build. He can one-shot certain targets. Like, Dominus needs to be extremely careful, and the same can be said about Zorn.
Yeah.
Getting hit with a full burst from Rin is going to be enough, but the fight is going to start with the Oh, no! That's going to be Rin going down. Lung is on the run. He flickers back into the safety of his teammates as Geek Fam continues to be taking it out. This game has put everybody on a knife's edge.
Oh man, you know, we were both like this. We were like thinking about Rin. We're like, all right, Rin is gonna make the play, and then instantly gets nuked away by Ozora.
Hey, sometimes it happens, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens.
It really does happen, and it's just really unfortunate as well. What a way to go, by the way.
I mean, he's coming back in about 17 seconds, and that's going to be plenty of time for Geek Fam to, you know, muster their forces. And the Lord, by the time Lord actually reaches them, Rin should be back up to fight.
Yes, but also you must also take into account as well, like they have no inhibitors. It's all super minions in this case. Luminous Law pushing down, and on top of that, you have 5 heroes that's like super jacked up as well. It is going to be the defense of a lifetime.
It really is. I don't know how strong Lung is right now. I just saw him buy a Malefic Roar, and that's not exactly one of those items you buy second.
But I mean, doing quite a amount of damage towards this Lord. This is going to be pretty great as well. Lord instantly disappears from the land of the dawn instantly. Cool. But still, great defense coming for the Team SMG. But that's just the first wave. Here comes the second one. Because Ozora going to be diving into the mix as well. Dropping down the Zamba, going with the corner dash. And there goes Rumple. Dropping down the axe. Instantly hammering down Ren. And now Ren totally out of the picture here. All comes down to dear friend Sire Jin. But then again, Ozora and the rest of the team, they don't care about the fights anymore. They just want to hit the throne. And Geek Fam will end the game for the first day here with 2-1 here. Geek Fam will not be the team that goes home tonight, folks.
Let's go! Geek Fam finally taking it out of this game. You can see both Odds and Rumple, they are happy about it. They're like, oh, thank God this is over. Oh, let's throw it over to the analysts. Thank you so much, everybody, for the final time. Good night and goodbye. Lafel, take it.
Oh, kepada semua fans Geek Fam, dorang mesti macam, oh, jangan throw, because we can see dorang ada beberapa chance not end the game, but it took them a pretty long time, but they managed to do it. So Geek Fam must be throwing out a big sigh of relief because, oh my God, that was a crazy game. Anyways, that was the game, and selepas ni kita akan tengok post-game stats untuk nampak apa yang berlaku dekat dalam game tadi. Tapi, in my own personal opinion, antara menyebabkan kemenangan mereka adalah mereka punya draft. So, this is the highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Yudo, and kita boleh nampak di mana awal-awal ni, Geek Fam mereka ada advantage dekat dorang punya draft, where dorang pergi ke depan and cuba dapatkan steal dekat bahagian buff. And I rasa Geek Fam dekat sini, diorang dah rasa macam, alamak, kita dah buat satu mistake yang besar. But the thing is, Rumple dekat dalam game ni has been very, very consistent. Dia masa menggunakan Natalia, dia banyak roaming. And I sebenarnya suka pada game kedua ni, Rumple pun banyak roaming. Kalau you tengok dekat highlight ni, banyak kali you akan nampak this tank akan bergerak everywhere. Dia akan ada dekat bottom, mid dengan top. Anywhere dia akan datang, and bila dia ada full stack of power wilderness, Long pun tak boleh nak ke depan, which makes it very, very difficult untuk Long untuk buat apa-apa. Overall, Geek Fam dekat dalam game ni nampak seperti Geek Fam yang kita harapkan. This is the Geek Fam yang kita kenal selaku champion. But yeah, Zorn, kalau you guys perasan beberapa kali Zorn kena fokus, tetapi macam Zorn tak boleh mati. And sebenarnya damage Zorn tak nampak tinggi macam tim-tim lain, which I akan tunjuk dekat bahagian itemization sekejap saja lagi. And dekat sini kita nampak Team SMG, diorang try their best, tetapi burst damage daripada Eudora as well as Harith terlampau tinggi. And ni dekat bahagian, I think this is the last team fight di mana akhirnya diorang macam, you know what, kita macam mana pun just fokus kat turret. Kita boleh nampak Ozraveki dia just fokus crystal, end the game, and then let's proceed. Now, tengok itemization untuk Zorn. Actually, Zorn banyak fokus kepada defensive item. Dia siapkan Rector Machete, lepas tu dia siapkan Tough Boots, yang boots lagi satu. And then, dia siapkan Windtalker, selepas tu dia just buat full defensive. Dia buat Queen's Wings, lepas tu Brute Force Breastplate, and then lepas dia rasa, you know what, I can sustain some damage. So, baru dia siapkan dia punya Endless Battle, lepas dia kan ada a little bit more damage, lepas tu dia jual dia punya Boots, untuk Rose Gold Meteor disebabkan ada Wind Talker damage dia, movement speed dia dah cukup. As well as Zorveki, standard itemization, cuma awal-awal dia menggunakan satu item untuk pastikan dia boleh sustain, but more on that later. Daripada side team SMG, long itemization dia dah cukup, dia dah full, ada Demon Hunter Sword as well as Corrosion Scythe untuk defensive lebih sikit, dan untuk pastikan dia tak kena burst dengan Zorveki as well as Dominus, dia siapkan dia punya Athena Shield, but the Athena Shield masih tak cukup untuk lawan dengan dua magic damage dealer dekat sini. So, these are the itemization untuk kedua-dua team. So, kita akan tengok post-game stats untuk nampak the details, the numbers. Semua orang suka tengok numbers kan. Rich Guy akan diberikan pada Ozorveki, 737 gold per minute, dan juga The Carry adalah Veki juga dengan 85,000 damage dikeluarkan. Sandbag Goten 130,000 damage yang diterima, and Forgotten One is Dominus with 12 assists. Geek Fam managing to get 10 towers while SMG only get 2, as well as 2 lords to end the game. So we look at the damage numbers from SMG. Damage paling tinggi akan dikeluarkan oleh Long yang menggunakan 1-1, where bila ada Demon Hunter Sword, of course the damage akan tinggi, but because he cannot stay in front for a very long time, disebabkan ada Eudora as well as Hilda. Hilda, Power of Wilderness, and then Eudora also the burst damage as you guys can see is very, very high. Menyebabkan Long tak boleh nak buat apa-apa dekat dalam game ni. Every time he moves forward, he ada risiko yang tinggi untuk mati, melainkan somehow dia boleh trigger dia punya bow of tank very, very quickly. Damage numbers yang selebihnya adalah Farsa dan juga Harley, roughly the same damage numbers, 30,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. And untuk team Geek Fam, damage paling tinggi adalah the 2 magic damage dealers, iaitu Harif with 85,000 dan juga Eudora 65,000. Damage paling tinggi dekat side SMG adalah 40,000 dengan 1-1. And kita boleh tengok Rumple, the tank, adalah damage yang lebih tinggi, 41,000, menunjukkan dominance from team Geek Fam, menunjuk that even though Rumple is a tank, dia still rasa ada vibe assassin dengan main dia punya Natalia tadi. Dia keluarkan damage yang tinggi. Go straight to the back, I will use my ultimate on you, you will go away, or you will die. Either way, I am very, very happy. So, these are the damage numbers menunjukkan even the lowest damage from Geek Fam is still higher than the highest from Team SMG. So, congratulations Team Geek Fam. Selepas ini, kita akan tengok MVP of this game untuk menunjukkan siapa yang membawa kemenangan ataupun siapa membawa impact paling besar yang menyebabkan Team Geek Fam menang game tersebut. Honestly, MVP tu boleh beri kepada sesiapa saja because everyone did pretty well. Dominance, crazy burst. Ozorveki dia boleh stay alive for a very long time and then dia boleh keluarkan damage once dia dah ada dia punya Zaman Force as well as dia punya Chrono Dash. And Zorn, dia build tanky, so you want to sepak me, come sepak me. I always kena sepak one. I never care. I build defense item. I'm good. And also, kita tengok Arts, handle punya lane, always be the front line, menang banyak 1v1, and Rumple, being the tank, roaming every single places everywhere. Cepat-cepat dapatkan dia punya power within the stack sampai ke 8, and make sure dia ada the juicy 40% armor penetration, menyebabkan 1-1 ke mostly 1-1. 1-1 akan mati dengan one shot, especially kalau ada sesiapa saja yang dekat dengan Rumple at the time. Even Eudora just bagi a small stun, just cium sikit stun tu dekat dia, and then hit power wilderness, and then he will die. So, congratulations to Team Geek Fam, where game kedua, they did something very funky. Full damage punya composition. And honestly, game ketiga ni almost looks like the same. Hilda, walaupun as a tank, dia keluarkan banyak damage. Don't get me wrong, it was crazy. And Zorn, menggunakan Roger, which kita selalu associate, okay, Roger will have the highest damage. Dia pun buat tanky sikit just to make sure that, okay, diorang semua akan fokus aku.